Chapter 1. Where is this? A vast expanse of land, adorned with yellowing grasses. Scattered trees resemble fallen chess pieces. Dotting the terrain, the wind howls across this land, bringing with it a refreshing chill. As if attempting to sweep everything away, the sky is dark and oppressive, heavy clouds revealing only a few faint rays of sunlight, struggling to penetrate the gloom, but ultimately failing. On this desolate land lies a young man, his face haggard and weary, clad in thin garments. He lies silently upon the dry grass, appearing frail and devoid of strength. A doctor, he dedicated his life to the noble pursuit of medicine from a young age. He harbored a profound interest and curiosity for the healing arts. Upon graduation, he utilized his expertise and extensive experience to devise the most suitable treatment plans for various patients. At times, he encountered challenging cases, yet he never faltered, always striving to find the optimal solutions. Consequently, he offended many, ultimately relegated to the role of a mere surgeon throughout his life. He witnessed countless farewells and reunions, enduring innumerable trials and tribulations. Nevertheless, he steadfastly clung to his belief in the sanctity of saving lives. He is Xiao Cheng, an emergency physician at a hospital in Beijing. Though an ordinary doctor, his remarkable surgical skills earned him the title of the finest in the capital. With graying hair, Xiao Cheng lies alone, quietly resting on the familiar hospital bed. He reflects on his bustling life, as the heart monitor beside him emits a prolonged beep. Suddenly, a satisfied smile graces Xiao Cheng's lips as he gently closes his eyes. At that moment, he caresses his smooth skin and murmurs, "This head undoubtedly belongs to me, but this body is not mine." Here lies a vast plain, with gently undulating terrain. Standing in this place, one can feel an overwhelming sense of boundlessness. Gazing into the distance, one's eyes traverse endless space, yet fail to uncover any signs of human activity. Within 100 miles, only the endless grasslands and distant horizons stretch forth. Observing his diminutive frame, thin attire, and the peculiar surroundings, Xiao Cheng remains uncertain of the challenges that await him. However, he knows he must survive. Water, the essence of life, must be his first priority. He must locate a potable source. Xiao Cheng rises, feeling relatively well, and, relying on his experience and intuition, begins to search for potential water sources. Mountain foothills, oases, or dry riverbeds are often havens for underground water, yet none of these features present themselves in this desolate land. He meticulously examines the terrain, seeking low-lying areas or patches of green vegetation, as these might indicate concealed water beneath the soil. Regrettably, he possesses no tools to assist him. Animal tracks could provide clues as well. Creatures typically seek out water, and following their trails might lead to a source, yet the ground reveals no footprints. Left with no choice, Xiao Cheng selects a direction and sets off. After an estimated 2 hours of walking, the sky gradually darkens. Xiao Cheng muses, "This will not do at this rate. In another 2 hours, night will envelop everything. Who knows what dangers the night may bring? Will it grow colder, or will wild beasts emerge? I must find shelter quickly." However, there is no however. All around him lies grass, not a single stick to fashion a refuge. With a resigned shake of his head, he realizes he must spend the night exposed to the elements. In a relatively confined area, Xiao Cheng gathers some dry grass to fashion a makeshift bed. Lying atop it, fatigue washes over him, yet his inner turmoil remains unabated. As the night temperature steadily drops, he tightly wraps himself in his scant clothing, preparing to rest on the ground. The surroundings fall into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind. He keeps his eyes wide open, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Unwilling to relax for even a moment, he understands that in this unknown environment, various dangers and challenges may lurk. Despite his physical exhaustion, his mind remains sharp, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Roughly 2 more hours pass, and doubt and confusion fill Xiao Cheng's heart as he stares wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle before him. The sky begins to brighten, as if the night is yielding to the dawn. In disbelief, he gazes into the distance and observes a colossal sun rising slowly over the horizon, revealing a mere glimpse of its form. This sun radiates a peculiar red hue, not the blinding brilliance of a typical sun, but instead emits a gentle, warm glow. This extraordinary sight astounds Xiao Cheng. He finds himself lost in contemplation, attempting to comprehend the phenomenon. This place is surely no longer Earth, he murmurs, shaking his own head. As his gaze sweeps across the unfamiliar environment, a strong intuition wells up within him. Such strange occurrences have never transpired on Earth. The bizarre sights leave him utterly astonished. Xiao Cheng strains to recall any memories that do not belong to him. Yet the recollections in his mind remain crystal clear. I am indeed the authentic Xiao Cheng. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his anxious heart. I have studied physics. If night lasts only 2 hours, what of the day? According to the principles of Earth's rotation and revolution, if 2 hours mark one cycle, regardless of who revolves around whom, how rapid is this motion? What an extraordinary place this is. With the sun's rays illuminating the landscape, Xiao Cheng finally catches sight of distant mountains veiled in clouds, shimmering with glimmers of light. At last, a mountain appears on the horizon, though it seems far away. With hope on the horizon, he resolves to exert himself further. He yearns to reach that place and to discover what he seeks. Chapter 2. The Duel of Life and Death. This continent is known as the Gathering Leaf Continent. It is called the Gathering Leaf Continent because a unique grass flourishes here, each segment adorned with 7 leaves clustered together, aptly named gathering leaf grass. On the Gathering Leaf Continent, 7 major races exist, comprising 5 human ethnicities, along with the elven race from the abyssal forest and the beast men, who possess furry faces. A single day on the Gathering Leaf Continent lasts approximately 600 hours, equivalent to about a month on Earth, while the night is a mere 2 hours long. The daily rhythms of these races are quite similar, yet their resting times are irregular, sleeping whenever fatigue strikes. The Gathering Leaf Continent hosts numerous nations and diverse tribes. These nations, varying in size and strength, are scattered across the continent, each possessing its own unique way of life. Among them, the largest nation is the Envoy Kingdom of the Abyssal Forest, where the elven inhabitants are naturally peaceful. Due to the absence of a dominant power to suppress and mediate the various factions, conflicts have persisted across the continent. At this juncture, major guilds stepped forward, connecting the various local forces and ultimately reaching a significant agreement. The establishment of a battleground for life and death in the central region, this arena would serve as a venue to resolve disputes and determine fates. Issues that cannot be settled through peaceful means may be resolved through a life and death duel. Duel events are categorized into 3 levels based on the number of participants. Level 1 duels are relatively small scale, involving up to 100 participants, typically addressing minor disputes. Level 2 duels engage thousands, with the power to determine regional ownership. The most grandiose and brutal are Level 3 duels, often involving tens of thousands, signaling a mortal struggle for national control. In pursuit of a fair resolution to disputes, life and death duels have become the ultimate means of addressing conflicts and contesting interests. The inhabitants of the Gathering Leaf Continent willingly throw themselves into these life and death contests for their beliefs, honor, or survival. Each duel is a heart-stopping spectacle. In every such contest, an observation committee composed of representatives from various factions oversees the proceedings. They bear the critical responsibilities of supervision, inspection, and decision-making. Members of the committee hail from various nations, leaders and tribal chiefs, or their appointed representatives. Their exceptional strength and status render them pivotal figures in these life and death struggles. The committee's duties extend beyond mere observation. They ensure the fairness and integrity of the matches. They closely monitor each battle, scrutinizing the participants' conduct, checking for any violations or cheating. No transgression escapes their keen eyes. Moreover, the committee is tasked with making crucial decisions when disputes or exceptional circumstances arise. They must swiftly assess and deliver fair judgments. Their rulings can directly influence the outcome of the contests, impacting the very fates of the participants. The majority of people from the Wuqiu Kingdom are of the strong tribe, characterized by their robust physiques and astounding strength. The inhabitants of the Bei Liang Kingdom predominantly belong to the Shadow tribe, known for their adeptness with various contraptions. At the border between Wuqiu and Bei Liang Kingdoms flows the Bei Liang River, a waterway long utilized by the Wuqiu Kingdom. However, the newly appointed sovereign of the Bei Liang Kingdom promptly declares, "The Bei Liang River beneath Bei Liang Mountain belongs solely to our kingdom henceforth. The Wuqiu Kingdom is forbidden from utilizing it logically. A river shared by 2 nations should suffice for their needs, however. At the river's downstream lies a tribe, Known as the Bozu people are remarkably astute and proficient in capturing abundant fish whichever nation possesses the rights to this river will. Consequently, gain the allegiance of the tribe, the two sovereigns of Wuchio and Bailiang have been embroiled in a relentless struggle, ultimately culminating in a life-and-death duel to determine ownership. Chapter 3. The eerie and mysterious sun of the demolished home. The sun hung silently on the horizon, as if enchanted, appearing utterly still. Xiaocheng had lost track of time, only recalling that he had been walking for 7 or 8 hours. Yet the sun remained fixed in its position, as though time itself had been paused. That he lifted his gaze, staring at the crimson orb. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Xiaocheng's conviction grew stronger that this world was indeed different. The night lasted merely 2 hours, while that sun-like entity lingered unmoving for what felt like an eternity. After an arduous trek, Xiaocheng finally reached the foot of the mountain after another 7 or 8 hours of laborious walking. At the base of the mountain, scattered trees emerged, their forms reminiscent of those found on Earth. Despite having encountered many trees in his life, not a single one here was familiar to him. As he pressed onward, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. A crystal-clear stream cascading down from the mountain, the water rushing with vigor and splashing joyously. Suddenly invigorated, Xiaocheng sprinted towards the stream, plunging into its refreshing waters. Disregarding its purity or whether it was drinkable, that he opened his mouth and began to gulp down the cool river water with fervor. It was only while swallowing that he realized his throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire, making it a struggle to consume. Yet, this water seemed like a lifeline, driving him to drink incessantly until he could no longer manage another drop, finally emerging from the water with a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, a contented smile graced Xiaocheng's face, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. After over 20 hours of relentless walking without rest, his body was utterly exhausted. Once satiated, he closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air and absorbing the tranquility and beauty surrounding him. After a brief respite, he felt a modicum of rejuvenation. Prepared for the unknown that lay ahead, Xiaocheng resolved to settle by the water's edge. He began to search for materials to construct a temporary shelter, strolling along the riverbank, keenly observing the nearby branches and deadwood. Fortunately, he soon discovered some suitable dry branches, robust enough to support a simple frame. With great care, Xiaocheng gathered these branches and set to work on his dwelling. He fashioned a rudimentary framework approximately 2 meters in height, covering it with leaves and grass to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon hunger gnawed at him, an unbearable pang. After gulping down a few more sips of water, he resumed his ascent of the mountain, his objective clear: to seek out edible plants, small animals, or bird eggs. This was no simple task. The mountain's vegetation was dense and diverse, comprised of species he had never encountered before. Identifying edible plants required both patience and resolve. Xiaocheng scanned every possible nook and cranny for food, scrutinizing every detail, even inspecting the cracks between stones. However, after an extended search, he found nothing. Seconds turned into minutes. Xiaocheng had spent over 10 hours scouring the mountain. His body grew increasingly weary, his steps heavy. Yet he understood that he could not yield, for sustenance was paramount for survival. Ultimately, Xiaocheng decided to return to his makeshift camp to rest and regain his strength before continuing the search. He dragged his tired body back to the shelter he had constructed, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath that moment, exhaustion overtook him, and he slipped into a hazy slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when Xiaocheng awoke. Feeling as though he were in a dreamlike state, that moment, he faintly heard a cacophony of voices. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he beheld a remarkable sight: a line of horse-drawn carts neatly arranged along the riverbank. One after another, they formed a lengthy procession, with several armed guards standing watch beside each cart, exuding an invisible aura of intimidation. As Xiaocheng observed these individuals, a surge of curiosity welled up within him. Who were these people? Why had they come here? Were they searching for him? Was his body of some significance, prompting them to return him home? Yet they paid him no mind. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had constructed a shelter in their territory, and just as it was completed, they had arrived. Was he unwittingly in violation of their laws? Were they here to dismantle his home? Chapter 4. A meal to savor. Xiao Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of his head as he fixated on those indulging in food. Unable to withstand the temptation, he dusted off his clothes and strode purposefully towards them, approaching the nearest cart. The guard stationed there merely glanced at him before returning to his duties. Undeterred by the guard's indifference, Xiao Cheng approached a person seated nearby, who appeared to be of advanced age and was eating with remarkable elegance. The food in the elder's hands resembled delicacies, neatly packaged in a box. With a smile, Xiao Cheng seized a piece of the treat and popped it into his mouth, thinking to himself, "This is just like the scenes from television dramas, where one often finds themselves in trouble after indulging." The elder regarded the beaming Xiao Cheng, nodding slightly without uttering a word, seemingly unperturbed by his actions. That in turn, Xiao Cheng nodded back, contentedly swallowing the morsel, relieved that he wouldn't face a reprimand. Though ravenous, Xiao Cheng refrained from overindulging at this cart and proceeded to the next. He feared that if he ate too much here, the elder might become displeased. It seemed that moderation would spare him from punishment, and thus, Xiao Cheng had discovered a way to quell his hunger. With a cheerful demeanor, he meandered between the carts, sampling food from nearly every one where people were eating. During this time, some individuals posed questions to him. Xiao Cheng was increasingly convinced that this was not the world he recognized. Their language was foreign to him, and he could not comprehend their words. Therefore, he dared not speak up or engage in prolonged discourse, uncertain of how they would react upon realizing he was an outsider. Despite taking only a small bite from each cart, Xiao Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction and returned quietly to his own spot. He noticed that more carts continued to arrive, filled with well-dressed individuals of distinction. Although he was unaware of the purpose behind their presence, he felt a sense of gratitude for the meals they provided. Seizing the opportunity to fill his belly, Xiao Cheng diligently worked on improving his shelter, pausing only to eat whenever hunger struck. That as time passed, Xiao Cheng had dined with these individuals several times, and many greeted him with smiles upon his arrival. Suddenly, he spotted two large carts approaching in the distance, each drawn by 4 horses. Following behind each cart was a procession of 100 figures, marching in unison, their resolute gazes fixed ahead, armed with weapons. Clearly a well-trained military force. When the carts came to a halt, they split to the left and right. The 200 individuals formed 2 lines, each containing 100 people. At the forefront of the left column stood a tall, dark-skinned man, resembling a towering iron pillar, gripping a stout wooden staff that radiated a formidable and commanding presence. On the right, a slender, pale-faced man wielded a small, yet exceptionally sharp axe, exuding an aura of coldness and cunning. Xiao Cheng was perplexed as both groups began unloading food from their carts, consuming it before settling on the ground to rest. That he could only watch in silence. After a time, an elder raised a red flag high atop a cart, prompting both factions to stand at attention. The remaining elders moved among the two groups, inquiring and occasionally patting their bodies down, ultimately counting their numbers. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of tense anticipation as both sides drew their weapons. With a commanding shout, the elder lowered the red flag. This seemed to signal the ignition of conflict, as shouts of battle erupted, and both factions surged towards each other in a thrilling clash. Bewildered, Xiao Cheng stood frozen in shock. Were these people brawling, while the elders merely observed? The towering dark-skinned man charged forward with his forces, while the opposing side coordinated their attacks in groups of 3. Initially appearing to falter under the onslaught of the dark faction, yet gradually sustaining casualties. Xiao Cheng was astounded. This was no mere scuffle. It was a fight for survival. The formidable dark-skinned man led the charge, his robust frame akin to an unyielding tower. However, as time wore on, his numbers dwindled. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries, the clashing of metal, and anguished screams. The dark-skinned man wielded his staff, engaging in close combat with his foes, each strike fueled by sheer determination. Gradually, the robust figure began to show signs of fatigue. His clothes were already drenched in sweat, and his breathing became increasingly labored. In stark contrast, the adversaries across from him remained spirited and vigorous, exhibiting an impeccable synergy in both offense and defense, rendering him and his companions utterly powerless as he watched his comrades fall one by one. His face contorted with rage. Chapter 5. Resilience as a physician. Xiao Cheng had witnessed countless instances of life and death throughout his life. The The sight of the bodies strewn about did not instill fear in him. At this juncture, the battle had reached its final phase, with only the towering figure still clinging to life. However, he was grievously injured, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. One of his legs had been severed, and blood poured forth from the wound, saturating the earth around him. His opponent stood nearby, grinning with triumph as he slowly raised the axe in his hand. At that moment, the coachman suddenly lunged at the towering figure. Using his body to shield him from the impending attack, the opponent's axe swung down, and the coachman was instantly felled to the ground. An elderly observer shouted out, and the red flag was raised once more. All of the adversaries immediately halted their actions, as if enchanted. It became apparent that the outcome had been decided. The elders began to gather the carts, departing one by one, as if they had merely come to spectate. Xiao Cheng gazed longingly at the departing carts, feeling a pang of reluctance. The victors began to unload the provisions from the carts, preparing to transport the bodies of both sides. Xiao Cheng's eyes fell upon the injured giant. There was still hope for him. Why was no one tending to him? If I intervene, will they turn on me? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he thought, as a doctor, I cannot bear this situation any longer. I must act. Feigning indifference, Xiao Cheng ambled over to the towering figure and carefully assessed his condition. The giant lay with his eyes tightly shut, having lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. The urgency of the situation compelled Xiao Cheng to take immediate action. He resolved to apply a tourniquet. He swiftly searched the giant's cart and finally found a length of rope. With practiced skill, Xiao Cheng wrapped the rope tightly around the wound, staunching the flow of blood. He intended to move the giant onto the cart, but quickly realized that it was impossible to shift the massive man alone. Observing that the men transporting the bodies did not seem hostile towards him, he gestured for the two who had been responsible for carrying the corpses to assist him. Initially taken aback, they soon understood Xiao Cheng's intent and readily helped lift the giant onto the cart. As he looked at the giant on the cart, Xiao Cheng considered two possible courses of action: amputation, which would be swift and simpler with a higher survival rate, or reattachment of the severed limb, a complex procedure requiring specialized surgical instruments that were not available. Faced with such a daunting dilemma, Xiao Cheng felt a surge of determination. The severed limb must be reattached within 7 hours to retain viability. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. Xiao Cheng knew he needed to gather essential tools. After a painstaking search, he managed to procure a few scraps of cloth, a sharp knife, a bundle of horsehair, a piece of translucent jade, and a flask of strong liquor. He meticulously soaked all these items in the alcohol, adjusting the angle of the cart to allow ample light inside. He took a deep breath, grasped the knife, and began the arduous task of surgery with utmost concentration. First, he thoroughly cleaned the area around the wound, carefully removing debris and ensuring the bone surfaces were smooth and aligned. Next, he gently placed the warm jade over the bone and cleverly bound it with the horsehair. The most challenging and intricate part was the vascular suturing. Lacking specialized suturing needles, Xiao Cheng had to resort to a self-developed technique he had never previously applied. He meticulously tied several critical points along the vessel walls, then deftly threaded the horsehair through the points, interlacing and tightening it. After repeating this process multiple times, he successfully connected the arteries and veins. He then released the tourniquet to check for bleeding, relieved to find that blood flow had resumed normally. Next came the suturing of the muscle tissue, where he continued to apply the same joining technique. The same applied to the nerve suturing, followed by the final layer of skin closure. After what felt like 5 or 6 hours, Xiao Cheng felt the giant's pulse. Remarkably, he was still alive. Chapter 6. Xiao Cheng lifted his head and straightened his numb body. He noticed the group of adversaries who had battled the towering figure, watching him in disbelief as he worked on the giant's leg. They returned from transporting the bodies and began to load their provisions onto the cart before departing. The battlefield was now silent, save for the blood that stained the ground. Xiao Cheng led the cart to the riverside, where he rested, unbridling the horse and allowing it to graze on the grass. After consuming a bit of food, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, having saved a patient and secured a cart full of provisions, and soon drifted off to sleep. That a few mournful cries suddenly jolted Xiao Cheng awake. He hurried to the location where he had parked the cart. Upon arriving, he found the imposing figure curled up inside the cart, his face contorted in agony, unable to communicate directly due to the language barrier. Xiao Cheng gestured for the giant to remain still and not to move. Once he had calmed him down, Xiao Cheng examined the wound and disinfected it again with alcohol. Afterward, he offered the giant some food and water. Hoping to alleviate his discomfort, to his astonishment, the seemingly fierce man accepted the food and water with remarkable compliance, beginning to eat slowly. After considerable effort, Xiao Cheng finally conveyed the message: "You must not move." He then fashioned a hole beneath the giant on the cart. The giant nodded in understanding that in the days that followed, Xiao Cheng diligently cared for the giant while learning the local language. After extensive study, he eventually managed to communicate with the giant effectively. After hundreds of hours of deep conversation, the effort bore fruit as he gradually unveiled the mysteries of this enigmatic continent. Gaining a rudimentary understanding of its intricacies, the dueling arena was located at the heart of the Jui continent, a place seemingly cursed, where both ferocious beasts and birds appeared to avoid it. The towering figure was the holy son of the sovereign of the Wuqiu kingdom, named Shan Youguang, drawn here by a dispute over the ownership of a river that in any corner of the Jui continent. Conflict signified death, and being gravely injured often meant a fatal outcome, for the concept of a doctor was non-existent here. Survival depended solely on one's strength and luck. Each battle resembled a struggle for life and death, with no guarantees of returning unscathed. Every injury could become a fatal liability. Over time, Xiao Cheng learned that their schedules for meals and rest differed from his own. The people of the continent had longer intervals between meals, roughly 7 to 8 Earth days, or over 200 hours. While engaged in a challenging conversation with Shan Youguang, Xiao Cheng noticed a shift in the shadows around him, and the light became disordered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out of his sockets, his face a mask of astonishment, mouth agape in an O shape, his gaze fixed upon the sky, where he seemingly witnessed an incredible and unbelievable sight. Confusion and bewilderment filled his heart, rendering him utterly incapable of comprehending the unfolding spectacle, for where there had once been only one sun on the left, another identical sun had inexplicably appeared on the right. This bizarre phenomenon left him speechless. Two suns. Chapter 7. Arrow Dove. Shan Youguang informed Xiao Cheng that the appearance of the twin suns signified that the day was precisely half over. With the onset of darkness followed by dawn, this constituted a day, a cycle that remained consistent. Xiao Cheng contemplated silently. If each day followed this repetitive cycle, it was plausible that celestial bodies maintained a regular circular motion. This phenomenon resembled a fixed celestial body surrounded by two light sources in a structured circular orbit. However, the two light sources were asymmetrically positioned, which accounted for the simultaneous visibility of both. The brief absence of both light sources heralded a fleeting darkness. Fortunately, the temperatures of these twin suns were not excessively high. Otherwise, everything here would be scorched beyond recognition. It seemed this continent was truly appending his understanding of the world. Xiao Cheng yearned to acquire knowledge of the written language of the continent, as it bore immense significance for understanding this vast land and facilitating future interactions. To his surprise, Shan Youguang declined his request with a grave expression, stating, "I possess some knowledge of writing, but I cannot impart it to you, for I have yet to earn the right to teach others. However, if you truly wish to learn, I do have a solution. I can utilize a messenger pigeon to convey my circumstances and your desire to learn the written language to the Holy Lord of the Wuqiu Kingdom." Xiao Cheng was puzzled. Is it truly necessary to trouble the Holy Lord for such a trivial matter? Shan Youguang replied, "The matter of teaching writing is far from trivial. Your situation could prompt the Holy Lord to dispatch a learned instructor to guide you for my participation in the life and death struggle. I never anticipated surviving. Should the Holy Lord become aware of my survival, he will undoubtedly make arrangements." Xiao Cheng inquired, "So, the messenger pigeon you mentioned is a bird used for swiftly delivering messages?" Having heard of such a method, he was curious. Shan Youguang confirmed, "Indeed, the messenger pigeon is a bird known for its remarkable speed that it can return home on its own and recognize unique symbols. Much like humans that we can attach messages and small items to a trained messenger pigeon, allowing it to deliver them quickly and securely." "Are there messenger pigeons here?" Xiao Cheng asked. Shan Youguang gestured for him to retrieve a large box from atop the cart, revealing a messenger pigeon that had been prepared in advance. Climbing onto the cart, Xiao Cheng carefully opened the box, only to be greeted by the strong scent of bird droppings. Inside, he found two additional boxes, one containing food and the other water. A slender, unique bird stood within, its claw tethered by a small string. This messenger pigeon boasted a long, delicate black beak, longer than that of a pigeon, but considerably slimmer than that of an eagle. Its eyes were round and fierce, giving it an intimidating presence. Its body was sleek and graceful, adorned with deep black feathers that shimmered faintly, that on its other leg was a small, exquisite message tube. Shan Yiguang opened the tube, extracted the note within, and produced a pencil-like object to write something before placing it back inside the tube and untying the string from the messenger pigeon's other leg. With a powerful flap, the messenger pigeon soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Shan Yiguang informed Xiao Cheng that the journey back would take half a day, whereas a human on horseback would require 10 days. 10 days, equating to a year on Earth, made Xiao Cheng ponder the vastness of this continent, realizing it must be exceedingly expansive. Shan Yiguang's leg had shown considerable improvement. Recently, he had mentioned an itchiness in the thigh area. Xiao Cheng had been concerned, fearing that if it became inflamed, amputation might be necessary. While he might survive, it would leave him disabled. The good news was that the itch had subsided, and upon inspecting the leg, there were no signs of redness or inflammation. Xiao Cheng, slightly astonished, encouraged Shan Yiguang. "Try moving your toes to owe his delight." Shan Yiguang's toes began to move slowly. Encouraged, Xiao Cheng urged, "Now see if you can lift your leg." Once again, Shan Yiguang did not disappoint. His leg muscles contracted, raising his leg a few centimeters. Although the movement appeared slightly stiff, it was an extraordinary recovery for someone who had recently endured a severe amputation. Xiao Cheng could not help but marvel, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a miracle. Such a rapid and flawless recovery is truly astonishing. It is conceivable that the people of this continent possess remarkable physical resilience. Perhaps it was due to their formidable physical constitution that the profession of medicine did not exist here, that in such an environment, ailments and injuries seem to pose little threat to their well-being." Chapter 8. The dazzling mountain. Xiao Cheng desired to thoroughly explore the imposing mountain behind him, to gain a deeper understanding of its geographical features. So, equipped with some provisions, he began his ascent along the small river at the mountain's base. After trekking for several hours, he noticed that as he approached the summit, the soil began to reveal scattered, dazzling objects that resembled crystals. The higher he climbed, the more exposed crystals he encountered. It dawned on him that the radiant spot he had seen from a distance was indeed the reflection of these crystals. Continuing his arduous journey, the scenery ahead became increasingly mesmerizing, as the entire peak was enveloped in a breathtaking array of crystals. The high altitude of the mountain lacked soil cover, and everywhere was adorned with exposed crystals, which, when illuminated by the sun, created a striking phenomenon of diffuse reflection, transforming the area into a surreal, dreamlike realm. And oh wonder no birds or beasts could be seen here. They likely shunned such a glaring environment. Most of these crystals were clear quartz, a valuable find. Xiao Cheng immediately thought of magnifying glasses and surgical lights that he collected various fruit-bearing plants, intending to test their edibility upon his return, that he also picked up a palm-sized clear crystal to see if it could be fashioned into a magnifying glass. If successful, it would prove immensely useful for enlarging objects and starting fires for cooking or boiling water. After a day, Shan Yiguang, under Xiao Cheng's guidance, was able to move his injured leg freely on the cart. Observing Shan Yiguang, Xiao Cheng perceived a notable improvement. Perhaps it was time to attempt having him stand and move about. The thought excited him, for if Shan Yiguang could swiftly regain leg function, complete recovery might be possible. That as anticipated, upon standing, Shan Yiguang began to sway and gradually move. Xiao Cheng urged him to take it slow, but his friend was unable to contain his eagerness. Xiao Cheng understood. After lying in a bed for an extended period, it was indeed challenging, but he discovered that among the seeds he had collected, one resembling a soybean had no unpleasant taste, yet he remained uncertain of its edibility, while the others had either a bitter or peculiar flavor. The most painstaking task lay ahead, polishing the crystal lens by the riverside. This was no simple endeavor. First, he needed to find some coarse stones to shape a rough lens. Then, he would seek smoother stones for refinement. The process was exceedingly time-consuming. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. Next, he would need to meticulously inspect and adjust the polished areas to ensure they achieved perfect smoothness and flatness. Finally, as he beheld the once ordinary crystal gradually becoming transparent and clear, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within him. Holding the magnifying glass, Xiaoqing carefully adjusted it, forming a brilliant point of light on the ground. The focal point was approximately 8 centimeters from the lens, effectively creating a magnifying glass with about 30 times magnification. Eagerly, he gathered a pile of twigs and dry leaves, longing for a sip of hot water. The inhabitants of this continent had no custom of drinking hot water. The method of igniting fire on this continent involved striking flint, a cumbersome task. The reluctance to kindle fires stemmed from the abundance of wood fruit trees, which bore edible fruits that could be plucked directly. These fruits also possess preservative qualities, leading people to incorporate various fish and meats into pastries for convenient storage. The provisions currently stored in the cart were precisely such foods. Chapter 9. Source Crystal and Gathering Leaf Grass. Xiaoqing retrieved a copper wine jug from the cart and hurried to the riverbank, swiftly filling it with water that he then gathered 3 sturdy branches, arranging them in a triangular formation to securely suspend the copper jug. From his pocket, he produced a meticulously crafted magnifying glass, adjusting it to focus the sunlight onto dried grass and leaves. In a short while, sparks flickered, igniting the dry materials that he added some dry wood to the fire, which gradually intensified. As time passed, the water temperature began to rise, and steam enveloped the surroundings, creating a warm and humid atmosphere. Filled with excitement, Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he quietly awaited what felt like a grand ceremony. He fixed his gaze on the steaming pot of water, his heart brimming with eagerness and desire. He had never longed for hot water so intensely, as if it were a precious treasure exuding an enticing aroma. In that moment, time stretched infinitely, and he could hardly wait to unveil the pot and savor its contents. Gathering leaf grass served as a timekeeping tool on Gathering Leaf Continent. The method of opening this grass resembled that of a sensitive plant. At dawn, it would unfurl its first leaf, subsequently revealing a leaf every 100 hours until nightfall. Totaling 600 hours after dusk, it gathers all its leaves, methodical and precise. The wounds of Shan Yoguang have scabbed and fallen away. The injuries, healed through grafting, now present an uneven, pockmarked surface, appearing quite unsightly. This stands in stark contrast to the image that Xiaoqing had initially envisioned. As a physician, it is undoubtedly essential for one to prepare a set of basic medical instruments. Through inquiries with Shan Yoguang, it was revealed that by following the river downstream, one would encounter a confluence of 3 rivers within a day's journey, leading to a small town named Sana Town. The armed forces of Sana Town consist of the Orc tribe, distinguishable from humans primarily by their fur-covered bodies, save for their faces, should one seek to acquire supplies. This is a place to devise a means. The inhabitants of Ji continent predominantly engage in trade through the exchange of goods for other goods. However, there exists one entity regarded as the ultimate currency, the Source Crystal. The expanse of Ji continent is vast, rich in resources, particularly in food, allowing individuals to devote more time and energy to pursuits beyond mere survival. As time progresses, various industries emerge like mushrooms after the rain, presenting an unprecedented scene of prosperity. Yet with a plethora of races and nations, conflicts abound. Bandits and rogues roam freely, as everyone aspires to grow stronger and become warriors. While all can absorb source crystals, doing so does not guarantee one will become a warrior. Upon achieving warrior status, one gains extraordinary strength and speed. However, not all warriors possess the same power. Based on their abilities and realms, warriors are categorized into 3 distinct ranks: low-level, mid-level, and high-level warriors. Though merely low-level warriors, their prowess should not be underestimated. Even when faced with foes outnumbering them tenfold, these low-level warriors can navigate the fray with ease and emerge victorious. Thus, the mysterious and precious source crystal holds unparalleled allure and value. It not only enables warriors to swiftly recover energy expended in battle or training, but also aids them in breaking through limitations to enhance their abilities. The reason no one ventures to Guangming Mountain lies in its extreme scarcity of food resources, leading to a lack of sustenance. Naturally, no one would choose to reside in a place that fails to meet even fundamental survival needs. Over time, this location has been designated as a dueling ground, further dissuading people from approaching. Chapter 10. Mountain Lord. A carriage approached slowly, closely guarded by 7 tall and imposing cavalrymen, armed and vigilant. The cavalryman at the forefront stood out distinctly, though particularly slender. He exuded a formidable presence, clad in a unique attire, markedly different from the other cavalrymen. His garments were adorned with mysterious patterns and symbols, seemingly imbued with boundless power, that a uniquely styled hat crowned his head, adding an air of authority. Shan Yowang hastily made his way forward. As the carriage came to a halt, an elderly man with a smile disembarked. The elder first regarded Shan Yowang with surprise, then bypassed him to approach Xiao Cheng, eagerly inquiring, "Are you the Mountain Lord Xiao?" Despite his confusion, Xiao Cheng responded affirmatively, "I am. May I ask who you are?" The elder, satisfied, replied, "My name is Hai Dongsa. I am the original Jui continent." Many regions remained ungoverned, open for occupation and dominion by others. Ordinary citizens often chose to align themselves with a powerful faction in search of protection and support. Shan Yowang was uncertain how long Xiao Cheng had been in this place, believing it rightfully belonged to him. Thus he penned, "The master of this mountain is none other than Xiao Cheng, whose origins and background are shrouded in mystery and depth, possessing an astonishing and remarkable skill that saved me from certain doom." This individual seeks to acquire knowledge of written language and must be accompanied by a sage of virtue and capability for meaningful discourse. The Bo clan predominantly resides by the sea, with intricate ties to the ocean. Hai Dongsheng is one such member, an exceptional disseminator of culture and knowledge. These disseminators traverse the continent, serving as envoys who convey cultural and intellectual insights to the populace. Their journeys span the farthest reaches, influencing every individual they encounter through their words and actions. Compared to the instructors in academic institutions, disseminators occupy a loftier position, imparting not only theoretical knowledge, but also emphasizing the exchange of practical experiences. They bring forth not just academic research, but also life wisdom and a deeper understanding of the world's intricacies. That is a distinguished disseminator. Hai Dongsheng is beloved by many for his vast erudition, engaging discourse, and affable demeanor. Wherever he goes, he is met with admiration. His presence here indicates a keen interest in Xiao Cheng, drawn by the extraordinary abilities of this foreigner. As days passed, Xiao Cheng and Hai Dongsheng engaged in mutual exchange, sharing insights and experiences. Gradually, Xiao Cheng began to comprehend and master the unfamiliar script. Hai Dongsheng was evidently astonished by the profound concepts articulated by Xiao Cheng, as though he were witnessing a novel realm brimming with infinite possibilities and challenges. Xiao Cheng elucidated the 5 stages of human societal evolution, from primitive society to slave society, feudal society, capitalist society, and ultimately socialist society, culminating in communism, each characterized by unique traits and markers that he further expounded on the human-centric philosophy of technological advancement, a notion that resonated deeply with Hai Dongsheng. As humanity lies at the core of society, and all development should revolve around human welfare, that in an elated discourse, Xiaoqing also expounded on the seemingly contradictory yet intricately linked concepts of market monopolization and economic crises. He provided a profound analysis of their interrelation and how to navigate survival and development in a fiercely competitive market. Hai Dongsheng was left in awe, grappling with the concepts presented, hastily scribbling notes in a frenzy. Subsequently, he inquired about a term that Xiao Cheng could not comprehend, to which Xiaoqing casually replied without much thought. Chapter 11. You are ill in the continent, those of high status, such as saints. Clan leaders and warriors possess names, while ordinary individuals do not. They can only use their birth dates as identifiers. The method of measuring time on Jui continent differs significantly from that of Earth. Inhabitants here record dates by days, resetting the count upon reaching 10,000 days, which equates to approximately 850 years on Earth. Each individual's birthday is marked uniquely, comprising the day of birth and the number of leaves unfolded on the Jui plant at that moment. For instance, if one is born on the 1111th day and the Jui plant has 3 leaves unfurled, their birthday is designated as 11113. Notably, if born during the night, the number 1 is employed as an indicator. Hai Dongsheng formally introduced Xiaoqing to a mercenary squad led by Captain Wenhong, a low-level warrior. This marked Xiaoqing's first acquaintance with a warrior in this realm. Observing Wenhong's slender physique juxtaposed with Shan Yowang's robust build, Xiaoqing could not help but perceive the former as rather malnourished. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What do you typically consume?" Wenhong replied, "Wood fruit and processed food." Xiaoqing remarked, "You are so thin. Why not indulge in fish or meat to supplement your diet?" There is plenty aboard the carriage that Mr. Hai Dongxing has brought, or is this the standard diet for warriors like you? Wen Hong, somewhat embarrassed, explained, Not at all, Mountain Lord Xiao. Shortly after becoming a warrior, I experienced dull pains after meals that I consulted with other warriors who informed me that this condition is known as Zhong Tong'an Continent, and many warriors suffer from it. The ailment is mysterious and can lead to dire consequences if left unaddressed. To mitigate the pain, it is best to avoid fish and meat, subsisting solely on wood fruit. Xiao Cheng pondered, Were you this thin before your condition? No, when Hong pointed to Shan Youguang, I was slightly thinner than him. Xiao Cheng contemplated for a moment. Do you still feel pain here? Yes, when Hong replied. Xiao Cheng gestured toward the carriage. Lie down there and expose your abdomen. Relax. I shall examine you. When Hong glanced nervously at Hai Dongxing, who in turn excitedly proclaimed, Though I do not know what Mountain Lord Xiao intends, I assure you, you are fortunate. Trust in Mountain Lord Xiao. Observing Wen Hong's unease, Xiao Cheng solemnly stated, I wish to examine you because I believe you are unwell. What is illness? Hai Dongxing inquired curiously. Zhong Tong is a form of illness. Xiao Cheng explained, Any bodily discomfort constitutes an ailment. My profession is to heal such ailments. Hai Dongxing asked, Does this profession have a name? Indeed, it is called a physician. Hai Dongxing once again took out his notebook, which he had scarcely put down while following Xiao Cheng these past few days. Encouraged by Hai Dongxing, Wen Hong lay nervously in the cart. Xiao Cheng curled Wen Hong's legs up and, using a pressure jump method, tested for any pain from the pressure jump. Based on past experience, this indicated appendicitis. The symptoms of appendicitis are quite distinctive. Initially, the patient feels pain in the upper abdomen, which gradually shifts around the navel. Eventually, it will move to the lower right abdomen, where it becomes localized and persistent. At first, the patient experiences a dull ache, which intensifies over time. Upon completing the examination, Xiao Cheng confirmed that this was indeed appendicitis, that if left untreated, the patient would ultimately succumb to unbearable pain. The people here not only possess robust constitutions, but also demonstrate remarkable endurance. Xiao Cheng's concern was not whether the surgery could be performed, but rather the possibility that upon opening the abdominal cavity, the findings might differ significantly from human anatomy, rendering all prior judgments erroneous. Can this illness be treated? Hai Dongxing asked eagerly. Xiao Cheng hesitated slightly. It should be possible, but Hai Dongxing quickly interjected, I have source crystals. Xiao Cheng replied slowly, This matter is quite complicated. I will need to create items, forge tools, and construct facilities. With a face full of excitement, Hai Dongxing declared, I will take care of everything you mentioned, as long as you can assist him. Looking at the inexplicably enthusiastic Hai Dongxing, Xiao Cheng patted Wen Hong's shoulder and said, Let us begin our preparations. Xiao Cheng pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down the items he needed. One, to construct a completely transparent, airtight house to serve as the operating room. 2. Prepare several uniquely shaped small knives made of iron to serve as surgical instruments. 3. Acquire needles and threads for external suturing. 4. Capture an animal, choosing from sheep, pigs, or wolves, to extract the intestinal membrane for making sheep gut sutures for internal stitching. 5. Procure some highly concentrated liquor for sterilization and anti-inflammatory purposes. 6. Anesthetic drugs. Chapter 12. The construction team Xiao Cheng finally beheld the source crystals on the leaf-gathering continent. The source crystals were transparent, shimmering like bubbles-free ice, exhibiting a regular hexagonal shape with each face smooth and polished, exuding an alluring luster. They were roughly the thickness of a finger, seemingly harboring boundless energy. These source crystals were housed in an exquisite cloth bag, which was evenly divided into numerous compartments to prevent them from colliding and causing damage. This arrangement also served to isolate them, preventing direct contact with human skin, as the source crystals possess a remarkable property. Upon direct contact with skin, they may be absorbed by the human body. Clutching the source crystals given by Hai Dongxing, Warrior Wen Hong, accompanied by 2 knights, tightly held onto the meticulously drawn plans by Xiao Cheng as they embarked on their journey to the nearby Sana town. His primary task was to find skilled craftsmen to produce the necessary items according to the plans and procure a series of essential supplies: needles, threads, liquor, and sheep. Hai Dongxing released 2 carrier pigeons, which flapped their wings and flew off in different directions. 1 carrier pigeon headed towards the territory of the Yu clan, home to a skilled architect named Liang, a friend of Hai Dongxing. Hai Dongsheng requested a Liang to lead a team of craftsmen to construct the house. The other carrier pigeon flew in a different direction, aiming for the prosperous city of the Yao clan, where a renowned merchant named Shi Chu, known for his astuteness and sharp business acumen, resided. This pigeon bore the important mission of informing Shi Chu that Hai Dongxing needed his assistance in sourcing an anesthetic. The first to arrive at Guangming Mountain was architect A. Liang, who brought along 6 carts and over 600 people. After conducting a thorough on-site assessment, A. Liang proposed a swift and effective solution to build the house against the mountainside, creating a large opening at the rear that connects to the house. The crystals excavated from the opening would be directly utilized in the construction, allowing for a well-lit house that could also serve as a resting area in the cave. A. Liang presented his architectural drawings to Xiao Cheng, who, unable to comprehend the intricate designs, readily agreed to the proposal. Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly summoned the construction team to commence work. The crystals were being cut by a machine powered by foot pedals. Xiao Cheng found this apparatus quite impressive and resolved to procure several for his future crystal processing endeavors. Each crystal brick featured uniquely designed mortise and tenon joints, allowing them to fit together seamlessly. These joints were not merely simple connecting components, but resembled building blocks, requiring correct combinations to ensure the firm interlocking of the crystal bricks. As days passed, and the crystal bricks were stacked and assembled, a magnificent circular dome structure gradually rose into the sky. Sunlight streamed through the transparent crystal bricks, casting a kaleidoscope of colors within the building. One could observe the interplay of light and shadow dancing across the walls and floor, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Xiao Cheng gazed in awe at the grand edifice before him, scarcely believing his eyes. What had initially been envisioned as a modest, transparent operating room had transformed into a magnificent villa. He had simply forgotten to specify the exact dimensions. Yet how capable was architect A. Liang? As Xiao Cheng surveyed the impressively large villa, he marveled at the fact that this was something he had never even dared to dream of in his past life. Was it truly completed? However, architect A. Liang's ambitions seemed far from fulfilled. Each day, he pointed out areas for further work, directing the workers to continue cutting crystals as construction expanded around the grand villa, preparing for the creation of more buildings. Xiao Cheng meticulously recalled the numerous pages of plans A. Liang had shown him. Chapter 13. The Great Spirit Lord Warrior, when Hong returned from Sana Town with needles, threads, 2 sets of surgical tools, an entire cart of liquor, and a large herd of sheep, that I just needed a bit of alcohol and some intestinal casings. Even without specifying quantities, did it require this much? Do the people here enjoy such extravagance? Utilizing a Liang's grinding machine, Xiao Cheng combined copper pots with crystals to fabricate a distillation apparatus for the liquor. The bottom of the device was a copper pot designated for holding the liquor, where magnifying glasses concentrated heat onto the liquid, gradually raising its temperature. When the temperature reached around 80 degrees Celsius, the alcohol began to evaporate. At this point, the alcohol molecules transitioned from liquid to gas and began to rise. Above, another container filled with water served as a condenser. When the gaseous alcohol encountered the cold water in the condenser, the temperature difference caused the alcohol vapor to rapidly cool and condense back into liquid form. This liquid alcohol then flowed gently down the inner walls of the condenser into another container, yielding the distilled alcohol. The process for creating sheep gut sutures was simpler. Slaughter the sheep, extract the intestines, and peel the inner membranes. They even enjoyed a few meals of mutton. Guangming Mountain was not frequently visited. Those who came typically sought to engage in duels. However, today was different from a distance. A large group of people slowly approached. There were hundreds of them, arriving in over 30 elaborately decorated carriages, accompanied by a dozen warriors, creating a grand spectacle. As this group arrived, the previously bustling area quickly fell silent. Leading the procession was a cheerful, short, and stout middle-aged man. This was Shi Chu, a well-known merchant from the Currency Merchant Association on the leaf-gathering continent. Spotting Xiao Cheng, he hurried over and whispered, "You must be Lord Xiao, correct?" Xiao Cheng nodded. "And you are also invited by Hai Dongsheng?" Shi Chu smiled and replied, "I am Shi Chu, a merchant from the Currency Association, but I was not summoned by Mr. Hai. Rather, I came at Mr. Hai's request to assist to better fulfill the assigned task. I have brought along a significant figure." Xiao Cheng's expression turned curious. "What kind of notable figure is coming to assist me?" Shi Chu, with a hint of mystery, gestured toward the carriages behind him, and whispered, "Do you see that largest carriage? That distinguished individual is the former clan leader of the Elven clan, the Great Spirit Lord Ji Yamusu. She is the mother of the current Holy Lord Ji Yana. The Elven clan established the Kingdom of Anyu, the largest nation by land area on the leaf-gathering continent, and they are also the only race fluent in both the continental and Elven languages. The Abyss Forest encircles the Kingdom of Anyu, where the majority of the Elven people reside. The Elven clan primarily subsists on the delectable fruits found within the Abyss Forest, which contributes to their slender appearances. Within the Abyss Forest lies an enormous chasm, an awe-inspiring and mystical existence that on the steep cliffs of the abyss, there thrive countless varieties of abyss vines, which extend from the depths of the chasm. The fruits they bear, known as abyss fruits, have become a unique treasure of the Elven race. These abyss fruits possess a hard outer shell, yet once pried open, the firm seeds within can be ground into a fine powder. However, each type of abyss fruit incites a plethora of peculiar reactions. Some induce dizziness, others lead to fainting, while some provoke drowsiness, irritability, anger, or even hallucinations that it can be said that the hundreds of abyss fruits yield just as many distinct effects. Among the elves, there exists a profession known as Jingwei, whose practitioners are solitary and taciturn, dedicating their entire lives to the study of these wondrous abyss fruits. The pursuit of such knowledge is driven by a specific necessity. For the powders derived from abyss fruits, once properly proportioned, can serve myriad purposes, rendering them invaluable to the realm of Anyu. Chapter 14. The agreement. The affluent merchant, Shi Chu, informed Xiao Cheng, Lord Xiao. The anesthetic you seek is available from the Grand Lord. However, his arrival also signifies that there are significant matters to discuss with you. With that, he led Xiao Cheng to a magnificent carriage. A melodious voice emanated from within the carriage. "Lord Xiao has arrived. Please come in." This was the first time Xiao Cheng had heard a woman's voice on the continent of Jui. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he reached out to lift the heavy, ornate door curtain that as he stepped inside, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, bringing a sense of tranquility to his mind. Xiao Cheng's gaze swiftly swept over the three individuals within the carriage. First, his eyes fell upon the woman seated in the center, adorned in an exquisite long robe that billowed elegantly. Despite her face being partially veiled, her poised demeanor suggested that she must be the Grand Lord of Anyu. Jia Muxu. Next, he glanced at the woman to the Grand Lord's left, who possessed delicate features and a lithe physique, dressed in a sharp and practical manner. Particularly striking was the short blade sheathed at her waist, indicating her martial prowess. Finally, his attention shifted to the woman on the Grand Lord's right. She too wore a veil, yet her frame appeared considerably more fragile than the other two, exuding an air of mystery despite her seemingly delicate constitution. From Hai Dongsheng, Xiao Cheng learned that the customs on the continent of Jui are few, with the most common form of greeting being a nod. For those of renown, a slight nod suffices to convey respect and goodwill. Under the Grand Lord's nod of acknowledgement, Xiao Cheng reciprocated with a nod and took his seat. Jia Muxus spoke. "Lord Xiao, I shall be forthright that I wish to know if you can completely cure the affliction afflicting the martial artist." Wen Hong. Xiao Cheng replied, "I am confident and am actively preparing for it." Jia Muxu exhaled a sigh of relief. "Is the anesthetic crucial in this matter?" Xiao Cheng affirmed. "It is indeed vital, as the patient must not feel pain during the procedure to ensure its success." Jia Muxu continued, "I possess a type of abyss fruit that contains the medicine you require. However, it is a precious resource of our realm, and thus we must draft an agreement. Should it be used, it is exclusively for your application and solely for the surgery." Xiao Cheng expressed his delight. "That is splendid news, that I am most grateful." The Grand Lord added, "I have another request. I believe I am afflicted by the same ailment. If the surgery proves successful, could I also undergo a similar procedure? I have endured this malady for over 30 days, which is why I hurried here." Xiao Cheng was taken aback. Over 30 days here, that equates to approximately 2 Earth years, to have lived with such an illness for so long. How long could one thrive without it? The people here possess remarkable vitality. Could it be that the Grand Lord's endurance is due to the inherent resilience of those on the continent of Jui? Surely, the abyss fruits must contain more than just one type of medicine. Could there be analgesics, hemostatics, anti-inflammatories, antipyretics, and other pharmaceuticals? This place is akin to a grand apothecary. And what do doctors cherish above all? Naturally, it is medicine. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Qing's face. Very well. Grand Lord that is a physician. It is my duty and obligation that I also have a request. I hope to utilize other medicinal properties from the abyss fruits to aid those afflicted. Jia Muxu appeared contemplative. Let us first proceed with this particular medicine. We can negotiate regarding others later, shall we? Xiao Qing cheerfully replied. Very well, let us proceed with the agreement, Grand Lord. Chapter 15. The Crystal Palace. After finalizing the agreement, the Grand Lord gestured to the veiled maiden beside her. This is our Jingwei. Su-Rina. The medicine you seek is with her. You may discuss the details moving forward. Su-Rina escorted Xiao Qing down from the carriage. Lord Xiao, may I observe the surgery? Her melodious voice inquired once more. Xiao Qing replied. The operating room is located atop that structure. During the procedure, you may observe directly through the crystal. Su-Rina's expression turned envious. What is the name of this splendid building? May I see it now? Xiao Qing responded. This edifice is called the Crystal Palace. I shall take you to explore it. He noted that this petite girl ought to engage in more physical activity. The Crystal Palace comprised 3 tiers, with the uppermost level designated as the operating room. The operating room was enclosed, featuring an observation area outside, where individuals could witness the surgical proceedings. Recently, Hai Dongsheng had been incessantly questioning Xiao Qing, and now he was joined by the young Jingwei, Su-Rina. Through Su-Rina, Xiao Qing learned that the anesthetic was a concoction derived from 2 types of abyss fruits that he resolved to first conduct an anesthetic trial on the martial artist Wenhong to gauge the drug's effects. Xiao Qing decided to perform the anesthetic experiment on Wenhong within the newly constructed Crystal Palace. Even for a modest experiment, a crowd gathered to observe, including Grand Lord Jia Muxu and her entourage, the merchant Shi Chu and his guards, as well as Shan Youguang. The assembly was captivated by the events unfolding. Xiao Qing fashioned a timing device from crystal shaped like a drop of water. Given that the Jui grass blooms in 100 hours, this was far more precise than any rudimentary method. Using his judgment, Xiao Qing administered a calculated dose of anesthetic to Wenhong, meticulously monitoring the time it took for her to enter a state of anesthesia and for the effects to wane, that he gradually increased the dosage while vigilantly observing her physiological responses to ensure her safety. He continued until she completely lost consciousness and entered a deep state of anesthesia. Xiao Qing deemed the anesthetic successful and sought out the merchant Shi Chu to arrange for surgical attire. Patient gowns, masks, caps, and shoe covers that AS cotton was not yet available. He opted for cloth squares as a temporary substitute, while gloves remained on hold due to the lack of waterproof materials. The middle tier of the Crystal Palace was converted into a laboratory. Appendectomy procedures typically do not result in excessive blood loss. However, Xiao Qing wished to conduct blood type testing to be cautious. One of the simpler methods for blood type identification involves a coagulation experiment, utilizing 3 distinct techniques: the slide method, the test tube method, and the fully automated microplate method. Among these, the slide method is the most straightforward and accessible, after several days of blood sampling among the locals. Xiao Qing was astonished to uncover intriguing patterns that he found that the members of the Yao clan were numerous, and astonishingly, they all shared the same blood type. Furthermore, the elves were also plentiful, displaying identical blood types. Even more surprisingly, the individuals brought by the Yu clan's Liang exhibited the same uniform blood type. Shan Youguang from the Chang clan and Hai Dongxing from the Bo clan each possessed their own distinct blood types. As for the Orc and Dwarf clans, there were none present for experimentation. Could it be that on the continent of Jui, each race corresponds to a specific blood type? Following in-depth discussions with the Jingwei Su-Rina and seeking her counsel, Grand Lord Jia Muxu resolutely appointed Su-Rina as Xiao Qing's surgical assistant. The Grand Lord recognized that having Su-Rina assist Xiao Qing would facilitate her own future surgeries. After extensive and meticulous preparations, the surgical arrangements finally approached completion. Xiao Qing approached Wenhong. There are risks associated with the surgery. Wenhong interjected. I have no family. Xiao Qing felt that conducting surgery on the continent of Jui was remarkably straightforward, as it eliminated the need for a surgical consent form done on the 7,636th day of the Jui calendar. The second surgical procedure was about to commence. Chapter 16. The surgery on the 7,636th day of the Jui calendar. The second surgical procedure was imminent. Once again, the observation room on the 3rd floor of the Crystal Palace was filled with spectators, while construction work outside had ceased. The martial artist Wen Hong, stripped of his usual composure, lay on the crystal surgery table, dressed in an oversized surgical gown, having consumed the anesthetic provided by Xiao Cheng, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Cheng activated the timing device and, upon observing no response from Wen Hong, deftly grasped a scalpel. At this moment, Su Rina appeared visibly anxious. Xiao Cheng offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. The procedure is quite simple and will conclude swiftly. You should follow my instructions. Take the cloth, dip it in alcohol, and gently wipe as I say. That if I say to wipe, then wipe. Then, pointing at the incision site, Su Rina, with trembling hands, grasped the tweezers and rubbed the cloth over the abdomen. All right, Xiao Cheng said, picking up the scalpel. With a swift and powerful stroke, he plunged the knife in, feeling a significant increase in resistance. It seemed that the skin of a martial artist was tougher than that of an ordinary person. Upon seeing the opened abdomen, Su Rina's complexion turned noticeably pale. Not only her, but the onlookers also appeared even more ashen. Xiao Cheng did not look up, focused intently on the operation. Years of teaching had instilled in him a habit of explaining seriously to Su Rina. Look here. This is the colon, this is the small intestine, and this is the cecum, with this being the appendix above. Now, let's apply some alcohol. Su Rina extended her trembling hand and wiped a few times. Xiao Cheng continued, the tissue above the appendix is the mesoappendix. The mesoappendix is a continuation of the mesentery of the small intestine, connecting to the appendix all the way to its root. Now apply some alcohol. With Xiao Cheng's repeated urgings, Su Rina's hands no longer trembled. Xiao Cheng continued, within the mesoappendix, there is the appendicular artery that if the mesentery undergoes pathological changes leading to sclerosis or obstruction of the appendicular artery, it results in appendicitis. Conversely, when the appendix becomes inflamed, it can also cause twisting of the mesoappendix, leading to ischemia and thickening of the mesentery. Su Rina nodded in understanding. Xiao Cheng added, when I perform the appendectomy, I will need to handle the mesoappendix. Freeing it from the appendix before ligating the appendicular artery to it is essential to address the root of the appendix, which is near the cecum. Su Rina nodded again. Xiao Cheng remarked, look, this is the diseased appendix. It has holes. Now, apply some alcohol and observe closely. Fortunately, this has not caused significant inflammation or intestinal adhesion, so a simple excision will suffice, and there is no need for abdominal drainage. Su Rina leaned in closer, observing intently. Xiao Cheng explained, there are two methods for this surgery. One is a longitudinal incision, and the other is a transverse incision. Today, we will use the longitudinal method. So pay close attention as I begin the excision. At this moment, Su Rina boldly leaned forward. Xiao Cheng instructed, first cut the mesoappendix, then clamp the appendix with a hemostatic forceps before severing it. Let's clean it with alcohol. Su Rina swiftly cleaned with the alcohol in her small hands. Xiao Cheng continued, I will now suture the stump using the buried suture technique. Apply some alcohol to cleanse the abdomen. By this time, Su Rina had become much more adept in her movements. Xiao Cheng did not expect that Su Rina would cooperate so well on her first time in the operating theater. Now, we need to check for any bleeding points at the suture site. Good, none. I will close the abdomen now. At this moment, Su Rina proactively wiped the sweat from Xiao Cheng's brow, but he remained still, as though he had practiced this beforehand. Xiao Cheng felt genuinely pleased. He had not instructed Su Rina to wipe sweat, yet she instinctively recognized his need. After suturing the wound, the surgery was complete. As Xiao Cheng cleaned his hands, he inadvertently asked the question he often posed after completing a surgery. Did you remember everything we just did? Su Rina's melodious voice responded promptly. I remember. Hearing her reply, Xiao Cheng was taken aback. Through his observations of Su Rina over the past few days, he knew she was not one to lie. This meant she had truly retained everything. His former students had undergone extensive systematic training, allowing them to remember after just one viewing of a surgery. Yet, Su Rina was a novice in this regard. Her ability to remember was extraordinary. She was indeed a prodigy that if she were a student. The surgery concluded, and the observers in the room were all left in stunned silence, appearing tense. Throughout those several minutes, they had witnessed the swift incisions, the dissection, and the removal of flesh, all while Xiao Cheng maintained his composure, speaking eloquently and calmly, even displaying excitement when he removed his mask. The most brutal, savage, and ferocious beastmen of the Jui continent would surely not dare to behave in such a manner. Yet among them, One individual exhibited a distinct demeanor from the rest. She was the Grand Saint Master, Jiama Su. After observing the surgery, a hint of a smile lingered in her features. Chapter 17. A treasure after the surgery. Xiao Cheng and Su Rina were summoned to the carriage by the Grand Saint Master. Jiama Su calmly inquired, "Master Xiao, how did the surgery go?" Xiao Cheng replied, "It should be satisfactory. Once the anesthetic wears off, the patient will awaken, and then it will be a matter of recovery." Jiama Su continued, "And my surgery?" Xiao Cheng responded, "For safety's sake, Grand Saint Master, it would be prudent to wait a bit longer. Your condition is far less severe than Wenhong's. Thus the surgical risks are significantly lower. For now, we should observe Wenhong's recovery, during which I will continue preparing the surgical instruments." Jiama Su, puzzled, asked what further surgical instruments need preparation. Xiao Cheng explained, "I lack many surgical instruments, which would enhance the quality of the surgery. For instance, gloves. Sweat from my hands during surgery can lead to secondary contamination of the patient's body. Having gloves would mitigate this issue. I also need to urge Chu to find a waterproof, flexible material. At this moment, Su Rina, who had been sitting quietly, interjected, "Master Xiao, in the abyssal forest, there is a type of tree that exudes a liquid when injured. And after a period, this liquid becomes soft and elastic. I made a pillow out of it. See if this is what you were looking for." With that, Su Rina retrieved a long, cylindrical pillow from the carriage and handed it to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng unwrapped the floral cloth covering the pillow, revealing a creamy white material, soft and elastic. Xiao Cheng was incredulous. "This is natural latex. An excellent material." Jiama Su, observing Xiao Cheng's astonishment, asked, "Is this truly a remarkable item?" Xiao Cheng affirmed, "Indeed, this can be fashioned into latex pillows, latex mattresses, and latex quilts, all of which are incredibly comfortable to sleep on. It can also be made into shock-absorbing mats. For example, your carriage is quite bumpy. But adding a latex mat would alleviate much of that discomfort. Furthermore, it can be used to create white latex adhesive. Given that most houses are wooden, using white latex for bonding will result in exceptional sturdiness." Grand Saint Master Jiama Su appeared inexplicably excited. "So, this means it could be exchanged for source crystals?" Xiao Cheng replied, "If this material is exclusive to Yuanyu Nation, it would yield a continuous supply of source crystals. Chu, the prominent merchant, is right here. As a businessman, he should understand the value of this material. I will call him over, and you can inquire about its worth." Jiama Su nodded in agreement. After obtaining the Grand Saint Master's consent, Xiao Cheng summoned Chu and then discreetly exited the carriage, feeling it unnecessary to be privy to their transactional discussions. After a while, Grand Saint Master Jimu Su called for Xiao Cheng again. "We have reached an agreement with Chu. And Yu Nation will handle the production, while Chu will manage the sales. You can share the production method with me, and I will compensate you with ample source crystals." Xiao Cheng smiled. "Grand Saint Master, I do not require source crystals. The methods for producing latex, shock-absorbing mats, and white latex are quite simple. Just send a clever person to me, and I will instruct them." With that, Xiao Cheng began to take his leave. "Master Xiao, wait a moment." Grand Saint Master Jimu Su seemed to have anticipated that Xiao Cheng would not desire source crystals. "You see, you don't even have an attendant. Let Su Rina accompany you from now on." With that, Jiama Su produced a jade token from a robe and handed it to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng hastily refused. "Grand Saint Master, I do not wish to change my form of compensation. I truly do not need anything from you." Jiama Su chuckled. "I know you do not seek any reward. However, our Su Rina is very eager to become your student." Xiao Cheng looked at Su Rina, puzzled, while she fervently nodded, as if fearing he would not notice her enthusiasm. Her demeanor was utterly adorable. Xiao Cheng asked, "Are you willing to be my student and learn medicine?" "I am very willing," Su Rina answered without hesitation. Xiao Cheng continued, "Studying medicine is arduous, and my current circumstances are not favorable. The days ahead may be filled with toil, that Su Rina affirmed. I am prepared to endure hardships." Xiao Cheng smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Thank you, Grand Saint Master." He accepted the translucent jade token from the Grand Saint Master and casually handed it to Su Rina. "Let us go. Gather your belongings, and be sure not to forget to bring your pillow. We will now go and make the gloves." However, Su Rina returned the jade token to Xiao Cheng. "This is my birthday token. Please keep it safe for me, so I can rest easy." Xiao Cheng held the jade token. This may very well be the identification card of the Jui continent, but he examined the token closely. One side bore the inscription, Elf Clan Su-Rina, while the other side displayed the number 73866. This was Su-Rina's birthday. According to Earth's calendar, she was only around 20 years old. As he scrutinized the token, Xiaocheng felt a sense of familiarity. This jade token seems increasingly familiar. Have I seen such a token somewhere before? Xiaocheng suddenly recalled that Shan Yoguang also possessed this jade piece. When I was setting his bones, I made use of it. Chapter 18. The Record Keeper when Hong awakened. And Xiaocheng promptly inquired in detail about his surgical procedure and bodily sensations. When Hong clearly stated that the abdominal pain had subsided, and he was left only with the pain from the wound. Xiaocheng was quite pleased and advised him to refrain from moving and to avoid consuming any food for the time being, suggesting that his subordinates take care of his basic needs, assuring him that he would recover in approximately 2 days. Hai Dongsheng hurriedly sought out Xiaocheng, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, suggesting a sense of urgency that he approached Master Xiao and spoke in an anxious tone. Master Xiao, trouble has arisen. Our source crystals are nearly depleted. Xiaocheng was taken aback. What source crystals? What do you mean our source crystals? From where did I acquire any source crystals? Hai Dongxing replied matter-of-factly, my previous source crystals. Of course, Xiaocheng looked bewildered. Your source crystals? How do they suddenly become ours? Hai Dongxing replied, because I am your record keeper. Xiaocheng was momentarily confused about the timing of this arrangement. Hai Dongxing reminded him. Not long after we met, I inquired, and you consented. Xiaocheng fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that Hai Dongxing had indeed mentioned wanting to undertake something, but at that moment, he did not grasp the meaning of that term and had casually agreed. It seemed that was the instance in question. Xiaocheng looked at Hai Dongxing and asked, so, what exactly does this record keeper do? Hai Dongxing smiled earnestly. My role is to document matters pertaining to Master Xiao, handling minor tasks and miscellaneous affairs. Xiaocheng chuckled. With just the two of us, what matters could there possibly be to manage? Hai Dongxing cheerfully responded. It involves more than just the two of us. Look at Master Aoyang's construction team of 600. They are now part of our group. Xiaocheng was astounded. What? How is such a large construction team under our purview? Hai Dongxing explained. Large construction projects on the Jui continent are inherently scarce. Master Aoyang's team has not worked for quite some time. The work here could sustain them for a while, and their joining us would also save us a considerable amount of source crystals. For a moment, Xiaocheng was at a loss for words. I can barely take care of myself. How have we suddenly acquired 600 people? Hai Dongxing continued. Additionally, when Hong's team of 7 has joined us. Xiaocheng could not help but inquire. Aren't they a mercenary squad? Why would they choose to join us? Hai Dongxing explained. Master Xiao, you must understand that when Hong is the only warrior in the squad. When you perform surgery on him, the squad leaders stopped accepting missions, rendering the team virtually defunct. Moreover, he must repay the surgical fees, thus seeking refuge with us. This way, we also gain our own warrior. Furthermore, your student Su-Rina, along with Shan Yoguang, has joined. Xiaocheng asked Hai Dongsheng. Su-Rina joined because she is my student, but what about Shan Yoguang? Hai Dongsheng replied helplessly, I cannot be blamed for this. Shan Yoguang expressed his desire to join us, that I intended to consult you, but he mentioned you had already taken his birthday token. When did I take his birthday token? Xiaocheng snorted. His birthday token is embedded in his leg. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Xiaocheng looked at Hai Dongsheng. So, how many source crystals have we utilized thus far? Hai Dongsheng responded, just over 2,000. Xiaocheng remarked, Mr. Hai, you are quite bold. Have you just invested all your possessions in one go? Hai Dongxing replied, Master Xiao, you speak as if we are strangers. I ask your record keeper. What is mine is yours. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaocheng seemed to have formed a plan that he turned to Hai Dongxing and requested. Please invite Master Aoyang here. Having spoken, Xiaocheng fell silent, quietly picking up a pen and beginning to sketch something on paper. Before long, Master Aoyang rushed in. Xiaocheng handed him the freshly drawn blueprint. Looking expectantly as he asked, might you be able to manufacture the corresponding items based on this design? Master Aoyang took the blueprint and examined it closely. The design depicted 2 types of telescopes, a monocular and a binocular. Material specifications required the use of flawless crystal for the lenses to ensure clarity and optimal light transmission. The main frame of the telescope was to be constructed of copper to enhance stability and durability. While the grip was to be fashioned from wood for improved comfort, the area in contact with the eyes was to utilize latex to guarantee softness and safety. As Master Ali Yang studied the blueprint, he marveled at Xiao Qing's ingenious ideas. After some contemplation, he nodded. "Rest assured, Master Xiao, with my years of experience, I should be able to accomplish this." Xiao Qing urged, "Time is of the essence. Can we prioritize the production of the monocular?" Upon receiving affirmative feedback, the weight of anxiety finally lifted from Xiao Qing's heart, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Chapter 19. The clever student is hard to teach. Xiao Qing brought forth a few sheep, instructing Su Rina to commence practicing incision and suturing, that he also summoned Shan Youguang to assist her. Xiao Qing prepared the necessary instruments: a scalpel, surgical knife, needle holder, triangular needle, round needle, toothed surgical tweezers, non-toothed surgical tweezers, and intestinal clamps. Looking at these rudimentary instruments, Xiao Qing addressed Su Rina. "From this moment forth, you shall be a doctor. Remember, the physician's duty is to save lives and alleviate suffering." That Su Rina nodded in agreement. Xiao Qing continued, "Next, I will introduce the functions and applications of these instruments. This is the scalpel. If there is hair at the surgical site, it must be shaved clean. This ensures clear visibility of the incision site and facilitates disinfection and cleaning. This is the surgical knife, used for incising skin or excising diseased tissue. Given our limited resources, we can only craft this type of straight-back curved knife, which can be held in 4 different ways. The first grip is the finger pressure method, where the thumb and middle finger grasp the knife, with the index finger positioned forward. This grip provides significant force at the knife's tip, making it suitable for downward incisions. The second grip is the grasping method, where the thumb is on one side and the other fingers assist on the opposite side. This grip is effective for cutting through tough tissues, such as tendons and hyperplasia. The third grip is the pen-holding method, where the thumb and index finger hold the knife and the middle finger supports it from below. This approach allows for very precise operations. The fourth grip is the reverse thrust method, which involves holding the knife in a reverse manner. This technique positions the back of the blade near the area to be excised, avoiding damage to that tissue while guiding the knife safely. Feeling he had explained sufficiently, Xiao Qing asked Su Rina, "Have you remembered all this?" Su Rina confidently replied, "I have remembered." Xiao Qing continued, "Good. Now let us discuss the skin." The skin is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the epidermis, which consists of the stratum lucidum, granulosum, spinosum, and bile. The stratum lucidum protects the skin from impact, the granulosum prevents water loss and sun damage, the spinosum provides elasticity, absorbs nutrients, and stores moisture, while the bile is responsible for regeneration and repair. The second layer is the dermis, which contains collagen and elastic fibers that produce collagen. This layer is the most challenging to heal when damaged. The third layer is the subcutaneous tissue, which encompasses blood vessels, lymphatics, nerves, hair follicles, and sweat glands, storing energy and regulating temperature. Xiao Qing gazed at Su Rina. "Do you remember?" Su Rina nodded affirmatively. "I remember." Xiao Qing scratched his head, trusting that Su Rina was not lying about remembering. Yet she had not taken any notes. How could she have retained all this information? He continued, "Now, let us discuss wound debridement. The process is relatively straightforward. First, one must control severe bleeding. Then, disinfect the wound and surrounding skin. Next, check for foreign objects in the wound. Remove any foreign matter and eliminate necrotic tissue. Afterward, perform repeated disinfection." Xiao Qing asked, "Have you remembered?" Su Rina replied, "This is simple. I have remembered." Xiao Qing steeled himself. "Now, let us discuss suturing, which is somewhat more complex. Suturing can be categorized into several methods based on the suture's appearance. The first is the interrupted suture method, which is the most commonly used at IT, involves placing a suture line approximately every centimeter, based on the tension of the skin. This suture line can take 4 forms: knot suture, button suture, tension-reducing suture, and figure-8 suture. The advantage of the interrupted suture method is that even if one suture line falls out post-operation, multiple suture lines remain to protect the wound. Furthermore, if the incision accumulates fluid or fat liquefies, 2 strands of suture can be used to create drainage, achieving the effect of drainage while preventing the entire wound from splitting. The second method is the continuous suture method. One holds one end of the suture thread with a needle holder and passes it through one side of the tissue to be sutured. Then, with another needle holder, One grasps the other end of the thread from the opposite direction and passes it through the other side of the same tissue, while alternately passing the suture thread through. The entire incision or tear is gradually sutured together. During this process, care must be taken to maintain appropriate tension on the suture thread, avoiding it being too tight or too loose, as this could hinder wound healing. This particular suturing technique is primarily employed for tissues under minimal tension, such as the skin of the abdomen and neck. The advantages of continuous suturing lie in its speed and the reduced number of loose ends. However, should the incision become infected, it may result in the entire layer rupturing. The third method is the figure-8 suture technique. The needle and thread are passed through one end of the tissue to be sutured, then emerge from the opposite end, forming one side of the figure 8. Subsequently, the needle and thread are reinserted through the same side of the tissue and exit from the opposite side, completing the other line of the figure 8. This technique is commonly utilized for repairing perforations in the gastrointestinal tract and for suturing bleeding vessels, as well as for closing abdominal puncture wounds. This method is straightforward and reliable, offering excellent hemostatic effects. The fourth technique is the intradermal suture method, colloquially known as the cosmetic suture technique, wherein there are no visible suture lines on the skin surface. All suturing is performed beneath the skin, leaving no needle marks on the surface. This results in an exceptionally smooth and tight closure. Xiao Qing exhaled. What about these? Serena responded with the same 3 words. Remember them. After a moment of thought, Xiao Qing decided, let us start with these. You can begin to practice now. Chapter 20. Children's Toys. Xiao Qing meticulously explained the method of latex production to the individual sent by the great sage. He then commenced preparations for crafting latex gloves. First, he created molds for both hands, subsequently heating the latex pillow until it melted. He dipped the hand molds into the latex solution, then added water to cool it, resulting in a pair of gloves for Liang's construction. Xiao Qing found himself increasingly perplexed and could not resist inquiring of Liang. What is that large pit over there? And what about that even larger pit? Liang looked at Xiao Qing with a look of surprise. Master Xiao, didn't you review the blueprints? He then pulled out a drawing from behind him. See, this is the water pit connected to the water channel. This is the wastewater pit linked to the wastewater channel. Xiao Qing awkwardly remarked. The design is indeed impressive. You've put in a lot of effort. I wonder how the telescope is coming along. Liang replied. It's completed, just awaiting the installation of the latex eye protection you mentioned. Xiao Qing said, excellent. Bring the telescope and magnifying glass. Let us seek out Shichu. Merchant Shichu was currently engaged with the great sage's people regarding the latex matter and greeted Xiao Qing warmly upon his arrival. Xiao Qing handed the telescope and magnifying glass to Shichu, explaining in detail the purpose and usage of each item. Shichu listened to Xiao Qing's introduction. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered some novel treasure. Xiao Qing first lifted the telescope, adjusting the focus towards the distant mountains, allowing Shichu to observe the scenery through the lens. Shichu was astonished to see the once distant and blurry peaks now rendered clear and near, even discerning the details of the trees upon them. He eagerly took the telescope, attempting to adjust it himself, captivated by the vistas before him. Next, Xiao Qing picked up the magnifying glass and placed it over a leaf, encouraging Shichu to scrutinize the leaf's texture and veins. The magnifying glass revealed minute details that were often unnoticed. Xiao Qing then raised the magnifying glass to the sunlight, adjusting the angle and position. Sunlight converged through the magnifying glass, forming a dazzling spot of light. His gaze remained fixed upon the spot, as if awaiting a miraculous occurrence. Finally, when the light spot intensified sufficiently, a faint flicker of flame began to dance upon the grass blades. The flame appeared minuscule and fragile, a smile of delight spread across Xiao Qing's face, while Shichu's expression mirrored astonishment. In conclusion, Xiao Qing addressed Shichu. If you are interested, seek out Hai Dongsheng. He is responsible for your transactions. One thing I must clarify. I hope that the telescope I create can serve as a toy for children. So when selling the telescope, it must be clearly labeled as a children's toy. Shichu nodded in agreement. The great sage's subordinate then came to summon Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing hurried to the great sage. I wonder what matters the great sage wishes to discuss with me? With a smile, the great sage replied, the reason I called you, Master Xiao, is not for anything significant. I merely wish to inquire when my surgery will commence. We have many matters to attend to in our nation, and I fear prolonged delays. Xiao Cheng responded. It should be soon. Once when Hong recovers, we will have greater assurance. Then Master Xiao. What is this? The great sage pointed towards the carriage outside. Xiao Cheng looked outside to see a shadow flit past the carriage. Is that Wen Hong? He can run already. Wasn't he supposed to be resting? His recovery ability is astonishing. Xiao Cheng was taken aback. What is going on? He seems to have recovered, but he shouldn't be running, let alone at such speed. The great sage remarked. This is a method of cultivation for warriors. They run until their bodies can no longer endure, which accelerates the absorption of source crystals and may even lead to a breakthrough into a greater warrior. Xiao Cheng said, Is this the physiological limit? Ji Yamu asked. What is the physiological limit? Xiao Cheng explained. The limit refers to the point when, at the onset of physical activity, the internal organs' capabilities lag behind the demands of the muscles. It requires a particularly uncomfortable period before adaptation occurs. This unwillingness to continue exercising, marked by discomfort, is termed the physiological limit. Continuing, Xiao Cheng said, I will go and inquire about Wen Hong's recovery status. Night is approaching, and if there are no issues, we shall commence his surgery tomorrow morning, Ji Yamu added. I have one more thing to ask, Master Xiao. Can you treat other ailments? Xiao Cheng replied. I specialize in treating diseases. But it depends on the condition. Some ailments are beyond our capacity to cure. Could you describe the symptoms of this illness? Ji Yamu pondered. After the surgery, I may have the chance to inform Master Xiao. Xiao Cheng nodded and exited the carriage. Observing the encroaching night, he decided to take advantage of the darkness to sneak away for a bath in the river, as he had begun to feel rather odorous. Chapter 21. The Three Notorious Forces. The Qingmei Gang and the Rogue Bandits. The Jui continent is home to a myriad of factions and organizations. Yet, three notorious forces stand out prominently. Firstly, the cults, led by the Lord of Darkness, propagate distorted doctrines and extreme ideologies. These cult organizations frequently exploit the fears and ignorance of individuals, manipulating their followers to engage in various nefarious acts. Their existence poses a significant threat to society. Secondly, the rogue bandits, who lack a permanent abode, wander aimlessly, their movements unpredictable. These bandits often assault villages and caravans, plundering valuables with ferocity. Their transitory nature complicates capture efforts, causing considerable headaches for various factions. Among them, the most infamous is the Qingmei Gang. Lastly, there are the minor gangs, which differ from the rogue bandits in that they possess their own characteristics, typically resorting to petty theft or extorting protection fees in a discreet manner. Generally, they do not resort to lethal violence, which is why one might sometimes witness individuals returning in disarray after being robbed by these minor gangs. Though minor gangs have their own territories and may engage in looting and robbery, they tend to adhere to a semblance of reason, for overstepping boundaries could invite the wrath of larger factions. That be why the seaside lies a town known as Haisha City, characterized by its thick coastal sands, devoid of other resources. Consequently, the inhabitants of the town live in considerable poverty. Behind Haisha City stands a larger city named Chaori City. This city derives its name from its unique geographical position. As each morning, the first rays of sunlight cascade upon its walls, cloaking the entire city in a golden hue. The city is governed by Cheng Huan Ning of the Yao clan. To the left of Haisha City stands a fortress known as Jumyujing City. The lord of this city is Do Jun, belonging to the Beastman tribe. Jumyujing City is replete with massive trees, which not only provide abundant resources, but also serve as a natural barrier for the city. To the right of Haisha City lies Xuanglin City, a city of remarkable geographic significance, situated adjacent to the Chaori River above and bordering the sea below. The lord of Xuanglin City is Jiangmu, who, like the lord of Haisha City, is a member of the Bo clan. This unique geographical relationship fosters close ties and collaboration between the two cities. Initially, the four cities coexisted peacefully. However, the discovery of a source crystal mine beneath Haisha City led to a significant upheaval. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Yu Hai refrained from disclosing it to outsiders and secretly consulted with his two sons, Yu Fengxue and Yu Fenghan, on how to proceed. Coincidentally, during a celebratory occasion for the son of the lord of Xuanglin City, Yu Hai inadvertently revealed the matter of the source crystal while toasting with Jiangmu. Upon returning to his city and sobering up, Yu Hai realized the potential ramifications and promptly informed his son, contemplating whether to ally with Jiangmu to exploit the mine. However, that very night, as darkness descended, Jiang Mu conspired with Cheng Huan-ning, the lord of Chaori City, and Do Jun, the lord of Jumyujing City, orchestrating a surprise attack on the Yu family Yu Hai, along with his son Yu Fengxue and their entire household, met with a tragic fate, all falling victim to treachery. Only the son of the sea, Yu Fenggan, desperately protected his two young children as they fought their way through the siege. However, amidst this brutal breakout, Yu Fenggan's son, Yu Qingmu, tragically lost a leg to a flurry of blades, and his daughter, Yu Qingmei, suffered the ravages of fire that marred her visage as dawn broke. Cheng Huaning, the lord of Chaori City, openly declared, Haisha City has been ravaged by bandits, and our three cities were unable to provide timely assistance, resulting in the demise of the lord's family, that we share a brotherly bond with the lord of Haisha City. We cannot abandon them. Henceforth, Haisha City shall be jointly governed by our three cities. Yu Fenggan fled with his children, enduring numerous hardships along the way. Yet, it was this period of hardship that unexpectedly propelled him beyond his limits, allowing him to enter the ranks of warriors, with the enhancement of his abilities. Yu Fenggan's reputation gradually grew. Nonetheless, he did not seek to ally himself with others. Instead, he subdued bandits far and wide and established the fearsome Qingmei Gang. The current leader of Qingmei Gang is Qingmu. Although he has lost a leg, his intellect remains sharp, and he makes all significant decisions for the gang. Recently, the Qingmei Gang received word that the Lord of Guangming Mountain, Xiao Cheng, possesses a miraculous technique for reattaching severed limbs. At that moment, Yu Fenggan wished to invite him, but Qingmu dismissed the idea. Qingmu believed that a person with such exceptional skills would undoubtedly be surrounded by warriors, and even if they came, they might be unwilling to assist bandits. However, Yu Qingmei held a different view. She secretly summoned her father, Yu Fenggan, and they hastily made their way to Guangming Mountain. She thought that as a novice warrior, with her father being an intermediate warrior, they could surely bring the man back. Upon arrival, they discovered a high-ranking warrior of the elf tribe. Just as Yu Qingmei felt disheartened, she unexpectedly spotted Xiao Cheng stealthily making his way to the riverbank for a bath. Without hesitation, she recognized this as an opportunity. Yu Qingmei fixed her eyes on the man bathing until he finished, donned his clothes, and then approached him. Chapter 22. Just as Xiao Cheng finished dressing, he sensed someone approaching. He halted his actions and quickly inquired, "Who is it?" A melodious voice emerged from the darkness. "Excuse me, are you Lord Xiao?" Surprised, Xiao Cheng noted that it was a woman's voice and wondered how she could see him in the dark while he had just been bathing. He hastily replied, "I am. May I ask who you are?" The voice continued, "My father wishes to speak with you about an important matter." Xiao Cheng pondered, "It's too dark to see. I can't walk properly. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow?" The voice stubbornly insisted, "No need to wait until tomorrow. It is quite close. I can carry you. Rest assured, I am a warrior." Xiao Cheng quickly discerned that this was a girl's voice and insisted, No, that would be too embarrassing. That if it's nearby, just take my hand and lead me. At that moment, the figure approached him. "Come on." Taking hands is too slow. Xiao Cheng felt a soft hand firmly grasp his left hand and then lift him with surprising strength. Simultaneously, a delicate back pressed against his chest. Before he could react, his right hand was seized by another hand, and his body was tilted forward, pressing tightly against the other's back. In an instant, Xiao Cheng felt himself sprawled over a slender frame, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. That moment, an unusual sensation surged within him that he attempted to speak, hoping to convey the need for caution. But the wind howled loudly, flooding his mouth and rendering him nearly voiceless. He could only silently await the conclusion of this unforeseen event. After what felt like an hour of being buffeted by the wind, Xiao Cheng's eyes watered from the gusts, his face felt icy, and his hair stood on end. As dawn approached, the girl set him down on a cart. Straining to open his wind-numbed eyes, he discerned two figures in the cart, faintly, a man and a woman. The man appeared older, with a bearded face, sitting in the middle, while the woman, veiled, sat at the rear, panting heavily, likely from carrying him. The man gazed incredulously at the woman. "You just carried him back like that?" The veiled woman replied, "If I hadn't run fast, we would have been caught long ago." Xiao Cheng rubbed his wind-chafed face. "What are you talking about? Who seeks me for something important? Didn't you say it was close? This seems quite far. Look, it's already light. I have an operation to perform for the elf tribe's Grand Master today. Please take me back." The man cautiously asked, "This operation, is it truly significant?" Xiao Cheng affirmed. "Yes, I have been preparing for this surgery for several days." The man continued, "If you do not return, will they come looking for you?" Xiao Cheng nodded. "Of course." The man disregarded Xiao Cheng's words and shouted to the driver, "Old Lon, this place is dangerous. Hurry and leave." Xiao Cheng was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by that?" The man addressed Xiao Cheng. "Do not panic, Lord Xiao. I am Yufingan, the former leader of Qingmei Gang. May I ask if you are familiar with me?" "No, I am not." Xiao Cheng replied apologetically, "that I have not been here long, so I do not know much. My apologies." "Oh," Yufingan continued. "Then how did you become the Lord of the Mountain?" Xiao Cheng replied, "Honestly, I am not quite sure." Suddenly, over 600 people began to follow me, along with a mercenary team, a recorder, a student, and a big OAF. At this point, Xiao Cheng chuckled at his own words. Hearing this, Yufingan shouted to the driver again, "Old Lon, accelerate." Xiao Cheng felt an inkling that something was amiss. Yufingan then confessed, "To be honest, my son, Yu Qingmu, has also met with misfortune and lost a leg. I have heard that Lord Xiao possesses an astonishing technique for reattaching limbs, and I implore you to assist. Should this matter be resolved favorably, I will be eternally grateful and reward you handsomely." Xiao Cheng inquired, "When did your son lose his leg?" Yufingan replied, "When he was young." Xiao Cheng stated, "That one do. The leg I reattached had not been severed for more than 6 small leaves' time. Only under such conditions is there a possibility for success in reattachment." Yufingan dismissively remarked, "Then I shall procure a fresh leg for you to reattach." Xiao Cheng shook his head, explaining, "That one work either. Even a freshly severed leg would trigger a rejection response upon reattachment." "Rejection response?" Yufingan furrowed his brow, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Xiao Cheng elaborated, "Simply put, the human body is composed of cells, which operate according to various commands. The incoming cells will not cooperate with your own." Yufingan retorted, "Are you saying it's futile? I am a great warrior." Xiao Cheng stared blankly at Yufingan. "Indeed, it is futile," Yufingan challenged. "What if a high-ranking warrior says it's feasible?" Xiao Cheng sighed helplessly. "It would still be futile." Furious, Yufingan exclaimed, "Are you simply unwilling to help?" At this moment, the woman beside him waved her hand at Yufingan and approached Xiao Cheng, fiercely declaring, "Lord Xiao, I am Yu Qingmei. Let me be frank with you. We are bandits who kill without a second thought. The Yu Qingmei you are to treat is my brother, that if you heal him, I will be grateful. If you do not, you will regret it." With that, she removed her veil, revealing a fearsome countenance. Beneath the veil, a terrifying patch of yellow, red, and white marred the right side of Yu Qingmei's face. This sight compelled Xiao Cheng, guided by years of professional habit, to instinctively reach out, cautiously cradling Yu Qingmei's face, examining it closely in the light third-degree burns. This was already quite severe, yet fortunately treatable, his voice calm and deep. He reassured her, "This can be treated." The Yu Qingmei's previously fierce demeanor transformed, as if struck by an invisible force, her face flushing crimson. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and confusion, as if she could not comprehend what was unfolding before her. Simultaneously, a wave of indescribable shyness washed over her, leaving her somewhat at a loss. These emotions mingled on her face. At that moment, Yu Qingmei was no longer the cold, merciless bandit, but a genuine and endearing young woman. Yu Qingmei stammered, Can you treat my face?" Xiao Cheng released his hand. "Yes. However, there will be some scarring upon recovery, but it will be far better than the current state," that Yu Qingmei eagerly inquired. "How will you treat it?" Xiao Cheng replied nonchalantly, "A skin graft procedure. In simple terms, we will select a patch of skin from another part of your body that closely matches your facial tone and transplant it to the damaged area. This will aid in repairing the injury and restoring your appearance. Certainly, the procedure may be somewhat painful, yet it is a necessary step for your recovery. Do not worry. I have performed this surgery numerous times, and the success rate is exceedingly high. As long as you cooperate, you will be well on your way to recovery." Yu Qingmei inquired, "Can you treat me?" Xiao Cheng affirmed, "Indeed." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yufingan interjected, "Daughter, do not listen to his empty words. He is merely trying to placate you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng felt a surge of displeasure. "If you do not trust me, how can you expect me to treat your son's leg?" Yufingan glared in silence, while Yukingmai's brow furrowed, tears welling up in her eyes as if they might spill over at any moment. With a trembling voice, she implored, "Xiaoshan master, perhaps it would be best if you did not treat me. Let the opportunity go to my brother instead. He is in far greater need of healing. I would endure any cost, so long as he recovers." That as she spoke, the tears finally fell. Xiao Cheng was left speechless, pondering the nature of this father-daughter duo, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Observing their lack of awareness, he decided that since they could not leave, he might as well take a look. With a sigh, he said, "Very well. Stop crying that I will go and see." Yufingan beamed. "Really? You will?" "Yes, but I have a condition. You are bandits, and that does not bode well to at the very least. During my treatment, you must refrain from killing and plundering." "Agreed." Yufingan nodded cheerfully, "that if you can truly heal him, we shall never engage in such acts again." "Then let us be on our way," Xiao Cheng declared. "Old Lon, speed up," Yufingan ordered. Chapter 23. The Plum Grove. Xiao Cheng felt a twinge of regret. He never anticipated that the deeply hidden headquarters of the Qingmei gang would be located so far along the coastline. To reach it by carriage would require a lengthy journey of 10 days. This meant that, in earthly terms, nearly 300 days had passed, almost a year. Xiao Cheng marveled at the vastness of the Jui continent. How immense could this land truly be? Inside the carriage, Yukingmai kept asking Xiao Cheng a flurry of questions. Her enthusiasm so palpable that even Yufingan felt compelled to step to the front of the carriage to join Old Lon. Yukingmai, though introverted and reticent, did not shun communication. Rather, she was acutely aware of the dread reflected in others' eyes upon seeing her scarred visage. A fear that even her family sometimes could not bear to confront. She found solace in conversing with Xiao Cheng, for he was an exception. This man, whom she had memorized, showed no sign of disdain. Instead, he treated her with warmth and kindness, his gaze imbued with understanding and sympathy, evoking feelings she had never experienced before. Xiao Cheng understood that Yukingmai was anxious about her impending surgery. However, he also recognized that the procedure required anesthesia for it to be conducted safely. Yet Yukingmai displayed exceptional resolve, firmly stating to Xiao Cheng, "If you wish to perform the surgery without anesthesia, I can endure it." Xiao Cheng was taken aback that he regarded Yukingmai, admiring her fierce spirit if the blade were to cut through flesh. "The agony would be unbearable for anyone. That I cannot take such risks, as it may cause you greater harm." Yukingmai swiftly brandished a sharp dagger. "See? I can cut myself and show you that I can withstand it." Xiao Cheng snatched the knife from her grasp. "Behave. Do not be reckless." Yukingmai lowered her head. "Understood." Xiao Cheng added, "As a young lady, you should refrain from brandishing weapons in the future, all right?" "Very well, but I am rather clumsy and do not know how to do much else," she replied. "Yet you are a warrior. How about I teach you a skill?" Xiao Cheng suggested. Yukingmai nodded, her head still lowered. "All right." Outside the carriage, Yufingan listened, his face turning pale, muttering under his breath, "What a ridiculous notion." Yukingmai announced, "Ahead lies the Plum Grove. I invite you to enjoy some plums." "Xiaoshan master, does this Plum Grove have any relation to you?" Xiao Cheng inquired. "When my father named me and my brother. He drew inspiration from the plum tree, hoping we would be as robust and towering as the tree itself. That I was born amidst a grove of plum trees. These plum trees are common in our region, mostly flourishing on the mountains. They bear delicious, tangy sweet plums, round and juicy. However, the trees grow too tall for one to climb. That I shall ascend to pick some for you, ditto." "That sounds delightful." Xiao Cheng smiled. "Then is this mountain referred to as Plum Mountain?" Yukingmai nodded. "Indeed." Xiao Cheng's curiosity piqued further. "And is there a river named Plum River?" "Yes," she affirmed. "Perhaps there is even a town called Plum Town." Yukingmai was astonished. "How did you know?" Xiao Cheng suddenly chuckled. "Is there not a street in Plum Town called Plum Street?" Yukingmai exclaimed, "Oh, have you been there?" Yufingan remained as calm as ever, his body motionless, though his expression grew somewhat intimidating. Beside him, Old Lon trembled in fear. As they approached the Plum Grove, a carriage parked by the side of the road, and 4 figures emerged. One of them shouted at Yufingan, "Old leader you, isn't it time we settled our debts?" Yufingan leaped from the carriage. Zheng Bangzhu, I am rather busy at the moment. We shall discuss this later. Besides, you have just entered the intermediate level and cannot defeat me. I suggest we let this matter rest." Xiao Cheng and Yukimai disembarked from the carriage, and Xiao Cheng quietly asked, "Who is this?" Yukimai replied, "This is Zheng Zaiqian, the leader of the Luyun gang. His brother was a notorious criminal, slain by my father." Zheng Zaiqian laughed heartily. "I may have just entered the intermediate level, but you still have the heavenly punishment to contend with." "Haha." Xiao Cheng queried Yukimai, "What is this heavenly punishment?" Yukimai explained, "Heavenly punishment is a phenomenon that occurs when a warrior practices or fights. Certain parts of their body may suddenly experience excruciating pain. Some can recover from it, while others cannot. My father's left arm has been afflicted by heavenly punishment, causing him intermittent agony." Xiao Cheng remarked. "Isn't that akin to a dislocation?" Yukimai asked, "What is a dislocation?" "Never mind that. Just call your father over," Xiao Cheng urged. Yufengyan approached, his expression filled with suspicion. Xiao Cheng instructed, "Trust me, do not move. Let me assist you in examining your condition." He placed one hand on Yufengyan's arm and the other on his shoulder. "Now relax. Does this hurt?" "How about here? Relax." With a sudden crack, Xiao Cheng said, "All done. Give it a try." Yufengyan happily rotated his arm, grinning widely. "Incredible. Why would you help me?" Xiao Cheng replied, "Perhaps it is simply that man's laughter is too grating." "Ha!" Yufengyan exclaimed, rushing out. "Come on. Let us have some fun." Xiao Cheng finally had the opportunity to witness the high-stakes combat of the Jui continent up close. However, he was soon disappointed. He could barely discern the movements of the two combatants. The moment they clashed, a cacophony of sounds erupted, leaving him unable to determine their strikes. That a cloud of yellow dust quickly rose around them, obscuring their forms, and as the noise intensified, the ground churned up more dust until they were completely shrouded, appearing as a dragon slanting downwards in the wind. Seeing Xiao Cheng lose interest, Yukimai began to explain. "The speed of novice warriors is imperceptible to ordinary people, let alone that of intermediate warriors, which is several times faster. Novice warriors do not stir up dust during combat because their strength is insufficient to disturb the ground." Xiao Cheng inquired, "What about battles between advanced warriors?" "I have never seen one, but I have heard that an advanced warrior can defeat an intermediate warrior with a single punch," Yukimai replied. "And how many punches does it take for an intermediate warrior to defeat a novice?" Xiao Cheng asked. "That would take several punches, I suppose. I have sparred with my father before." "How much exaggeration is there in this?" Xiao Cheng questioned. "Do intermediate warriors not use weapons in battle? My mercenary squad was equipped with weapons." Yukimai tilted her head. "There are martial arts guilds on the Jui continent, and we, as bandits, cannot register as warriors, though we often purchase source crystals in towns, trading for supplies. Unregistered warriors carrying weapons cannot obtain goods and will be hunted down." Chapter 24. Born of Plums. Ultimately, Plums feeling somewhat embarrassed about being a bandit, Yukimai turned her head aside as she addressed Xiao Cheng's question. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards Xiao Cheng, unleashing a punch without warning. Xiao Cheng saw the oncoming assailant, but the speed was so great that he could not react in time, that he felt a soft back brushing against his shoulder as Yukimai swiftly slid past him. He realized that she was the only one nearby, and the assailant's fist struck her directly. The force of the impact sent Xiao Cheng flying through the air, rolling several times upon landing. Xiao Cheng instinctively clutched the delicate Yu Qingmei tightly in his arms. That it was revealed that the leader of the Flowing Cloud Gang, Zheng Zaiqian, had orchestrated this entire scheme. Upon receiving news from the messenger pigeon, he hastily made his way to the Qingmei Grove. Point 4 individuals awaited in the carriage, while a martial artist lay in ambush behind a tree. Once Yu Fenghan arrived, Zheng Zaiqian would engage in a duel, while the three others would observe the battle. Should the situation turn dire and Zheng Zaiqian find himself at a disadvantage, he would signal the hidden warrior, who would then launch a surprise attack on those in the carriage to distract Yu Fenghan. However, as the fight commenced, those in the carriage stepped out to watch, revealing an ordinary person who appeared to be quite close to the intended target. The assailant thought that since it was a sneak attack, it would be easier to strike this ordinary individual. To his astonishment, the target positioned his body in front of the one being attacked. Xiao Cheng slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually sharpening. He felt a profound ache throughout his body and upon glancing down was astonished to find himself still tightly embracing Yu Qingmei. Her head rested against his arm, her complexion pale, her forehead dotted with beads of sweat, and her breathing labored and rapid. Not far away, Lao Lan clutched Yu Fenghan's waist, exclaiming, "Old leader, we can't be so brazen in broad daylight, pursuing kills everywhere. It could easily provoke a multitude of martial artists against you. Moreover, since Qing Mei is still alive, you should spend some time with her. Otherwise soon, Yu Fenghan sees struggling, his strength waning. Xiao Cheng mustered the energy to shift his aching body and released his embrace, laying Yu Qingmei flat while inspecting the areas of impact. At this moment, the irritable Yu Fenghan suddenly calmed down, staring blankly at Xiao Cheng's actions. Xiao Cheng discovered the impact site was between the third and fourth ribs, near the junction of the left floating rib and the rib cage. The area of injury was the size of a fist, displaying a distinct indentation, possibly indicating a fractured sternum that could be compressing or damaging the heart or lungs that he needed to act swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the stunned Yu Fenghan, "Quickly head to Qingmei town and fetch some needles, thread, and strong liquor. The stronger the better. Else do not mention it. You have saved me before. As a teacher, I should express my gratitude," said Xiao Cheng. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. "Have you advanced to the rank of intermediate warrior?" Yu Qingmei affirmed. "Indeed, I knew I had broken through as soon as I awoke. Like my father, I am now an intermediate warrior." Xiao Cheng pondered. "Could it be that you were on the verge of reaching intermediate warrior status, thus facilitating your breakthrough?" Yu Qingmei replied, "Impossible. I am well aware of my own abilities. The path to becoming an intermediate warrior is still a distant dream for me." Xiao Cheng began to meticulously recall every detail of the events that had transpired prior to the surgery. He was merely a beginner warrior, yet post-operation, he had transformed into an intermediate warrior. Surely, something must have occurred during the procedure. What exactly happened during that surgery? He recalled the dark substance affixed to the heart, and how he had manipulated the vein connected to it. There were 3 such veins in total. Could they correspond to the beginner, intermediate, and advanced warrior levels? If that were the case, transforming someone into an intermediate warrior would be remarkably simple. What if, during the surgery, he were to manipulate the remaining vein as well? Would that not result in the creation of an advanced warrior? Wasn't that a bit too astonishing? Xiao Cheng remarked, "I believe I have identified the issue. You should focus on recovering your health." Why Yu Qingmei nodded in agreement. Xiao Cheng inquired, "Are there many intermediate warriors in the Jui continent?" Yu Qingmei responded, "Indeed. There are probably around 4,000 to 5,000. Xiao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, having feared he had inadvertently created a monster. "So many, in that case, your ascendance to the rank of intermediate warrior is quite normal." Why Yu Qingmei exclaimed excitedly. "But I am the only intermediate warrior of my age." Xiao Cheng enthusiastically instructed his student, "Come, let us begin our studies. Today's first lesson will cover the grip of the knife, wound debridement, and suturing techniques. There are 4 methods of holding a knife. The first is the finger pressure grip, the second is the grasp grip, the third is the pin grip, and the fourth is the flick grip." Yu Qingmei looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Cheng could not help but ask, "Did you understand?" Yu Qingmei lowered her head. "Teacher, I did not." Xiao Cheng reassured her, "No worries, we shall go over it once more. The first is the finger pressure grip. The second is the grasp grip, the third is the pin grip, and the fourth is the flick grip." Xiao Cheng eagerly asked, "Did you grasp it this time?" Yu Qingmei again lowered her head. "Teacher, not yet." Xiao Cheng said, "That is all right. I am patient that we shall try again. The first is the finger pressure grip, the second is the grasp grip, the third is the pin grip, and the fourth is the flick grip." Xiao Cheng cautiously inquired, "What about now?" Yu Qingmei once more bowed her head, shyly admitting, "Teacher, am I quite foolish?" Xiao Cheng replied, "Not at all. You are merely new to this and need time to adapt. In due course, you will improve. Remember, once you have healed, you must bring me some sweet Qingmei to nourish my brain." Why Yu Qingmei shyly lowered her head. After several days of travel, Yu Qingmei's injuries had healed. Yet Xiao Cheng felt a tinge of embarrassment as he examined the incision on her chest. Lao Lan had also discovered that Yu Qingmei was an intermediate warrior, and Xiao Cheng urged him to keep it a secret. Not to disclose how Yu Qingmei had attained that status. Why Yu Qingmei might be somewhat naive, potentially owing to her inheritance from Yu Fenghan. Yet Xiao Cheng demonstrated remarkable patience, engaging Yu Qingmei in a series of games of Gamoku, allowing her to recuperate. Xiao Cheng, not particularly skilled at Gamoku, found that Yu Qingmei did not win a single match, making him feel like a master strategist. The Jui continent, unaffected by the changing seasons, predominantly maintained a verdant and vibrant landscape. However, not all regions were so fortunate. Some areas, lacking moisture and fertile soil, exhibited a faint yellow hue in their vegetation. Within the Jui continent lay a realm known as the Kingdom of Qingba. which governed 6 cities and towns. This kingdom was renowned for its abundant water resources and lush forests. The waterways in Qingba intertwined magnificently, with crystal-clear streams meandering around the cities. The trees stood tall and verdant, exuding a sense of vitality and freshness. Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei sat at the rear of their carriage, admiring the picturesque scenery and engaging in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Lao Lan mentioned that there was a checkpoint ahead, but it only involved inspecting the individuals and carriages exiting, not those entering. Xiao Cheng deemed it inconsequential, and they continued on their way. After passing the checkpoint, the carriage took a bend along the river. At that moment, 2 women appeared by the roadside. Stopping the carriage, one of them, veiled and with a sweet voice, said, "We are headed to the Qingbo royal city ahead. Might you kindly give us a lift?" Xiao Cheng glanced at Yu Qingmei, who whispered, "There are many who hitch rides on carriages across the Jui continent that I have heard of it before, but never encountered it." Recalling Yu Qingmei's previous profession, Xiao Cheng could not help but chuckle. "Then come aboard," he said to the 2 women that we happen to be passing by there. The 2 women graciously accepted and climbed into the carriage without further ado. As they passed by Xiao Cheng, he caught a whiff of a potent fragrance that it is Yakuza. Yu Qingmei whispered in his ear, "This is a renowned aromatic spice from the neighboring Yaga kingdom, known for its strong and lasting scent, and it is quite expensive. Moreover, the woman accompanying her is a warrior." Xiao Cheng could not resist asking, "What level is she?" Yu Qingmei shot him a glance. There aren't that many intermediate warriors. Lower-level warriors are generally referred to as warriors, while intermediate warriors are commonly called great warriors, like me. Xiao Cheng teased, "So, should advanced warriors be called super warriors?" Yu Qingmei rolled her eyes at him again. "No, they are still called advanced warriors." Xiao Cheng queried, "How do you know she is a warrior?" Yu Qingmei explained, "The speed and strength of warriors are beyond that of ordinary people. Thus, in their daily lives, they deliberately restrain their power and slow their pace to avoid causing harm or damage. Therefore, you observe that warriors move with a steady rhythm." Xiao Cheng mused, "Since she is a warrior, possessing such high stamina and endurance, why does she not simply carry her companion?" After saying that, he glanced thoughtfully at Yu Qingmei. She recalled having carried Xiao Cheng before and shot him another reproachful look. That warrior must have been carried by her. Her breathing was quite labored. Xiao Cheng remarked, "Something seems off. Look, someone who can afford such a precious spice as Yakuza must be very wealthy. To have a warrior carry her indicates she wields considerable influence. Yet, why does she not have her own carriage?" Yu Qingmei suggested, "Perhaps she forgot to purchase one." Xiao Cheng stared blankly at her, and Yu Qingmei quickly added, "She must not have found one." Ahead, a checkpoint emerged. The carriage queued for a while before proceeding smoothly. As time passed, they arrived at Qingba Royal City, where the bustling crowds and numerous carriages formed a lengthy line. Chapter 26. Qingba City. Qingba Royal City is synonymous with Qingba City. Having unified the surrounding 6 major cities, from a distance, Xiao Cheng spotted the large characters emblazoned above the city gate. Qingba City. At that moment, a regiment of imposing soldiers emerged from within the city. Yu Qingmei leaned in closer to Xiao Cheng, whispering, "Isn't that the guard of the Qingba kingdom? The soldiers of Qingba country wear green uniforms." Xiao Cheng inquired, "Then whose soldiers are those clad in black?" Yu Qingmei responded, "Many factions don black as their uniform color, such as the nearby Yaga kingdom, that I suspect these soldiers belong to Yaga." Xiao Cheng generously praised Yu Qingmei. "Oh, you know quite a lot, and are quite clever." The troop hurriedly passed by Xiao Cheng's carriage, only to circle back shortly. Surrounding Xiao Cheng's carriage, 2 individuals dismounted their horses and approached the carriage. One dressed plainly, and the other adorned in finery. Xiao Cheng felt perplexed but remained silent. The plainly dressed man said to the elegantly attired one, "Saint's son, this carriage has the look of a bandit's." The one referred to as Saint's son appeared puzzled. "How can you tell? To me, it seems quite ordinary." The man continued, "Saint's son, it is understandable that you cannot perceive it. Your experience with such individuals is limited. Observe this carriage. The wood is thick and sturdy, suited for long journeys. Notice the horses. They have been burdened for so long. The harness has become embedded in their flesh. More suspiciously, the construction style of the carriage is entirely different from that of our local carriages. Look at that piece of wood on the roof. Does it not resemble a tail? It is clearly of foreign design." Saint's son nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Cheng, overhearing their conversation, felt a chill run down his spine. That tail was indeed the piece of wood he had removed during Yu Qingmei's surgery in the carriage, which Yu Fenghan had later patched up. How could Yu Fenghan have fashioned a tail? How could these two identify it as foreign design? While Xiao Cheng internally critiqued the situation, the saint's son approached him politely. "Good sir, I am Ali, the grand saint's son of the Yaga kingdom. My fiancée is the grand saintess in Shar of Qingba City, that I have stopped you because, with the wedding day approaching, and Shar has been abducted by bandits. Upon receiving this news, we immediately joined forces with the Qingba kingdom to set up checkpoints. You see, my associates harbor doubts about you, and their concerns are well-founded. May I allow my people to examine your carriage?" Xiao Cheng had anticipated that the two women would pose some issues. However, the exact nature of the situation remained shrouded in mystery. Just look at the courteous Li Xingzi. How could one refuse such a gracious invitation? Moreover, we are not bandits, with a slight smile gracing his lips. Xiao Cheng remarked, "Very well. Please proceed." As Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei alighted from the carriage, he added, "Let your people inspect it. There are two young ladies inside. Do not frighten them." No sooner had Xiao Cheng spoken than the two women burst forth from the carriage. The female warrior shouted at Xingzi, "Ali Xingzi, they are bandits. Capture them." In her hand, she brandished Yu Qingmei's dagger. While Yu Qingmei's anger flared instantly, but Xiao Cheng grasped her hand. In that moment, he sensed the once rigid Yu Qingmei soften. "Do not move recklessly. Heed my words," Xiao Cheng instructed calmly. While Yu Qingmei lowered her head. "Understood." Xiao Cheng then turned to Lao Lan. "You too, remain still." Ali strode swiftly to the masked woman. "And Shar, I have found you. Are you unharmed? Come, I shall escort you back to the royal city." In Shar sighed. "I am fine. Do not make things difficult for them. Let us confine them in the dungeon for now, that we shall speak upon the return of the Holy Master." She cast a discreet glance at Xiao Cheng. Li's entourage closed in. Xiao Cheng felt reassured by his integrity. He had committed no wrongdoing and believed all would be clarified. "Lead the way. We shall accompany you to the dungeon." The crowd looked to Ali, who nodded in agreement. While Yu Qingmei queried Xiao Cheng, "They accuse you unjustly, and you remain unfazed." Xiao Cheng helped Yu Qingmei into the carriage. "Misunderstandings can be clarified. It is preferable to avoid a brawl. Look, this time we need not queue." Before the dungeon of Qingba City, the warden, a martial artist, imperiously informed Xiao Cheng, "You will go to the men's cell, and she shall proceed to the women's." Yu Qingmei retorted proudly, "I shall go nowhere. I will remain with my master." The warden scrutinized Yu Qingmei closely, as if discerning something. Xiao Cheng interjected, "Do not be troublesome. Obey and go. I cannot leave here. Await me before returning." Reluctantly, Yu Qingmei followed the guards. Xiao Cheng had never resided in a prison before and was utterly unaware of what a cell entailed. However, the dungeon of Qingba City bore no particularly foul odor. The lighting was dim, yet one could clearly perceive the surroundings. The walls were constructed of stone, appearing remarkably sturdy. The door was wooden, and the floor was tiled with stone. Although somewhat cold, it was quite clean. Within the cell stood a simple wooden bed. Xiao Cheng inquired of Lao Lan, "Lao Lan, what do you think of this place?" Lao Lan replied, "Xiao Shan Master, you have inquired of the right person. From my years of experience in confinement, this is merely a temporary holding space, as there are no latrines here." Xiao Cheng asked, "Then why were you imprisoned?" Lao Lan answered, "For taking someone's belongings without payment." Xiao Cheng exclaimed, "Isn't that outright robbery?" Lao Lan sheepishly retorted, "It was not blatant. I covered my face." Xiao Cheng was intrigued. "How did you end up in the Qingmei gang after such a robbery?" Lao Lan explained, "At that time, I had just ascended to the rank of martial artist and spotted a grand carriage. My eagerness to seize it led me to rob the leader of the Yu gang. I was no match for him and received a thorough beating. Realizing I could not escape, I had no choice but to." As they conversed, the cell door swung open, and two figures staggered inside, the warden and Enshad. Enshad approached Xiao Cheng, her face a portrait of sincere apology. She bowed slightly and softly addressed him, "Sir, please allow me to extend my deepest apologies. Today's events were indeed my fault. However, I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control to act as I did, which has caused you considerable inconvenience, for which I am profoundly remorseful. Shortly, I shall arrange for my men to ensure your carriage's safe passage through the city gates, along with a carefully prepared gift to express my sincerity, in hopes that you may forgive my actions. Before Xiao Cheng could respond, the sound of the prison door being opened again caught his attention, revealing two figures stumbling in. The warden, battered and bruised, and Yu Qingmei. The warden approached and opened the cell door, allowing Yu Qingmei to gleefully join Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng regarded Anshar with confusion, suspecting yet another of her schemes, while Anshar appeared equally bewildered. She turned to the warden in irritation. "What is the meaning of this?" The warden, aggrieved, explained, "I know not." While patrolling the cell, this young lady inquired if time had passed, and I replied that it had indeed been quite a while. She then insisted on finding her master, and when I denied her, she broke free and assaulted me. Unable to contend with her, I had no choice but to bring her along. Anshar, perplexed, asked, "You are a martial artist, and you could not subdue this young girl?" The warden replied softly, "I truly could not. She is a grand martial artist." That Anshar gazed at Yu Qingmei in astonishment, that I in all of Qingba country. There were only two grand martial artists, the existence of whom had enabled the unification of the 6 major cities and the establishment of Qingba country. Observing that the two grand martial artists were of advanced age, she found the youthful girl before her utterly incredulous. Chapter 27. Thus his Qingba city Anshar was compelled to reassess the gentleman before her, who not only had a grand martial artist as a disciple, but one who was wholly obedient to him. Alongside him was a martial artist serving as a coachman, a clear indication of influence. Anshar respectfully inquired, "May I ask how to address you, sir?" Xiao Cheng replied, "I am Xiao Cheng. They prefer to call me Xiao Shan Master." Anshar continued, "Might I inquire which mountain do you preside over, Xiao Shan Master?" Xiao Cheng responded, "Mount Guangming." "Mount Guangming?" Anshar pondered, "The Mount Guangming, known as the site of duels? I have not heard of a master there." Xiao Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed. "I have only recently relocated there," Anshar asked. "Is Xiao Shan Master headed there?" "I hope I am not delaying any important matters." Xiao Cheng assured her, "Not at all. We are merely traveling to offer aid and healing." "Offering aid and healing?" Anshar echoed. "Before you inquire further, dear Sainus, I am quite curious about your story, that I asked one of the key figures in this affair. May I know the details of the events?" Anshar glanced at Xiao Cheng and instructed the warden, "You may leave. I have important matters to discuss with Xiao Shan Master." Once the warden exited, Anshar confided, "What I am about to share must not be disclosed to anyone." Upon receiving their nods of understanding, she shyly revealed, "I grew up in Qingba City, and in my childhood, no one wished to play with me due to an unpleasant odor emanating from me." Xiao Cheng interjected, "You possess a strong fragrance. Could it be that the unpleasant odor you mention originates from your underarms?" Anshar was taken aback. "How did you know?" Xiao Cheng smiled. "Please continue. I shall explain later." Anshar continued, "Once, King Yakub of the Yaga nation, accompanied by his son, the current Grand Saint Ali, visited our Qingba country for cultural exchange at that time. I was playing alone in the garden when a fragrant little boy approached me and asked, 'Are you alone?' I replied, 'Yes.' They were all unwilling to play with me because of my odor. Ali smiled and said, 'Let us play together.' He even offered me a fragrant fruit, telling me it was yakuzi, which could mask my scent. From then on, Ali secretly sent me yakuzi until we grew up, and we developed feelings for one another. Coupled with the amicable relations between our nations, Ali proposed to his father that he marry me, and soon our wedding was arranged. However, complications arose that I asked the Saint's son and future Holy Master. His marriage required documentation and scrutiny, for the future Holy Master's wife must not bear any physical blemish. Previously, the Saint's son of the Ishian nation married a minor saintess from the Baoyang nation, only to discover a blemish on her back on their wedding day. The two nations erupted into chaos at the ceremony, nearly escalating to the duel grounds that Ali claimed he had a solution. He spent a fortune in source crystals to persuade the record officer, to falsify the documentation during the inspection. Just as I was preparing for the wedding, the record officer, he unexpectedly passed away. And the Martial Artists Guild dispatched a new officer that Yu Qingmei interjected. "So, fearing the exposure of your circumstances, you fled the wedding, claiming to have been captured by bandits. And just now you were acting in front of Ali?" And Shadar clarified, "Not at all. I did not inform Ali of my intention to flee. I believed Ali had already sacrificed enough for our relationship. This is my dilemma. I do not wish to burden Ali, and I shall bear the responsibility myself." Xiao Cheng, with a smile illuminating his face, turned to Anshir and inquired, "What do you intend to do about this matter now?" Anshir wore an expression of helplessness as Yu Qingmei looked at Xiao Cheng. asking, "Teacher, do you possess a solution?" At that moment, and Sheer also gazed at Xiao Cheng, her eyes brimming with astonishment and hope. Xiao Cheng replied nonchalantly, "What you have is a condition known colloquially as body odor. The treatment for this ailment is rather straightforward. It merely requires a minor surgical procedure that a small incision will be made in the central part of your armpit to excise the subcutaneous fat, apocrine glands, and hair follicles, after which you shall be devoid of any odor." Sheer's expression of hope swiftly morphed into one of terror. "Xiao Shanju, I would like to confer with Ali. Do you think that is permissible?" Xiao Qing nodded. Go ahead. I shall await your news here. The surroundings are quite pleasant and tranquil." Sheer hurriedly departed. Xiao Qing turned to Yu Qingmei. "What transpired? Why did you resort to violence?" Yu Qingmei retorted indignantly. "He did not bring me along." Xiao Qing replied, "Could you not come on your own?" Yu Qingmei explained, "I intended to, but I am unfamiliar with the route." Xiao Qing asked, "What made you think to come here?" Yu Qingmei responded, "You mentioned I could come over shortly. I inquired with that individual, and he said it had been quite a while since then. Thus, I decided to come." Xiao Qing suddenly noticed Lao Lan beside him. Appearing rather nonchalant, and glanced back at Yu Qingmei, who seemed to believe she had done nothing wrong. He raised his hand and patted Yu Qingmei. "You are quite clever." Yu Qingmei replied, "I do think I am rather clever." Lao Lan added, "I concur." Before long, Ali and Ensure entered. Ali respectfully bowed to Xiao Cheng. "I apologize. We misconstrued your intentions. Xiao Shanju, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist. I shall certainly reward you handsomely afterward." Xiao Cheng reassured him, "There is no need. It is the duty of a physician to save lives. Have you agreed to undergo the surgery?" Ali joyfully responded, "Such a wonderful opportunity. How could we possibly refuse?" Xiao Qing nodded. "However, this procedure comes with numerous stipulations." Ali confidently asserted, "Speak, and I shall comply without fail." Xiao Qing pondered for a moment. "When will the recording officer arrive to document and inspect?" Ali replied, "Tomorrow, before the wedding." Xiao Cheng glanced at the clover for leaves. This implies there are still 400 hours remaining, equivalent to just over 10 days on Earth, allowing ample time for recovery. Xiao Cheng continued, "We must act swiftly. First, we need to locate a quiet area, devoid of wind and pollution, with ample lighting for the surgery. Second, the procedure requires some specialized tools. I will draft a blueprint shortly, and you must have 2 sets crafted to account for any potential malfunctions during surgery. Thirdly, and most crucially, anesthesia is necessary for the procedure. I did not bring any anesthetics. Currently, there are 2 methods of sedation. The first involves rendering the patient unconscious, but this method carries significant risks. One might awaken during the procedure, necessitating further sedation, or the dosage may be miscalibrated, leading to complications. The second method involves consuming alcohol, which must be administered until she is immobile. This surgery requires 1 small incision on each side. Approximately 2 small incisions in total, as long as she remains unconscious during this time. All will be well." Ali looked at Ensure, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 28. 5 Fingers of Qingba City. It turns out that the sovereign of Qingba was aware of this matter. Thus, the surgical location was designated within the sacred palace. Ensure began to consume alcohol. The surgical process involved 4 individuals: Xiao Cheng, Yu Qingmei, the warrior accompanying Ensure, and Ali, who observed from a distance. Xiao Cheng took charge of the surgery, while Yu Qingmei focused on learning, and the warrior was tasked with stabilizing Ensure. Once Ensure was incapacitated, at Xiao Cheng's signal, Yu Qingmei crossed Ensure's arms behind her head, spreading her arms out to reveal her armpits. Xiao Cheng washed his hands and informed Yu Qingmei, "Pay close attention. I shall commence the surgery now. The first step is to prepare the skin by meticulously removing hair from the area." Xiao Cheng began the process on both sides. He then set down the scraping tool and picked up the surgical knife, preparing to make an incision in Ensure's left armpit. This area is designated for hair removal. A spindle-shaped opening will be made in the center of the armpit, the length of which must align vertically with the folds of the armpit and horizontally with the upper and lower ends of the hair region, with a width not exceeding 3 centimeters. The adjacent fatty tissue must be excised, extending slightly beyond the armpit area, followed by the removal of the subcutaneous fat, apocrine glands, and hair follicles. Now I shall commence suturing. I have explained the technique numerous times, yet you seem to have grasped none of it. Yu Qingmei remarked, "I find this surgery rather simple." Xiao Qing cast a glance at Yu Qingmei. If you believe so, then you may proceed. Yu Qingmei, without hesitation, washed her hands with strong liquor and took up another surgical knife, mimicking Xiao Cheng's actions flawlessly. Incision, excision, switch knives, excise, switch knives, excise, disinfect, suture, and bandage. Her movements flowed seamlessly, perfectly replicating Xiao Cheng's technique. Xiao Cheng was taken aback, his hands momentarily frozen in place. Was this truly the same clumsy Yu Qingmei? Her ability to imitate was astonishing. She had not learned the theory, but managed to replicate the procedure impeccably after just one observation. Why had she seemed so foolish in the past? Was this the norm for mid-level warriors? That couldn't be right. If all high-level warriors were as naive, they would surely be exploited. Yet it seemed that Yu Fenghan also exhibited a similar foolishness. Was it hereditary? After the surgery was complete, Ali eagerly invited Xiao Cheng to attend the grand wedding between himself and Enshir. Xiao Cheng declined, though he was indeed curious about the nature of their wedding. However, the three of them lacked formal status, and he feared it might cause trouble for either himself or them. Xiao Cheng informed Ali that once Enshir had her stitches removed and had sufficiently recovered, they would take their leave. Ali presented Xiao Cheng with a chest filled with source crystals, but Xiao Cheng declined the offer. That he turned to see Yu Qingmei clutching the box, appearing before him. Xiao Cheng calmly stated, "As physicians, we must not accept gifts indiscriminately. Our mission is to heal and save lives." Yu Qingmei replied, "But we must eat as well." Xiao Cheng, inspired, suggested, "That need not entail such a large sum. We shall keep one and return the rest." Yu Qingmei muttered, "This is for me. I did not steal it." Xiao Cheng responded, "For you? That is because we performed the surgery for them." Yu Qingmei's eyes brightened. "Indeed, they cannot seek help from others." Xiao Cheng added, "Accepting gifts from others would be a source of shame for me." Yu Qingmei countered, "You did not ask for it. This is for me." Xiao Cheng advised, "In the future, we must treat many more patients, each with unique conditions. We cannot pursue profit as our goal, though we must establish a relatively reasonable fee structure." Yu Qingmei inquired, "Does that mean we will have to request source crystals ourselves in the future?" Xiao Cheng clarified, "Not at all. I merely mean that we have yet to set a standard, and you have already taken more than is appropriate." Yu Qingmei appeared utterly perplexed. Xiao Cheng chuckled, "Obey. Return it to them." Yu Qingmei tilted her head defiantly. "I will not." Xiao Cheng feigned anger. "Will you return it or not?" "Do not provoke me." Yu Qingmei seemed entirely unperturbed. Ali suddenly interjected, pulling Xiao Cheng aside. "Xiao Shanju, do not be angry. These source crystals are indeed a small token of gratitude. Without your assistance, Enshir and I would be forever separated, perhaps even facing each other with weapons drawn. Both Enshir and I view you as a messenger sent by the heavens. We cannot repay you adequately. Besides, we genuinely wish to befriend you. Xiao Shanju, as you are about to depart, how about allowing me to show you around Qingba City?" Xiao Cheng contemplated for a moment. "Then in the future, if you require anything, come to Guangming Mountain to find me." Ali expressed his delight in the agreement. Xiao Cheng glanced at Yu Qingmei, who was still stubbornly lowering her head, and sighed, "Let us go, then. We shall explore the city." Qingba City's architectural style is uniquely distinctive, embodying both simplicity and opulence. The river runs through the center of the streets, flowing with crystal-clear water that carries away dust, rendering the entire city exceptionally clean and pleasant. Here, one can find an abundance of shops, with various guilds scattered throughout. There are few restaurants, but the stores are filled with a dazzling array of goods. Bookstores display a wide variety of books and artwork, while carriage shops showcase exquisite vehicles. Inns provide accommodations, taverns serve fine wines, and pet shops feature adorable animals that capture the hearts of passersby. Curiosity shops exhibit strange and wondrous items, while clothing stores are adorned with fashionable attire, and the sound of clanging metal fills the air from the blacksmith shop. Among these numerous establishments, the most renowned is a tea shop named Jingbua Tea House. This establishment is celebrated not only for its fragrant tea, but also as a gathering place for inheritors. Those who frequent the tea house often deliver speeches, share information, exchange insights, and recount tales. Navigating through the streets, Ali first led Xiao Cheng and the others to Jingbua Tea House. Inside, rows of wooden beams supported the structure, with shelves displaying teapots and seating arrangements. In the center, a raised platform hosted a speaker. Xiao Cheng settled in, while Yu Qingmei eagerly took a seat to his left, and Ali and Lao Lan occupied the right. Soon, tea and teacups were presented to them. The tea set lacks porcelain. All pieces are crafted from copper, with wooden handles elegantly encased. The tea itself is rather exceptional, made from a small fruit steeped in hot water. Upon tasting, Xiao Cheng found it devoid of any earthly tea flavor, instead experiencing a unique blend of sweetness and acidity, accompanied by a hint of fruity woodiness. The inheritor began to narrate. The tale unfolds in several northern nations, revolving around an idiom known as Mysterious Face Tree. A story represented by two fingers. The audience erupted in applause. Xiao Cheng, puzzled, gazed at Yu Qingmei, hoping she could elucidate the meaning, but she merely shook her head gently, indicating her ignorance. Observing this, Ali interjected swiftly. The two fingers signify a standard of truth regarding the matter at hand. A rule established by the Inheritors Guild, categorized into 5 levels that he continued to explain. One finger indicates that this story is entirely a product of my imagination, lacking any substantial basis. 2 fingers denote that this event indeed transpired. Though I have embellished and evolved it somewhat, as for 3 fingers, it suggests that a considerable number of people firmly believe in the story's authenticity. 4 fingers signify personal verification of the event, accompanied by unwavering conviction. Lastly, 5 fingers represent indisputable truth, typically invoked during an oath. Chapter 29. The Iron Beetle of Qingba City. The essence of the Mysterious Face Tree tale is as follows. There once was a handsome warrior named Meili, who captivated many young women. While passing through Ming City, the city lord's daughter, Lin Guogua, was seized by a hawk he had raised and whisked into the sky. Meili caught her as she fell, instantly enamored by the unconscious Lin Guogua. Subsequently, Meili ardently pursued her, and she eventually consented. However, the lord opposed the union, declaring he would not easily marry off his 2 daughters. Meili employed every possible means to win the lord's favor, and after much effort, the city lord relented, but with conditions. Meili must become a grand warrior. Due to the lengthy process of achieving this status, the lord promised his daughter would remain unmarried until then. Once Meili attained grand warrior status, not only would he marry her, but he would also inherit the lord's title. Meili embarked on a relentless journey through various martial academies, dedicating over 1,000 days to rigorous study. Ultimately emerging as a grand warrior, on the day of his achievement, he galloped back to Ming Nation, pushing his horse to its limits, refusing to rest even as night fell. Typically, no activity occurs on the continent at night. Yet Meili could not suppress his urge to continue. Tragically, he collided with a tree, shattering both the tree and his own face, leading to his disappearance. The Mysterious Face Tree serves as a cautionary tale, warning all to act with care and caution, lest they become overconfident. Yu Qingmei listened with rapt attention until Xiao Cheng pulled her out of the tea house, instructing Ali to take them to a clothing store, as he wished to purchase some garments for Yu Qingmei and Lao Lan. Upon entering the shop, Xiao Cheng immediately noticed a striking hat made entirely of long feathers, resplendent in vibrant colors. To the left were garments and trousers, while the right displayed hats and shoes. Xiao Cheng encouraged Lao Lan. Choose freely. Take whatever you fancy. She will handle the payment, and he gestured towards Yu Qingmei. Embarrassed, she replied. Teacher, you didn't mention I should bring source crystals when we left. Xiao Cheng retorted, did I not tell you we were going shopping? Yu Qingmei protested, is it necessary to bring source crystals for a shopping trip? Ali interjected, no worries that I brought you here to shop. I will cover all expenses. Xiao Cheng looked at Yu Qingmei. From now on, you shall be responsible for carrying the source crystals. Yu Qingmei responded. I am not good at calculations. Xiao Cheng reassured her. No matter. As long as others cannot outmatch you, it suffices. Lacking source crystals dampened Xiao Cheng's enthusiasm for further shopping, observing Yu Qingmei and Lao Lan purchasing their own clothing and shoes. He resolved to return to As they passed by a rare goods shop. Xiao Cheng heard a call for buyers. Newly arrived iron beetle. Purchased swiftly. Xiao Cheng inquired, what is an iron beetle? Yu Qingmei eagerly answered. I played with those as a child. They are also known as kick beetles. Intrigued, Xiao Cheng suggested, let us go take a look. Upon entering the store, he saw a variety of unfamiliar items lining the walls, with a single individual, presumably the owner, approaching him with a cheerful demeanor. Sir, would you like to take a look here? Following the owner's gesture, Xiao Cheng noticed an open wooden box on the counter. As he approached, he saw that the bottom was filled with sand, upon which lay a dark object, the size of a fist. Its shape was uniquely oval, shimmering like a mysterious gem, captivating his attention. More intriguingly, it bore a series of perfectly arched chitinous plates, closely arranged, gleaming with a deep, lustrous sheen, seemingly forged from the hardest material. They formed an impenetrable shield, safeguarding the softer parts of its body. Each plate exuding a familiar aura. Xiaocheng found this creature oddly familiar. "Duh. Is this not an oversized shoe-board beetle?" he exclaimed. "May I take a closer look?" The shopkeeper, sensing Xiaocheng's interest, confidently replied. "No need. Allow me to demonstrate." The owner lifted the iron beetle, and the moment it left the ground, it instantly curled into a ball, moving rapidly. He tossed the beetle into the air, and just before it hit the ground, he kicked it back up. With dazzling agility, he performed a series of intricate movements: flick kicks, hook kicks, leaps, pirouettes, scissor kicks, and side kicks, leaving Xiaocheng astonished. "What a splendid display! I shall buy it," he declared, "for one source crystal." Xiaocheng remarked, "Is it truly so expensive?" The owner explained, "You see, we at the Wang City shop have the privilege of selecting the finest goods. This is the best among this batch of iron beetles." Xiaocheng turned to Ali. "I appreciate your assistance." Ali promptly paid the source crystal. Yu Qingmei rushed over to embrace the box, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher. This is the finest gift I have ever received." The owner looked on enviously at Yu Qingmei. Xiaocheng cautioned, "Oh, be careful not to lose it." Yu Qingmei reassured him, "No worries. The iron beetle has no legs. It cannot run away." Xiaocheng extended a hand. "At least allow me to touch it." He meticulously removed the sutures from Anshar, saying, "The surgery was a success. Let me impart this to you. Refrain from acting impulsively in the future." Anshar smiled at Xiaocheng. "Thank you, Master shouted, "I shall certainly visit you at Bright Mountain alongside Ali." This surgery represented not merely a physical healing for her, but a profound emotional restoration. Throughout her life, she had grappled with self-doubt, always feeling abnormal. As she fled Qingba City, she contemplated expressing gratitude to Master Xiao, her voice filled with determination. Witnessing Anshar gradually regain her confidence, Xiaocheng nodded with satisfaction, feeling an inner joy that surpasses any happiness derived from a patient's approval. However, there exists an even greater joy, enhancing Yu Qingmei's intelligence. Xiaocheng, accompanied by Yu Qingmei and Lao Lan, departed Qingba City in a horse-drawn carriage. Unaware that a significant trouble was stealthily approaching them, in the prison of Qingba City, a martial artist overseeing the inmates felt a surge of reverence as he was unable to retaliate against Yu Qingmei's blows. Concurrently, he realized that such a young grand warrior had not registered with the Martial Artist Guild. Without hesitation, this martial artist relayed this astonishing news to the guild, as an organization dedicated to maintaining order among warriors. The guild could not ignore such a situation. Recognizing that an unregistered grand warrior poses a potential threat, they promptly dispatched the nearest high-ranking warrior to investigate the matter. None other than Guiyong Wang, the vice president of the Martial Artist Guild, who was conducting business in Blackwater City. Chapter 30. Heavenly Punishment. Yu Qingmei treasured the iron beetle, refusing to let Xiaocheng touch it, attributing her reluctance to a remark he made while removing her sutures. "Petty. It is just a large black bug." Since their departure, Xiaocheng found himself with leisure time and began to delve deeply into the study of various ingredients. Regardless of whether he stumbled upon herbs, trees, or fruits on the road, he would eagerly sample them and meticulously document each ingredient's unique flavors and characteristics. Building upon this foundation, Xiaocheng began to experiment with various combinations of these ingredients. Exploring the new tastes and flavors they might yield, he tirelessly tested various culinary methods, sometimes mixing herbs with fruits, and at other times employing special cooking techniques to process the fruits of trees. After numerous attempts and failures, Xiaocheng successfully created several novel and delectable food combinations that he discovered that seemingly ordinary ingredients, when paired and prepared in specific ways, could yield surprisingly delightful flavors. His latest revelation, in particular, involved grinding the fruit of the wood fruit tree into powder, fermenting it with herbal juice, and then steaming it, resulting in an exceptionally soft and palatable dish. The majority of food on the continent of Jui tends to be cold and hard. Thus, Yu Qingmei found the delicacy irresistible, and Lao Lan also praised its delightful taste. Xiaocheng affectionately named it Mantu, and Yu Qingmei persistently urged Xiaocheng to prepare more, each time they passed through a city or town. Xiao Cheng would pause to rest, not only to allow the horses a respite, but also to grant himself a moment to wash up and unwind. These seemingly simple hygiene rituals were of paramount importance to Xiao Cheng. For one simply could not bathe in the wild. He would lose himself in the process. Not long after leaving the quaint town, Xiao Cheng encountered a sudden downpour that he chose not to seek shelter. As raindrops fell in a gentle cascade, soaking his garments and hair. This marked the first rainy day since Xiao Cheng's arrival in the Jiyue continent, and he yearned to savor the experience. The sky was overcast, heavy with clouds that cast a shadow over the land. Rainwater dripped incessantly upon the carriage, splattering in all directions that as it struck the ground. It created ripples, and the rain's cleansing touch rendered the grass and leaves a vibrant green. The air turned fresh, and the moving carriage mirrored the retreating shadows of the trees, making Xiao Cheng feel as though he traversed through an ink-washed painting, quietly reveling in the coolness brought by the rain. With his eyes closed, Xiao Cheng listened to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the carriage, the ground, and the foliage, while also catching the sound of Yu Qingmei conversing with Lao Lan. Isn't the teacher foolish? Not even knowing to seek shelter from the rain. Amidst the rain's melody, the sound of Ho's approach from the opposite direction. Two horses swiftly galloped past Xiao Cheng's carriage, only to turn back moments later. One of the horses, a magnificent steed, trotted with lively steps towards Xiao Cheng, who was drenched in the downpour, that on its back sat an elderly man with a gentle countenance and a warm demeanor. Dressed in a simple robe that clung to his form, his hair was already grayed, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom. The elder addressed Xiao Cheng. "Are you the master of Xiaoshan?" Surprised that someone knew of him, Xiao Cheng thought, "This cannot bode well," and replied, "I am not." The elder chuckled. "May I take refuge in your carriage from this relentless rain?" With that, he dismounted, handing the reins to the rider trailing behind him. He stepped nimbly past Xiao Cheng, lifted the carriage curtain, and settled inside. Upon seeing Yu Qingmei in the carriage, the elder beamed with delight and lifted the curtain to speak to Xiao Cheng outside. "Master Xiao, will you not join us to escape the rain? Are you perhaps in the midst of your training?" Yu Qingmei suddenly realized. The teacher is not foolish. He is indeed training. Xiao Cheng wiped the rainwater from his face and entered the carriage. Inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you to seek me?" The elder replied, "I am Guiyong Wang, Vice President of the Martial Artists General Association and President of the Eastern Martial Artists Association. You may call me President Guo." He continued, "Master Xiaoshan is not a martial artist, yet your students and coachmen are, and neither is registered with the Martial Artists Association. This could lead to dire consequences on the Jiyue continent, especially since she is a mid-level martial artist." Xiao Cheng regarded Guiyong Wang, recognizing him as one of the continent's most formidable forces, that he calmly stated, "President Guo, you may not be aware, but I am not of the Jiyue continent. I am a physician, and my mission is to heal the wounded." Guiyong Wang inquired, "What is a physician? What does it mean to heal the wounded?" Xiao Cheng explained, "In simple terms, if your body is afflicted, I am here to treat you." Guiyong Wang pressed further, "And what have you treated?" Xiao Cheng responded, "To cite a familiar example, Tianfa." Guiyong Wang looked at Xiao Cheng in disbelief, and then shouted towards the outside of the carriage, "Yu Cheng, come in at once." Yu Cheng rushed into the carriage, a knife in hand, nearly colliding with Xiao Cheng seated at the rear. Guiyong Wang reassured him, "I am fine, no need for concern. Put away the knife and show your left hand to Master Xiaoshan." Yu Cheng took a seat, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a splint bound to his wrist. "What is this?" Xiao Cheng inquired. "This is Tianfa. Ever since the affliction, my wrist pains whenever I move it, so I had to bind it to alleviate the discomfort." Yu Cheng explained, "Relax, do not exert yourself or move around. Let me examine it." Xiao Cheng instructed that he opened his toolkit, which contained 3 sets of surgical instruments that I distinctly remember there being only 2 sets. He murmured that Yu Qingmei interjected, "I had St. Yali craft an additional set for me." Xiao Cheng located the necessary scissors and expertly snipped the binding cloth, carefully removing the splint. Next, he grasped Yu Cheng's wrist firmly, gently maneuvering it. His fingers kneaded, pressed, pulled, and twisted with apparent ease. Yu Cheng's hand emitted a series of popping sounds under Xiao Cheng's gentle manipulation, and Xiao Cheng finally released his grip. Guiyong Wang quickly asked, "Master Xiaoshan, can this be treated?" "Yes, indeed," Xiao Cheng affirmed. Guiyong Wang replied, "What is your fee in source crystals?" "I shall provide it to no need," Xiao Cheng responded. Guiyong Wang, slightly vexed, inquired, "Then when will you administer the treatment?" It is already done that he may give it a try now. Gui Yongwang gazed intently at Yu Cheng, who was utterly bewildered that Wei Yuqing cautiously lifted his hand, first swaying it to the left, then to the right. Followed by an upward motion and finally downward, that a glimmer of realization shone in Yu Cheng's eyes as he exclaimed, "President Gua, this is truly remarkable. It doesn't hurt at all." Xiaoqing picked up the piece of wood Yu Cheng had brought and began to carve small splints. "Do not move. It requires further stabilization." That he then took Yu Cheng's hand, placing 2 small pieces of wood on either side of his wrist, securing them with a bandage, and instructed, "After a leaf's time, you may remove it yourself." Gui Yongwang murmured, "This is truly astonishing. I would not have believed it had I not witnessed it with my own eyes." Chapter 31. Heishui City, Gui Yongwang remarked, "Master Xiaoshan, I see that these two are no longer in distress. Shall we not consider enrolling them in the Martial Artists Association? Isn't that a bit hasty, just for treating a dislocation?" Xiaoqing countered, "President Gua, I have a few questions." "Master Xiaoshan, please feel free to ask," Gui Yongwang encouraged. "What benefits are there for martial artists who join your association?" Gui Yongwang replied, "Housing, carriages, attendance, and a fixed daily allowance of source crystals. More importantly, should you face threats or persecution, the association will stand by you." "And what responsibilities do martial artists have upon joining the association?" Xiaoqing further inquired. Gui Yongwang explained, "Members must adhere to the martial artists code, abstaining from acts of arson, murder, and plunder. They are required to complete tasks assigned by the association on schedule, obey its arrangements, and follow its commands. The remaining time is theirs to manage freely." Xiaoqing glanced at Yu Qingmei, who shook her head in disapproval. "President Gua, we do not wish to join the association. That as you can see, I spend my days helping others, with neither the time nor inclination to fulfill martial tasks." In her, Xiaoqing pointed at Yu Qingmei. "My student, as you observed earlier, I must teach her my medical skills daily. I am quite occupied." Gui Yongwang pondered for a moment and then proposed, "I have another solution. The martial artists within the association can operate independently without being subject to its regulations." That he continued, "Since Master Xiaoshan possesses such remarkable skills and is dedicated to healing, surely you are a kind-hearted individual with a sense of responsibility. You may establish an organization and register it with the Martial Artists Association. That I will enroll these two under your name. And should they commit any violations, you shall be held accountable." Xiaoqing agreed. "I believe this arrangement is suitable." "Thank you." President Jiu Wei Yuqing opened his backpack, retrieving a notebook and pen to hand to Gui Yongwang. Gui Yongwang opened the notebook to begin recording. "Master Xiaoshan, what shall be the name of your organization?" Xiaoqing replied. "Sure." Gui Yongwang inquired, "What is the address?" Xiaoqing stated, "Guangming Mountain." "That mountain is vast. Be more specific," Gui Yongwang urged. "Guangming Mountain Crystal Palace Hospital." Xiaoqing clarified, "That a hospital. How many members do you have?" Gui Yongwang asked. "Over 600, I believe." Xiaoqing answered, "That we only register martial artists," Gui Yongwang reminded him. "Then just these two?" Xiaoqing insisted. "What will be your organization's primary focus?" Gui Yongwang questioned. "To heal the wounded." Xiaoqing replied, "Very well, Master Xiaoshan. Your registration is complete. The membership fee is 1 source crystal, and I will retrieve their martial artist badges shortly." Xiaoqing presented a source crystal wrapped in cloth. Gui Yongwang accepted it and then turned to Yu Cheng, asking, "Master Xiaoshan, where do you intend to go next?" Xiaoqing was uncertain of their destination and glanced at Yu Qingmei. She replied, "We are headed to Heishui City." Gui Yongwang cautioned, "That place is quite chaotic. What purpose do you have there?" Xiaoqing explained, "I am going to provide medical assistance." "What kind of ailment?" Gui Yongwang inquired. "At a broken leg." Xiaoqing stated, "That a broken leg. You mean to treat Gu Nianxing?" Gui Yongwang exclaimed. "Ji Nianxing. Who is that?" Xiaoqing asked. "Ji Nianxing is the lord of Heishui City," Gui Yongwang informed him. Xiaoqing turned to Yu Qingmei. Uncertain if Gu Nianxing was a pseudonym she employed, the Yu Qingmei met his gaze with an inquiring look and promptly clarified. "Gu Nianxing is a renowned high-level martial artist. We are going to treat an ordinary person." Gui Yongwang questioned, "You also treat ordinary individuals?" Xiaoqing affirmed, "All are equal in worth." Gui Yongwang was momentarily taken aback. During this period, I have been attending to matters in Heishui City, and it was only upon receiving a directive from the guild that I hastened here to investigate you. It just so happens that I am heading back, and we may return together." Xiaoqing interjected, The matters that President Guo personally attends to must be of considerable significance. Might you share the details with us? Gui Yongwang replied, since I have some idle time. I shall enlighten you. The garments we wear are crafted from fabric. Most of this fabric is derived from silk trees. The silk tree is a type of tree that, once felled and dried, has its central woody part hammered out. When washed with water, it yields a soft silk. This silk is then woven into fabric on a loom. The textile industry in the first-line nation is remarkably advanced. For its sovereign, Lin Miao Miao, is the sole female sovereign on the continent of Zhu. At a recent exchange conference of the first-line nation, a successor named Jiang Shaochong took to the stage and presented a blueprint, claiming that his family owned a loom that operates at speeds hundreds of times faster than conventional looms. That it was truly hard to believe. Shaochong confidently stated, I believe it. Yu Qingmei added, if the teacher believes it, then so do I. Gui Yongwang continued. Upon receiving this news, Sovereign Lin Miao Miao was taken aback and promptly dispatched individuals to follow Jiang Shaochong to his home for further investigation. That very day, the successor Jiang Shaochong was found dead in a resting inn, and the blueprint was missing. Lin Miao Miao immediately sent people to Jiang Shaochong's residence, only to discover that it had been utterly ravaged. With Jiang Shaochong's parents murdered and his sister Jiang Shaoling gone missing, Lin Miao Miao joined forces with the Succession Guild and the Warriors Guild to search for the culprits. However, the geographical layout of the first-line nation is narrow and elongated, bordering several other nations, allowing the criminals to escape swiftly. Consequently, the search was in vain. Recently, there have been rumors that this blueprint has surfaced in Heishui City, allegedly for sale to the city lord, Gun Yinxing. Thus, I am investigating this matter within the city. Shaocheng inquired, but why would this individual wish to sell the blueprint to the city lord of Heishui? Gui Yongwang explained, Heishui City is quite peculiar. The previous lord perished at sea, leaving the city without a ruler for an extended period, which has allowed various nefarious forces to infiltrate, resulting in constant strife. That it was not until the high-level warrior Gun Yinxing emerged that the situation improved slightly. Due to a missing leg, Gun Yinxing is reluctant to take action or involve himself in affairs that as long as one does not cause trouble in Heishui City, he remains passive. Thus, many dubious transactions are conducted here. I suspect that the individuals who seized the loom blueprint acted on impulse after realizing its immense potential for profit. One was responsible for the murder and theft of the blueprint, while the other destroyed the loom. To this day, no news of the loom has emerged on the continent, indicating they have yet to find a buyer. That if this blueprint is authentic, it is beyond the means of lesser factions to purchase. Even if they could, they would not dare to disclose it, making it a commodity only suitable for someone of the city lord's caliber. Furthermore, Gun Yinxing once led a peaceful life until the day his entire family was slaughtered, leaving him as the sole survivor with a crippled leg. After breaking through to become a high-level warrior, his temperament drastically changed, employing extreme measures to seek vengeance, ultimately leading him to Heishui City. Shaocheng queried, Isn't Gun Yinxing affiliated with the Warriors Guild? Gui Yongwang affirmed, indeed, but he has always refused to heed the guild's commands, citing his leg as an excuse. Shaocheng proposed, then why not apprehend him? Gui Yongwang responded, capture him. A high-level warrior will resist fiercely, requiring at least one high-level warrior to subdue him, who would willingly engage in conflict with a cripple. Moreover, he has not committed any heinous acts. Shaocheng remarked, are you suggesting we wait until the perpetrator engages in a transaction with Gun Yinxing to apprehend them? Gui Yongwang retorted, by that time, it would be too late, given Gun Yinxing's temperament. Would he willingly part with something so close at hand? I must capture this individual before they meet Gun Yinxing. There are not many who seek an audience with him, and I shall interrogate each person. Shaocheng cautioned, but if you are out handling this matter, could this individual not seize the opportunity to approach Gun Yinxing? Gui Yongwang assured, no, you see, Gun Yinxing's leg may pain him at any moment. When it does, he refuses to see anyone, and right now, he is indeed in pain. Shaocheng suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to witness the unfolding events. Chapter 32. Heishui City 2. Ever since Gui Yongwang consumed the bun handed to him by Yu Qingmei, he seemed as though he had been struck mute, incessantly longing for more buns and subtly hinting to Yu Qingmei to provide him with additional servings. Shaocheng shook his head in silence. Even if he were to hint, Yu Qingmei might not comprehend, let alone his more overt suggestions. That as the carriage approached Heishui City, Yu Qingmei remarked with renewed enthusiasm, Teacher, Do you know why Heishui City is named as such? Xiao Cheng replied, Is it because the inhabitants are negligent of hygiene, rendering the water black? Yu Qingmei corrected him, Not at all. It is named for the steep cliffs near the coastal area where the water is exceptionally deep. And from that vantage point, the sea appears black. Xiao Cheng inquired, with such knowledge, do you know what specialties Haima City boasts? Yu Qingmei replied confidently, Of course. Haima City's specialty is the patternless tree. Xiao Cheng questioned, What could possibly be special about a tree? Yu Qingmei explained, This tree bears no wood grain, regardless of how it is cut, and it does not produce leaves, only fruit. Xiao Cheng countered, What is so remarkable about that? I have seen trees that bear fruit without blooming. Yu Qingmei, growing impatient, asserted, The formidable patternless warriors of Heishui City once relied on the fruits of the patternless tree. Xiao Cheng probed, Consuming this fruit enhances one's physical prowess? Yu Qingmei clarified, Not exactly. The fresh fruit is picked, its skin stripped away, fashioned into armor-like coverings, and then bound to the arms. After some time, the skin changes color and adheres to the skin, becoming exceptionally hard and resistant to ordinary weapons. Moreover, warriors adorned with patternless wood fruit feel no pain even when wounded. Xiao Cheng inquired, But how does one remove it? Yu Qingmei warned, Forcefully removing it can tear the skin, leading to severe decay and prolonged recovery. Xiao Cheng concluded thus, This must be the reason for the disappearance of the patternless warriors. Yu Qingmei added, I also know of a lesser-known specialty. Xiao Cheng inquired, What is it? Yu Qingmei replied, I call it the Heishui fish. It can only be found in that dark water and only appears at night. It is quite delicious. Xiao Cheng expressed curiosity, What does it taste like? Yu Qingmei described, It is fresh, tender, smooth, sweet, and has no bones. Xiao Cheng exclaimed, That sounds delightful. Gui Yongwang interjected, Miss Qingmei certainly possesses extensive knowledge about Heishui City. Yu Qingmei, visibly flustered, replied, I have only heard about it. Xiao Cheng, carefree, said, Take me fishing tonight. Yu Qingmei agreed, Certainly. The carriage gradually approached the rickety gates of Heishui City. Despite the city's dilapidated architecture, it was still bustling with activity. Various shops lined the streets, offering a plethora of wares. The clanging of metal echoed from the blacksmith's forge. The rich aroma of liquor and the sounds of revelry filled the taverns. And vibrant fabrics adorned the clothing stores. A scene of lively commotion unfolded before their eyes. Gui Yongwang cheerfully inquired, Master Xiao, where shall you rest during your time in Heishui City? Xiao Cheng glanced at Yu Qingmei, who promptly responded, At the Heishui Inn. Gui Yongwang affirmed, Very well. I shall attend to my business, but I will seek you out for a chat when time permits. Xiao Cheng replied, I look forward to it. I too enjoy conversing with President Gua. With that, Gui Yongwang turned to depart with Yu Cheng. Upon arriving at the Heishui Inn, Old Lon drove the carriage straight from the front yard to the back. Yu Qingmei instructed Old Lon, Please open a room in front and move our belongings inside. Old Lon acknowledged and left. Come, said Yu Qingmei, that I will take you to meet my brother. Xiao Cheng exclaimed, Is this so? The Heishui Inn serves as the headquarters for your Qingmei gang. Let us hurry. I can hardly wait, she said, pulling Xiao Cheng along, while Yu Qingmei deftly led Xiao Cheng through 2 houses. Arriving at an unassuming residence, she knocked on the door, and a small opening revealed a pair of eyes peering out. The door creaked open. Upon entering, Yu Qingmei addressed the person, Niu Er, where is my brother? In the hall, attending to correspondence. Carry on, we shall proceed, she said, tugging Xiao Cheng further inside. As they approached the door, Yu Qingmei pushed it open. Upon stepping into the room, Xiao Cheng beheld a slender young man whose frame appeared fragile, as if a mere gust could topple him. The young man sat amidst a pile of various letters, and this must be Yu Qingmei's brother, Yu Qingmu. The young man noticed Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei, exclaiming, Qingmei, you've returned so soon. And is this the esteemed Master Xiao? Yu Qingmei confirmed, Yes, brother, this is my teacher, the master of Guangming Mountain. Xiao Cheng, that he has come a great distance to offer his expertise concerning your leg. Xiao Cheng remarked, You are aware of me. Yu Qingmu replied, Our Qingmei gang has its eyes and ears. I am somewhat informed about your journey. Master Xiao, please take a seat. Yu Qingmu invited that we acknowledge our misstep in this matter. I advised them against bringing you here, yet they insisted that I sincerely apologize. Xiao Cheng reassured him, Now that I am here, it must be fate. However, I did mention to the old gang leader that during my treatment, there should be no. Yu Qingmu interjected. The old gang leader has informed me. I am currently enacting changes. Regardless of whether your leg can be treated, we shall no longer engage in banditry, Yu Qingmei questioned. Then what are we to do with so many of us? Yu Qingmu. I have registered multiple mercenary squads. However, at present, we lack the warrior tokens Yu Qingmei inquires. Are you referring to the warrior tokens that must be obtained from the warrior guild? Yu Qingmu. Indeed. You must understand, none of our warriors have succeeded in acquiring the tokens. It is quite possible that none will return to Yu Qingmei. Brother, both Lao Lan and I possess warrior tokens. Yu Qingmu. How can that be? How did you manage to obtain them? Yu Qingmei. Our teacher arranged for them. Yu Qingmu. Master Xiaoshan, I implore you to assist me. Xiaocheng. Very well. I shall do my utmost. How many of you are there? Yu Qingmu. 1 great warrior and 1,114 warriors. Xiaocheng. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yu Qingmu. Not at all. These are the individuals willing to follow us. We have already lost over 1,000 warriors who simply walked away. Xiaocheng. Then how many members does your Qingmei gang have remaining? Yu Qingmu. There are still over 20,000 to Xiaocheng. Good, no rush. Let us first examine the leg. Chapter 33. Blackwater City 3. Observing the grievous injury to Yu Qingmu's leg. Xiaocheng realized the severity of the situation. It had been severed just above the knee joint that if it were the lower leg, a straight prosthetic could suffice, but the upper leg involves the knee joint's mobility. Here, high-tech solutions are non-existent. Should he fashion a cane? Or perhaps a wheelchair? Neither would be ideal to in the room of the Blackwater Inn. Xiaocheng took out paper and pen, sketching various designs for a prosthetic leg, gravity adjustable. Too rigid to a hip-driven model, but the materials were unsuitable to an electric smart model seemed promising. The door swung open, and Yu Qingmei entered. Teacher, take a break. My brother's leg is not an urgent matter. After all, so much time has passed, we can consider solutions slowly. Xiaocheng. I shall ponder a bit longer, Yu Qingmei. Teacher, let us go fishing. Xiaocheng. It is still early. Night has not yet fallen. Yu Qingmei. Teacher, I'll let you play with this iron beetle. Saying this, she produced the iron beetle. Xiaocheng. I'm not interested right now. You go play by yourself. Off you go. As Yu Qingmei waved her arms. She placed the iron beetle on the table. The round iron beetle instantly opened before it even touched the surface. Xiaocheng's eyes brightened as he focused on the iron beetle. Do not move. Let me give it a try. He slowly picked up the iron beetle, which promptly coiled into a ball the moment it left the table. As he gently lowered it again, the beetle would spring open before nearing the table. It swiftly retracted and quickly released, adhering to the wall and the table's edge. Xiaocheng observed that the beetle's retraction and extension followed a precise rhythm, as if it possessed a radar. It would open whenever the joint approached a flat surface, which had to exceed the beetle's own body. That he procured a copper plate, crafting a clasp to attach to the iron beetle, then lifted it. The beetle quickly curled into a sphere, pulling the copper plate into a ring. Upon releasing the beetle, it unfurled, and the copper skin was again stretched. A bold idea struck Xiaocheng. He intended to create a biological prosthetic limb. He envisioned a prosthetic leg equipped with a movable knee joint. Affixed to the thigh, 2 rods would extend from the knee joint, and at the base of the prosthetic foot, he would mount the iron beetle, connecting the 2 rods to each end of the beetle. When the thigh was lifted, the foot would rise. As the iron beetle left the ground, it would contract, prompting the knee joint to bend, resulting in a flawless lifting motion. Subsequently, as the thigh descended, the beetle would quickly open upon nearing the ground, allowing the knee joint to return to its original position, completing the standing action. With the iron beetle's retracting capability, it could effortlessly support the prosthetic. Xiaocheng excitedly informed the puzzled Yu Qingmei. Qingmei, I plan to use this iron beetle to create a prosthetic for your brother. Can you tell me if this iron beetle will grow larger and how long it can live? Upon hearing her name, Yu Qingmei lowered her head. It is fully grown and will not increase in size. That I am unsure how long it will survive, but it should last quite a while. Xiaocheng. Very well. Let us go find your brother and take his measurements. Yu Qingmei turned, opened the door, and it flew outward. Xiaocheng. Great warriors are truly tempestuous. In front of the Lord's manor of Blackwater City. An elderly man leaning on a cane confronted Guiyong Wang with a fierce demeanor. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions while under my roof. Leave at once. Guiyong Wang. Gu Nianqing, do you not comprehend the significance of this blueprint? You should assist me in capturing this individual, the Jiu Nianqing. Guiyong Wang, this matter has nothing to do with me. With that, he turned to leave. Very well. If that is your stance, I shall wait here and observe how you conduct your transaction, while Yu Qingmei led Xiao Cheng to visit the home of the Wu Wen warriors. Xiao Cheng believed that if the skin of the Wu Wei fruit proved useful, it could serve as an excellent joint, that they passed by the Lord's manor of Blackwater City. Xiao Cheng spotted Guiyong Wang, brazenly standing in front of the manor. Xiao Cheng approached. President Guo, is this how you conduct your investigations discreetly? Guiyong Wang's face flushed. I was discovered by Gu Nianqing and had no choice but to remain here. What else could I do? Xiao Cheng, aren't you assisting someone with a leg? I am merely checking the materials for prosthetics. Guiyong Wang grinned, a plan forming in his mind. Master Xiao Shan, do you possess the ability to treat any leg? Xiao Cheng, that depends on the patient's condition. Each situation requires a different approach. Guiyong Wang, what if it were someone like Gu Nianqing? Xiao Cheng, though I have not seen him, I estimate that crafting a prosthetic should not pose significant difficulties. Guiyong Wang, that is splendid, Master Xiao Shan. Please do me a favor and examine Gu Nianqing's ailment. I shall cover the source crystal, and it will aid me in persuading him to cooperate in capturing the individual who stole the blueprint. Xiao Cheng, very well. Once I have finished attending to this patient, I shall come to find you. As for the source crystal, it is unnecessary. Guiyong Wang, I am exceedingly grateful, Master Xiao Shan, that in the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly assist you. Xiao Cheng was momentarily taken aback. President Guo, there is no need to wait. I do indeed have a matter to discuss at present. Guiyong Wang, speak freely. Xiao Cheng, recently, several warriors have joined my organization. Could you assist me in registering them? Guiyong Wang, a trivial matter. How many individuals are we discussing? Xiao Cheng, one great warrior and 1,114 warriors. Guiyong Wang. Xiao Cheng nonchalantly turned to leave, only to hear Guiyong Wang call after him. Master Xiao Shan, there will be an additional handling fee for this. Xiao Cheng scrutinized the nearby Wu Wen warrior. The skin of the Wu Wei fruit had been fashioned into a teardrop shape, perfectly adhering to the skin on the lateral deltoid, with no gaps at the edges. When the fruit skin was pulled, the skin beneath moved in unison. After inquiring whether there was any pain, potential inconveniences in daily life, or lingering side effects, Xiao Cheng felt satisfied and began crafting the biological prosthetic. Having consulted with Yu Qingmu, Xiao Cheng commenced experimenting with the Wu Wei fruit on Yu Qingmu's amputated limb, meticulously cleaning the skin at the amputation site, applying the appropriately shaped fruit skin, and bandaging it. Awaiting the skin to darken, as dusk approached, Lao Lan urged Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei to hurry towards Blackwater Cliff to catch fish. Xiao Cheng, Qingmei, did you bring any lighting tools? Yu Qingmei, what lighting tools? Xiao Cheng, how will you see once it gets dark? Yu Qingmei, the fish come out before it is completely dark. So we can catch them then. If it becomes fully dark, we can wait until the time passes and the dawn returns. Sometimes there are bright stars in the night sky, and if we pay close attention, we can still see the fish. Xiao Cheng, are you saying the stars are sometimes present and sometimes absent? Yu Qingmei, exactly. Sometimes only the east has them, and at other times, only the west. Xiao Cheng, are there many stars in the sky? Yu Qingmei, when the sky is filled with stars, you can see about 100 of them. Xiao Cheng fell into contemplation. This phenomenon is, in fact, a common astronomical occurrence known as celestial occlusion. In simple terms, it involves an immensely large object, its size at least 100 million times greater than the planet we inhabit. Only such a colossal celestial body could obscure our view of the sky. Even more astonishing is that this gargantuan entity possesses a remarkable ability to absorb light. It acts like an endless black hole, mercilessly swallowing all surrounding luminosity, rendering the light that strikes it unable to reflect, making it difficult to detect. Chapter 34, Blackwater City, for Qingmei. How do you intend to catch the fish? What fishing tools will you employ? They will swim to the shore, and I will simply grab them with my hands. Are there really such foolish fish? You intend to catch them with your hands. Xiao Cheng secretly lamented his lack of preparation for this venture. As darkness began to descend, Yu Qingmei took Xiao Cheng's hand and led him to a stretch of sandy beach beside Blackwater Cliff. She recounted how, During her childhood, she had unwittingly discovered this type of fish while playing with her brother, and after trying it once, found it exceptionally delicious that Yu Qingmei and Xiao Cheng removed their shoes and waded into the water. Before long, Yu Qingmei joyfully exclaimed, "Here they come! Here they come!" All at once, several small white, ribbon-like creatures swam towards them, spraying water behind them. Xiaoqing nearly drooled at the sight. These creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to squid. Albeit lacking the tentacles typical of their heads, delicious indeed. These fish seemed rather naive, moving at a leisurely pace, making them easy to catch. Some even swam directly into their hands. However, the fish were quite slippery. Yu Qingmei brought a copper barrel, and the two began to fill it. As the fish multiplied, it wasn't long before the barrel was brimming. Nightfall enveloped the sky, and a handful of stars emerged. Xiao Cheng counted them, noting there were around 20 scattered across one side of the heavens. The scarcity of stars made it impossible to discern any shapes in the obscured middle, yet connecting the stars revealed an irregular arc. "Let us return and feast upon the fish." After donning his shoes, Xiao Cheng grabbed the barrel, only for Yu Qingmei to snatch it from him, placing her hand into his. "That it's dark. I shall carry the barrel." By the time they arrived back at the inn in Blackwater City, dawn had broken. Xiao Cheng instructed Yu Qingmei to gather some wood while he returned to his room for tools and seasonings. Intending to grill the fish in the courtyard, the locals preferred their meals cold, resulting in the absence of kitchens. The inn served hot food, but few partook. Its provisions were processed, rendering the establishment more akin to a food processing factory. Upon entering his room, Xiao Cheng discovered two individuals present. One was Gui Yongwang, the president of the Eastern Martial Artists Guild, and the other, seated on a stool with a cane beside him, was Gu Nianxing, the lord of Blackstone City. Gui Yongwang stood to greet Xiao Cheng with enthusiasm. "This is Lord Gu Nianxing. After I mentioned your intention to treat his leg yesterday, he could hardly wait to come. Yet upon his arrival, you were absent, so we had no choice but to wait here." Xiao Cheng nodded. "President Gu, Lord Gu, since you are here, I shall examine your leg." He scrutinized Gu Nianxing's leg, noting that the injury was indeed located on the thigh, which bore an unusual bulge. "Lord Gu, do you still experience pain in this leg?" Gu Nianxing replied, "Yes, it varies." Xiao Cheng continued, "There appears to be an issue. We should perform surgery to ascertain the cause." Gu Nianxing insisted, "I wish to see your leg first." Xiao Cheng replied, "It is not yet ready. Please wait a moment." That he then procured some copper coins along with his prepared herbal seasonings that I intend to prepare copper coin blackwater fish. If you are interested, please do sample it. As Xiao Cheng set up the copper coins and began to kindle a fire. He knew that successful fire making by friction required specific tools and materials, primarily a dry wooden stick and a suitable wooden board. The stick should be sturdy, straight, and of moderate diameter to facilitate the creation of sparks, while the board should consist of soft, easily drillable wood. The process then commenced. Xiao Cheng inserted the stick into a hole in the center of the board, gripping both ends firmly, and began to rotate rapidly. That he maintained pressure to ensure sufficient friction between the stick and board. As the rotation continued, the stick gradually heated, eventually igniting sparks. However, after a prolonged effort, all Xiao Cheng managed was to char the wood. That he turned to Yu Qingmei. "Try mimicking my method." "Did I ask this how it's done?" she asked as the stick released dark shavings. "Faster," Xiao Cheng urged. "All right," Yu Qingmei complied, and wisps of smoke began to emerge. "Can you go even faster?" he inquired. "That I can," she affirmed, producing a squeaking sound from the wood. It stopped at that moment. Sparks appeared, and Xiao Cheng quickly placed the smoldering embers on dry leaves to ignite them. He gently blew on them to encourage the flames, which soon consumed the leaves. Gathering small twigs, he continued to stoke the fire with larger branches, ultimately placing the wood pile beneath the copper coins. Xiao Cheng then began to prepare the blackwater fish, deftly extracting the innards and leaving only the thick fillets behind. Once the fish was ready, the fire had settled into a smoke-free blaze, glowing with red coals. Xiao Cheng repeatedly doused the heated copper coins with water to cool them down, arranging the cleaned blackwater fish onto the coins, adding seasonings and water, before covering it with another copper plate. The heat would cause the fish to contract, and the iron plate would prevent it from curling while ensuring even moisture retention. That a rich, distinctive aroma wafted through the courtyard. Gui Yongwang inquired of Gu Nianxing, "What delightful fragrance is this?" Gu Nianxing replied, "I am unaware." That Yu Qingmei, filled with anticipation, asked, "Master, can we eat now?" "Indeed," Xiao Qing said, removing the coals and unveiling the covered copper plate, gesturing towards the blackwater fish. "How would you like to partake?" Yu Qingmei glanced at Xiao Cheng, who smiled and fashioned several pairs of chopsticks from a wooden stick. She immediately grasped a chopstick, speared a piece of fish, and began to eat. Gui Yongwang and Lao Lan followed suit, each taking their turns to enjoy the fish. Gui Yongwang speared 2 pieces and offered one to Gun Yinqing. Xiao Qing picked up a pair of chopsticks, then set them down again, that he then selected one to join in. The blackwater fish was tender, slippery, and delectable, yet no one indulged excessively, for Yu Qingmei insisted on saving some for her brother, taking a portion to go, leaving only the 4 of them in the courtyard with their small wooden sticks. Chapter 35, Blackwater City, Part 5. Xiao Cheng assessed the integration of the wooden prosthetic, pleased with the results that Yu Qingmu informed him that he now felt sensation in his thigh, though pain was absent. Xiao Cheng commenced the installation and adjustment of the prosthetic. "All right, stand up and give it a Yu Qingmu positioned his bent legs on the ground, and his right residual limb suddenly straightened. He nearly toppled over, but was swiftly steadied by the quick-witted Yu Qingmei. "You must acclimate to the speed of the iron beetle, the do not rush. Take your time. It requires patience. Once you are comfortable, we shall visit Lord Gu, shall we?" Yu Qingmu nodded, and upon finishing his words, he began to shuffle around the room, the prosthetic creaking with each step. Yu Qingmu showed no signs of fatigue, persisting until Xiao Qing called for a halt. Fearing he might overexert himself, Xiao Cheng escorted Yu Qingmu to the entrance of Lord Gu's residence. He gently knocked on the door, which slowly swung open, revealing a servant who respectfully greeted them. "I bring him to meet Lord Gu," Xiao Qing announced. The servant nodded. "You are Master Xiao." "Indeed. Lord Gu is presently in a meeting that he has instructed that you may enter directly. I shall inform him of your arrival." Shortly thereafter, the servant led them inside the estate, traversing a spacious courtyard and opulent corridors, until they reached Lord Gu's study. Xiao Qing gently pushed the door open, revealing Lord Gu seated at his desk with a stern expression. His gaze sharp and authoritative, Yu Qingmu stood nervously to the side. "Lord Gu, this is Yu Qingmu," Xiao Cheng introduced, revealing Yu Qingmu's prosthetic limb. Lord Gu approached, scrutinizing Yu Qingmu closely. Nodding, he addressed Xiao Cheng, "Master Xiao. Truly remarkable work. When you have the opportunity, I would request a similar one for myself." Xiao Cheng replied, "Lord Gu, your limb presents a more complex issue. Surgery will be necessary to remove the foreign object inside. We must ascertain whether it is benign or malignant. If it is malignant, it complicates matters, as the prosthetic would be rendered unusable. The prosthetic itself is manageable. I have devised a method. Would this be acceptable? I will use the bark of the patternless fruit to form the joint for the prosthetic. This bark inhibits the transmission of pain. I will attach it to the joint of your prosthetic before proceeding with the surgery. If the foreign object is benign, we can promptly begin crafting your prosthetic." That would indeed trouble you, Master Xiao," Gun Yinqing replied. "I also bear good news. The person I just conversed with has been confirmed as the one who stole the blueprints. I have apprehended him, and he is now confined. However, he stubbornly refuses to disclose the location of the blueprints. I have dispatched someone to summon Gui Yongwang to handle this matter, as I have already captured the individual." Xiao Cheng cautioned, "But I recall President Gu mentioning that there were 2 thieves. If you have captured one, might the other hear of it and flee with the blueprints?" Gun Yinqing responded, "When I apprehended this individual, there was no commotion, but if we delay too long, it could indeed become problematic. Perhaps a city-wide lockdown and search would be prudent." "That should suffice," Xiao Cheng suggested. Yu Qingmu interjected, "Lord Gu, our Blackwater City is unlike any other. It is rife with various factions. If you command a self-inspection among the local powers, we should be able to identify the culprits swiftly." "Indeed. Who issue the order? Anyone who has recently arrived in Blackwater City, who is unfamiliar to you, should be detained. If 1 or 2, perhaps even 4 individuals, are missing, apprehend them all." Who took his leave to fulfill the command. Gun Yinqing's eager gaze turned to Xiao Cheng. "Very well. I shall prepare some fresh patternless fruit, strong liquor, and a well-lit room. Soon, my student and I will return to perform your surgery." With that, he and Yu Qingmu made their exit. Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei returned to the Lord's estate, where they found Gui Yongwang conducting interrogations. Only 2 individuals had been sent by various factions. One woman had come to Blackwar City on her own, while another pair had arrived together, leaving one unaccounted for. Guiyongwang questioned the man. "What is your name?" 72501, the Guiyongwang continued. "And who accompanied you?" "Qingyi, a martial artist that I am his attendant." Guiyongwang pressed. "Do you know why you were brought here?" "It is certain that you are aware of our theft of the blueprints, which has come to your attention." Guiyongwang. "Very well. Hand over the blueprints. They are not with me. Cheng-Yi has never trusted me. I witnessed him take the blueprints when he left." Guiyongwang glanced at Gun Yinqing. "First, confine them to their cells. Do not lock them up together," that a soldier inquired. "What about this woman?" Guiyongwang. "The murderer has been apprehended." "Let her go," Gun Yinqing replied sternly. "We should still question her. Few dare to venture alone into Heishui City, especially a woman." The woman produced a token and displayed it momentarily. "I am the heir. I have come to Heishui City solely upon hearing rumors of the weaving machine blueprints to Ji Yunyanqing. An heir, indeed. It has been a long time since an heir visited Heishui City." "Very well. You may leave." That he then turned to Xiao Cheng. "Master Xiao, shall we?" Xiao Cheng. "Lead the way. First, we need to shape the wood grain bark to fit on a Gun Yinqing's severed limb, then await the loss of sensation." Xiao Cheng and Yu Qingmei began preparing for the surgical procedure. Xiao Cheng. "This operation is quite straightforward. The difficulty is minimal, and it will not take long, aside from the arteries and veins. There are no other hazardous areas that Yu Qingmei. Teacher, perhaps I should take over." Xiao Cheng observed Gun Yinqing, clearly taken aback. "Xiao Cheng, I shall handle it. You can assist next time there is a similar procedure." Yu Qingmei, how could I possibly dare to waste Master Xiaoshan's time? "You may proceed first," Xiao Cheng inquired. "Is there no need for inspection?" The female inheritor visibly flinched. Startling Xiao Cheng. "Haha, Master Xiaoshan, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor." AI, who couldn't help but burst into laughter, then turned to the soldiers and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly spring into action. Step aside and clear a wide path for Master Xiaoshan. Allow our master to pass through first." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the space upon hearing the command. The soldiers, not daring to delay for even a moment, swiftly moved to the sides, instantly creating an unobstructed roadway. Chapter 37. The second hostage situation. Xiao Cheng felt that this second instance of being held hostage by Yu Qingmei was far more perilous than the first. During the first encounter, Yu Qingmei had carried him away, and he had felt no fear. However, this time he was burdened with explosives, while Yu Qingmei merely wanted him to heal someone without endangering his life. This individual had directly burned a warrior alive. The level of danger had escalated dramatically. As the carriage galloped further away from Heishui City, Xiao Cheng's mood soured increasingly. Unable to restrain himself, he said, "Miss, did you not promise to release me once we left the city?" The female inheritor pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe you are far too significant to let go if I were to release you. They would immediately pursue me with all their might. With you as my hostage, I have nothing to fear." Xiao Cheng remarked, "This person is utterly untrustworthy." Continuing, he said, "Miss, I cannot keep calling you miss. At the very least, please tell me your name so that I may address you properly." The female inheritor hesitated briefly before responding. "Since you seem rather honest, I will tell you that my name is Jiang Shaoling." Xiao Cheng was taken aback. "Jiang Shaoling? What relation do you have to Jiang Shaocheng, the maker of weaving machines?" Jiang Shaoling's eyes reddened. "That is my brother." Xiao Cheng understood. "That I see. You pursued me to Heishui City for the blueprints of the weaving machine. You burned that dancer to avenge your brother." Jiang Shaoling replied, "Not entirely accurate, that I am not solely after the blueprints. I wish to avenge my family." Xiao Cheng responded, "If you're not after the blueprints, then you must not comprehend the significance of your brother's designs. They increase the weaving machine's output by hundreds of times, a revolutionary transformation. Whoever obtains such a thing will become immensely wealthy. Which is why your brother was murdered and the culprit is being hunted down." Jiang Shaoling shot him a disdainful glance. "The deal I need you to tell me. I'm the one who created it." Xiao Cheng was astonished. Was it not your brother who crafted it? If you made it, then what did your brother create?" Jiang Shaoling replied, "The device you were carrying is what my brother made. After I finished crafting the weaving machine, my brother mentioned an exchange meeting in Ishin City and intended to promote the blueprints. Who could have anticipated that trouble would arise at that time?" I was in my brother's laboratory observing his research when my sister-in-law informed me that something had happened at home. To be by the time I returned, it was already too late, so I took Zhang Xiaoling. I truly do not know. Sometimes it feels close, and other times distant. Xiao Cheng forced a bitter smile. You haven't figured it out yet. Just take it and use it. Zhang Xiaoling matter-of-factly replied. Wasn't it you who pushed me to do this? Glancing at Zhang Xiaoling's backpack, he mused. Your brother isn't specifically studying insects, is he? Zhang Xiaoling. At times, you can be quite clever. Xiao Cheng deeply reflected on the lessons learned from his previous failure, which was primarily due to his lack of an identity token that prevented him from seeking help directly. Since I cannot rely on others for assistance, I must explore alternative routes. Perhaps I can create a bit of chaos in a crowded area and seize the opportunity to escape amidst the disorder. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoling would undoubtedly be flustered, too preoccupied to pay attention to me. I could then discard the electrical insect, ensuring a smooth getaway. That he chuckled to himself, convinced of his impending success. First, I must select an opportune moment and location, ensuring there are enough people around to generate significant confusion. Secondly, I must act swiftly, providing Zhang Xiaoling no time to react. Although this plan appears somewhat audacious, I have no choice but to take a gamble to free myself from Zhang Xiaoling's entanglement. That I hope everything unfolds according to my design, allowing me to escape her grasp unscathed. Opportunities are always bestowed upon the prepared. Lo and behold, one has presented itself. Passing a tavern, Xiao Cheng remarked to Zhang Xiaoling, perhaps you should buy less alcohol. You see, I've been restrained recently and haven't rested well. That a bit of drink would help me sleep more soundly. Zhang Xiaoling pondered for a moment. All right then, I shall buy less. With that, she led Xiao Cheng into the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, Xiao Cheng began to scout for potential targets. That it wasn't long before he spotted a table in the center where a group of robust individuals were drinking. Each of them was burly, with thick hair adorning their arms and faces. Particularly striking was the one who appeared to be the leader, exuding an intimidating aura and possessing a rather unattractive visage. Xiao Cheng thought to himself, apologies, but you are the one. As he approached the table, he abruptly halted, slamming his hand onto the surface, causing everyone to stare at him in astonishment. Xiao Cheng pointed an accusing finger at the burly man seated at the table and declared loudly, do you even realize how ugly you are? The burly man was evidently taken aback by such a direct confrontation. Momentarily stunned, he seemed to wish to retort, but was at a loss for words. Finally murmuring, I know. Xiao Cheng, unfazed, continued. Then do you know that all of you are quite hideous? He gestured toward the rest of the group. The individuals nearby nodded in acknowledgement. We are aware. Xiao Cheng was taken aback, pointing at the man in the center. Aren't you upset about being called ugly? The burly man looked puzzled. I'm already ugly. Should I be angry? A cold voice interrupted. Let's go. I've procured the alcohol. Xiao Cheng followed Zhang Xiaoling out, feeling sheepish as he remarked. You see, this bunch is quite a temper. I called him ugly, and he didn't even get mad. Zhang Xiaoling replied. You still do not realize that they are from the Beastman tribe. Members of the Beastman tribe have never cared about appearances. Some even take delight in being called ugly. Xiao Cheng pondered. Have I just inadvertently complimented them? Back at the carriage, Zhang Xiaoling retrieved her backpack once more. Xiao Cheng gasped. What are you planning to do? You already have 2 insects on you, and now you're bringing more? I might as well carry the entire backpack myself. Zhang Xiaoling coldly responded, fine. If you wish to carry it, then go ahead. Xiao Cheng, I still think carrying 2 or 3 insects is quite reasonable. That I wouldn't want to ruin such important items. Zhang Xiaoling shot him a glance and silently extracted a box from her bag. She produced an insect about the size of a thumb alongside a whistle. Zhang Xiaoling began her explanation. This is called a paralysis insect. Once it stings you, your entire body will go numb, and a large, painful, pus-filled bump will form, causing discomfort for several days. Zhang Xiaoling then picked up the adjacent whistle. This is known as a bird whistle. When the paralysis insect is on you, if I blow this whistle, it is best that you remain completely still. That if you move, the insect will sting you. This particular paralysis insect is naturally afraid of the bird. Upon hearing the bird's call, it will become motionless and charge its energy. Even the slightest movement will provoke a sting. Xiao Cheng, are you suggesting that even if you do not blow the whistle, I should not move if I hear a bird? Zhang Xiaoling, you could try moving a little. Xiao Cheng genuinely contemplated asserting his masculinity, insisting it was worth a try. However, upon gazing at the thumb-sized paralysis insect, he was apprehensive of the gaping hole it could create. Please, hurry and tell me what a hoop bird looks like. What does its call sound like? No, just demonstrate it with the whistle. Zhang Xiaoling placed the insect down and turned away. Xiaocheng, you researchers cannot be so irresponsible. Xiaocheng once more delved into deep reflection regarding his past failures, but he believed the first failure stemmed from his lack of sufficient identity and background as support. The second was due to his limited understanding of the leaf-gathering continent. After all, he was not a local. After much contemplation, Xiaocheng resolved to alter his strategy for the next endeavor, but he silently vowed, I will take decisive action. He chuckled to himself, confident of his success this time. At that moment, even with 3 insects on his back, Xiaocheng brimmed with determination and self-assurance that he believed that only through decisive action could he transcend his predicament. Xiaocheng began meticulously planning his subsequent course of action. Chapter 39. My Self-Rescue Heaven continuously presents opportunities to those who are prepared. This time, Xiaocheng felt he had grasped the opportunity perfectly that a throng of people filled the street, forming 2 lines, with a towering figure at the center. This towering individual sported a massive golden leaf atop their head, obscuring their face entirely. Perhaps due to the wind, a nearby girl assisted in holding up the leaf. Xiaocheng thought, this must be it. Look at that person accompanied by a maid and surrounded by an entourage. Provoking someone of such stature will surely bring trouble for Zhang Xiaoling. Once I engage this group, I shall claim to be Zhang Xiaoling's attendant. And with the crowd encircling Zhang Xiaoling demanding an explanation, I can easily discard the insects and make my escape to freedom. Unable to contain himself, Xiaocheng dashed forward, seizing the leaf atop the person's head and yanking it down with force that in an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment, including Xiaocheng. The reason for Xiaocheng's shock was that upon removing the leaf, he discovered that the towering figure was, in fact, a woman. Not quite beautiful, yet not unattractive either. The onlookers were equally stunned. Having never witnessed such an occurrence before at that moment, an elderly man turned to a nearby youth and said, See? I told you we have bride snatchers around here. You didn't believe me. But now you see it, don't you? Look at this young man. He has quite the eye, snatching such a tall and robust woman to take home as a bride. The astonished woman regained her composure and fixed her gaze intently on Xiaocheng for quite some time. Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, she gritted her teeth and firmly placed her broad and powerful hand over Xiaocheng's. Her eyes radiated unwavering determination. Let us go. I will follow you. Regardless of what awaits us ahead, I am willing to face it alongside you. Who could have imagined this was to be a wedding? Who would know that this individual, not donned in bridal attire but rather sporting a leaf, was indeed the bride? According to the customs of Earth, weddings are typically celebrated with drums and fanfare, not to mention arriving on a magnificent steed or in a flower-laden sedan chair to welcome the bride. Yet here she was, simply walking forward and claiming to be abducted. Xiaocheng lamented internally, I have never been married in my past life. Why must I engage in a wedding snatching upon arriving here? More importantly, we are strangers. Do not hastily agree. Xiaocheng retracted his hand. My apologies, young lady. I must have mistaken you for someone else. What did you say? The towering woman's previously somewhat appealing visage morphed into a fearsome countenance as she placed her hands on her hips. Roaring in indignation. How dare you, despicable scoundrel, deceive me in public? Someone, seize him and bring him back. Let us see how I deal with him. With her shout, a group of wedding attendees surged forward. Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng dared not linger to explain. He turned and fled. He had never anticipated he could run so swiftly. Fortune favored him, as the pursuing group lacked martial artists. Xiaocheng glanced back at the chasing crowd, finding no sign of Zhang Xiaoling. This Zhang Xiaoling is truly unreliable, abandoning me at such a critical moment. Observing the dispersing crowd, a young man turned to the elderly man beside him, puzzled, and inquired, Is this what you meant by bride snatching? How is it that only half the crowd fled? The elder appeared equally bewildered, furrowing his brow and shaking his head, responding helplessly, I do not know. I have never encountered such a situation before. As he continued running, Xiaocheng felt his strength waning. At that moment, he heard the sound of a carriage approaching. Turning back, he saw Zhang Xiaoling driving the carriage, overtaking the pursuers and arriving at his side. Xiao Cheng promptly leapt onto the vehicle. After a considerable distance, Xiao Cheng sheepishly addressed Jiang Shaoling. Thank you for your assistance this time. I apologize for the trouble. Please select whatever insect you deem necessary. I shall heed your advice from now on, ensuring that I do not cause you any trouble as your hostage. I asked the driver of the carriage. Jiang Shaoling glanced back at the small town and sighed. In a moment, when we take a break, I will remove all your insects. After a few more days, we will reach the town of Qingmei. Then we shall part ways. I will return to my Tan city, and you will go to your Guangming mountain. Xiao Cheng inquired, but why is that? Jiang Shaoling looked at him and sighed again. I have come to realize that you are not entirely bad. For one, your singular focus has been on escaping, and you have no intention of causing me harm, which is somewhat acceptable. Moreover, and this is the most crucial point, I perceive you to be rather foolish. If I were to bully someone as dim-witted as you, would that not reflect poorly on me as well? Xiao Cheng murmured, Actually, I'm not that foolish. There are reasons for my actions these past few times. Jiang Shaoling replied, Very well. You can slowly explain yourself over the next few days that I am also curious as to how a person can be as foolish as you. Why Yu Qingmu urgently summoned Yu Qingmei, saying, You need to set aside whatever you are doing and quickly find your teacher. Yu Qingmei asked, What happened to the teacher? Yu Qingmu responded, You should take a look at the reports on your teacher from the past few days. They read as follows. The master of Shao Mountain publicly insults the patrolling soldiers in town, causing them to flee. This is the first incident. The second, he recklessly berates a group of beastmen in a tavern and leaves unscathed. The third, he steals someone's wife and is chased by a crowd but remains unharmed. Yu Qingmu added, Qingmei, look at your teacher. This is becoming increasingly serious. At this rate, we won't even reach Guangming Mountain before something major occurs. Although the master of Shao Mountain possesses divine skills, he cannot act with such impunity. You must go and keep an eye on him. Yu Qingmei furrowed her brow, saying, The teacher has never behaved like this before. Chapter 40. The biological engine. Jiang Shaoling retracted all the insects, and Xiao Cheng let out a sigh of relief, confidently assuring Jiang Shaoling, Rest assured, I will thoroughly explain your situation to Gui Yongwang of the Warriors Guild in Gunyanqing, the lord of Heishui City. They will not trouble you further. I believe they will grant me this favor. Jiang Shaoling nodded in agreement while organizing her backpack of insects. Curiously, Xiao Cheng asked, How many insects are left in that backpack? Jiang Shaoling replied, Not many. You have seen most of them, and there are only a few you haven't encountered. Xiao Cheng then inquired, Are there any particularly interesting insects? Jiang Shaoling responded, Indeed. She then pulled out a large black insect from her backpack. Xiao Cheng recognized it, saying this, I've used this before. Isn't it a beetle? Jiang Shaoling clarified, You may have played with it, but you are unaware that the beetle is the strongest insect in the continent of Jui. Xiao Cheng chuckled. How much strength can this little creature possess? Jiang Shaoling asserted, Let me put it this way. A beetle rolled up cannot be opened even by a warrior using all their might. Xiao Cheng questioned, Is that so? I feel those beetles I used before lacked such strength. Jiang Shaoling explained, That is because you did not feed them correctly. Beetles typically consume sand, but if you feed them source crystals, they will possess immense strength. Additionally, consuming source crystals grants them remarkable endurance and longevity. After some contemplation, Xiao Cheng exclaimed with delight, This is simply a perfect source of power. We can fully utilize it to create a robust engine. Jiang Shaoling blinked in confusion and asked, An engine? What is that? Her tone conveyed curiosity and perplexity. Xiao Cheng smiled as he explained, Simply put, an engine is a machine that can continuously produce power. Jiang Shaoling listened intently, pressing further, Is it truly that miraculous? How is it manufactured? Xiao Cheng continued, We create a shell and place the beetle inside, that we attach a connecting rod to the beetle, which connects to a crankshaft. And the crankshaft connects to gears. The gears link to a speed-increasing gear, which ultimately connects to the output shaft, that we find a flat surface to simulate the ground and continuously shake the cover over the beetle's face. The beetle will roll up, and open. The connecting rod will move, pushing the crankshaft, which transmits power to the gears, and the gears, through power amplification, convey it to the output shaft by shaking the cover quickly using human strength. We can make the engine run at its fastest, that if the output shaft lacks power, we can add more beetles to enhance the force. Jiang Shaoling pondered for a moment and excitedly exclaimed, You can place this engine on my loom. It would significantly increase the efficiency of the weaving machine. Xiao Cheng disdainfully remarked, "This device is not merely useful for weaving machines. We can apply it to various fields to maximize its potential. For instance, we could install it on carriages, replacing traditional horses and creating a new mode of transportation. Or we could use it on boats, acting as oars to propel them forward. It could even be utilized in production and manufacturing, replacing manual labor and greatly enhancing work efficiency. That if the power it generates is sufficiently strong, we might even be able to create flying vehicles." Jiang Shaoling gazed at Xiao Cheng with admiration, her eyes shimmering with indescribable brilliance, as though he were the most resplendent star in the universe. Her voice quivered with excitement as she said, "Your idea is truly astounding. I have never encountered such a brilliant and unique concept before. If this idea of yours comes to fruition, it will undoubtedly bring about an unprecedented transformation to the continent of Jui." Xiao Cheng replied, "Thank you for the compliment." At that moment, a hint of shyness appeared on Jiang Xiaoling's face, and her voice softened, like the gentle hum of a mosquito, as she said, "Master Xiao, would you mind elaborating on the theoretical knowledge regarding the engine you just mentioned? I still find many key aspects unclear." After speaking, Jiang Xiaoling lowered her head, avoiding direct eye contact with Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng smiled slightly and calmly took out paper and a pen from his pocket, saying, "Let us endeavor to learn together and strive to create a wondrous future on the continent of Jui. Now, let me explain the biological engine in detail." Xiao Cheng dedicated an entire day to thoroughly elucidating the principles of mechanics and construction to Jiang Xiaoling. As time passed, Jiang Xiaoling's admiration for Xiao Cheng grew exponentially. Filled with confidence, she told Xiao Cheng, "If I apply the mechanical knowledge you have imparted to me, I am certain I can increase the loom's output several-fold." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Cheng ardently invited Jiang Xiaoling to accompany him to Guangming Mountain, promising her that she would be the one to realize the biological engine, offering her a dedicated space for scientific research. However, Jiang Xiaoling did not immediately agree. Instead, she expressed the need to return to Tan City to visit her sister-in-law before making a decision. In the following days, Jiang Xiaoling deliberately slowed the carriage's pace, yet they still arrived at Qingmei Town. Jiang Xiaoling remarked, "Master Xiao, we have arrived at Qingmei Town." Xiao Cheng asked, "Is there also a Qingmei Mountain?" Jiang Xiaoling confirmed yes. Xiao Cheng inquired, "Is there a Qingmei Forest as well?" Jiang Xiaoling replied helplessly, "Indeed." Xiao Cheng recalled Yu Qingmei and chuckled. Jiang Xiaoling asked, "Master Xiao, did you know there is a vast Qingmei Lake beside Qingmei Mountain?" Xiao Cheng was taken aback. "I did not know that." Jiang Xiaoling continued, "Do you know there are Qingmei fish in Qingmei Lake?" Xiao Cheng replied, "I do not know that either." Jiang Xiaoling pressed on, "Did you know there is a Qingmei Island on Qingmei Lake?" Xiao Cheng responded, "I was unaware." Jiang Xiaoling further stated, "Are you aware that there is a nest of water bandits on Qingmei Island?" Xiao Cheng admitted, "I did not know that." Jiang Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. "You know nothing of the continent of Jui, yet you laugh aimlessly." Xiao Cheng retorted, "I know of the Qingmei Gang." Jiang Xiaoling asked, "The Qingmei Gang? What do you know?" "Before I went to Heishui City, the Qingmei Gang had disbanded. The largest band of rogues on the continent of Jui now is the Luoyuan Gang." Xiao Cheng replied, "I am aware of the Luoyuan Gang as well." Jiang Xiaoling inquired, "What do you know about it?" Xiao Cheng stated, "I know the leader is Zheng Ziqian." Jiang Xiaoling said, "You seem to know quite a bit about unsavory matters." Chapter 41. The third incident. Upon arriving at Qingmei Town, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Xiaoling were astonished to discover that there were no merchants selling carriages. It is important to note that on the continent of Jui, carriages are a luxury item that is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only in the cities are there shops that sell horses and carriages, since they needed to part ways. They required 2 carriages. However, where could they find 2 carriages at such short notice? Just as they were feeling quite troubled, a man dressed as a servant approached them and asked, "May I inquire if you too are looking to purchase a carriage?" The servant gazed at them with an obsequious expression. Jiang Xiaoling shyly responded, "Yes, preferably with a coachman as well." The fellow remarked, "Just in time. Our boss has finished unloading the goods and is resting in the plum grove outside the city. There happens to be a carriage for sale that is currently unoccupied. Would you care to accompany me to take a look?" Xiao Cheng glanced at Jiang Xiaoling, and they both nodded in agreement. They mounted the carriage and followed the fellow to the plum grove outside the town. As soon as the carriage reached the grove, it was intercepted by a group of menacing individuals. armed with sharp blades and displaying fierce expressions. The leader bellowed, "Don't move. We are the water bandits of Qingmei Lake, here solely for the purpose of acquiring wealth, and we do not wish to take lives. If you know what's good for you, leave your valuables behind." Xiao Cheng, with a bitter smile, said, "Esteemed leader, we have a considerable distance to return home, that if you take everything we have, how shall we survive?" The fellow interjected, "If you wish to buy a carriage, do you not possess source crystals?" Upon hearing this, the leader's fury surged. "Quickly dismount. I need to search the carriage." Reluctantly, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Shaoling gathered their belongings and stepped down from the carriage. The bandits first inspected their personal items, leaving Jiang Shaoling's insect untouched. They then examined Jiang Shaoling's heirloom token and confiscated all her source crystals, which numbered in the dozens. Several henchmen crawled into the carriage. And suddenly one of them shouted, "Leader Wu, look at this!" A bandit emerged from the carriage, struggling to carry a box. The man referred to as Leader Wu regarded his subordinate with confusion. The excited henchman opened the box, revealing it to be filled to the brim with source crystals. Instantly, silence fell over the group as they fixated their gaze on the treasure. Xiao Cheng recalled, "This is the box of source crystals given to me by the great Prince Ali of the Yaga Kingdom. That greedy fellow, Yufeng Han, actually left it in the carriage." Jiang Shaoling turned to Xiao Cheng. "Is this what you meant when you said you had no source crystals?" Xiao Cheng's expression darkened. "If you trust me, I just found out about it too." Leader Wu waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone stay still. I need to think. With such an abundance of source crystals, they must belong to a formidable faction. This woman is an heir, and this man undoubtedly raises suspicions. Recently, we have been cautious. Not long ago, the prominent Qingmei gang was forced to disband, allegedly due to offending an organization known as the medical envoys that we cannot afford to provoke powerful forces. Examine them closely for any discrepancies." The bandits began to search the surroundings but found nothing. Suddenly, one of the bandits shouted, "Leader Wu, I found something." Leader Wu inquired, "What have you discovered?" The bandit exclaimed, "Leader, look, their carriage is different. It has a tail." Xiao Cheng gazed at the tail, recalling Yufeng Han. Leader Wu ordered, "Two of you stay behind to watch the carriage. The rest of you, take them back to Qingmei Island. We will investigate them thoroughly." Xiao Cheng never imagined that Qingmei Lake could be so vast. The pale blue waters before him resembled a colossal mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky and the green trees along the shore. Standing on the bandit's small boat, he gazed out at the shimmering lake, which seemed endless. The bandits rowed 3 small boats, creaking and groaning, as they made their way toward Qingmei Island. The boats appeared so dilapidated that they seemed on the verge of falling apart. As they passed, fish leaped from the depths of the water, flopping in the air. Some fish even landed on the boats, only to be disdainfully tossed back into the water by the bandits. Xiao Cheng asked, "Leader Wu, may I inquire what kind of fish these are?" Leader Wu, with impatience, replied, "These are Qingmei fish. We eat them every day and are quite tired of them." Upon stepping onto Qingmei Island, Xiao Cheng immediately sensed something amiss with the inhabitants. Qingmei Island was small, about the size of a town. The terrain was relatively flat, devoid of trees, likely due to the fluctuation of the lake's water levels. The wooden houses were all elevated. The individuals bustling about in the middle of the houses bore pale faces, their exposed skin marred with noticeable red swellings and sores. Xiao Cheng and his companions were escorted to a central wooden house. Leader Wu took a seat and stated, "Let me tell you both, I am the only martial artist within 100 miles. Now, I want you to share your circumstances with me." Xiao Cheng responded, "She is an heir. You have seen her token .as for me. I am a doctor, merely here to heal the sick. When one feels unwell, they are considered ill. A doctor. That name sounds familiar," mused Leader Wu. Xiao Cheng continued, "Leader Wu, let me ask you, do the people here sometimes feel utterly drained?" Leader Wu nodded, "Indeed." Xiao Cheng pressed on, "Do you have red spots on your skin?" Leader Wu replied, "Yes, look, I have them too," rolling up his sleeves to reveal his skin covered in red dots. Xiao Cheng queried, "Do you often eat fruits?" Leader Wu lamented, "Fruits require source crystals. We cannot afford them. The most we eat are Qingmei fish." Xiao Cheng declared, "You are suffering from a common yet often overlooked illness known as scurvy, medically referred to as vitamin C deficiency. The treatment is quite simple. By paying attention to your diet and consuming more fruits, you will gradually recover." Leader Wu replied, "We truly cannot afford fruits." Xiao Cheng suggested, but there are Qingmei fruits nearby, are there not? Additionally, I have discovered several edible herbs in your vicinity. I can show you when time permits. Leader Wu felt somewhat embarrassed. Very well. If we recover, I will express my gratitude. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Cheng replied, I am Xiao Cheng, though many refer to me as the Mountain Master Xiao. Doctor, Mountain Master Xiao? Leader Wu exclaimed in surprise. Does this mean that the doctor is associated with the Medical Envoys organization? Xiao Cheng confirmed. Indeed, the term medical envoy signifies the mission of a doctor. Leader Wu, not easily convinced. Pressed, so you are one of them, correct? Xiao Cheng responded. If this medical envoys organization was sanctioned by President Guo, then it is indeed one I established. At a flicker of a smile crossed Leader Wu's fierce countenance. So it was Mountain Master Xiao who dismantled the Qingmei gang. Xiao Cheng insisted. That is undoubtedly a rumor. The Qingmei gang disbanded of its own accord. Chapter 42. Dried Qingmei fish. Leader Wu let out a long sigh of relief. That is more like it. I do not perceive Mountain Master Xiao as a ruthless individual. Xiao Cheng explained. After the disbandment of the Qingmei gang, the martial artists who refused to leave remained under my banner. Leader Wu inquired, how many are left? Xiao Cheng replied, not many, just over 1,000. Leader Wu noted, Mountain Master Xiao, you ventured out alone this time. Did you not bring anyone with you? Xiao Cheng cast a slightly awkward glance at Jiang Shaoling, who shyly lowered her head. Leader Wu's realization dawned. Oh, you two are eloping? Well, Mountain Master Xiao, you are indeed young and accomplished. Xiao Cheng hastily clarified, no, did you not see that we intended to buy another carriage and then part ways? Leader Wu's smile broadened. Had a quarrel. Did you? Look at that young lady, running away with a grown man like you. How could you bear to let her go alone? Xiao Cheng pondered Leader Wu's words and found them to be reasonable. The leaf-gathering continent was inherently unsafe. When Jiang Shaoling set out for revenge, she did so with a resolve to face death. That a research-minded young lady chasing after vengeance across great distances was indeed quite remarkable. Now, with her wealth of knowledge, it would be unwise to let her return alone. If something were to happen on the way, it would be a loss too great to bear. Observing Jiang Shaoling, who was blushing profusely, Xiao Cheng said, you should return with me to Guangming Mountain. You can focus on your research while I take care of your daily needs. That I genuinely do not feel comfortable letting you go back alone. Jiang Shaoling paused for a moment before affirming with an Leader Wu finally revealed a look of relief. Mountain Master Xiao, please rest here for a while that I will prepare your carriage and horses. Once you're rested, I will personally escort you back to Guangming Mountain. How does that sound? Xiao Cheng waved his hand. No need. I will wait for a mercenary team in Qingmei Town. Leader Wu, visibly anxious, asked, what is the matter, Mountain Master Xiao? Xiao Cheng inquired, do you sustain yourselves solely through banditry? I observe that you all have families. Have you never considered alternative methods? Leader Wu sighed deeply, his tone imbued with endless helplessness and dejection. We are situated in a remote area, lacking resources. There are neither rich mines to exploit nor unique products to attract others. That we possess no special skills or expertise. Xiao Cheng probed, then what do you have in abundance? Leader Wu replied, what else but Qingmei fish? You can see that the lake is teeming with them. Xiao Cheng contemplated, then bring me a Qingmei fish to examine. Leader Wu asked, what is your intention? Xiao Cheng explained, I want to see if Qingmei fish can be processed into dried fish. That if they are suitable for this purpose, you could produce and sell dried fish in the future. Please wait. I will fetch one immediately. Leader Wu hurriedly dashed out. After a commotion outside, he returned, holding a nearly 1 meter long, still wriggling Qingmei fish by its gills. The fish bore a striking resemblance to a carp from Earth, with a body shaped like a duck egg, complete with fins and scales. Leader Wu inquired, Mountain Master Xiao, how does this fish look? Xiao Cheng nodded, the fish is too large. You should first incapacitate it. I need to check whether it meets the standards. Leader Wu placed the fish on the table and skillfully struck it with his palm. The fish's head visibly flattened under the force. Xiao Cheng requested a knife from Wu and, after a brief wait, began the process of dissection. He, too, was not fond of the writhing fish during dissection. Xiao Cheng gently inserted his knife into the belly of the fish, carefully slicing it open. Inside lay the heart, liver, gallbladder, stomach, swim bladder, intestines, and roe, all present and accounted for. Xiao Cheng inhaled the aroma of the fish. The fishy scent was not overpowering, mingled with a hint of decay. while the flesh felt exquisitely delicate and smooth, rich in fat content. Most notably, apart from the main backbone and fin spines, there were no other bones to contend with. Xiao Cheng remarked, "The fish seems fine. There should be no issues. Call a few people over, and I will teach you how to make dried pickled fish." Captain Wu brought over a dozen individuals, both men and women. Xiao Cheng commenced the lesson without delay. First, the fish must be scaled, and then all the internal organs should be removed and thoroughly cleaned. Boil a pot of water, adding this much salt, this much sugar, this much wine, and a certain herb. This herb enhances the flavor and can be found near the riverside. Remember to let the water cool. Soak the fish in the water for a while, then retrieve it. Coat it in wood fruit powder and roast it over the fire. The wood fruit powder acts as a preservative, infusing flavor and reducing the oiliness. How long should it be roasted? Until the fish oil surfaces and both the fish and the wood fruit powder take on a faint yellow hue. At this point, the fish's aroma will be fully unleashed. Finally, it needs to be air-dried for a period. Wrap the dried fish in paper and store it in a sealed box for sale. During the drying process, ensure cleanliness to avoid mosquito bites. Follow this method for preparation, that we will stay in Qingmei town until you bring the dried fish over for me to sample. Captain Wu eagerly agreed, and then solemnly inquired of Xiao Cheng. Master Xiao, is this technique unrelated to the Inheritors Guild? What does this have to do with the Inheritors Guild? After saying this, Xiao Cheng turned to Jiang Shaoling. This explanation is rather complicated that I will tell you when we return. Jiang Shaoling assured Captain Wu, rest assured, this technique has no ties to the Inheritors Guild. Upon hearing that it was unrelated to the Inheritors Guild, Captain Wu was elated and respectfully escorted Xiao Cheng and Jiang Shaoling back to the carriage. Upon arriving in Qingmei town, Xiao Cheng checked into an inn. Due to the lack of identification, he registered under the name of Inheritor Jiang Shaoling. Xiao Cheng informed the innkeeper to notify him if any mercenary teams passed through. Since Jiang Shaoling had agreed to accompany Xiao Cheng to Guangming Mountain for research, she had become exceedingly enthusiastic and proactive to eye in there in room. Unable to contain her excitement, Jiang Shaoling leaned closer to Xiao Cheng, and together they began sketching blueprints to improve the existing weaving machine. Jiang Shaoling showcased remarkable intelligence and creativity, successfully drafting the design for an improved weaving machine. Even more astonishingly, she sketched a blueprint for an iron beetle perpetual motion machine. Xiao Cheng gazed at the exceptionally talented Jiang Shaoling before him, someone who would undoubtedly be among the highest echelons of intelligence on Earth. He felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. If all went well, she would bring about monumental changes to the continent of Jui. Both were fervently eager to return to Guangming Mountain and commence their experiments. Suddenly, the inn's door swung open, and the innkeeper rushed in, an expression of urgency upon his face. "Sir and Miss Jiang, the mercenary team you were searching for has arrived, that I've instructed them to wait downstairs. You may go down to speak with them." After saying this, he stood aside by the door. The innkeeper's eyes furtively darted toward the blueprints, glancing at them repeatedly. The two paid no heed to the intruding innkeeper and proceeded to exit the room to meet the mercenary team. After taking a few steps, Xiao Cheng suddenly sensed something amiss that he turned around to find the innkeeper still standing by the door, intently observing the blueprints. Xiao Cheng returned and asked, "Do you understand what you're looking at?" The innkeeper hurriedly replied, No. I was merely noticing that it seemed a bit disorganized." With that, he hastily exited the room. Xiao Cheng, glancing at the scattered blueprints, pondered and decided to pack them securely into his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. Chapter 43. The Inheritors Guild. After the innkeeper returned to his room, a carrier pigeon soared into the sky. Typically, a mercenary team comprises a single warrior. However, this particular team was more lavish, consisting of two warriors, a brother and sister duo. The brother, named Nan Mu, and the sister, named Nan Xiao, were hired by a merchant to travel to Guangming Mountain. Upon hearing of the journey to Guangming Mountain, Xiao Cheng felt a sense of familiarity, but refrained from revealing to the merchant that it was his home. That he inquired what their purpose was for going there, to which the merchant replied that it was a trade secret and could not be divulged. The mercenary siblings were both generous in spirit, and Xiao Cheng quickly struck a deal with them, paying for their passage to Guangming Mountain, that he then informed them that they would need to wait for a while, as he had another matter to attend to and would pay extra for the delay. The siblings and the merchant expressed their understanding, indicating that additional payment was unnecessary. To this moment, the innkeeper beamed and said, "You are truly fortunate. I hope you can stay with us a while longer, allowing us to treat you well as long as you wish. Your lodging during this time will be entirely free. Xiao Cheng felt a flicker of suspicion arise within him. Something about the situation seemed off. However, Jiang Shaoling, standing nearby, perceived the innkeeper as exceptionally kind and generous. She remarked to Xiao Cheng, "It seems the owner is really warm-hearted." Xiao Cheng furrowed his brows and gently cautioned, "Jiang Shaoling, don't be foolish. There may be ulterior motives at play. We should remain vigilant." Jiang Shaoling chuckled dismissively. After settling into the inn, Xiao Cheng ventured alone to the merchant's room. Knocking on the door, the merchant eyed Xiao Cheng curiously. "I am Xiao Cheng." He introduced himself. "I was a bit impolite earlier. I have a business proposition here. I wonder if you might be interested?" Upon hearing the word business, the merchant's excitement was palpable. "I am 69062. After completing this business at Guangming Mountain, my contributions to the Merchant Guild should suffice for me to acquire my own name. Now, do tell me about this business of yours." That AT over 60 years old, 69062, appeared remarkably youthful. Xiao Cheng quickly continued, "It pertains to a type of food, dried pickled fish from the local Qingmei Lake. We process and dry it." The merchant replied, "Food items do not sell well unless they possess a unique flavor. How does this food taste? Is it easy to store?" Xiao Cheng explained, "The method is one I will teach. It stores well, but I cannot specify the exact flavor of the finished product. However, you will soon be able to taste it, as I have been eagerly awaiting this. 69062 responded enthusiastically. "Great, I shall also have a taste." Jiang Shaoling elaborated on the Inheritors Guild, stating that the largest guild on the continent of Jui is indeed the Inheritors Guild. Those wishing to learn basic knowledge must attend schools established by the Inheritors Guild, and those seeking specialized skills must purchase them from the guild. Depending on the knowledge acquired and skills purchased, the Inheritors Guild charges a substantial amount of source crystals. Anyone who learns knowledge and skills from the Inheritors Guild becomes an Inheritor student, and students are prohibited from imparting this knowledge and skills independently. To teach others, one must become an inheritor. To become an inheritor, one must achieve a certain level of contribution within the Inheritors Guild. Even as an inheritor, when imparting knowledge and skills to students, one must pay source crystals to the guild. For instance, when you teach Captain Wu and others from Qingmei Island how to make dried pickled fish. If Captain Wu inquires whether you are an inheritor, and you are, you must first report to the Inheritors Guild to obtain their approval before you can teach. Without their approval, you cannot teach at all. Furthermore, should you impart the technique for making dried pickled fish, the Inheritors Guild will demand a considerable fee in source crystals. My parents were inheritors. They spent their lives amassing contribution points to grant my brother and me knowledge and ultimately earned the Inheritors token. My brother and I wish to withdraw from the Inheritors Guild, as we believe it merely uses the guise of knowledge transmission to exploit source crystals. However, if one wishes to withdraw, the Inheritors Guild insists that we return the knowledge we have acquired. How does one do that? Consequently, my brother took the weaving machine blueprints I had just researched to sell at the International Exchange Conference without notifying the Inheritors Guild, hoping that with the source crystals gained, our family could leave the continent of Jui and venture to another. Unfortunately, my brother met with an accident. I recall that there was a prominent inheritor named Hai Dongsheng who came to my place but refused to leave, insisting on becoming my record officer. Xiao Cheng pondered for a moment before continuing. Considering what you've said, do you not think this incident was orchestrated by the Inheritors Guild? Jiang Shaoling frowned. Surely not. The Inheritors Guild is the largest organization on the continent of Jui, and they likely have far more warriors under their banner than the Warriors Guild. My brother was selling the blueprints behind their backs. If they wanted the weaving machine blueprints, they could have taken them directly. Moreover, after the incident, the Inheritors Guild was the first to issue a bounty for his capture. Xiao Cheng queried, "I have a question. With so many powerful factions unable to locate the perpetrator, how do you know the culprit is in Heishui City?" Jiang Shaoling. On that day, I was at the Mercenary Guild, inquiring about any news regarding the murderer. A martial artist named Cheng Gang approached me and claimed to possess information about the killer. Initially, I was skeptical. How could such crucial information be obtained so easily? He informed me that the murderer resided in Heishui City and offered to escort me there personally. Whether I could take revenge or not would depend solely on me. Since I had no leads, I decided to trust him just this once. Indeed, he guided me all the way to the outskirts of Heishui City, after which I proceeded alone into the city. You are already aware of what transpired thereafter. Chapter 44. The Dried Fish Seller Xiao Cheng. There are still some questions. First, how did this martial artist Chung Gang acquire information about the murderer? Second, how did he accurately locate you within the mercenary guild, knowing you intended to seek revenge? He must have recognized you as the sister of Jiang Xiaochong. It is important to note that after your brother's incident, many were unaware of your existence as his sister. Only the Inheritors Guild could possess such knowledge. His ability to find you so swiftly suggests that he may indeed be affiliated with the Inheritors Guild. Jiang Xiaoling's delicate face clouded with worry. It seems this matter is far from resolved, that if what you say is true, then the Inheritors Guild certainly harbors ulterior motives. Xiao Cheng replied earnestly, "Do not fret. I will investigate this matter alongside you. Moreover, I have come to perceive that the Inheritors Guild is not a benevolent organization. Their monopoly on knowledge and technology is undoubtedly a grave impediment to the development of the Jui continent." Jiang Xiaoling. Indeed, the reason I did not return to Guangming Mountain with you was due to my concerns regarding the Inheritors Guild. However, upon observing your character and your genuine willingness to assist the water bandits, I believe collaborating with you on research would be an immensely enjoyable endeavor. Xiao Cheng smiled with pride. Silly girl. The people of Jui continent are yet unaware of your true worth. You are worth 1,000 times more than any loom. From now on, you shall follow me and engage in research without fear. No one shall harm you or attempt to barter for your return. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Her bright, watery eyes fixed upon Xiao Cheng, as if trying to see into his very soul. That instant, her heart brimmed with an indescribable emotion, making the world around her seem extraordinarily beautiful. Through the window, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soothing sound. In the distance, the verdant peaks of Qingmei loomed, while Qingmei Lake shimmered like scattered diamonds. Reflecting the clouds above, the flora along the bank exuded a fragrant aroma that uplifted the spirit. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves and voices erupted from the inn's entrance, shattering the tranquility. Xiaoqing opened the door to find a contingent of cavalry surrounding the inn. The foremost four martial artists dismounted, and the leader called out to those inside, "Jiang Xiaoling, we are from the Inheritors Guild. Come with us to return." That moment, the innkeeper rushed out to speak with the four, whispering and then gesturing towards Xiao Cheng and Jiang Xiaoling. "Jiang Xiaoling, you cannot go back with them, at least not until we have clarified this situation," Xiao Cheng declared resolutely. Jiang Xiaoling chuckled nervously. "It's likely that neither of us will leave today. There are 4 martial artists here, that we cannot match them in strength, and perhaps you underestimate their speed, that we won't be able to escape. They are here to take me back for questioning. You should leave. I will go with them." Xiaoqing gazed at Jiang Xiaoling. "Do you think me a fool? You know full well that going with them will not yield a favorable outcome. Your actions are merely to protect me. Do you trust me?" Xiaoqing looked deeply into Jiang Xiaoling's eyes as she firmly replied, "I trust you." "Very well. I shall make every effort that if I cannot prevent them from taking you, then you must go with them. They have dispatched such a force to retrieve you, which means they understand your significance. This implies they know you are the one who drew the loom's blueprints. Once back, comply with their request to ensure your survival. I, Xiao Cheng, swear that as long as I draw breath, I will do everything in my power to rescue you." Jiang Xiaoling nodded vigorously. "All right. I shall heed your words." As the 4 figures drew nearer, Xiao Cheng positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Xiaoling and addressed them. "I am Xiao Cheng, the master of Guangming Mountain. This is Jiang Xiaoling, my associate. I urgently need to take her back to Guangming Mountain." The leading martial artist scoffed derisively. "So, you are the famed Master Xiao. It is you who has been evading scrutiny for the unregulated production of telescopes and igniting mirrors. We have been searching for you these past few days. However, today you are fortunate. We will not trouble you further, and you may leave." Xiao Cheng replied, "Let us discuss my matters later. I see that you have traveled quite a distance and must be weary. Allow me to offer a box of source crystals as a token. In the future, you may also visit Guangming Mountain to see Jiang Xiaoling. What do you say?" Upon hearing the mention of source crystals, the innkeeper's eyes lit up. Yet the leading martial artist responded, "We have received a direct order to retrieve Jiang Xiaoling at all costs. We cannot abandon our mission." With that, the 4 moved forward, preparing to take action. That moment, the mercenary siblings Nanmu and Nanxiao stepped in front of them. "Nanmu, may I inquire what crime this Jiang Xiaoling has committed?" The leading martial artist replied impatiently, "Step aside. This is none of your concern. Nama countered. So it is clear that Jiang Shaoling has committed no crime, that we are a mercenary team tasked with escorting Master Xiao and Jiang Shaoling back to Guangming Mountain. The leading martial artist declared, "We will offer you double the payment to cancel your task." Nanmu. I adhere to the Mercenary Guild's code. The leading martial artist warned. I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your station. We are the Inheritors Alliance. Can you afford to offend us? Nanmu responded. I adhere to the Mercenary Guild's code, that I will fulfill my duty to the death, that I will not allow you to take Jiang Shaoling. The leading martial artist laughed heartily. Two martial artists dare to boast. We are 4 in number, that we can easily occupy you 2 while the other 2 capture them. What can you do? With that, the 4 split, 2 advancing toward Nanmu and Nanxiao, while the other 2 approached Xiao Cheng and Jiang Shaoling. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and wooden splinters flew as one of the martial artists fell to the ground. Motionless. The remaining 3 halted, turning to assess the situation, only to see a ragged figure, carrying a sack of dried fish, appearing behind them, brandishing a broken stick and grinning. Would you like some dried fish? The 3 stood momentarily stunned. What are you doing? I am simply selling dried fish. Are you not afraid of offending the Inheritors Alliance? I am merely a dried fish seller. The 3 exchanged glances. And the leader, realizing the futility of their mission, said, Very well, reinforcements from the Inheritors Guild are on their way. We have merely arrived here first that do not revel in triumph. Even if you escape now, you will face relentless pursuit by the Inheritors Alliance that we depart. With that, he bent down carefully to lift the fallen martial artist and turned to lead his subordinates away from the scene. As they receded into the distance, everyone present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The sudden conflict had finally come to an end. Only the innkeeper's face remained pale as parchment, his eyes betraying deep-seated fear and anxiety. The events that had just unfolded had exceeded his capacity to endure. Chapter 45. Journey westward. The merchant approached Xiao Cheng, astonished, and bowed. Master Xiao, I was unaware of your position as the master of Guangming Mountain and apologize for any offense I may have caused. Xiao Cheng, I truly did not take it to heart. The merchant continued. In fact, I came to Guangming Mountain to purchase a batch of telescopes and magnifying glasses. Both items are in high demand across the Jui continent, particularly the magnifying glass. However, the Inheritors Guild has labeled them as igniting mirrors, claiming they pose a danger, and have made things difficult for us. Our guild leader, Zhou Jingming, believes the Inheritors Guild has gone too far and has advised us to ignore them and continue fulfilling our tasks. Xiao Cheng inquired. It has been some time since I left Guangming Mountain. What is their current situation? Can you enlighten me? The merchant replied with enthusiasm. Certainly, though my knowledge of Guangming Mountain is limited. It is said that there exists a magnificent crystal palace, constructed from their local unique minerals, which produces both telescopes and magnifying glasses. However, what has truly catapulted Guangming Mountain to fame is a profession known as doctor. This individual possesses miraculous abilities to treat pain that afflicts the inhabitants of Jui continent. When news first broke, many were skeptical, as throughout history, pain has claimed countless lives, and merely enduring it was considered fortunate. No one had heard of anyone being cured. However, when the great sovereign of the Innu nation, Jia Musu, publicly declared she had been healed, the people of Jui continent went into a frenzy that a throng of martial artists, including formidable warriors and seasoned veterans, flocked to Guangming Mountain seeking treatment. Yet upon arrival, no matter how many source crystals they offered, the doctor would not provide any healing. Unless Master Xiao agrees, anyone who has undergone treatment must join Guangming Mountain. Currently, only a portion of the warriors have chosen treatment and joined Guangming Mountain. A large number of warriors are still waiting for you. Furthermore, a duel took place in the arena, where those who were defeated were directly dragged away by the individuals from Guangming Mountain and rescued one by one, joining Guangming Mountain. Although these individuals are merely ordinary people, they have showcased such extraordinary skills to the warriors, and thereafter, no one wishes to leave, insisting on waiting for you, Master Xiao. Xiao Cheng found himself engulfed in deep confusion. I lost Hai Dongsheng, and Su Rina made no moves. Yet she is secretly developing the surgery of the great sage Master Jiamas, which seems to be orchestrated by Su Rina. This young girl indeed possesses considerable audacity. The individuals defeated in the arena must have been taken back by Su Rina to practice suturing. As for the treatment requiring one to join Guangming Mountain, it must be because after I treated Wen Hong, When Hong joined Guangming Mountain, prompting Hai Dongsheng to act in this manner. But clearly, I have lost him. Why is no one searching for me? Is it my fault? No one sought me out after I lost at Guangming Mountain. Nor did anyone search after I was lost in Heishui City. After a moment of calming his entangled emotions, Xiaoqing approached Leader Wu and nodded. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Leader Wu, your actions may have offended the Inheritors Guild. Leader Wu's expression tightened. Master Xiao has given us a way out. As for the Inheritors Guild, I have never utilized anything of theirs. What can they do to us? Xiaoqing replied. Regardless, I have made a friend in you, Leader Wu. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to come to Guangming Mountain to find me. Then, Xiaoqing warmly pulled Leader Wu towards the merchant. This is the delicacy I wish to introduce to you. Come, let us have a taste. Leader Wu took down the dried fish from his person, and Xiaoqing inquired, why is it not packed in a box? Leader Wu explained, I did not want you to worry. The boxes are still being made, so I brought the ready fish over for you to sample. Xiaoqing responded affirmatively, picking up a large piece of dried green plum fish, tearing off a chunk to offer to the merchant. Truth be told, it was Xiaoqing's first time tasting semi-dried fish. As he tore into the golden-brown exterior of the fish, an enticing smoky aroma wafted towards him, blended with the alluring scent of the fish. There was also a hint of the unique sweetness of the green plum that whetted his appetite. Xiaoqing took a gentle bite, finding the dry yet elastic fish irresistible as a sweet fragrance filled his mouth. The flavor was truly delightful. After tasting, the merchant's eyes sparkled. Excellent. The flavor is indeed unique. I shall take it, and we can load it onto the cart immediately. Xiaoqing responded. Very well. You can discuss the remaining matters with Leader Wu. I must hurry back to Guangming Mountain with Jiang Shaoli. The members of the Inheritors Guild have also stated that others will soon arrive. The merchant suggested, Master Xiao, why don't you and Nanmu and Nan Xiao leave first? I have plenty of carts and horses. Traveling with me may delay your journey, and I can also pack the dried fish here with Leader Wu. Xiaoqing replied, How can that be? What about your safety on the road? Leader Wu interjected, Master Xiao, rest assured to depart. I do not require the green plum fish for drying, and once the fish is packed, I will escort him to Guangming Mountain. All right, Xiaoqing conceded. Then I am most grateful. Nanmu hesitated. Master Xiao, I will escort you as planned, but the situation here is complex. I need to report to the Mercenary Guild about it. Xiaoqing agreed. The merchant continued. I also need to report. Xiaoqing affirmed. That is acceptable. The carriage set off, and 2 carrier pigeons flew away. To the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, President He Songchuan was anxiously pacing about the room. Just a few days ago, his father, the senior warrior He Yi, had been suffering from unbearable abdominal pain, living in agony day by day. The old man knew this was a case of internal pain, had made all the necessary arrangements, and was simply waiting for death. Suddenly, news arrived that a doctor at Guangming Mountain could treat internal pain. Without confirming the accuracy of this information, the old man took his people and rushed over with enthusiasm. Today, however, a carrier pigeon returned with news. The old man arrived at Guangming Mountain and witnessed people cured of internal pain. However, the doctor refused to treat him, stating that either Master Xiao must agree, or they must join Guangming Mountain to receive treatment. The old man's subordinates, in a fit of anxiety, scolded the doctor, but the doctor became angry and refused treatment under any circumstances, even if the old man were to join Guangming Mountain. The old man could not resort to force, as a group of elderly men stood by, ready to assist. The old man sent a letter back, urgently seeking a solution. If none arose, he would await the collection of his remains. Chapter 46. Journey West, Part 2. At that moment, the recording officer hurriedly entered, holding a carrier pigeon letter. President He, the Nanmu and Nan Xiao siblings require assistance for their escort mission. Should I approve? He Songchuan, growing impatient, replied, Do not bother me with trifles. Handle it as you see fit. The recording officer continued. However, these siblings have requested a high level of escort, and I cannot make the decision. He Songchuan retorted, What level do they require? The recording officer explained. They mention having offended the Inheritors Guild and need full assistance. Offending the Inheritors Guild? He Songchuan questioned in confusion. Who are they escorting that could provoke the Inheritors Guild? The recording officer replied, The letter does not clarify much, only that the person being escorted is Xiaoqing from Guangming Mountain. Upon hearing the name Xiaoqing, He Songchuan sprang up. What? Guangming Mountain. Xiao Cheng, he snatched the carrier pigeon letter and began to read it. Ha, ha, ha. Tisanchuan laughed heartily. What a splendid offense. The recording officer was bewildered. Tisanchuan stood there, his eyes alight with excitement. We must act immediately. We shall fully support the Nan Mu and Nan Xiao siblings in their mission. Inform all task teams along the route to abandon their current tasks and wholeheartedly assist the Nan Mu and Nan Xiao siblings in completing theirs. Additionally, notify the presidents of the local branches along the route to personally offer their assistance. Every individual must ensure that these siblings successfully complete their mission, without fail. Moreover, any teams participating in the escort will receive at least 100 source crystals as compensation for their contributions. The recording officer protested. President He, is it truly necessary to escalate this matter? He Songchuan replied, You are unaware of who Xiaoqing is. Now go and follow my orders. Afterward, send a carrier pigeon letter to my father, detailing how I rescued Master Xiao. The recording officer nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I will take care of it. Please rest assured, President. After he departed, He Songchuan murmured to himself, The Nan Mu and Nan Xiao siblings are indeed fortunate. When they return, I shall generously increase their contribution points. Meanwhile, in the western region of the continent, President Zhou Jingming of the Commerce and Trade Guild was frantically scratching his head. His mother had been suffering from chronic pain for a long time, and his father, Zhou Yunguang, loved her dearly, having once vowed that he would follow her in death. Suddenly, good news arrived that Guangming Mountain had a doctor capable of treating her chronic pain. His father hurriedly took his mother to Guangming Mountain. Now a letter arrived, stating that the pain could be treated, but the doctor required either Master Zhao's consent or for them to join Guangming Mountain. His mother wished to join Guangming Mountain for treatment, and his father intended to join to accompany her. Yet despite being a senior warrior, Zhou Yunguang was rejected by Guangming Mountain. His father cried out, insisting that his mother not join Guangming Mountain. He sent a letter to Zhou Jingming, urgently asking for a solution that if his mother joined Guangming Mountain, he feared he might never see her again, and they would perish together. At that moment, Zhou Jingming's recording officer entered. President Zhou, there is a matter requiring your decision. Zhou Jingming, feeling impatient, replied, Speak quickly, what is it? The recording officer explained. Merchant 69062 sent a carrier pigeon letter, stating that on the way to Guangming Mountain for trade, they encountered Master Xiaocheng. Zhou Jingming, incredulous, remarked, Someone who is impossible to find, and he just happened to encounter him. The recording officer clarified, It seems that Xiaocheng has offended the Inheritors Guild over a woman, and they are pursuing him. Merchant 69062 hopes we can assist Master Xiao, as it would facilitate future business dealings. Zhou Jingming stood up abruptly. What a splendid pursuit. The recording officer was taken aback. Zhou Jingming, brimming with excitement, declared, We must assist at all costs. Immediately issue commands to all merchants along the route to lend their escort teams and mercenary squads to Master Xiao. Furthermore, instruct the presidents of the local branches to organize the strongest elite forces to provide assistance. All costs and losses incurred will be covered by the headquarters. The recording officer cautioned. President Zhou, won't this lead to significant losses of source crystals? Zhou Jingming replied, You do not understand who Xiaocheng is. Now, follow my orders without delay, and afterward, send a carrier pigeon letter to my father detailing how I assisted Master Xiao. The recording officer nodded in agreement. Understood. I will take care of it. Please rest assured, President. After he left, Zhou Jingming mused to himself. Merchant 69062, quite remarkable. After this incident, you shall undoubtedly gain recognition that a mercenary squad escorting a merchant suddenly received a carrier pigeon that landed on their cart. The captain quickly retrieved the letter and after glancing at it, furrowed his brow as he approached the merchant. I apologize, but we have received an urgent task to escort someone, and we must abandon your mission. My sincerest apologies, the merchant exclaimed. What did you just say? Abandon the mission. This is the first time I have heard of such a matter. The mercenary guild seems to have no intention of continuing in the Jui continent. The captain spoke in a subdued tone. The situation is urgent. We have no choice. The merchant responded, If you choose to abandon the mission, that is acceptable, but you must compensate me tenfold in source crystals as per our agreement. The captain replied, I have no source crystals. You may go to the guild and request them. The merchant retorted, The guild will cover your source crystals? Who do you think you are fooling, without money? Do you expect to leave? I will file a complaint against you with the mercenary headquarters, and I will also lodge a complaint with the Currency Merchant Association that moment. An arrow pigeon landed on the merchant's card. The attendant swiftly opened the pigeon's envelope, glanced at the contents, and hurried to show the merchant. Upon reading the letter, the merchant's expression shifted as he asked the captain, "May I inquire who the person you are to escort is?" The captain replied, "It is the Lord of Bright Mountain, Xiao Cheng." The merchant's face brightened. "That is splendid. You may go. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The captain, taken aback, replied, "No need for compensation." The merchant then produced a pouch of source crystals, smiling as he pressed it into the captain's hand. "There is no need for compensation. We will still cover the costs of this journey. These source crystals are for your protection of Lord Xiao. Hurry along." The captain stood in stunned silence, clutching the source crystals, as the merchant urged him, "Quickly take your team and leave." Watching the mercenary squad depart, the merchant mused, "How fortunate it would be if I were that lucky fellow." 69062. Xiao Cheng was most concerned about his inability to protect Jiang Shaoling, leading him to feel a deep sense of despair for the first time due to his lack of martial prowess. He had once touched the mysterious and precious substance known as source crystals. Both ordinary individuals and martial artists could absorb source crystals to gain power, although the amount varied from person to person. However, the despairing reality was that he himself had no reaction to source crystals whatsoever, completely unable to draw even the slightest bit of energy from them. This implied that he could never become a true martial artist. Faced with this harsh truth, he realized that he would be in an extremely perilous situation on the Jui continent. Lacking martial strength for protection, he needed to seek alternative means to ensure his own safety and that of others. Hastily researching lethal weapons for self-defense, Xiao Cheng asked Jiang Shaoling, "Do you have anything left to deal with martial artists?" Jiang Shaoling replied, "I have 6 fire bottles remaining. They should be useful." Xiao Cheng remarked, "Isn't 6 a bit few?" Jiang Shaoling explained, "My brother only made 10 in total." Xiao Cheng continued, "So you used 4 to deal with that martial artist?" Jiang Shaoling confirmed, "Yes, that was because I filled the cell with fire. He had nowhere to escape and was burned to death." Xiao Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. "So this means that this method is ineffective against martial artists." Jiang Shaoling countered, "It's not that it's entirely useless. You just need to be able to hit your target." Xiao Cheng, unwilling to accept defeat, said, "What about the lightning bugs?" Jiang Shaoling responded, "Yes, but you also need to be able to hit them." Xiao Cheng grimaced. "Even the paralysis bugs require precision." Jiang Shaoling shyly murmured in agreement. Chapter 47. Journey Westward. Part 3. Xiao Cheng furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice to Jiang Shaoling. "The physical capabilities of martial artists far exceed those of ordinary people. We must develop an effective weapon to counter them. Otherwise, we will forever remain in a position of passive defense." Jiang Shaoling nodded, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "I understand. This weapon must be powerful enough for ordinary individuals to wield." The two fell into contemplation, a myriad of potential solutions flooding their minds. Suddenly, Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up. "Since your fire can kill martial artists, we should focus our research on fire." Jiang Shaoling agreed. "Close combat is definitely not an option. I can develop a device that must be fast enough to strike before the martial artists even react. Then we will have succeeded. Yes, they discussed. The galloping cart suddenly came to a halt, causing Xiao Cheng to tense up. Outside, Nan Mu's excited voice rang out, "Lord Xiao, someone wishes to see you." Uncertain, Xiao Cheng left Jiang Shaoling in the cart and stepped outside. It was evidently a mercenary squad, all clad in the attire of the mercenary guild. Xiao Cheng visibly relaxed. He approached, stating, "I am Xiao Cheng of Bright Mountain. May I inquire what brings you here?" The captain dismounted and nodded. "Lord Xiao, we are here to assist Nan Mu and Nan Xiao in escorting you back to Bright Mountain." Xiao Cheng, puzzled, replied, "But I did not hire you." The captain clarified, "It wasn't you. I received the assignment from the mercenary headquarters." Xiao Cheng glanced at Nan Mu, who explained, "I merely informed headquarters that you were being pursued by the Inheritor Guild and required assistance." Xiao Cheng nodded. "Then I appreciate your help." As he turned to return to the cart, the sound of galloping hooves echoed again. Another mercenary squad appeared, calling out from a distance, "Is this Lord Xiao?" Xiao Cheng turned back. "It is I." The captain joyfully leaped down from his horse and said, "I have caught up with you. I am also here to escort you back to Bright Mountain." Xiao Cheng, perplexed, asked, "Is this also at the behest of the mercenary headquarters?" The captain confirmed, "Indeed, that I am fast, and I have at least 2 others following behind, also on the same mission." Xiao Qing looked at Nan Mu. "What is going on?" Nan Mu whispered, "I truly do not know." Xiao Qing replied, "Well then, let us set off quickly. If more come, please assist in receiving them properly." The convoy began to move, and the number of participants continued to grow increasingly absurd. Initially, there were only small martial artist squads, but soon a mid-tier martial artist company appeared. As they neared the Four-Symbol City, even a high-ranking martial artist battalion emerged in the Jui continent. A squad is defined as at least 1 martial artist leading fewer than 10 individuals. A company consists of at least 1 great martial artist leading 10 martial artists, totaling fewer than 100, and a battalion comprises at least 1 high-ranking martial artist leading 10 great martial artists, totaling fewer than 1,000. That the sounds of carts and voices were tumultuous. Now, aside from Nan Mu and Nan Xiao, no ordinary martial artist could approach Xiao Qing's cart. Jiang Shaoling, hearing the commotion outside, could not help but peek out of the cart window. Just a glance revealed that over 100 mercenary squads surrounded the cart, numbering over 2,000, with at least 100 martial artists, completely encasing the cart. Jiang Shaoling withdrew her head, saying to Xiao Qing, "This must be an illusion. It is absolutely an illusion." Xiao Qing replied, "Stay still. I will go out and see what is happening." He called out, "Stop the cart." The cart halted. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided. Stepping out, Xiao Qing was met by a beaming man. He smiled and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man replied with a grin, "I am Lu Yifeng, a high-ranking martial artist of the Mercenary Guild and the leader of the Four-Symbol City branch. Lord Xiao, as you pass through our Four-Symbol City, how could I not personally escort you?" Xiao Qing smiled. "Lu Guild leader, could you enlighten me as to what is happening?" Lu Yifeng continued with a smile. "Actually, our former guild leader, He, is receiving treatment for a serious ailment at your Bright Mountain. As some of the rules at Bright Mountain may have inadvertently offended our guild leader, he is yet to receive treatment." "You see," Xiao Qing interjected. "Very well, I will look into the situation and arrange for surgery immediately." Lu Yifeng burst into laughter. "Lord Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Let us hurry to the front of Four-Symbol City for supplies and set off at once." The city lord of Four-Symbol City, Lu Yichen, was leisurely sipping tea in his residence when a martial artist rushed in, exclaiming, "City Lord, trouble! A group of over 1,000 is approaching us at great speed. My scouts report that there are high-ranking martial artists, great martial artists, and over 100 martial artists among them." Lu Yichen shouted, "Quickly inform my brother Lu Yifeng." The martial artist replied, "When I arrived, I found that the guild leader had taken everyone out on a mission." Lu Yichen exclaimed, "They all left. What shall we do? Come with me to the city wall to have a look." The two ascended the city wall, gazing at the rapidly advancing forces, feeling a profound headache. Suddenly, a martial artist pointed, "City Lord, is that not the guild leader by the cart?" Lu Yichen sighed with relief. "Indeed, if my brother, a high-ranking martial artist, is personally escorting someone, they must be quite extraordinary. Let us go down and make their acquaintance." Chapter 48. Journey Westward. Part 4. As Xiao Qing peered out of the stopped cart, intending to see who awaited at the city gate, he was interrupted by Lu Yifeng. "Lord Xiao, this is my younger brother, Lu Yichen, the city lord of Four-Symbol City." Lu Yifeng then turned to Lu Yichen, saying, "This is the illustrious Lord Xiao Qing of Bright Mountain, that we have urgent matters to attend to and must promptly return to Bright Mountain. So we cannot linger here. Shortly, we will allow the front team to pass through Four-Symbol City, while the rear team will remain for resupply. Once everything is prepared, we will swiftly catch up to the front team. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately." With that, Lu Yifeng yanked the reins, cracked the whip, and the cart sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a bewildered Lu Yichen. The city lord of Four-Symbol City was a great martial artist. The stability of his lordship's position is primarily attributed to his elder brother, the esteemed warrior Lu Yifeng, and his dedication to his younger sibling. Lu Yifeng even relocated the mercenary branch to the city of Four Symbols. Lu Yichen, at leisure, was sipping tea and engaging in delightful conversation with the record officer when a subordinate warrior rushed in with news that a formidable warrior, accompanied by a detachment, sought an audience outside the lord's manor. Lu Yichen promptly responded, "Invite him in at once." The warrior entered, nodding respectfully. "Lord Lu, we have a matter of urgency that requires your assistance." Lu Yichen inquired, And who might you be? The warrior replied, We are members of the Heritage Guild. Louis Chen then asked, What is it? Please elaborate. The warrior continued, Your city of four symbols serves as the only passage from the east to Bright Mountain. We, the Heritage Guild, are in pursuit of an individual who is attempting to flee towards Bright Mountain. Louis Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, who is this individual that necessitates such considerable efforts from the Heritage Guild? Deploying formidable warriors for the chase? The warrior answered, This person claims to be the Lord of Bright Mountain, Xiao Cheng. Lu Yifeng interjected, What? Xiao Cheng? The warrior pressed on. Has Lord Lu encountered this individual before? Lu Yichen responded, I have no recollection. Please provide more details about Xiao Cheng. I shall contemplate further. The warrior continued, This individual is traveling with a cart, accompanied by a man and a woman, both of whom are targets of the guild, along with a pair of sibling warriors and several cavalrymen. Lu Yichen exclaimed, I have seen them. Just moments ago, they were in the city gathering supplies. Surely, it was you pursuing them? The warrior, perplexed, replied, Indeed, Lu Yichen urged. What are you waiting for? Pursue them immediately. You will surely catch up shortly. The warrior expressed gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lu. Once our mission is accomplished, the guild will certainly acknowledge your assistance. Lu Yichen waved dismissively. No need for thanks. Off you go. We shall discuss matters further upon your return. As the warrior departed, the record officer inquired, My lord, what are your thoughts? Lu Yichen remarked, Even with my brother personally involved, they dare to pursue. Just observe the Heritage Guild's flawed intelligence. They claim to pursue only 2 warriors. How can they equate one esteemed warrior with 20 or 30 lesser warriors? They cannot even best the supply convoy that has just exited the city. In a moment of bravado, the formidable warrior suddenly noticed a detachment of mercenaries transporting supplies along the road and curiously asked, Brothers of the Mercenary Guild, what are you doing? One mercenary replied, Delivering supplies to Lord Xiao of Bright Mountain. The warrior, taken aback, queried, To whom? Lord Xiao of Bright Mountain? The mercenary confirmed, Indeed. And what of you? The warrior, now flustered, replied, Just passing through. Point. One of the warrior's subordinates leaned in and whispered, Captain, shall we continue the pursuit? The warrior scoffed, Pursue. Their supply convoy has already left you incapacitated. What will you do? Greet them upon catching up? At that moment, another detachment of mercenaries hurriedly approached, with their captain cheerfully exclaiming, I've made it just in time for this mission. Brothers, let us quickly assist with the supplies. The warrior remarked, Did you see that? Thankfully, I was clever just now. Otherwise, we would have been insufficient to fill their gaps. What shall we do now? One asked. What else can we do? This task is beyond us. Let us find a place to inform the guild headquarters and request that they dispatch esteemed warriors. In the northern coastal region of the Jui continent stands a towering peak, resembling a colossal bamboo shoot piercing the clouds. This is the eminent and awe-inspiring Cloud Chute Mountain. The mountain features steep cliffs, shrouded in swirling mists, evoking a sense of mystery and majesty. Dense foliage blankets the midsection, with verdant trees and exotic flowers interspersed, creating a breathtaking spectacle that a gentle stream meanders through the mountain, its crystalline sound melodious and refreshing, filling the air with invigorating scents that uplift the spirit. However, despite the mountain's enchanting beauty, no one has ever managed to reach its summit. It is said that the peak is cold and suffocating. Many warriors have attempted to scale Cloud Chute Mountain, yet they all met with failure, some tragically remaining within its grasp forever. At the base of this mountain lies the headquarters of the largest guild on the Jui continent, the Heritage Guild. The president of the Heritage Guild, Shang Jin, has 3 sons and 1 daughter, the latter of whom is his most cherished jewel. From the moment his daughter was born, Shang Jin lavished her with love, naming her Shang Sibai. The name Sibai embodies his hopes and blessings for his beloved daughter, representing purity, wisdom, elegance, and beauty that in Shang Jin's eyes. He desires for her to possess these precious qualities, becoming a person of both virtue and talent, balanced in character and appearance, that he also wishes for her to navigate life's journey smoothly, retaining her innocence and kindness regardless of her circumstances. That as she grew, Shang Sibai indeed fulfilled her father's aspirations, not only blossoming into a stunning beauty, but also becoming a warrior, having learned from numerous heritage bearers, further endearing her to Shangji. Yet, despite her youth, Shang Sibai, fell victim to chronic pain, suffering immensely after meals. Consequently, she reduced her food intake, becoming alarmingly thin, resembling a mere skeleton, a sight that was quite distressing. Fortuitously, a miraculous healer emerged on the continent, Xiao Cheng of Bright Mountain, who was said to possess the ability to cure chronic pain. This news was akin to a lifeline, prompting her second brother, Shang Dihai, and her third brother, Shang Delan, to hasten to Bright Mountain with their sister in tow. However, upon arrival, they discovered that treatment was conditional, requiring either Xiao Cheng's consent or membership in his organization. Neither Shang Dihai nor Shang Delan would allow their only sister to join an organization they themselves did not fully understand, preferring to notify their father for guidance. Yet Shang Sibai insisted they wait, confident that the powerful warriors present would surely devise a solution. Chapter 49. Journey westward. Shangjin was lost in thoughts of how to express gratitude to Xiao Cheng for his daughter's recovery when suddenly his eldest son, Shang Desan, burst in exclaiming, "Father, trouble has arisen. A bounty has been issued for the capture of Xiao Cheng, the Lord of Bright Mountain." Shangjin's eyes brightened. "Excellent. Who has issued this bounty?" Shang Dishan's expression darkened. "What is excellent about this?" "It is our own heritage guild that has released the bounty, and it is a high-level pursuit order." Shang Jin's demeanor shifted to grave. "I have not issued any bounty lately." Taking a few steps closer, Shang Desan lowered his voice. "Father, I secretly investigated and discovered that it was Vice President Ding Yuanhao who initiated it." Shang Jin frowned. "Him again. Have you uncovered the reason behind this?" Shang Desan replied. "I found that they are pursuing a woman who fled with Xiao Cheng. Thus 2 individuals are being hunted down." Shang Jin slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Nonsense. Ding Yuanhao has turned the entire Heritage Guild into a chaotic mess." Shang Desan, puzzled, asked, "If he has done no good, why not simply expel him?" Shang Jin sighed. "You do not understand. It is not simply due to that matter." Shang Desan pressed, "Father, every time I suggest expelling Ding Yuanhao, you always reference that matter. What is this matter?" Shang Jin's expression turned serious. "I cannot disclose that yet. What I can tell you is that it pertains to the safety of the Jui continent." Shang Desan conceded. "Very well. I have just received a plea for aid from a formidable warrior requesting that we dispatch esteemed warriors to capture Xiao Cheng. What do you propose we do?" Shang Jin's urgency peaked. "Capture? What nonsense! Are you intent on endangering your sister's life? Immediately rescind the bounty for Xiao Cheng." Shang Desan inquired. "What about that woman?" Shang Jin retorted, "Are you foolish? A woman willing to accompany Xiao Cheng must be someone dear to him. Offending her is akin to offending him. Withdraw the bounty at once." Shang Desan asked, "What shall we do regarding my sister?" Shang Jin pondered briefly. "Let us send more source crystals and dispatch an esteemed warrior to assist. That is all we can do." Meanwhile, at Bright Mountain, the capable Hai Dongxing had constructed a town around the Crystal Palace, complete with numerous restaurants, tea houses, hotels, and inns. A tea house. Zhou Yuanguang, the former president of the Commerce Guild, and He Yi, the former president of the Mercenary Guild, were engaged in quiet conversation that He Yi, frowning and sipping fragrant tea, was suddenly approached by an exuberant subordinate who rushed in with a letter. As He Yi took the letter, his somber expression transformed into one of joy, eventually erupting into hearty laughter. Zhou Yuanguang and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor. Just as they were about to intervene, another excited subordinate dashed over, presenting a letter to Zhou Yuanguang. Intrigued, he opened the letter, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face, leading him to join He Yi in joyous laughter. The raucous sound startled all patrons in the tea house. Having been keenly observing from a corner, Shang Sibai approached, followed closely by her brothers, Shang Dihai and Shang Delan. She softly inquired, "Uncles, is there something joyous afoot? Please share your happiness with us." That He Yi glanced at Zhou Yuanguang before responding to Shang Sibai. "This news is favorable for both our families, though it may not be for you. Are you certain you wish to hear it?" Shang Sibai resolutely affirmed. "I wish to know." Uncle Dahi replied, "Very well. I must inform you that there is no great matter at hand. It is merely that your father has issued a high-level warrant for the capture of Master Xiao Shan, one that permits participation from anyone." Shang Sibai's face was one of utter astonishment. His 2 elder brothers simultaneously exclaimed, "This cannot be true." In an instant, those seated nearby in the tea house hastily departed, casting glances at the Shang siblings as if they had encountered some monstrous calamity. Shang Sibai's eyes brimmed with tears as he implored, "Uncles, what shall we do?" He reassured him, "Fear not, little Sibai. Your Uncle Zhou and I have already dispatched individuals to ensure Master Xiao Shan's safe arrival. He should be here shortly. Just inform your father to promptly rescind the warrant." This sensational news quickly spread throughout Guangming Mountain, bringing joy to those awaiting it. Amidst envious gazes from the crowd, Dr. Su Rina emerged from the Crystal Palace, hastening towards He to inquire anxiously about Master Xiao Cheng's condition. That He recounted everything he knew in detail, while Su Rina listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding. After taking a deep breath, Su Rina stated, "Very well. I comprehend that I can proceed with the surgeries for you and Madame Zhou Yingguang immediately. Both of you can undergo the procedures right away. However, I must candidly inform you that I cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, that if you are not in haste, you may wait for Master Zhao's return, as I believe his expertise would ensure a flawless outcome." He Yi and Madame Zhou Yingguang exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We are willing to await Master Zhao's return." That Su Rina nodded slightly and gently suggested, "Then please make yourselves comfortable within the Crystal Palace. I shall prepare you for surgery, and once the master arrives, we can proceed without delay." That He Yi and the Zhou couple were filled with excitement as they entered the Crystal Palace amidst a chorus of compliments. In stark contrast, Shang Sibai and his companions found themselves in a dismal situation. The inn refused to accommodate them, the restaurant denied them service, and the tea house was unwelcoming. Reluctantly, the three ended up lodging in their carriage. Fortunate that they had brought ample supplies for the journey. The city gate of Crystal City had always been a focal point for those outside the walls. Today, it was guarded by the warrior Wen Hong, attired not in mercenary garb but in a sleek white outfit designed by Hai Dongsheng, who had proclaimed, "The color of our uniforms is white, as decreed by Master Xiao Shan." Did you not notice that he wears white when performing critical surgeries? Donning this attire makes you resemble Master Zhao's excellence. The white attire was not for just anyone. It was a privilege granted only to those approved by Master Xiao. The A.S. Wen Hong proudly patrolled the gate. Two horses galloped towards him from the distance. He became tense, for the veiled woman approaching was a formidable warrior. Numerous powerful warriors lurked outside, all there for treatment, and none would dare ride their horses to the city gate. He was, after all, the most powerful fighter within Crystal City, while some warriors who had joined later still lay in their sickbeds. Chapter 50. Journey westward. The warriors outside the city gate turned their attention, and when Hong feigned composure as he addressed the formidable warrior, "Excuse me, miss, whom do you seek?" "I am Yu Qingmei, and Master Xiao Cheng is my teacher." "Has he returned yet?" When Hong was taken aback. "Master Xiao has not yet returned." "Please wait. I will fetch your senior sister." While Yu Qingmei nodded, and when Hong turned to leave. Shortly after, Su Rina, clad in white, approached Yu Qingmei as Yu Rina scrutinized the girl before her, who appeared to be of similar age, and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Yu Qingmei," she replied. That Yu Rina continued, "Are you one of the students taught by the master?" Yu Qingmei responded with delight. "Yes, are you senior sister Su Rina?" "You know of me?" Su Rina asked, surprised that Yu Qingmei nodded. "The master has spoken of you." Yu Rina hesitated before asking, "May I inquire what the master has taught you?" Yu Qingmei furrowed her brow. "The master taught me about surgical instruments, wound cleaning, and suturing, but I did not memorize everything." Yu Rina questioned, "Was that all?" Yu Qingmei recalled, "Oh, I remember now. He also mentioned that the human body consists of the head, limbs, and torso." Yu Rina gazed at Yu Qingmei. "Is that truly all?" "Yes," Yu Qingmei affirmed. Yu Rina mused to herself, "This cannot be mistaken. She must be a student of the master, for others would not know our medical terminology. It seems the master holds a fondness for me, having imparted more to her." With this thought, Su Rina took Yu Qingmei by the arm. "Come, junior sister Yu, let me show you the Crystal Palace." She turned to Wen Hong and instructed, "Find Mr. Hai and arrange accommodations for junior sister Yu and her entourage." "Thank you, senior sister Su," Yu Qingmei replied. "Let us not stand on ceremony among fellow disciples. By the way, has the master been in any trouble lately?" Yu Qingmei paused. "No, the master is quite formidable on the mainland." Su Rina was taken aback. "The master is formidable." "Indeed," Yu Qingmei replied enthusiastically upon receiving this affirmation. Su Rina's curiosity deepened. "Pray tell, how so?" Yu Qingmei recounted, "Initially, the master was treating my brother's leg in Heishui City, but one day he abruptly departed, stating he was returning to Guangming Mountain. Along the way, he scolded the patrol team in the city, Can you believe an ordinary person berating the patrol? Su Rina was incredulous. He truly scolded them. Indeed. Yu Qingmei continued. Perhaps he found it lacking. For the next day, he went to a hotel and berated a table full of orc tribesmen. They are the most ferocious among the 7 races. Su Rina gasped. Was the master unscathed? He was unharmed. I do not know how he managed it. Yu Qingmei expressed her admiration. The most outrageous part was that the next day, he went to abduct a bride. Abduct a bride? Su Rina inquired, though why Yu Qingmei quickly clarified. Abducting a bride means taking the bride away from someone else's wedding day. Su Rina exclaimed, is this truly something the master would do? Yu Qingmei insisted. You should not dismiss it. I rushed from Heishui City in a frenzy, fearing the master might encounter trouble again. However, I have not seen him along the way. Could it be that he is in danger again? Su Rina murmured, I believe I may know what transpired subsequently. The hotel. Urged Yu Qing, Su Rina explained. It seems the master incurred the wrath of the Inheritors Guild due to a woman. The guild's headquarters has issued a high-level warrant for his capture. Yu Qingmei gasped, could the master have abducted yet another bride? No, if he is in danger, I must go check on him, that Su Rina reassured her. There is no need, junior sister Yu. The Mercenary Guild will collaborate with the Currency Merchants Guild to escort the master back safely. I hear that the escort includes senior warriors. You need not worry that why Yu Qingmei sighed. The master remains quite formidable, Su Rina urged. Come now, junior sister. Let me take you to observe. I have an appendectomy to perform. Yu Qingmei's interest peaked. Let us go. To the west of Guangming Mountain lies Yinguang Mountain, the closest peak. This mountain harbors a den of bandits and 3 warriors. The area is usually deserted, and the bandits' business has been lackluster until recently when they began to engage with Guangming Mountain, leading to a surge in their fortunes. Today, the bandit leader gathered his comrades and proclaimed, Brothers, we are about to strike it rich. I have just received a high-level warrant for the capture from the Inheritors Guild. Master Xiao Cheng of Guangming Mountain is set to pass through here, accompanied by a mercenary squad and 2 warriors that we have 3. Ha, ha, ha. Let us descend the mountain and capture Master Xiao. The bandits, filled with enthusiasm, descended the mountain. After they had done so, a messenger pigeon appeared at their hideout, delivering the cancellation of the high-level warrant from the Inheritors Guild that on the dilapidated road leading to Guangming Mountain. 50 or so ragged bandits sat on the ground, laughing and waiting for Master Xiao Cheng. A commotion of carts and horses echoed in the distance as a group of mercenaries approached at a rapid pace. Not just any mercenaries, but a whole battalion, one of the bandits shouted. The bandit leader looked around nervously and quickly admonished, Lower your voices. Get out of the way. You dare confront such a large force? The bandits scrambled to the roadside, crouching low. The procession advanced swiftly, with rows of mercenaries passing before them. At that moment, a powerful warrior reined in his horse and curiously inquired, What are you doing standing by the roadside? You should be on your way. The bandit leader replied honestly, We have received a high-level warrant for the capture from the Inheritors Guild, and we are waiting for someone. The surroundings fell silent, and the warrior's interest peaked. Pray tell, whom are you waiting for? The bandit leader replied, We are waiting for Master Xiao Cheng of Guangming Mountain. In an instant, hundreds of warriors surrounded them, their gazes fixed intently upon the bandits, who stood frozen in fear. The warrior addressed the bandit leader gravely. Look, that carriage with the canopy and tail. It belongs to Master Xiao. He is inside. What is your plan to capture him? The astonished bandit leader followed the warriors with his gaze. The driver was, astonishingly, a senior warrior, glaring fiercely at him while approaching the carriage. The bandit leader felt a chill of impending doom that a distinguished warrior approached, halting the horse-drawn carriage. Is it you who seeks to capture the master of Shaoshan? The bandit leader stammered. I was just joking. Lu Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Do you think I would believe you? The bandit leader, in exasperation, shouted towards the carriage. Master Shaoshan, you see, I was merely fooling around. Xiaoqing understood that these bandits were mostly impoverished. The majority engaged in robbery without resorting to murder. He leaned out of the carriage window, surveying the ragged bandit. Have you ever taken a life? The bandit leader quickly replied, We would never dare. Master Shaoshan, you can inquire. We have never harmed anyone. Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment. Then you should properly repair this road. The bandit leader's previously hopeful expression instantly vanished. How could they afford to fix the road? Xiaoqing retrieved half of the source crystal from the carriage and handed it to the bandit leader. Do a good job. What is your name? The bandit leader exclaimed with excitement. My name is Mahu. Watching the departing caravan, he shouted behind them, Rest assured, Master Xiaoshan, I will pave the road to Guangming Mountain for you. Chapter 50. I have returned. At the foot of Guangming Mountain lies Guangming City, a bustling hub of prosperity. The busy throngs reveal it to be a place brimming with vitality. Enclosed by three-sided walls of buildings, a magnificent crystal palace stands against the mountains, shimmering under the sun like a celestial wonder. Inside the completed crystal palace, opulence abounds, with walls, floors, and ceilings crafted entirely from crystal, radiating dazzling brilliance. Towering pillars support the weight of the structure, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and runes, exuding an air of mystery. In the center of the first floor, a massive fountain cascades with a melodious sound, the clear pool beneath reflecting the surrounding beauty like a mirror. Water droplets splash, creating a stunning curtain of water. In the distance, the dust raised by a cavalry can be seen from afar, prompting the crowd in Guangming City to shout, Master Xiaoshan has returned. As Xiaoqing's carriage arrived at the gates of the Crystal City, it was intercepted by a group of elite warriors leading the way. Master Xiaoshan, we are all here, seeking medical attention. Xiaoqing disembarked from the halted carriage, gazing at the eager faces of the patients. He solemnly addressed them, Everyone, please be quiet and allow me to speak for a moment. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Xiaoqing continued, This place is a hospital, and we are the physicians within it. Our organization is registered as the medical envoys, signifying our mission as healers dedicated to saving lives. Here, we treat various ailments. If you are unwell, we will provide treatment that if we cannot heal you, there is little we can do. However, we will strive to help those we can. Please follow the arrangements made by our hospital staff. Those in severe pain may receive immediate treatment, while the rest will await the implementation of our hospital regulations. Is that agreeable? Good. The crowd responded enthusiastically, though each person was astonished at the notion of healing, wondering if such miraculous abilities truly existed. Yet none dared to voice their inquiries. As Xiaoqing concluded, a white figure leaped into his embrace, grabbing her shoulders. He pulled her back. Su Rina. Rina's face flushed crimson as she urgently exclaimed, Teacher, I missed you so much. You left so suddenly. I thought you were dissatisfied and would no longer want me. She attempted to lunge forward again. Xiaoqing quickly restrained her. All right, calm down. I understand. I merely went out to attend to some matters, and now I have returned. Behind Su Rina, the veiled Yu Qingmei gazed at Xiaoqing with a forlorn expression. Does that mean you are dissatisfied with me as well? Do not be foolish, she replied. Then, she stepped into the carriage, pulling Jiang Shaoling out. Let me introduce you to a new member of our Crystal City. Jiang Shaoling, that we will be establishing a research institute at our hospital, and she will serve as the director. Curious, Su Rina asked, Isn't she a student of the teacher's? She doesn't study medicine? Xiaoqing replied, Correct, she does not study medicine. She has more significant matters to research. Su Rina and Yu Qingmei exchanged glances. Then without hesitation, they took Jiang Shaoling by the arm. Come on, Director Jiang, let us show you around Guangming City. Xiaoqing summoned Hai Dongsheng to briefly inquire about recent developments at Guangming Mountain. Apart from the Crystal Palace, the city had little else beyond open spaces and residences. Hai Dongsheng, fully aware that surgical procedures required an utterly quiet environment, resolutely decided to construct all potentially noisy establishments, such as inns, hotels, and restaurants, outside the city limits. This ensured the tranquility of the city remained intact while providing an ideal setting for surgeries. Due to the absence of wood fruit trees on Guangming Mountain, food had to be transported from elsewhere. Consequently, Hai Dongsheng constructed a large storage facility on the mountain, allowing merchants like Shi Chu to fill it with provisions at the foot of the mountain. Near the water source, he excavated a large lake and stocked it with fish. Surrounding the lake, he erected walls to house various animals. Additionally, he thoughtfully built a spacious kitchen for Xiaoqing, equipped with a large pot made of copper. Reminiscent of one Xiaoqing had previously described, in front of Guangming Mountain, a grand processing factory stood, dedicated to producing telescopes and magnifying glasses, with glass yet to be discovered and crystal being a specialty of Guangming Mountain. Imitation was impossible. Furthermore, the absence of a guild of inheritors extracting source crystals meant the business thrived immensely. With the source crystals in hand, Master Aliang feverishly constructed houses on the mountainside, each more exquisite than the last. Claiming the air was fresh, the view splendid, pollution-free, and the scenery breathtaking. Master Xiaoshan will surely appreciate it, he asserted. The great sage had utilized Xiaoqing's method to produce latex products, which were in high demand. Especially latex pillows, mats, and quilts, now regarded as elite. Even the city lord was unworthy of possessing them. Consequently, the great sage sent additional source crystals, which Xiaoqing declined to accept. The great sage provided us with anesthetic medication and never asked us to pay in source crystals, simply requesting that Xiaoqing visit a new country in person when time permitted, as there were important matters to discuss with him face-to-face. Xiaoqing pondered briefly, patting Hai Dongxing on the shoulder. Well done. Keep up the good work. Soon, you will draft a pricing standard and regulations for the hospital to ensure orderly treatment. Remember to build a research institute according to Jiang Xiaoling's recommendations. During this period, I will perform a skin graft surgery for Yu Qingmei and strive to impart more medical knowledge and skills to them. Afterward, I will visit a new country, without the great sage's promotion. I could not have returned safely, that a personal visit to express my gratitude to a new country is warranted. Moreover, I believe the abyss in the Elven Forest is akin to a vast pharmaceutical factory. We must forge close ties with the Elven Forest in the future. Additionally, there is another matter. These two individuals have aided me that a merchant named 69,062 wishes to engage in business with you. Do your utmost to accommodate him. There is also a leader named Wu who sells dried Qingmei fish. Be sure to procure more. You may go about your tasks now. I must hasten to perform surgery on the former president of the Mercenary Guild. He, his case is quite urgent. Chapter 51. Coming with the assistance of his two disciples, Xiaoqing swiftly completed He's surgery. Observing Yu Qingmei's adept stitching, Xiaoqing felt immense satisfaction that he understood his students well. Su Rina, clever-minded, should be taught more theoretical knowledge. Yu Qingmei, fast and precise in her techniques, demonstrated exceptional mimicry and physical prowess as a formidable warrior, making her well-suited for consecutive surgeries that To administer local anesthesia for Yu Qingmei's surgery. Xiaoqing fashioned a syringe, but was ultimately unable to produce distilled water and had to temporarily abandon the endeavor. The facial skin graft surgery for Yu Qingmei was performed in collaboration with Su Rina. Once Yu Qingmei received the anesthesia, Xiaoqing guided Su Rina as they swiftly completed the operation. Following this, Xiaoqing embarked on a lengthy teaching session, even compassionately instructing on gynecological ailments that Yu Qingmei appeared unfazed. While Su Rina turned crimson at the mere sight of Xiaoqing's face, as they exited the operating room, Xiaoqing was informed that someone awaited him at the city gates with urgent matters to discuss. In the living room on the first floor, he received the visitor, who turned out to be the Inheritors Guild, represented by Shang Sibai and his two brothers, Shang Dihai and Shang Delin. Upon seeing Xiaoqing, Shang Sibai immediately stated, Master Xiaoshan, I am from the Inheritors Guild, but my name is Shang Sibai. And these are my elder brother, Shang Dihai, and my younger brother, Shang Delin. My father is the guild leader, Shang Jin. However, the assassination order against you is not issued by my father, but rather by the vice president, Ding Yuanhao. Upon discovering this, my father rescinded the order. Xiaoqing examined the frail woman before him. Why have you become so thin? Shang Sibai replied, I suffer from abdominal pain. Every time I eat, I am in agony, which is why I have lost so much weight. Xiaoqing thought to himself about the severity of such a consequence of not eating. When will you receive treatment? Shang Sibai joyfully responded, I have received my Q number and should be treated very soon. Take good care of yourself. You should regain your weight in no time, Xiaoqing assured her, then curiously inquired. Your father is the guild leader. Why can't he control the vice president? Shang Sibai replied, this situation is indeed peculiar. This person, emboldened by his position within the Inheritors Guild, acts recklessly across Jiyue continent. Yet my father forbids us from intervening. And even other guild leaders seem powerless against Ding Yuanhao. I inquired further with my father, who revealed that the matter at hand pertains to the safety of the Jiyue continent, that it is deemed unnecessary for me to know the specifics. However, it appears that individuals of a certain rank are privy to this knowledge. What I wish to convey to Master Xiaoshan is that I have just received word from my father. Ding Yuanhao has departed from headquarters and is en route to confront you, likely seeking trouble. Furthermore, my father advised that dealing with Ding Yuanhao cannot be resolved through force. Instead, you may consider consulting Elder He Yi for assistance. Should all else fail, my father hopes you will take refuge. Xiao Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Miss Shang. You should rest now. Focus on your recovery. I will handle the subsequent matters myself." Observing Shang, Sibai turned to leave. Xiao Cheng addressed Hai Dongsheng, saying, "That young lady has endured much over the years that if we can arrange her surgery, we should proceed. For now, let us seek out Miss Jiang." Jiang Shaoling was busy designing her research laboratory. Xiao Cheng approached her, stating, "Miss Jiang, I have some troubling news." Jiang Shaoling looked up as Xiao Cheng continued, "The true culprit we are pursuing has been identified. It is Ding Yuanhao, the vice president of the Inheritors Guild. However, this individual seems to possess significant backing, beyond even the president's control, that he is currently on his way to confront both of us, likely in connection with the loom schematics. Please hand over the loom drawings to Hai Dongsheng." Xiao Cheng gestured towards Hai Dongsheng, instructing him to promote the loom, that if the people of Jui Continent become familiar with the loom, the schematics will lose their value, and he should have no reason to trouble us further. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaoling responded, "All right, I will follow your advice." She retrieved the drawings from her backpack and handed them to Hai Dongsheng, saying, "These are the old schematics, but I have yet to finalize the engine design." Xiao Cheng replied, "This will suffice." Hai Dongsheng took the drawings and turned to leave. Xiao Cheng quickly whispered to Jiang Shaoling, "Have there been any advancements in the research on the weapon that can kill martial artists?" Jiang Shaoling shot him a glance, replying, "In such a short time, how could there be any progress?" Xiao Cheng nodded in understanding. Jiang Shaoling continued, "However, my brother has researched something he claimed was quite powerful and forbade me from touching it." Xiao Cheng's interest piqued. "Where is it? Let me take a look." As she opened her backpack, Jiang Shaoling produced a sealed copper vial and forcefully twisted the cap off, revealing it contained water. She then extracted a pair of copper tweezers, delicately plunging them into the vial to retrieve a faint yellow object. The moment it was removed, it began to emit smoke from the tweezers. Xiao Cheng detected a pungent odor reminiscent of garlic. Alarmed, he instinctively covered his nose, exclaiming, put it back, quickly." Jiang Shaoling calmly returned the object to the vial and tightly sealed it, saying, "It seems you are aware of what this is," Xiao Cheng solemnly stated. "If my guess is correct, what your brother has studied is white phosphorus that ignites at around 40 degrees Celsius in the presence of air, releasing temperatures up to 300 degrees during combustion. Under optimal conditions, it can reach temperatures as high as 3,000 degrees. The most terrifying aspect of this substance is that, as long as there is sufficient heat and oxygen, it will continue to burn until completely consumed." Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up. "By the way, didn't your brother create a type of fuel? If white phosphorus is added to that fuel, it could potentially explode." Jiang Shaoling contemplated, "Then I could disperse the white phosphorus and place it in a combustion bottle. As long as the temperature within the bottle does not reach that critical 40 degrees, the white phosphorus will remain safe. When I crush the fire beetle, igniting the fuel will increase the temperature, resulting in an explosion. Following the explosion, the white phosphorus will adhere to objects within the blast radius until it is entirely burned away. This is feasible. I must try it." Xiao Cheng was taken aback. "Isn't this akin to a remote-controlled sticky bomb? I strongly advise against conducting this experiment prematurely, that if you cannot control the temperature, the white phosphorus may spontaneously ignite or produce toxic smoke." Jiang Shaoling considered this. "All right, I understand. But may I ask how you define the degrees you mentioned?" Xiao Cheng explained, "I set the boiling point of water at 100 degrees and the freezing point of a water-ice mixture at 0 degrees. Dividing the temperatures in between into 100 increments, that we cannot conduct this experiment until we have precise control over the temperature. Moreover, your brother's experimental notes appear to be quite valuable. Do not share them with anyone and keep them well preserved. It seems your brother is indeed an extraordinary individual." Chapter 52. Super Martial Artist Indeed. Jiang Shaoling affirmed, "So, how will you measure the temperature?" Xiao Cheng replied nonchalantly, "With a thermometer." Jiang Shaoling then retrieved a slender box from her bag, saying, "This might be what my brother used." Xiao Cheng's interest piqued. "Your brother's? Do you know how to use it? Please demonstrate." Jiang Shaoling opened the box to reveal 3 objects. One was a copper tube connected to a small copper ball with an additional opening at the top. Another was a smooth copper rod with uniform markings. And the last was a sealed copper vial. Jiang Shaoling took the copper tube with the ball, stood it upright, and inserted the marked copper rod into the tube. She then opened the additional opening on the ball to pour the contents of the sealed copper vial into it. Xiao Cheng suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. "Jiang Shaoling, wait. Let me examine this first." He peered into the sealed vial, which contained a silver-white, jelly-like substance. Quickly, he tightened the cap and anxiously warned Jiang Shaoling. This is mercury. While it is a valuable substance, it cannot be handled in this manner. Mercury requires complete containment to prevent leakage to AT room temperature. It emits toxic gases. Prolonged exposure can cause headaches, dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. At this point, Jiang Shaoling's eyes glistened with concern. My brother often experiences headaches and dizziness. Xiao Cheng reassured her. Once I develop glass, I will create a sealed and safe thermometer for you. Jiang Shaoling inquired. What is glass? Xiao Cheng replied. Glass is transparent and can be shaped into various forms at high temperatures to create different objects. Jiang Shaoling cautiously retrieved a small, greenish piece of glass from her bag, asking, Is this what you mean? Xiao Cheng felt overwhelmed. What kind of person is Jiang Shaoling? She has researched so many things. Yes, but this is not very pure. The presence of iron gives it a greenish tint. Pure glass is colorless and transparent, that I can assure you that your brother's methods are correct. The issue lies with the raw materials, that if we replace the raw materials with the abundant white quartz around here, we can produce glass. Concerned, Xiao Cheng added Jiang Shaoling. Does your brother possess any other materials? Show me everything. I fear there may be other dangerous items. Jiang Shaoling then pulled out several small knives from her pocket, stating, This is all I have. I picked these up when I left. Xiao Cheng examined the knives, noting their crisp sound, indicating they were likely steel. One appeared to be stainless steel, while another was red, which he did not recognize. What is this green one? Xiao Cheng pondered aloud. You must take me to see your brother's laboratory when the opportunity arises. He truly is remarkable. Jiang Shaoling replied, I always believed my brother was the smartest person on Jui continent until I met you. Xiao Cheng, feeling bashful, shook his head. No. Your brother is still the esteemed architect Liang, who transformed all the wards in the Crystal Palace into single rooms. When Xiao Cheng finally located He Yi, the elder was joyfully conversing with Zhou Yinglong. He Yi's demeanor brightened at the sight of Xiao Cheng, grateful for the treatment he had received. Xiao Cheng seized the moment to express his purpose, sharing the news that Ding Yuanhao was on his way to confront him. Upon hearing Ding Yuanhao's name, He Yi's expression turned grave. That He glanced at Zhou Yinglong, stating, I can disclose the details of that matter. But Master Xiao, please do not disseminate this information, revealing it may incite panic across the Jui continent. Understood, Xiao Cheng replied. That He continued, We are aware that you are not originally from the Jui continent, as such extraordinary skills do not exist here. Xiao Cheng nodded slightly. In truth, Ding Yuanhao is also from the Jui continent. That He elaborated. He hails from a region southeast of the Jui continent, known as the Fenghan continent. That He regarded Xiao Cheng. Do you know why the president of the Inheritors Guild, Shang Jin, does not recommend using force to resolve this? Xiao Cheng queried. Is it because you fear I may be overpowered? He sighed. It is not that we fear you cannot win. It is that we cannot win. Xiao Cheng responded, But aren't all of you advanced martial artists? He clarified. Ding Yuanhao is a super martial artist. Xiao Cheng was astonished. Super martial artists truly exist. He affirmed, Indeed, and we, too, possess the potential to break through and become super martial artists. Xiao Cheng asked, Why do you not make that breakthrough? He explained, Because once we do, we face certain death. Many advanced martial artists on the Jui continent have attempted this, and without exception, they succumb shortly after their breakthrough. Xiao Cheng was taken aback. Are there any specific symptoms preceding death? He pondered. There are no discernible symptoms, just a pale countenance, which can be quite alarming. Pale countenance? Xiao Cheng pondered. This is a manifestation of excessive blood loss. But where has all the blood gone? How formidable is that super warrior's combat power? Xiao Cheng inquired. How many high-level warriors can he defeat? He replied, It is not merely a matter of defeating a few. It is akin to how a grand master combats a warrior, with speed surpassing yours, rendering you incapable of striking them. Xiao Cheng mused. What purpose does such a super warrior have in coming to the Gathering Leaf Continent? He explained. He claims to seek only to acquire source crystals. As long as he is provided with sufficient source crystals, he will refrain from coming to the Gathering Leaf Continent. Xiao Cheng questioned. Do you truly believe him? He responded. Initially, we were skeptical. But he requested us to recommend someone, and he took that individual to their great wind-cold continent for observation. After deliberation, the president of the Warrior Guild, Li Yunji, voluntarily took on the journey to the wind-cold continent. Approximately 10 days later, Li Yunji returned, informing us that the wind-cold continent is colder than our own, devoid of source crystals. Their populace is considerably wealthier, adorned in splendid attire, and feasting on exquisite delicacies. Their carriages do not require horses. They operate independently. Xiao Qing contemplated. This signifies the nascent stages of an industrial society. They must possess engines, that he continued. Since then, Ding Yuanhao has amassed a significant quantity of source crystals at the Inheritor Guild by selling knowledge. Xiao Cheng remarked, if Ding Yuanhao could defeat you, how much easier would it be for him to directly request source crystals from you? He replied, he does not dare to press us too hard. Once we transcend to super warriors, we will not perish immediately, but he is also wary of those among us who might not fear death and could choose to perish alongside him upon breaking through. Xiao Qing questioned, if Ding Yuanhao can come to the Gathering Leaf Continent, why can't you venture to his Wind-Cold Continent to find someone to deal with him? Chapter 53. From the Wind-Cold Continent, he responded, it is impossible. The wild winds and towering waves of the distant sea would capsize and shatter any vessel. That we have even tried using copper ships, but we cannot navigate through the stormy regions. Only Ding Yuanhao's cross-sea vessel can traverse freely. Xiao Qing inquired, what is a cross-sea vessel? He explained, it is a ship that appears to be made of copper, almost entirely submerged, with only a small portion above the water's surface. Li Yunji has sailed on this vessel, yet he claims that the interior is made of iron. Xiao Qing asked, what is the source of propulsion for this vessel? He replied, propulsion? Xiao Cheng clarified, what enables it to move through the water? He stated. Li Yunji also mentioned that only Ding Yuanhao was aboard. He did not see anyone rowing the ship, only 2 breathing trees inside. Xiao Cheng expressed surprise. Trees on the ship? Breathing trees? He confirmed. Yes, such trees also exist on the Gathering Leaf Continent, typically found along riverbanks, occasionally emitting sounds akin to breathing. Xiao Qing asked, did President Li mention how many super warriors they have over there? He replied, he did mention that their society consists predominantly of super warriors and commoners. There are virtually no ordinary warriors. Super warriors are either sovereigns or city lords. Xiao Qing gasped in astonishment. What do you think Ding Yuanhao's purpose in acquiring source crystals is? He responded. Ding Yuanhao stated that they intend to use them as currency. Xiao Cheng exclaimed, how is that even feasible? First, source crystals are cumbersome to carry. Second, they dissipate upon contact with the human body. Third, their high value renders change impossible during transactions. Fourth, and most crucially, the inhabitants of the Wind-Cold Continent do not recognize this substance at all. He queried, why would Ding Yuanhao deceive us? It must be to create super warriors. Xiao Qing chuckled. Allow me to analyze this for you. President Li mentioned that the local super warriors, whether sovereigns or city lords, live extravagantly. Thus, those who venture out for adventure must be ordinary folk. This implies that Ding Yuanhao was once an ordinary person, yet he studied a cross-sea vessel, that he sailed this vessel to the Gathering Leaf Continent and discovered that the source crystals here could elevate him to super warrior status. Consequently, he began fervently collecting these crystals to return to the Wind-Cold Continent, aiming to fabricate more super warriors. With a sufficient number of super warriors, he could not only dominate the Wind-Cold Continent, but also the Gathering Leaf Continent. This elucidates why a continent far wealthier than ours has only one ship and one individual visiting us. But He and Zhou Yuanguang exchanged worried glances. What do we do now? Ding Yuanhao aims to ensnare us all. Xiao Qing cautioned, do not panic. If Ding Yuanhao had sufficient manpower, he would have already seized the Gathering Leaf Continent. That it appears that cultivating super warriors requires both source crystals and considerable time. How often does Ding Yuanhao make the round trip? He replied, roughly once every 240 days. Xiao Qing calculated. A 240-day span on the Gathering Leaf Continent equates to 20 years on Earth. Contemplating further, Xiao Qing surmised, if my deductions are correct, the only way to ensure the safety of the Gathering Leaf Continent is to keep Ding Yuanhao permanently here. Currently, only Ding Yuanhao knows the location of the Gathering Leaf Continent. Without that knowledge, individuals from the Wind-Cold Continent cannot reach us. Even if they were aware of its existence, they would require a cross-sea vessel. The fact that Ding Yuanhao only returns once every long span indicates that the route is not easily navigable. He inquired, are you suggesting, Xiaoshan Master, that? Xiao Qing clarified, I mean if Ding Yuanhao does not wish to coexist peacefully with us, Xiao Cheng hurriedly sought out Jiang Shaoling. Shaoling, have you heard of a tree that grows by the river? Known as the breathing tree, Jiang Shaoling replied. I have. When I was a child, my brother and I studied this tree by the river. Its appearance is peculiar, resembling a funnel with leaves atop it. The very bottom part has a mesh-like covering. When you fill it with water, it emits a breathing sound. Once the water is gone, refilling it will produce the sound again. That my brother and I were quite curious and even opened the breathing tree. Discovering that its interior structure is porous, that my brother speculated that the breathing tree expels water upwards when it emits that sound, so we kept pouring water into it, and the breathing tree continued to breathe until it ceased. At which point we opened it and found the holes filled with water. Xiao Qing pondered, is it possible to utilize such a tree as a power source for an engine? Jiang Shaoling considered this and began sketching a design. Based on the characteristics of the breathing tree, we could create a circulation device. At the center of the circulation device, we would place a water-driven impeller connected to a drive shaft. When the breathing tree propels the water flow, it will turn the impeller, and the water flow exiting the impeller will return to the breathing tree, which will then expel the water again, forming a continuous cycle. The impeller thus generates continuous rotational power, and the drive shaft is powered by the impeller's motion. However, there are several challenges to overcome in using the breathing tree as an engine. First, what is the magnitude of the thrust produced by the breathing tree? At which position is the thrust maximized? It must possess sufficient force to drive the impeller. Secondly, can the breathing tree operate continuously? For how long can it function? Does it require rest? Will continuous operation lead to its demise? Furthermore, what nutrients does it require to thrive healthily? Addressing these questions will necessitate considerable time and numerous experiments with multiple trees. Additionally, the engine crafted from the breathing tree is bound to be sizable, given that it is a tree. Jiang Shaoling gazed at Xiao Cheng with admiration. How did you conceive of using the breathing tree to create an engine? Xiao Cheng replied, it was not my invention. It seems that others have already accomplished it, that I thought our biological engine was remarkable, yet it appears someone has previously developed a plant-based engine. Jiang Shaoling remarked, in comparison to the plant engine, I believe our biological engine holds greater advantages. Our engine can enhance its power. If 4 are insufficient, we can use 8, and if 8 are inadequate, we can use 12. Imagining several plant engines operating together is quite daunting. Moreover, our biological engine is compact and lightweight. As you mentioned, if we were to develop an aerial vehicle, only our biological engine would suffice. Xiao Qing added, this type of plant engine has already begun to see application. Jiang Shaoling excitedly inquired, where has it been applied? Where's the engine? Can I see it? Xiao Cheng smiled mysteriously. In due time, you will see it. However, the moment is not yet ripe, and I cannot share this matter with you for now. Just focus on your own research without distraction. Now, I must go teach Su Rina and her companions. Chapter 54. A strong premonition surged within Xiao Cheng. He sensed that Ding Yuanhao's purpose for coming this time was exceedingly clear, either to seek someone or specifically to confront himself. This intuition left him restless, prompting him to exhibit unprecedented fervor and concentration over the following 2 days. Xiao Qing fervently imparted a plethora of medical knowledge to Su Rina and Yu Qingmei, from fundamental pathological principles to intricate surgical techniques. Leaving no stone unturned, that he aspired to equip them with a wealth of medical expertise to handle any potential occurrences. Xiao Cheng was almost eager to pour all his knowledge and experience into them, enabling them to become proficient medical experts in a short span of time. That Su Rina sensed something amiss with Xiao Cheng recently and discreetly inquired of Yu Qingmei, junior sister, have you noticed anything unusual about the teacher lately? Yu Qingmei nodded slightly. You have noticed as well that I noticed it a long time ago. The teacher has recently been dining less frequently, under the meticulous management of Su Rina at the hands of Heidongxing. Those patients who had fully regained their health, after relinquishing their source crystals, departed the Crystal Palace with great satisfaction. However, curiously, despite the daily discharge of numerous cured patients, the influx of new patients showed no signs of abating. Rather, it exhibited a steadily increasing trend. Currently, the majority of surgeries fell upon the shoulders of Su Rina and Yu Qingmei. Faced with such a heavy workload, Xiao Cheng suggested that they each recruit some students to cultivate more exceptional talents, thereby alleviating their burdens and ensuring that every patient received timely and effective treatment. Xiao Cheng approached Shan Yuguang, informing him of an important experimental surgery to be performed on him, which could potentially be harmful. Without hesitation, Shan Yuguang consented, stating that his life belonged to Xiao Cheng, to use as he wished. The skin graft performed by Yukingmai had yielded remarkable results. Recently, after completing a surgery and removing her mask, Yukingmai noticed that Xiao Cheng had also dispensed with his veil. Upon closer examination, Xiao Cheng observed that apart from a slight color disparity, the graft site on Yukingmai's face was nearly indistinguishable. Today, Xiao Cheng brought Su Rina and Yukingmai to the operating room for Shan Yuguang's experimental surgery. Clearing all personnel from the vicinity, he solemnly stated, "The surgery you witnessed today must not be disclosed lightly. And even if learned, should not be performed indiscriminately. I am conducting an experimental procedure today to ascertain whether an ordinary person can be transformed into a high-level warrior through surgery." Yukingmai remained relatively composed, as she herself had been enhanced through Xiao Cheng's surgical intervention. However, Su Rina felt her worldview shatter. High-level warriors represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Ji continent. Some individuals spend their entire lives without achieving the status of a warrior, let alone a high-level one, that having strived diligently without entering the ranks of warriors, she had instead relied on her intelligence to become a Jingwei. Yet, there were many Jingwei, and she felt utterly insignificant. It was only upon witnessing the extraordinary skills of the Mountain Master that she realized what she truly ought to learn. The very thing she had long sought, her teacher now aimed to achieve through a mere surgical procedure for an ordinary person. If her teacher succeeded, he could potentially create a multitude of high-level warriors. What a daunting thought! After consuming the medication, Shan Yuguang fell into a deep stupor. Xiao Cheng opened his chest cavity, beginning his explanation. "Behold, this is the heart, and here lies a patch of black tissue, which I refer to as the crystal power storage chamber, that I suspect that the source crystals absorbed by the body are stored here in another form. This chamber is likely the source of a warrior's power. The crystal power storage chamber features 3 blood vessels, corresponding to the unnamed artery, the left common carotid artery, and the right subclavian artery. These 3 vessels should correspond to the levels of a warrior. From left to right, the unnamed artery corresponds to a warrior, the left common carotid artery corresponds to a great warrior, and the right subclavian artery corresponds to a high-level warrior. Currently, all 3 blood vessels are obstructed, and if we can open them, it would be akin to lifting a seal, physically creating a high-level warrior. Now let us commence with the first unnamed artery." With that, Xiao Cheng gently pinched the first blood vessel, gradually kneading it. The first vessel softened effortlessly. At this stage, it should suffice. You two try to gauge the texture. We shall move on to the second one. After kneading the second vessel for a considerable time, Xiao Cheng found it unresponsive, remaining as rigid as ever. Reflecting on the ease with which he had opened Yukingmai's second vessel during her procedure, he surmised that it was due to her being a warrior, having absorbed elements from the source crystals that began to erode the second vessel. It was likely that warriors relied on the source crystals to unlock this vessel, and in order as well. Given this, Xiao Cheng wondered if the source crystals would have an effect on this vessel. He produced a pristine source crystal, placing it upon the vessel, and observed as it vanished at a visible pace. Soon completely dissipating, that he touched the vessel again. Noting no change, he repeated the process with another crystal, which also absorbed completely. After using a total of 7 source crystals, Shan Yuguang's body ceased absorption, continuing to knead the vessel. Xiao Cheng finally felt a change, and under his persistent manipulation, the vessel gradually softened. Next, he turned his attention to the third vessel, which proved even more resistant than the previous 2 after a long period of kneading. With no response, he resorted to the old method of absorption. Yet after utilizing 3 source crystals, this vessel remained impervious. That moment, Xiao Cheng noticed a peculiar sensation at the base of this vessel. After careful consideration, he decided to take a risk and investigate further. Using hemostatic clamps to secure both ends of the vessel, he carefully sliced it open with a surgical knife, revealing a small sphere within. This sphere, possessing a slender tail, clung to the vessel wall. Xiao Cheng deftly removed it with tweezers. Discovering it to be remarkably hard, he meticulously sutured the vessel back together and checked for any bleeding points. Observing that the vessel had indeed softened, joyfully, Xiao Cheng declared to Su Rina and Yukingmai, "Let us proceed to suture. I believe this attempt has been successful, but if so, we must find another trusted ordinary person for further experimentation." as I am determined to explore whether we can elevate someone directly to the status of a high-level warrior, that S.U. Rina, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Teacher, I am that trusted person. Perform the surgery on me." Yukingmai echoed her sentiments. "Teacher, I am also capable." "Enough of this nonsense," Xiao Cheng retorted as he turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Su Rina whispered to Yukingmai, "The teacher is likely concerned for our safety." Yukingmai replied, "It could also be that he is dissatisfied with the surgery." Su Rina's eyes sparkled. "Even so, the teacher remains unsatisfied." Yukingmai shrugged. Perhaps the teacher has grown accustomed to a dominant position on the Juyi continent. Chapter 55. Indeed, just as Xiao Cheng had anticipated, upon awakening, Shan Yuguang had transcended from an ordinary person to a great warrior in a single leap, bypassing the status of a mere warrior. Shan Yuguang was elated. After so long of striving, he had not achieved the status of a warrior. Yet, through a single experimental surgery by the Mountain Master, he had now become a great warrior. It felt like a dream. Xiao Cheng cautioned him to remain low-key and refrain from boasting about his newfound status. Time was of the essence. Having witnessed Shan Yuguang's success, Xiao Cheng promptly sought out Wen Hong to discuss the matter. Wen Hong's response mirrored that of Shan Yuguang. "My life is yours to use as you see fit." That he summoned Su Rina and Yukingmai, and the surgery commenced as anticipated. The second blood vessel in Wen Hong was easily cleared. Yet the third proved resistant. Even with the absorption of 3 source crystals, it remained obstinate. Xiao Cheng, unperturbed, examined the vessel closely and detected an anomaly at its base. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to take the risk of uncovering it. Using hemostatic clamps to secure the vessel, he gently incised it, revealing a small sphere within, which he effortlessly extracted with tweezers. Xiao Cheng, after meticulously assessing the hardened mass, promptly employed a hemostatic clamp and decisively operated on the blood vessel, successfully extracting the small sphere. Upon careful examination of the sphere, Xiao Cheng confirmed that it bore little difference from Wen Hong's sphere and proceeded to preserve it. The final step involved suturing the blood vessel and checking for any points of hemorrhage. Xiao Cheng swiftly completed this task, ensuring the vessel returned to its normal state. "Let us suture," he declared. "The operation is complete. This procedure shall henceforth be known as the transformation surgery. Once you have mastered the transformation technique, we shall consider our endeavor successful. When Hai Dongxing awakens as a high-level warrior," that he added, "you too must remember my words. Should there ever come a day when I am not by your side, I permit you both to utilize the transformation surgery at your discretion, but always prioritize your own safety." Su Rina inquired, "Teacher, are you concealing something from us?" "No," Xiao Cheng replied before urging, "Hurry and suture," and turned to leave. Observing Xiao Cheng's retreating figure, Su Rina whispered to Yu Qingmei, "Have you noticed how domineering teacher has become lately?" Yu Qingmei cast a sidelong glance at Su Rina, "Yet you still provoke him." Hai Dongsheng, at the age of 55, 683, equivalent to over 170 Earth years, unexpectedly kicked the door open upon awakening. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Cheng hurried to the scene to ascertain the situation. It turned out that the first thing Hai Dongxing did upon regaining consciousness was to express his gratitude to Xiao Cheng. As he felt Xiao Cheng had treated him exceptionally well, as a successor, he had long despised the guild's practice of commercializing knowledge. Arriving in this secluded place known as Guangming Mountain, he encountered a forward-thinking young man. Witnessing this young man's benevolence in saving lives only solidified his belief that he had found the ideal leader he had long sought. Thus, he resolutely invested all his source crystals to join Guangming Mountain and became Xiao Cheng's record keeper. True to his expectations, Xiao Cheng treated him well, entrusting him with all matters. Now that he had ascended to a high-level warrior, such immense fortune was finally within his grasp. Ignoring Su Rina's counsel, Hai Dongxing approached the door, but misjudged the force of his kick, sending the door flying. An ordinary person transforming into a high-level warrior possessed unimaginable strength and speed, leaving Hai Dongxing momentarily stunned. The door, being made of crystal, shattered upon impact, creating a resounding crash that drew the attention of many. It was then that Hai Dongxing remembered Xiao Cheng's repeated admonitions to maintain secrecy, prompting him to hastily return to his hospital bed. Xiao Cheng approached Hai Dongxing with a smile and remarked, "You believe I am aiding you, but in truth, you have been assisting me all along. You have taught me the written language of Jui continent, expended all your gathered source crystals for my benefit, and gathered friends to aid in my establishment. That it is through you that I can reside here with peace of mind, and in the future, I shall rely on your efforts. We will be the finest partners on Jui continent. In Chapter 56, Outsiders. Zhou Yunguang's wife and He's surgeries had concluded successfully, and both had recovered. After bidding farewell to his wife, Zhou Yunguang and He lingered, unwilling to depart. Xiaoqing found it necessary to personally inquire about the situation, that he solemnly addressed Xiaocheng. Master Xiao, you saved my life, and I cannot leave because I genuinely worry for you. Although Ding Yuanhao has amassed a considerable amount of source crystals through various means, he typically does not involve himself in matters directly. Now that he has traveled such a distance to seek you out, it must indicate a more serious issue. Zhou Yunguang and I share this concern and wish to remain here to observe. Xiaocheng hesitated. Very well. I am deeply grateful to you both. However, there is one thing I do not quite understand, since you are aware that I am not from Jui continent. Are you not even the slightest bit curious? He replied, what is there to be curious about? In fact, there are numerous individuals from outside Jui continent, and we are aware of several. For instance, the current president of the Martial Arts Association, Li Yunji, claims to hail from the Shuang's continent, that he believes its approximate location lies to the south of Jui continent, where the southern regions are perpetually blanketed in snow, while the north is lush and verdant, creating a distinct duality, hence the name Shuang's continent. But he constructed a remarkably sturdy vessel there, which consumed much of his time and effort to ensure its safety. He brought a plethora of supplies, including food, water, tools, and some unfamiliar weapons capable of eliminating warriors. Xiaoqing interjected, are there indeed weapons that can eliminate warriors on Shuang's continent? He responded, President Li mentioned that with Bang, a warrior would cease to exist. Xiaocheng pondered, is this a firearm or explosives? He continued, once President Li was fully prepared, he confidently embarked on this adventurous journey. However, a fierce storm arose at sea, and his vessel was tossed violently by the waves, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force and shattering completely. President Li lost all his supplies, including food that in despair, he clung to a piece of wood and drifted with the currents. After enduring a long and arduous struggle, he miraculously washed ashore on Jui continent. Realizing he could not return, he settled here, marrying and starting a family. There is no source crystal on Shuang's continent, but upon encountering source crystals here, Li Yunji absorbed them rapidly and soon ascended to the rank of high-level warrior. Not only is Li Yunji powerful, but he also possesses a kind heart, always willing to lend a hand, thus earning the respect and admiration of the people. Ultimately, he was unanimously elected as the president of the Martial Arts Association. Li Yunji's daughter, Li Qian, inherited her father's intelligence and bravery. From a young age, she was filled with curiosity about Shuang's continent and resolved to seek out her relatives. Thus, unbeknownst to Li Yunji, Li Qian began secretly constructing a large vessel to journey to Shuang's continent. Once everything was ready, she left behind a farewell letter for her father, informing him of her quest to find her family to this day. There has been no news of her, that he continued. Another notable individual is Mili. Xiaocheng inquired. That name sounds quite familiar, he chuckled. Master Xiao, have you heard of the term Mili face tree? Xiaocheng exclaimed, oh, I remember hearing about it in the tea house. Is it true that Mili crashed into a tree in a fit of rage? He confirmed, indeed, the incident is true. Mili is set to marry Lin Guogua, and as far as I know, Lin Guogua remains unmarried to this day. However, Mili is not a native of Jui continent. He was discovered on a rocky shore, bloodied and dazed, having lost all memory save for the fact he was from Mili continent. Hence the name. There is also one who claims to hail from the ancient continent, Zhao Qingcong. Some say he fell from the sky. This individual is often seen rambling incoherently about the impending doom of Jui continent and the gradual consumption of our world. A sentiment that no one believes. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingcong established the units of weight and length for Jui continent. Aside from these individuals, there are many who have fortuitously drifted to Jui continent. Xiaocheng pondered. How many continents lie beyond Jui continent? He replied, we do not know, as we are unable to venture out. The one most likely to have knowledge of this is Ding Yuanhao. Xiaocheng remarked. Given the number of individuals who have arrived on this continent, you need not worry excessively about Ding Yuanhao. That he shook his head. It is different. All those who arrive at Jui continent are unable to leave, and they must regard Jui continent as their home. Ding Yuanhao, is not the same. He possesses his own vessel that allows him to traverse between continents at will. Furthermore, his actions suggest he is not a good person. Thus, we are genuinely concerned for your safety and must remain here to ascertain his intentions. Xiao Cheng responded, He, old president, do not act impulsively, that I believe Ding Yuanhao intends to take me away because of my medical expertise. I have already passed on the majority of my skills to my students that if departing with Ding Yuanhao could secure temporary peace for Jui continent, I would be inclined to go to He. Alarmed, insisted, No. Master Xiao has alleviated the suffering of the people on Jui continent. We cannot allow you to endure hardship. Xiao Cheng countered, Old President He, let us not argue over this. We shall await Ding Yuanhao's arrival. In a hurry, Xiao Cheng sought out Jiang Shaoling, hoping to inquire whether it was possible to manufacture gunpowder on Jui continent, that he meticulously described the appearance of saltpeter and sulfur. Saltpeter typically presents itself as white or gray crystalline formations, resembling ice cubes, albeit with a texture that is somewhat harder than ice. It can also be found in powdered form, with a delicate and smooth texture. Jiang Shaoling responded, My brother seems to have mentioned it. Xiao Cheng, delighted, continued, Sulfur, on the other hand, is quite distinctive. It generally appears as yellow, block-like solids, somewhat translucent, but upon closer inspection, it emits a pungent odor that at times it can be observed in small granules, maintaining its vibrant and eye-catching color. Jiang Shaoling firmly stated, I have neither seen nor heard of it. Chapter 57. The Arrival in Crystal City. Outside the city gate, upon the first glance at this individual, Xiao Cheng instantly recognized him as Ding Yuanhao. Dressed in a particularly resplendent outfit, with a sharp chin and a mischievous grin plastered across his face, he must surely be the master of Mount Guangming. Xiao Cheng, yes, that is indeed me. May I inquire as to your identity? Ding Yuanhao. I am Ding Yuanhao, Vice President of the Inheritors Guild. Xiao Cheng, feeling relieved. What brings you to seek me out? Ding Yuanhao. Indeed. If Master Xiao does not permit us to converse within, then so be it. Xiao Cheng. There is no need for such formality. We can speak right here today. As the two engaged in conversation at the city gate, more and more onlookers began to gather. He Yi and Zhou Yuanguang were the first to arrive, followed by Shan Youguang, Wen Hong, and Hai Dongzheng. To Xiao Cheng's surprise, Su Rina, Yu Qingmei, and Jiang Shaoling also appeared. Xiao Cheng cast a glance at Su Rina and Jiang Shaoling. What are you two doing out here? You should return at once. The two ignored his words and merely stepped back. Ding Yuanhao, now increasingly arrogant, remarked, Are you truly determined to discuss matters here, Master Xiao? Xiao Cheng. I am indeed, Ding Yuanhao. Even bolder now. Very well. I fear no crowd. The more, the merrier. He then deliberately fixed his gaze on He Yi and Zhou Yunguang. Ding Yuanhao, I would like to invite Master Xiao to visit my place. Xiao Cheng with a knowing smile. And where might that be? Ding Yuanhao. Master Xiao, you are quite informed. It seems they have briefed you well. Since you are aware of my background, I shall be forthright. It is to invite you to the wind-cold continent. Xiao Cheng chuckled. Very well. I shall accompany you. But might you enlighten me on the purpose of this visit to the wind-cold continent? If it involves treating patients, I would be most eager to go. For we are physicians, and our duty is to heal the sick and save lives. Ding Yuanhao. It appears Master Xiao is indeed a paragon of virtue. Very well. I too shall play the benefactor today and inform you. It is indeed to save lives. However, once you have done so, you shall never save another again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Cheng. Your words elude my understanding. Could you elaborate further? Ding Yuanhao dismissively replied. A bit of confusion is for the best. At that moment, he stepped forward. Ding Yuanhao, this is the gathering leaf continent. You ought to exercise some discretion in your actions. Master Xiao has saved my life, that I cannot allow you to take him away. Ding Yuanhao retorted. I advise you to live for a few more years. Turning back to Xiao Cheng, he commanded, Enough chatter, Xiao Cheng. Bring your two disciples and Jiang Shaoling along with you. Xiao Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he laughed. President Ding, I believe I can go alone. There is no need for a gaggle of young ladies to tag along. Ding Yuanhao's smile vanished. Xiao Cheng, you are wasting my time. You shall do as I say. That he could no longer contain himself and shouted, Ding Yuanhao, do not push me. Ding Yuanhao turned to face He Yi. I shall indeed push you. What will you do about it? With that, he suddenly lunged at He Yi, who sensed the impending danger. Ding Yuanhao struck He Yi squarely in the chest. though He Yi was a high-level warrior. He stood no chance against the speed of a super warrior, and he could only watch helplessly as he was sent flying by the blow. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. They had not expected Ding Yuanhao to be so decisive and ruthless. Previously, he had never engaged a high-level warrior in the Gathering Leaf Continent, and now he acted without hesitation, indicating his resolve to capture Xiaocheng. Watching He Yi, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Ding Yuanhao laughed heartily. Do you truly think I would grant him the time to recover and then come back to fight me? How laughable that he then turned his attention to Zhou Yunguang. And what about you? Do you wish to give it a try? Xiaocheng gazed at He Yi, who lay motionless and bleeding, feeling a deep sorrow. He understood that if he did not act swiftly to save He Yi, the consequences would be dire. Xiaocheng urgently cried out, "Do not strike again." Before he could finish, a shadow surged toward Ding Yuanhao. Ding Yuanhao met the charge head-on. With two distinct sounds, they separated, and it was evident that Ding Yuanhao had been forced back considerably as they parted. Xiaocheng recognized Wen Hong and Ding Yuanhao, standing in opposition. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, with Ding Yuanhao appearing most astonished. Ding Yuanhao, is this a super warrior? Impossible. There cannot be another super warrior on the Gathering Leaf Continent aside from myself. Xiaocheng, equally perplexed. Could it be a surgical mishap, or has Wen Hong mutated? Yet, I cannot discern any anomalies. His post-operative recovery appears identical to Hai Dongxing's. How could he have become a super warrior? Standing beside him, Wen Hong, now visibly enraged, shouted, "I have long found you insufferable, and were it not for Master Zhao's intervention, you would have been punished long ago. Now you dare to harm others here. Very well, you need not leave today. You shall remain with us." Once Ding Yuanhao regained his composure, he smiled dismissively. "Master Xiao, I must admit, I did not anticipate this. You possess such formidable means. I underestimated you. It seems you too are a ruthless individual. I shall observe how long this super warrior can endure. Since Master Xiao has resorted to such measures, let today's affair conclude here, that I shall take my leave now." Xiaocheng firmly stated. "Halt, Ding Yuanhao. You shall not depart today." Ding Yuanhao, unconcerned, replied, "Master Xiao, you speak with great bravado. During my time on the Gathering Leaf Continent, no one has ever dared to say they could detain me. You may not be aware, but one super warrior cannot restrain another Oh, I recall now. Master Xiao is not a warrior, so it is understandable that you would not know." Xiaocheng chuckled, confidently asserting, "I am indeed not a warrior. But who told you I possess only one super warrior?" He gestured toward Hai Dongxing, who was slowly advancing. Ding Yuanhao's expression shifted to one of panic as he looked at Hai Dongxing. "Xiaocheng, I did not foresee your cruelty in creating two super warriors who will not survive long, that I concede today. I cannot take you away, but you cannot do anything to me either, do not forget. I hail from the wind-cold continent, where many super warriors support me. Should anything happen to me, they will come in droves to the Gathering Leaf Continent. Xiaocheng, I must hasten to save Elder He Yi. I advise you to confess your intentions regarding the source crystals and your purpose for seeking me out." Then, Xiaocheng nodded to Hai Dongxing, who lifted He Yi and called for Su Rina and Yu Qingmei to prepare for departure. Wen Hong quietly approached, his face flushed, and whispered, "Master Xiao, may I inquire how much longer I might have to live?" Xiaocheng, feeling helpless, responded, "I cannot say how much longer you will live." Hai Dongxing quickly interjected, "Wen Hong, do you believe what Ding Yuanhao said? Use your head." Chapter 58. The end. Xiaocheng laid Elder He Yi flat upon the surgical table, promptly commencing the external cleaning process. Externally, He Yi's injury appeared to be substantial, likely comparable to the location of Yu Qingmei's previous injury. Xiaocheng decisively instructed Yu Qingmei to prepare a few pointed copper nails for internal fixation. This was Xiaocheng's first opportunity to observe the anatomical structure of a high-level warrior. Curiously, he examined closely and discovered that aside from the fractured ribs, the remaining physiological structures bore no significant differences from those he had previously operated on. After some contemplation, Xiaocheng began to gently knead the 3 blood vessels. The first was unremarkable and quite pliable. The second also exhibited similar properties until he reached the 3rd blood vessel. While the 3rd was also soft, he could distinctly feel a foreign object at its base. This foreign object bore a striking resemblance to the one he had excised from Wen Hong and Hai Dongxing. After pondering for a moment, Xiaocheng resolved to investigate further. He clamped the blood vessel at both ends and, using a surgical knife, carefully incised it as anticipated. A hard, small sphere was lodged within. Xiao Cheng extracted it with tweezers, placed it aside, and proceeded to suture the blood vessel, releasing the clamps and checking for any bleeding points, reconnecting the fractured bones, cleaning the wound, and suturing it all with relative ease. Xiao Cheng solemnly addressed Su Rina and Yu Qingmei. It is conceivable that our modification procedure does not yield mere high-level warriors, but rather super warriors. You both have observed that Elder He Yi, despite being a high-level warrior, also has that small sphere within his blood vessels. The presence of that sphere allows for the flow of blood, categorizing him as a high-level warrior. Without it, he transitions into a super warrior. Furthermore, this sphere is exceptionally hard. Should He attempt to break through to become a super warrior, he might accelerate the blood flow to dislodge this sphere, resulting in unobstructed blood flow, but this sphere could travel within the vessels, potentially causing rupture or blockage at any moment, leading to excessive bleeding or inadequate blood supply, ultimately resulting in death. This elucidates why those who become super warriors do not tend to live long. Su Rina, teacher, does this mean we could potentially create numerous super warriors in the future? Xiao Cheng interjected. No, consider the chaos one Ding Yuanhao has sown in the gathering leaf continent. Therefore, the application of the modification procedure must be approached with utmost caution. Should Elder He Yi awaken as a super warrior, you must ensure he keeps this a secret, Su Rina resolutely stated. Teacher, I too wish to become a super warrior, Yu Qingmei, without a care in the world, chimed in, and I as well. Xiao Cheng contemplated. I have no reservations about your aspirations to become super warriors. However, before we fully comprehend the nature of this small orb, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from performing any transformation procedures that Su Rina inquired. Teacher, how can we ascertain the true nature of this small orb? Xiao Cheng gazed at Yi's small orb and remarked, I have previously conducted a comparison. Hai Dongxing's orb is slightly smaller than Wenhong's that I have inquired with both Hai Dongxing and Wenhong. After realizing he could not become a martial artist, Hai Dongxing ceased to absorb source crystals. In contrast, Wenhong consumes source crystals to recover his stamina when assigned tasks. The orb extracted from the esteemed He Yi is larger than both of theirs. I surmise that He Yi has absorbed more source crystals than either of them. Hence the larger orb. I now suspect that during the absorption of source crystals, some form of residue or detrimental substance might be contributing to the enlargement of this orb. To arrive at a definitive conclusion, we would need to perform surgeries on several martial artists. For instance, take Ding Yuanhao. Having absorbed a significant amount of source crystals, could he also be developing such an orb? Yu Qingmei suggested, Teacher, shall we proceed to dissect Ding Yuanhao and investigate? Xiao Cheng replied, Unless there is a compelling reason, we should not hastily resort to such drastic measures. After all, we are doctors, not butchers. Our mission is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Upon exiting the operating room, they encountered Wenhong standing by the door. Xiao Cheng, puzzled, asked, Why are you not monitoring Ding Yuanhao? What brings you here? Wenhong sheepishly responded, Ding Yuanhao has passed away. Passed away? In such a brief span, Xiao Cheng exclaimed. Yes, Wenhong confirmed. Come, let us hasten to see if he can be saved. Wenhong led Xiao Cheng to a secured room where Zhou Yuanguang, Hai Dongsheng, and Jiang Xiaoling were present. Jiang Xiaoling's complexion was notably pale. At the doorway lay Ding Yuanhao's lifeless form. Xiao Cheng turned him over, realizing there was no hope. His head had been crushed. Xiao Cheng turned to Hai Dongsheng and asked, What transpired here? Hai Dongsheng, looking apologetic, replied, Master Xiao, I was the one who struck him down. The situation unfolded as follows. During the interrogation of Ding Yuanhao, I, along with Wenhong and Elder Zhou, lacked experience and entrusted the questioning to Elder Zhou. During Elder Zhou's inquiries, Ding Yuanhao divulged that the source crystals he acquired were indeed intended for cultivating super martial artists, and some had even succeeded. However, these super martial artists were not his, but belonged to Qian Huaizong, the lord of Sanhui City. Upon receiving a divine mission, Qian Huaizong amassed a considerable quantity of purple crystals and collaborated with Shui Yuanping, the lord of Yuansheng, to construct 3 cross-sea vessels, of which 2 have since gone silent. That is for your assignment to the wind-cold continent. That was his own initiative. He was ordered by the city lord to eliminate you. Finding the task too simple, he opted instead to deceive you into the wind-cold continent. That we inquired about the organization behind the divine mission and what orders had been issued, but he claimed that our Jui continent was not sufficiently developed to receive directives from the divine emissaries. He suggested that the command to eliminate you was likely a divine order. When we pressed for more information, he refused to divulge anything further. Realizing we could extract no more information, we decided to confine him. At that moment, he mentioned knowing the whereabouts of Jiang Shaoling's brother, Jiang Shaocheng, asserting that he was not dead and that only he knew where he was, requesting us to summon Jiang Shaoling for further details. Upon hearing this promising news, Wen Hong hurried to find Jiang Shaoling. After Wen Hong departed, Ding Yuanhao seized the opportunity to flee towards the door that in a moment of desperation, I lunged forward and struck him, not anticipating that he would succumb to a single blow. Just then, Wen Hong returned with Jiang Shaoling, who was understandably shocked by the scene before her. Chapter 59. The Divine Emissary with a Pallid Complexion. Jiang Shaoling softly inquired of Shaocheng, "Do you believe what Ding Yuanhao said about my brother's fate to be true?" "Do not be alarmed." Shaocheng replied, "that I believe there is a strong likelihood that it is true. Your bounty was likely issued when you were in Qingmei town, indicating that Ding Yuanhao only became aware of your ability to sketch the loom blueprints upon receiving news from the innkeeper. Hence, his bounty had dual purposes: to capture you and to acquire the loom blueprints. That if his intent was to capture you, it suggests your brother is still alive, as he intends to use you against him. Conversely, if he seeks the blueprints, it would imply he has killed your brother, who, being an ordinary person, would have had little foresight to destroy the blueprints beforehand. This indicates that Ding Yuanhao's pursuit was indeed directed at you. And furthermore, your brother remains alive, that he possesses the loom blueprints you drew. This incident further implies that Ding Yuanhao is likely the mastermind behind the demise of your family, having acquired the blueprints. He aims to destroy the prototype loom you constructed. The assassin struck when you were absent, resulting in the loss of your family. Subsequently, news of the incident spread across the continent, drawing considerable attention towards you. Ding Yuanhao, unable to act against you, resorted to deceiving you into Blackwater City, where the city lord was tasked with your assassination, an ordeal you have undoubtedly endured. Jiang Shaoling questioned, "If Ding Yuanhao has obtained the loom blueprints, why does he still seek to capture my brother?" Shaocheng theorized, "I suspect Ding Yuanhao hails from the wind-cold continent, harboring an inherent sense of superiority that he looks down upon the inhabitants of Jui continent. Yet when something surpasses what is found on the wind-cold continent, he desires to take it back with him. Much like this incident, he was fully aware of the city lord's orders to eliminate me. Yet he took it upon himself to bring me back, along with my students." Jiang Shaoling gazed at Shaocheng with hope. "Teacher, are you suggesting that my brother is still alive?" Shaocheng did not respond directly to Jiang Shaoling, but turned to Zhou Yuanguang, asking, according to the usual timeline, how long until Ding Yuanhao must return to the wind-cold continent. Zhou Yuanguang replied, "It should be less than 100 days. Shaocheng then queried Jiang Shaoling, "Did your brother's incident occur 140 days prior or 140 days later?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Shaoling estimated, approximately 100 days ago. Shaocheng deduced, Ding Yuanhao makes a round trip to the wind-cold continent approximately every 240 days. Since your brother's disappearance, Ding Yuanhao has not left Jui continent, implying that if your brother is alive, he must be concealed somewhere within Jui continent. Jiang Shaoling pressed, "Then where is my brother now?" Shaocheng speculated, "Ding Yuanhao serves as the vice president of the Inheritors Guild. Residing there, if your brother is hidden within the guild, it would be challenging for him to remain undiscovered among so many people. The only place uniquely belonging to Ding Yuanhao, and thus secure, would be his cross-sea vessel." Shaocheng then inquired of Zhou Yuanguang, "Are you aware of the location of Ding Yuanhao's cross-sea vessel?" Zhou Yuanguang replied with certainty, "I do not know, that no one does. The only time we saw the vessel was when President Li returned to the wind-cold continent with Ding Yuanhao. Otherwise, we have no knowledge of its whereabouts," Shaocheng asserted, regardless of whether Ding Yuanhao's claims are true or false. "We must urgently locate that cross-sea vessel, that I suspect your brother is imprisoned within it, that if the provisions are insufficient and I arrive too late, your brother may perish from starvation." Jiang Shaoling visibly tensed at the thought. Shaocheng approached her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I will swiftly attend to my current matters, then accompany you to search for your brother." Before he could finish, Su Rina and Yu Qingmei, having completed He surgery, approached. Upon entering, Yu Qingmei pointed at the corpse on the floor, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not Ding Yuanhao?" Su Rina glanced over, confirming, yes, yes, indeed. Yu Qingmei's eyes gleamed with mischief. Teacher, might we now? Su Rina mirrored her enthusiasm. Xiaoqing pondered momentarily. Very well. But during the procedure, we must exercise utmost care and caution, that I suspect that Ding Yuanhao's third blood vessel also harbors a small orb. He could hardly withstand Hai Dongxing's punch. It is possible he absorbed a minimal amount of source crystals, resulting in a smaller orb. Thus, despite being a high-level martial artist, he pales in comparison to a super martial artist capable of removing the orb. After your surgery, compare the orb you extract with the previous ones to determine if it is significantly smaller. Why Yu Qingmei inquired, Teacher, will you not perform the surgery? Xiao Cheng responded, Time is of the essence. I must accompany Jiang Shaoling to the Inheritors Guild to find her brother. Why Yu Qingmei quietly suggested, Then it appears we are left with only the two of us here. Shall we proceed with the transformation procedure? Xiao Cheng hesitated, aware of the overwhelming allure of becoming a super martial artist, especially for those who had already grasped the methods. Very well, but I wish to impart a few words of caution. Su Rina, Yu Qingmei, you must strive to minimize your absorption of source crystals. When expending stamina, allow your body to recover naturally. That I suspect there is a significant correlation between the small orb and the source crystals. I fear that if you absorb too many, another orb may emerge. Observe that individuals from the wind-cold continent can become super martial artists even without consuming source crystals that Su Rina proposed. Teacher, if we were to flood the wind-cold continent with a substantial amount of source crystals, would not their super martial artists become utterly vulnerable, thereby resolving our troubles with them? Xiao Qing cautioned. That is not necessarily the case. You must first ascertain whether Ding Yuanhao's body contains that orb. Even if it does, you cannot transport source crystals to the wind-cold continent, that if you were to bestow upon them source crystals. Even if the super warrior's levels were diminished, it would still give rise to a multitude of individuals even more formidable than high-level warriors. Presently, the most significant predicament does not stem from the super warriors on the wind-chill continent, as we have already devised transformation techniques to contend with them. The real concern lies with the divine envoy, an organization shrouded in mystery and power. With a mere command, they can compel the Lord of Sanhui City to indiscriminately seize purple crystals along the wind-chill road to fulfill their tasks. This organization is notorious for its propensity for violence, underscoring its inherently malevolent nature. What is most alarming is my utter ignorance of them, while they possess an intimate understanding of us, that I in the gathering leaf continent. The most convenient and swift method of communication is through arrow pigeons. However, these pigeons cannot traverse oceans, implying they must possess alternative means of acquiring my information. How do they know of me? Furthermore, Xiao Cheng continued, the application of transformation techniques must be approached with utmost caution, with a double emphasis on prudence, that Yu Qingmei earnestly assured. Rest assured, teacher, Su Rina echoed. Yes, have no worries. Chapter 60. Zhao Qingsong, the personnel for the journey had been meticulously prepared. With the old driver Lan, bodyguard Wen Hong, and passengers Xiao Cheng and Jiang Shaoling accompanying the carriage to the Inheritors Guild, alongside those returning from their ailments, including Shang Sibai. Hai Dongxing hurriedly approached, stating that an elderly man at the entrance was eager to meet Xiao Cheng. Upon receiving Xiao Cheng's consent, Hai Dongxing led the old man before him. This elderly gentleman appeared exceedingly frail, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Clad in tattered garments, dust and stains adorned his attire. His hair was unkempt, suggesting it had been ages since it had seen a comb. His face was lined with wrinkles, skin sagging, giving him a haggard appearance. His beard grew in a chaotic manner, emanating an air of dishevelment. Nevertheless, despite his unkempt exterior, there was a resolute glint in his gaze. Xiao Cheng inquired, May I ask who you are? The old man smiled faintly. As he did, the creases on his face deepened. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness, as if they could peer into the depths of one's soul. He slowly replied, Greetings, Xiao Shang. My name is Zhao Qingsong, hailing from the ancient continent. Like you, neither of us belongs to the gathering leaf continent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's heart stirred with surprise. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic elder was indeed the person he had mentioned from the ancient continent. Xiao Cheng's curiosity piqued. He promptly asked, Senior Zhao, are you the individual that people speak of? Zhao Qingsong affirmed. Yes, I am indeed the eccentric they describe. However, I have come specifically to assist you. How have you fared with Ding Yuanhao's matter? Xiao Cheng, intrigued, queried. How do you know about Ding Yuanhao? Zhao Qingsong responded cryptically. I not only know about Ding Yuanhao's affairs, but also possess knowledge of many matters that concern you. Xiao Shanju, pray tell, how has the situation with Ding Yuanhao unfolded? Xiao Cheng reflected momentarily, considering Yu Qingmei's current impatient disposition. Ding Yuanhao, aside from Ding Yuanhao, who was dispatched to carry out a mission. Others from the mainland are present on Jui continent. Could this merely be a coincidence? Zhao Qingsong remarked. As for others, I cannot say that I was aboard my flying vessel and, after exhausting my fuel, fell onto Jui continent. It is truly a stroke of fortune that I survived. Xiao Cheng replied, very well. Please continue. Zhao Qingsong continued. In terms of developmental progress, our ancient continent is the most advanced, while Jui continent lags far behind. Intercontinental travel and communication of information are restricted. Yet the divine envoy consistently manages to relay messages accurately to the personnel he requires that I end the past. He resolved each task within his own continent. However, this time, the mission concerning you necessitates cross-continental execution. Xiao Cheng furrowed his brows. If what you say is true, does it imply that my transgressions are of such magnitude that they jeopardize their safety? Hence, they would go to such lengths to dispatch individuals from another continent to eliminate me. Zhao Qingsong responded, it is also possible that, for some reason, Jui continent is unable to receive orders from the divine envoy, necessitating the recruitment of personnel from other continents. Since my arrival on Jui continent, I have never heard of anyone executing a mission from the divine envoy. Xiao Cheng countered, that seems implausible. Look at the cross-sea vessels. It appears that Fenghan continent was capable of manufacturing them long ago. Perhaps, due to certain reasons, they refrained from doing so to prevent intercontinental interactions until they received the orders to eliminate me on Jui continent. To fulfill this command, they hastily constructed 3 such vessels, thereby violating the principle of non-interaction between continents. That it seems the divine envoy truly harbors animosity towards me. Zhao Qingsong nodded. Initially, I thought Ding Yuanhao was sent to retrieve you, as individuals were often seized by those appointed by the divine envoy upon the issuance of his commands on the ancient continent. Xiao Cheng inquired, but will those captured by the divine envoy ever reappear? Zhao Qingsong replied, no, at least, none have appeared thus far. Xiao Cheng asked, then where have the divine envoy's captives gone? Do you have any knowledge? Zhao Qingsong admitted, I do not know. Xiao Cheng pressed on, a powerful organization like the divine envoy must have a substantial base to thrive. Where do they reside? Zhao Qingsong responded, I am also unaware. I have not heard of any of the 5 continents housing the divine envoy. Jiang Shaoling interjected, could they be after you because of the blueprints for the weaving machine? Zhao Qingsong dismissed the notion, impossible. Our ancient continent's weaving machines are far more advanced than yours, and they have not faced any issues. Xiao Cheng fell into deep contemplation. I haven't done anything wrong. First, I saved several individuals. Those who were meant to perish were brought back to life by my efforts. Yet, given the divine envoy's immense power, taking lives is trivial. My ability to save cannot possibly eclipse his capacity to kill. So it shouldn't be for this reason. Secondly, I have taught in Guo about latex technology, which can only enhance people's quality of life. Zhao Qingsong remarked, oh, so the products currently sold by Guo are also your creations? Xiao Cheng nodded and continued, thirdly, I have constructed alcohol distillers, a commodity that the divine envoy certainly does not lack. Fourthly, I have developed biological prosthetics, which should not be a concern. Fifthly, I have instructed Chief Wu of Qingmei Lake in the production of dried Qingmei fish, a delicacy that the divine envoy should also not be in short supply of. This leaves only one possibility, the telescopes and magnifying glasses I have created. Zhao Qingsong nodded. In fact, I too harbor suspicions regarding that very telescope. Xiao Cheng asked, why is that? Zhao Qingsong explained, let me share a few commands issued by the divine envoy. The first command originated from our ancient continent, that time, my 2 brothers, Zhao Qingxian and King Kankan, were working on a long-distance vessel. My own craft was among them. While they were halfway through the construction of the vessel, they conceived a new idea and sought the divine envoy for Amethyst to build a new long-distance craft. It was then that a life-or-death command arrived, taking both my brothers and the newly constructed vessel away. The second command came from the Mealy continent, that it is said that the inhabitants of Mealy invented a detector capable of identifying obstacles from vast distances. Consequently, everyone involved in this research was also taken by the divine envoy. The third command was issued on the Schwanz continent, where it is rumored that the people develop a weapon capable of striking targets from afar, leading to the disappearance of all who researched it. Xiao Cheng, puzzled, asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Zhao Qingsong replied, "It has everything to do with you. The connection lies in the theme of distance. Observe, the ancient continent excels in flight, Mealy continent in detection, Shuang's continent in striking, while your telescope is designed for distant viewing." Xiao Cheng protested, "But my telescope is merely a child's toy. It only provides close-up views." Zhao Qingsong inquired meaningfully, "Is it not possible for you to design and construct a telescope capable of viewing great distances?" Xiao Cheng responded, "I can, an astronomical telescope." Zhao Qingsong regarded Xiao Cheng in silence. Xiao Cheng then realized, "Are you suggesting that there are things we should not be able to see from afar?" Zhao Qingsong cryptically replied, "I believe it points to the divine envoy's homeland." Chapter 62. The home of the divine envoy, the home of the divine envoy. Zhang Xiaoling exclaimed, "This is impossible. A telescope can only view horizontally or vertically. Even if you were to create a telescope capable of viewing great distances, horizontally, it would merely reveal other continents. And if we were to look upward, wouldn't the divine envoy's home simply fall?" Xiao Cheng glanced at Zhao Qingsong and then addressed Zhang Xiaoling. "I can indeed fabricate a telescope that can see exceedingly far, even to distances beyond your imagination. Even if my telescope allows for distant viewing, if you look horizontally, you would not see other continents. This is because we reside on a sphere, and a sphere has curvature. A telescope can only view in straight lines. Thus, you will never be able to see things that are far away." Zhang Xiaoling asked, "A sphere?" Xiao Cheng confirmed, "Yes, akin to a massive round ball." Zhang Xiaoling questioned, "Are we all living on this large round sphere?" Xiao Cheng affirmed, "Indeed." Zhang Xiaoling, her face filled with skepticism, exclaimed, "Impossible. That is absolutely not feasible. That if that were the case, wouldn't those living below fall off?" Xiao Cheng explained, "They would not fall, for this sphere possesses gravitational pull. Everything residing on this sphere, animals, plants, humans, air, and water, is drawn towards it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingsong expressed his astonishment. "So that is how it is," Zhang Xiaoling interjected. "But if I jump from the ground, wouldn't I escape gravity?" Xiao Cheng clarified, "Jumping is merely a means of temporarily overcoming gravity. It does not mean you have entirely escaped it. Gravity is an invisible force. Omnipresent, it emanates from the Earth's core outward, its strength diminishing gradually, that if you possess sufficient strength to leap and continue ascending, after several days of flight, you would escape gravity, that I refer to that region as outer space, where you would experience weightlessness, devoid of gravitational pull, suspended in the sky like the stars you observe at night." Zhang Xiaoling asked, "Will the sphere we inhabit continue to fall?" Xiao Cheng reassured her, "No, for in outer space, there are no designated directions such as up, down, left, right, forward, or backward. Thus, to say it will fall downward is meaningless. It has no downward direction that it will remain suspended in the void unless influenced by another force, which may alter its trajectory. Just as I previously mentioned, if you escape the gravitational field, you will remain motionless in the sky. The sphere we occupy functions similarly to what you described." Zhang Xiaoling rubbed her head. "Perplexed, I understand what you are saying, but I cannot comprehend it." Meanwhile, Zhao Qingsong interjected, "I understand. I fully grasp it now." Xiao Cheng inquired, "What do you understand?" Zhao Qingsong explained, "That flying vessel of mine, the one that fell on a Jui continent, was actually flying quite high. Initially, my brother complained that it was flying too low and sought to design a vessel that could ascend even higher. When I was aboard that vessel, I experienced difficulty breathing at its highest point. Lowering the altitude restored normalcy. That turns out that the higher one ascends on the sphere, the weaker the gravitational pull becomes, resulting in diminished air density." Zhang Xiaoling responded, "Does that mean if you continue to rise, you will run out of air? If you ascend further and escape gravity, will you then enter outer space?" Xiao Cheng clarified, "Not quite, that if the flying vessel relies on air as its medium for flight, it cannot reach outer space. During the ascent, a lack of air would cause it to descend. Furthermore, you underestimate the sphere's gravitational pull. Its strength exceeds your imagination, that break free from its formidable grasp. One must attain sufficient velocity, a threshold I refer to as escape velocity." Zhang Xiaoling inquired, "How fast is this escape velocity?" Xiao Cheng illustrated, "Let me provide an example. The speed of super warriors is incredibly swift. to the point where our eyes cannot discern their movements. The escape velocity must exceed this speed by at least an order of magnitude. Jiang Shaoling and Zhao Qingsong simultaneously inhaled sharply. Xiao Cheng remarked, "If you meet the conditions and manage to escape gravity to reach outer space, you will lose air, moisture, temperature, and sound." Jiang Shaoling responded, "I can understand losing air and moisture, but how can one lose temperature and sound?" Xiao Cheng explained, "The warmth you feel is due to the heat stored in matter. The warmth enveloping you now comes from the heat retained in the AI, or in the void of space. Devoid of air to retain heat, the temperature could plummet to at least minus 200 degrees. You would freeze instantly." Jiang Shaoling asked, "Are you saying that one would freeze to death immediately, hence the absence of sound? If I possessed a device to retain heat, could I then speak?" Xiao Cheng replied, "Even if you could speak, no one would hear you, for sound travels through air, which is absent in space. Thus, no sound would reach your ears." Jiang Shaoling conceded, "All right. There is quite a bit to digest. I shall ponder it further." Zhao Qingsong remarked, "Upon your explanation, Xiao Cheng, I feel even more convinced that my hypothesis is correct. The abode of the divine emissaries must be suspended in the sky. Above us, in a realm invisible to the naked eye. They must possess some instruments, perhaps telescopes, to observe every movement on the continent. Therefore, upon detecting a threat, they would issue commands for its elimination, be it a vessel capable of reaching them, instruments that can detect them, or weapons that can strike them. These may not pose significant threats to them. Only you, with your ability to observe them directly through a telescope, would compel them to eliminate you swiftly, as you have exposed their presence." Xiao Cheng inquired, "Zhao, let me ask you, when the divine emissaries issue commands, do others receive information, or do the emissaries send someone directly to retrieve them?" Zhao Qingsong replied, "I cannot speak for others, but I can share about my brother. The city lord received the command and brought my brother and the vessel to a location designated by the emissaries. I later investigated that place, and all that remained was a pile of molten iron and ash." Chapter 63, Obliteration. Xiao Cheng could not help but feel sorrowful. "Do you believe your brother was taken by the divine emissaries?" Zhao Qingsong was startled and quickly asked, "Are you suggesting that my brother and the others were not taken?" Xiao Cheng sighed, "I shall share my conjecture, but please do not be too saddened." Zhao Qingsong urged, "Please, Xiao Cheng, speak. I am not a child anymore. I have faced life and death and can endure." Xiao Cheng stated, "I fear your brother may have fallen victim to the emissaries." Zhao Qingsong gasped. "But there was no body found." Xiao Cheng clarified, "Wasn't there a pile of molten iron? That is the residue of a vessel melted by extreme heat." Zhao Qingsong exclaimed, "Is there truly such a terrifying weapon? Is that even classified as a weapon?" Xiao Cheng calmly explained, "I know of a similar weapon, laser. This type of laser weapon can emit temperatures of up to 100,000 degrees, instantaneously melting steel, let alone a human being." Zhao Qingsong pondered, "Are you implying that my brother was incinerated by the extreme heat?" Xiao Cheng replied, "I do not wish to think that way, but the melted iron nearby speaks volumes. What would happen to your brother standing in an environment capable of melting steel?" Zhao Qingsong stood in shock. If they possess such fearsome weaponry, why not eliminate you directly instead of expending so much time summoning someone from wind-cold continent to kill you? Xiao Cheng surmised, "I believe the use of this laser weapon must be restricted. First, the laser emitted from above takes considerable time to reach the ground, that if you can move out of range during that interval, it would not strike you, meaning lasers can only target stationary objects. Furthermore, as the laser travels to its target, it passes through dust in space and thick clouds in the atmosphere, which significantly diminishes its power. Thus, lasers can only strike under clear conditions on the continent. Lastly, since the surrounding continents have been targeted by laser weaponry, yet Jui continent has not, it suggests that for some reason, the weapon is unable to target Jui. Perhaps due to insufficient design angles or some obstruction. Zhao Qingsong advised, if this is the case, it is safer for you to remain on Jui continent for now than I initially considered suggesting that you. Xiao Cheng, take your elite warriors and secretly sail to Wind Cold Continent to eliminate the city lord who received the command, believing that would provide you with temporary security, but it seems that is no longer feasible." Xiao Cheng chuckled, "Since the emissaries wish for my demise, I am indeed curious to discover where they are and what they are doing." Jiang Shaoling turned her face toward Xiao Cheng, who informed her, "We have mastered the technology to produce pure glass. A layer of mercury applied to its rear transforms it into a mirror. With this, we can construct optical telescopes. Jiang Shaoling inquired. An optical telescope? Xiao Qing clarified, an optical telescope detects visible light, meaning you can see the object itself. Allow me to teach you how to create an optical telescope. That IT consists of an objective lens and an eyepiece. The lens or concave mirror closest to the object is termed the objective, while the lens nearest to the eye is called the eyepiece. Its principle is straightforward. Light from a distant object passes through the convex lens or concave mirror, converging at a point known as the focal point. The distance between the focal point and the objective lens is the focal length Wy, utilizing a convex lens or eyepiece with a shorter focal length than the objective. The image can be magnified. There are three types of optical telescopes: refracting, reflecting, and catadioptric. A refracting telescope employs a convex lens as the objective, focusing light at a focal point to present through the eyepiece. Its advantages include a long focal length and simple light path, making it suitable for measurements, though it suffers from chromatic aberration. A reflecting telescope primarily employs a parabolic mirror as the main mirror, with the telescope's focal point situated in front of the main mirror, eliminating chromatic aberration. A catadioptric telescope combines the features of refracting and reflecting telescopes, utilizing a main mirror alongside several corrective lenses, effectively correcting chromatic aberration and providing superior imaging. Xiao Qing fixed his gaze on Jiang Shaoling. Do you understand, Jiang Shaoling? I comprehend, Xiao Qing, she replied, her face lighting up with a smile as she eagerly asked. So, how large should our optical telescope be? Xiao Qing contemplated. For observing the emissaries, it need not be excessively large. I know of a 30-meter telescope that can see 13 billion light-years away. Zhao Qingsong inquired. What unit is a light-year? Xiao Qing explained. You establish the units of weight and length for Jui continent, and the meter is one of them. You divided a leaf into 100 smaller leaves, and each smaller leaf into 100 even smaller ones. Thus, light travels within those 3 smaller leaves at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. When converted into light years, we multiply this figure by 60, then by 60 again, and by 24, yielding a light year as 9,460,730,472,580,800 meters. Multiply this by 13 billion to arrive at that immense distance. Zhao Qingsong was astounded. That is an unfathomable number of meters. But why multiply by such peculiar fractions of leaves? Xiao Qing candidly replied, because this is how others have calculated it. Jiang Shaoling excitedly proclaimed, Rest assured, Xiao Qing, I will certainly return home and construct a qualified optical telescope for you. Zhao Qingsong asked Xiao Qing, if we fabricate a telescope and see the home of the emissaries, what means shall we employ against them? Xiao Qing sighed, since the emissaries possess advanced weaponry such as lasers. Their technological prowess must be formidable. I suspect they have even more terrifying weapons, perhaps restrained by certain conditions rendering them unusable. For a considerable time, we shall remain unable to catch up to them. Zhao Qingsong queried, then if you use the telescope to observe them, isn't that akin to alarming the snake in the grass? Xiao Qing asserted, while we cannot defeat them, we must make them aware that we possess the capability to retaliate. They have consistently suppressed the development of the continent. Without a means of counterattack, we shall never progress. Zhao Qingsong pressed, what means do we currently have to retaliate? Xiao Qing replied, the emissaries have already indicated that to us. Zhao Qingsong questioned, why am I unaware of this? Jiang Shaoling shared his confusion. Xiao Qing elucidated, the individual targeted for elimination by the emissaries on the two-colored continent was likely eliminated due to his long-range capabilities. Zhao Qingsong exclaimed, indeed, Xiao Qing, you could send your elite warriors to the two-colored continent to secure the blueprints for that weapon. Xiao Qing responded, that is unfeasible. The emissaries must possess means to monitor every person on the continent. I believe any individual appearing on the two-colored continent would raise their suspicions and alert them. Except for one person, the president of the Warriors Guild, Li Yunji, that he is a native of the two-colored continent, and his daughter, Li Qian, has been untraceable concerning her return to the two-colored continent. Jiang Shaoling, did not the divine envoy eradicate all those who researched weaponry and their materials on the dual-colored continent? Xiao Qing resolutely replied, the advancement of any technology follows a discernible trajectory. It cannot simply materialize out of thin air. Just like a tree, What the divine envoy has eradicated are merely the fruits, while the tree itself remains. In due course it shall bear fruit again. Chapter 64. The cross-sea vessel Shang Sibai, situated in the carriage trailing behind, was quite anxious. She longed to share a carriage with Xiao Cheng. She was acutely aware of Xiao Cheng's remarkable medical skills that astound the inhabitants of the gathering leaf continent. Such a person, compelled to journey to the distant Heritage Council, indicated the gravity of the matter at hand. Having received help from him, she wished to extend her assistance in return that to expedite their arrival at the Heritage Council. Xiao Cheng devised a rigorous long-distance travel plan, except for brief moments to refresh themselves in towns during supply stops. They would spend the remainder of the time in the moving carriage at last. During a supply stop in a town, Shang Sibai seized the opportunity to express her desire to travel in the same carriage as Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng thought to himself that since Zhang Xiaoling was already in the carriage, having another woman aboard would pose no issue, so he consented that it was a perfect chance to inquire about certain matters concerning the Heritage Council from Miss Shang. On this trip to the Heritage Council, I have pressing matters to attend to, thus the journey will be rather tiresome, Xiao Cheng observed, adding, Miss Shang has just undergone surgery and requires ample rest. If you feel fatigued, you may take your carriage and travel at a slower pace. There is no need to accompany us back directly. Shang Sibai looked at her slightly swollen arm, feeling quite satisfied. Master Xiao's medical skills have pulled me back from the brink of painful death, for which I am immensely grateful that I have been recovering particularly well lately. Look, my arm has grown plump. As she spoke, she raised her arm for Xiao Cheng to see. Xiao Cheng nodded, and Shang Sibai continued. Since Master Xiao is attending to affairs at the Heritage Council, and I am a member of the Heritage Council myself, you ought to share this matter with me. I am certain I can be of assistance to you. Even if I cannot aid you directly, I can certainly find someone who can help. Xiao Cheng seriously remarked. It is not out of the question to share this matter with you now, for I believe it should not be concealed as a secret. It is imperative that all on the continent are aware that we are under oppression. Only through unity can we liberate ourselves from it, that if those who comprehend the truth choose to conceal it for certain reasons, perhaps one day the truth will indeed vanish. Zhao Qingsong nodded in agreement. Master Xiao speaks wisely. However, Shang Sibai smiled and reassured Xiao Cheng to speak freely, although her father had not disclosed that matter to her brothers. He had confided in her in detail. Xiao Cheng was instantly filled with admiration for Shang Xuan's approach. The three sons revealed not a whisper, yet he had chosen to divulge everything to his daughter, indicating his fondness for her. Thus, Xiao Cheng shared the news about the divine envoy and the purpose of their journey with Shang Sibai. True to her experience, she sat there, stunned like a statue, taking a long time to regain her composure. Shang Sibai murmured, I would not believe anyone else but you, Master Xiao, even my own family. Xiao Cheng, what makes you trust what I say? Shang Sibai asserted, because Master Xiao possesses not only mysterious medical prowess, but also a commendable quality of saving lives. Xiao Cheng, with a sense of pride, responded, Very well, I graciously accept your praise. For I am indeed that kind of person. The three nodded in unison. Observing their agreement, Xiao Cheng, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired of Shang Sibai, How far is your Heritage Council from the sea? Shang Sibai pondered for a moment before replying. Our Heritage Council resides in Yunsun City, located at the foot of Yunsun Mountain. Yunsun City is not a coastal city. It takes at least 2 days by carriage to reach the seaside. Xiao Cheng, are there many ports along the coast where ships can dock? Shang Sibai, not many. There are only about 10 ports that can accommodate vessels. Suddenly, Zhao Qingsong asked, Could Ding Yuanhao possibly dock the cross-sea vessel at one of those ports? Xiao Cheng, certainly not. That would lead to discovery. Even if someone were to discover it, no one would dare to touch his cross-sea vessel. But someone like Ding Yuanhao, who is self-assured and exceedingly cautious, would never allow others to see his vessel. After all, when he took President Li to the windy cold continent, he had no choice but to let you catch a glimpse, and thereafter it was concealed, was it not? Zhao Qingsong. So where would Ding Yuanhao hide the cross-sea vessel? Shang Sibai. My father indeed sent someone to search the ports covertly at that time. When Ding Yuanhao had just arrived at the Heritage Council, my father was concerned that he might bring many super warriors. So he searched each port meticulously, but ultimately could not find the cross-sea vessel. Zhao Qingsong. Could there be someone else waiting for him at sea, piloting the cross-sea vessel? Xiao Cheng turned to Shang Sibai. When does Ding Yuanhao typically send supplies to the vessel? Shang Sibai. Just before he departs, along with the source crystals. Recently, he has sent supplies one additional time. Xiao Cheng gazed at Jiang Shaoling. This is good news. Someone as cautious as Ding Yuanhao would not allow anyone to see the cross-sea vessel, let alone let others pilot it. Moreover, with the lengthy time required for round trips, the people on board would have starved by now. His recent surplus of supplies indicates there are indeed people aboard the vessel. Jiang Shaoling exclaimed joyfully. Could that person be my brother? Xiaoqing nodded and turned to Shang Sibai. With so many shallows, why not search there? Shang Sibai. Master Xiao has not seen that vessel. It is unlike ordinary ships. It does not float on the surface. That my father has described its shape to me in detail. From the outside, that vessel resembles two thick sealed copper tubes stacked vertically, forming a figure-8 shape. The upper copper tube has a slight protrusion that barely breaks the surface of the water, while the rest remains submerged. Such a vessel cannot approach the shallows and must dock at a deep-water port. Zhao Qingtsong interjected. If it is not found in the port, nor at sea, and cannot dock in the shallows, where could he possibly moor the vessel? Chapter 65. It should be here. Xiao Qing contemplated for a moment, and then asked Shang Sibai, how does Ding Yuanhao transport large quantities of source crystals to the vessel? Shang Sibai. Ding Yuanhao instructs someone to load a large amount of source crystals and supplies into a carriage, then drives the carriage himself to deliver the source crystals to the vessel before returning. Zhao Qingtsong remarked. Ding Yuanhao is indeed a cautious individual. He would rather transport the source crystals himself than let anyone know where the vessel is located. Xiao Cheng inquired of Shang Sibai. Is his round-trip journey lengthy? Shang Sibai reflected. It is not very long. The time taken to travel to the coastal port and back is quite similar. Xiao Cheng stated. Then it is certain. His cross-sea vessel must be moored along the coastline, at a place accessible to carriages. Otherwise, he could not possibly transport an entire carriage of source crystals in such a short time. Shang Sibai sighed. But we have searched the ports thoroughly. Xiao Cheng urged. Miss Shang, think carefully. Is there any port you might have overlooked? Shang Sibai. There is one port that is quite unique. It has collapsed significantly due to years of neglect, and large predatory fish have begun to attack people in the vicinity. Consequently, the Lord of Yinsun City has prohibited any vessels from docking there. Xiao Cheng. The port you describe is perfectly suited for Ding Yuanhao to hide his vessel. With it being abandoned and receiving no traffic, he can do as he pleases without anyone discovering the cross-sea vessel. Furthermore, it is convenient for him to load and unload supplies there. Shang Sibai. However, my father also searched that area and found nothing. Xiao Qing paused. Miss Shang, consider this. Since Ding Yuanhao arrived at your Heritage Council, has he exhibited any unusual behavior? Shang Sibai. Unusual behavior. Xiao Cheng. Actions that he should not have taken, or matters unrelated to him that he has involved himself in. Shang Sibai slowly replied. Since his arrival at the Heritage Council, my father has kept a close watch on him. There was only one thing he did that puzzled everyone. Ding Yuanhao spent a considerable amount of source crystals to forge a thick copper chain, which he then loaded onto a carriage and sent away, presumably to the cross-sea vessel. However, I believe the windy cold continent does not lack for such a copper chain. Could this be considered as unusual behavior? Xiao Qing pondered for a moment. I believe I have located the cross-sea vessel, Jiang Shaoling asked. Where is it? Xiao Qing asserted, it is at that abandoned port. All present looked at Xiao Cheng in confusion, with Shang Sibai exclaiming, my father has already investigated that area. Xiao Qing replied, your father inspected the port, but he only checked the waters at the port's edge, not venturing into the sea. Do not forget, Ding Yuanhao's cross-sea vessel is invisible on the water's surface. Zhao Qingtsong interjected. If it is in the sea, would it not be swept away by the waves? Xiao Cheng posed a question to the three. Have you heard of an anchor? It is a tool that allows a ship to remain stationary in the sea. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads, with Zhao Qingtsong bluntly stating, I have never heard of a tool that allows a ship to dock without a pier. Xiao Qing continued, when a ship is moored at a dock, it is typically tied to a bollard to prevent it from being swept away by the waves. Ding Yuanhao employs a similar method, albeit he has tied his vessel in the middle of the sea. Because his vessel is unlike any other, it is virtually invisible from the shore. Thus, he constructed a mooring pile beneath the harbor waters, securing the transoceanic boat to it. Shang Sibai suddenly realized. So the copper chain he forged was indeed meant for tethering the transoceanic vessel. Xiao Cheng replied. It must be. Ding Yuanhao had no reason to travel such a great distance merely to forge a copper chain and return it to Fenghan Dalu. Jiang Shaoling anxiously looked at Shang Sibai. Miss Shang, do you know where this dock is located? Shang Sibai replied. I do not know, but my two brothers are aware. There is no need for you to worry. Miss Jiang, once we complete our final resupply, I will have my brother guide us directly to that port, ensuring we arrive with utmost speed. Jiang Shaoling nodded. Thank you, Miss Shang. Shang Sibai, I am truly delighted to assist you. Moreover, this time, you are aiding all the people of the Jui continent. Zhao Qingsong inquired. Master Xiao, I still wish to ask, what exactly is the anchor that can moor a ship in the sea? Xiao Cheng chuckled. Since we have time, I will elaborate on the anchor. A complete anchor consists of the anchor crown, pin, fluke, shank, stock, and a detachable anchor shackle. The anchor crown is the top of the anchor, typically rounded or flat, linking to the anchor chain. The pin connects the crown to the shank. The fluke extends from the shank and resembles a blade designed to penetrate the seabed. The shank connects the fluke and the stock, controlling the direction of the anchor. The stock is perpendicular to the shank, providing support and stability. The anchor shackle moves freely on the anchor chain, serving as a detachable component. Generally, anchors are stowed at the bow of the ship, operated by a hinge, as the propulsion is located at the stern. How does the anchor secure the vessel? Before anchoring, one must ascertain the water depth, with the anchor chain length being 4 to 6 times the average depth of the anchorage. In less than ideal anchorage conditions or in rough weather, the chain length may be extended. For instance, if the water depth is 5 meters, a 30-meter anchor chain should be deployed. It is also essential to determine the vessel's movement direction while moored. The anchoring process should not be rushed. Otherwise, the chain may tangle. The anchor descends to the seabed like a large hook, with the fluke embedding into the mud that a portion of the anchor chain lays flat. And the anchoring force, combined with the friction between the chain and the seabed, secures the vessel. To retrieve the anchor, one must utilize the hinge, carefully monitoring the winch's pull. If the winch's pull is within a normal range, the vessel can be maneuvered along the chain to recover the anchor. When the winch's pull increases, it indicates a firm anchoring, prompting the vessel to circle around the anchor to adjust its holding power and direction. One may also use the anchor shackle to navigate in the opposite direction of the anchor. Thus, the vessel successfully completes its mooring at sea. It is indeed a marvel that a ship can remain anchored on the ocean. Zhao Qingsong then asked, I have another question. Master Xiao previously mentioned the propulsion of the ship. What exactly powers it? Xiao Cheng glanced at Jiang Shaoling. Currently, the propulsion we employ is solely wind and human power. The inhabitants of Fenghan Dalu have developed a plant engine, which should be installed in Ding Yuanhao's transoceanic vessel. Chapter 66. Propulsion. Xiao Cheng paused for a moment, then joyfully added, However, we are on the verge of possessing our own engine as well. This is the animal engine meticulously designed by Jiang Shaoling herself. This engine should be more convenient and powerful. Jiang Shaoling hurriedly gestured to clarify. No. I merely organized and supplemented the ideas proposed by Master Xiao. And it was Master Xiao who taught me mechanical drafting. Furthermore, our engine is still in the theoretical stage and requires considerable time before it can be practically applied. Shang Sibai also expressed her excitement. At least we can see hope. Xiao Cheng, curious, asked Zhao Qingsong. Senior Zhao, what propulsion does your flying vessel utilize? Zhao Qingsong reminisced. The engine on the vessel I traveled in was initially developed by my brother, whom he referred to as a jet engine. In our ancient continent, there exists a type of black oil. When heated, it extracts a substance known as heavy oil. While researching this heavy oil, my brother inadvertently ignited it, producing a tremendous explosion that nearly destroyed the laboratory. The container holding the heavy oil flew a great distance. My brother also investigated black oil and extracted a substance from it. Saying this, Jiang Shaoling retrieved a flask from her bag. Xiao Cheng vividly recalled the dangerous flask he had carried for quite some time. This item is hazardous. You should avoid bringing it in the future. Jiang Shaoling responded. I believe my brother carried it, and once I find him, I shall no longer bring it. Zhao Qingsong cautiously opened the flask, inhaling its contents. This is it. This is heavy oil that he then solemnly advised Jiang Shaoling. You must handle it with care. It must never be exposed to flame. Zhao Qingsong returned the flask to Jiang Shaoling for safekeeping and continued. At that moment, my brother joyfully discovered that heavy oil was a perfect propellant. As long as it was continuously fed into a combustible device, it would generate powerful thrust, that be why using pressure to inject heavy oil into the tube and igniting it. The ignited heavy oil would expel, creating thrust. Continuous injection of heavy oil would yield sustained propulsion, forming a jet engine. Later, my brother mounted this engine onto a cart for experimentation, but the speed proved too swift to control, resulting in catastrophic collisions with obstacles. Subsequently, my brother thought, since ground experiments were unfeasible, we shall conduct them in the air. Thus, the first aerial vessel was born, the very one I traveled in. Eventually, my brother, through relentless research, found that if heavy oil was allowed to spray naturally, the speed remained slow, that it was necessary to enhance its spraying velocity. Therefore, multiple sets of fan blades were added to the front and rear of the iron tube. The front fan's purpose was to draw in a large volume of air, which, after heating, would be expelled at high speed from the rear fan. Its operational principle involved the spraying of heavy oil, driving the rotation of the rear fan blades. The rear blades transmitted power through the drive shaft to the front fan blades, which inhaled copious amounts of air, accelerating airflow. With this engine, my brother decided to abandon the old aerial vessel and create a new one. Just as the new vessel was completed, events unfolded that prevented any testing. Xiao Cheng, in disbelief, remarked, "They have indeed developed a jet engine. If an oxidizer were added to the fuel, wouldn't that be akin to a rocket engine? It could soar through the cosmos and oh wonder the divine envoy sought to eliminate Zhao Qingxian and Zhao Qingquan. Their threat to the divine envoy was indeed monumental." Xiao Cheng marveled, "Senior Zhao, you cannot fathom how remarkable your brother is. That I once thought our biological engine was impressive, only to discover that your brother directly created a jet engine. This invention poses a lethal threat to the divine envoy. I find it curious that the divine envoy has spared you." Zhao Qingsong replied, "I had never studied the matters my brother researched. I only knew a little, that it was only after my brother's departure that I discovered the notes he left behind, revealing the existence of the jet engine. Later, out of boredom, I followed the notes to complete the old aerial vessel, that I then decided to attempt a test flight, setting a destination, and ended up directly in the Jui continent." Xiao Cheng, "Senior Zhao, you are indeed quite fortunate. The moment you took off in the aerial vessel, the divine envoy must have issued a pursuit order against you. Had you landed elsewhere, they might have struck you down with laser weaponry. Yet you fortuitously fell upon the Jui continent, a location beyond the reach of their laser weaponry and pursuit order." Zhao Qingsong, incredulous, responded, "Then why did the divine envoy send people after you, yet refrain from eliminating me?" Xiao Cheng, "That is because they deemed it unnecessary." Zhao Qingsong, "Why was it unnecessary?" Xiao Cheng, "The divine envoy may have believed you lacked the technology to manufacture a jet engine, as their previous technology had been obliterated. Additionally, the area where you landed is the Jui continent, which is vastly underdeveloped. Even if you possess the technology, could you truly fabricate a jet engine? Could you construct an aerial vessel?" Zhao Qingsong contemplated. "Indeed, it would be impossible. Mechanical processing and materials are insufficient, that in the short term, I genuinely could not produce one." Xiao Cheng, smiling, replied, "Precisely. By the time you manufacture the components, prepare the materials, and begin assembling the aircraft, they could easily send someone to eliminate you." Zhao Qingsong, astonished, looked at Xiao Cheng. "It seems certain they will come for me eventually. What should I do?" Xiao Cheng, "Senior Zhao, you and I are both targets of the divine envoy. We should unite and confront them together. Rest assured in your research, and I shall provide you with everything you require, as we collectively resist the divine envoy." Zhao Qingsong smiled. "That sounds splendid. At least I shall no longer have to tirelessly pursue source crystals." Shang Sibai, "Congratulations to Senior Zhao on joining Bright Mountain." Jiang Shaoling, "Welcome, Senior Zhao." Zhao Qingsong laughed heartily. Good. Xiao Cheng, "Senior Zhao, do you have a map of this planet?" Zhao Qingsong, "I possess a map of our ancient continent, that I also have a general understanding of the locations of the misty continent, the two-colored continent, and the windy cold continent. Before my arrival at the gathering leaf continent, the inhabitants of the ancient continent were entirely unaware of the existence of the gathering leaf continent." Chapter 67. Food. Xiao Cheng inquired, "So, where was the destination you initially set, Senior Zhao?" Zhao Qingsong, I intended to travel to the two-colored continent. That my brother's notes recorded that there exists an organization called the Night Wanderers, which warned him to be cautious as they were being watched. They also advised him to ensure he visited the two-colored continent, which is why I wished to go. However, despite filling the Voyager with fuel, I merely reached the Gathering Leaf Continent. Xiao Cheng. The Gathering Leaf Continent is surrounded by 4 other continents. Logically, you should at least be aware of its existence. How did you acquire information about other continents? Zhao Qingcong. Information was brought by individuals who drifted to the ancient continent. Additionally, those who ventured out from the ancient continent sent messages back via messenger pigeons, and some information was disclosed by the Night Wanderers. Xiao Cheng. Can messenger pigeons transmit messages between continents? Zhao Qingcong. The Misty Continent, Ancient Continent, Two-Colored Continent, and Windy Cold Continent should all be capable of doing so. The Gathering Leaf Continent seems to be an exception. The 2 messenger pigeons I brought have both been released. One did not return, while the other returned without delivering any messages. Xiao Cheng. What do you believe the Night Wanderers are? Why do they transmit information between the continents? Zhao Qingcong. The Night Wanderers appear to be a highly enigmatic organization. I only learned of them through my brother's notes. Moreover, their targets for information transmission seem to be individuals under the watchful eyes of the divine envoys. They cautioned my brother, suggesting that the threat might be the divine envoy organization. That I believe the Night Wanderers are in opposition to the divine envoys. Xiao Cheng. If the Night Wanderers possess the ability to convey information between continents, why do they not relay messages to us? Zhao Qingcong. Perhaps it is due to the technological limitations of the giant wild continent, or like the divine envoys, they are unable to reach the Gathering Leaf Continent. Xiao Cheng. The Gathering Leaf Continent is indeed peculiar and unique. Senior Zhao, having spent considerable time in the giant wild continent, what differences do you perceive between it and other continents? Zhao Qingcong pondered for a moment before replying. The Gathering Leaf Continent is underdeveloped, and its people are relatively easygoing. The frequency of warfare is lower than in other continents, Xiao Cheng remarked. Yet there are dual arenas in the Gathering Leaf Continent. Hundreds, if not thousands, die there. How can that be considered low? Zhao Qingcong affirmed. It is indeed low, exceedingly so that I cannot speak for other continents. But on our ancient continent, conflicts occur incessantly, with individuals perishing daily due to hunger and war. In the Gathering Leaf Continent, aside from dual arenas, the majority of the time is still peaceful. That my 2 brothers and I lost our parents to war during our childhood. That my brother took me in, and we wandered until we arrived at Falling Leaf City. At that time, Falling Leaf City was embroiled in war with Chuana City. The city witnessed the deaths of hundreds and thousands daily, and to evade the conflict, my brother led me to hide in the Falling Leaf Mountains behind the city. In the mountains, my brother stumbled upon a mysterious black liquid, thick like ink and exuding a pungent odor. This black oil possesses astonishing properties. Firstly, its viscosity is incredibly high, as if it could adhere to any object. Secondly, its adhesion is remarkably strong, clinging firmly to various surfaces and proving difficult to remove. Most importantly, when ignited, it burns fiercely and for an extended duration, releasing substantial thermal energy. That my brother harnessed the characteristics of this black oil, sealing it within a metal container and connecting it to the outside via a slender tube. That he then utilized a special device to apply immense pressure to the black oil within the container, forcing it through the narrow tube. When the black oil erupted from the tube, its high viscosity and low volatility allowed it to form a stable and concentrated liquid column. Subsequently, employing a simple yet effective ignition device, he set this liquid column ablaze. Once ignited, the black oil would burn rapidly, releasing significant heat and flames. This fire possesses an exceptionally high temperature, capable of igniting surrounding objects instantly and inflicting tremendous destruction. Thus, what began as an ordinary black oil was transformed through my brother's ingenious design into a remarkable weapon, a flamethrower. That my brother was unaware of the weapon's potential effects at the time. Perhaps he now regrets it. He presented the flamethrower to the Lord of Falling Leaf City. Upon acquiring this formidable weapon, the Lord's combat capability surged dramatically. However, the flamethrower is undeniably cruel. On the battlefield, its flames resemble the fires of hell, mercilessly consuming all life. Those struck by the flames are instantly engulfed, as the inferno swiftly engulfs their bodies, surrounding them entirely. The fire clings to the skin like a malignant growth. and no amount of struggle can free them from its terrifying grasp. Those caught in the flamethrower's blaze do not perish immediately. Instead, they writhe in agony, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Their despairing cries echo with hopelessness and fear, chilling to the bone. Even formidable warriors find themselves powerless against such flames and widespread devastation. Their previously possessed strength, speed, and skill become utterly meaningless in this brutal sea of fire. The fates of warriors are no different from those of ordinary individuals. They too endure endless suffering, ultimately succumbing to despair and death. Xiao Qing interjected. Are there warriors on the ancient continent as well? Zhao Qingsong. Indeed, much like your gathering leaf continent, warriors are categorized into 3 tiers. As far as I know, aside from the windy cold continent, which boasts super warriors, the remaining continents only possess high-level warriors. However, your gathering leaf continent has evolved and now has super warriors as well. Xiao Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Qingsong continued. Subsequently, the Lord led his army, equipped with flamethrowers, to effortlessly defeat the enemies of Chuana City. This victory propelled the reputation of Falling Leaf City to great heights, expanding their sphere of influence. Thereafter, Falling Leaf City systematically conquered 3 surrounding cities, ultimately establishing the vast nation of Falling Leaf. My brother was generously rewarded by the Lord for his flamethrower, who invited him to remain in Falling Leaf City for research. After all, individuals as brilliant as my brother are bound to be of great use wherever they go. However, my brother was not interested in weapon research. His aspiration was to develop an engine to replace horses. Until the day I departed from the ancient continent, the Lord continued to wield the flamethrower my brother had fashioned, waging wars far and wide. Zhao Qingsong sighed and added, if I must identify a significant difference between the giant wild continent and others, it would be this. The people of the giant wild continent are fortunate enough to have an abundance of wood fruit trees, ensuring they do not go hungry. Chapter 68. Safe Haven. Jiang Shaoling chuckled. Not going hungry is a distinction. Zhao Qingsong. Indeed, most of the wars in our region stem from disputes over food. Logically, there should be no food conflicts on the gathering leaf continent. Productivity and technology should develop swiftly here. Observing Jiang Shaoling's still bewildered expression, Zhao Qingsong continued to explain. Human survival hinges upon adhering to 4 fundamental rules: sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Among these, sustenance is the most critical, that if a person cannot even secure their most basic needs, they will inevitably face hunger and death. Thus, the quest for food becomes the foremost task for survival. Zhao Qingsong paused, his tone grave. In the gathering leaf continent, due to its resource abundance and ample food supply, people often overlook the significance of sustenance. However, when we find ourselves in other continents, the situation may be entirely different. The environment there could be harsh, food scarce, and even fraught with perilous creatures vying for resources in such circumstances, the pursuit of food becomes pivotal for our survival. Addressing the issue of sustenance on other continents is an arduous endeavor. How much effort must one exert? Success is not guaranteed despite the labor of others, while others toil to resolve their hunger. You and the giant wild continent have bypassed this necessity altogether. Logically, you should have advanced rapidly, yet your current state seems irrational. Xiao Cheng glanced meaningfully at Jiang Shaoli. It appears we have a direction for researching weapons against warriors. However, this weapon is exceedingly brutal. Should we reconsider its implications? Shang Sibai marveled. So you too can manufacture flamethrowers? Zhao Qingsong. Indeed, such a weapon, once its principles of creation are understood, can easily be replicated. Jiang Shaoling replied nonchalantly. Both Xiaoshan and I are merely ordinary individuals. We have long endured bullying from warriors together. This. Zhao Qingsong and Shang Sibai exchanged incredulous glances at Xiao Cheng, who could only nod in affirmation. Jiang Shaoling continued. We have long contemplated the development of a weapon to counter warriors. Zhao Qingsong's elder brother has devised a weapon that offers us a novel method of utilization. We shall employ our newly researched fuel, which burns more fiercely and lasts longer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingsong's complexion visibly paled. Jiang Shaoling remarked, while I may not comprehend the cruelty of starvation, I am acutely aware of human savagery. My family was shattered over a mere blueprint for a loom that I do not wish to bully others, yet I refuse to be bullied myself. Xiao Cheng gently patted the tear-stained Jiang Shaoling, saying, "Very well, focus on your research. I stand by you." That it was the first time Jiang Shaoling threw herself into Xiao Cheng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Shang Sibai, standing nearby, quietly inquired of Xiao Cheng, "Xiao Shanju, should we inform my father of the events transpiring here?" Xiao Cheng, while comforting the distraught Jiang Shaoling, softly advised her, "Do tell your father. After all, he will find out eventually. Maintaining secrecy is all that matters." The carriage sped southward, where the trees along the road were notably shorter than those on Guangming Mountain. Xiao Cheng shared this observation with the group, who were left perplexed. Jiang Shaoling informed him that to see trees, one must venture to the abyssal forest of Inyuguo. The trees found they were present in the leaf-gathering continent, as well as species never seen before. Moreover, that place boasted the extraordinary abyssal fruit that as they chatted, they conducted their final resupply. Jiang Shaoling appeared increasingly anxious. Shang Sibai urged his brother Shang Delin to return home and report their safety, while Shang Dihai led them directly to the forsaken dock. The sea breeze howled as it swept across the dilapidated wharf, which once bustled with activity, now reduced to crumbling walls and rotting planks. The dock's walkway had fractured, tilting precariously toward the ocean, as if it could be engulfed by the waves at any moment. Abandoned vessels and shattered fishing nets lay strewn about, creating a scene of utter desolation. A foul stench permeated the air, mingling the briny scent of the sea with that of decaying wood. Despite the decrepit state of the harbor, Xiao Cheng immediately recognized its extraordinary features. This was a naturally formed U-shaped harbor. At the end of the U, a stone tower stood tall, a perfect haven from the tempestuous winds. The group hurriedly dismounted from the carriage, meticulously searching the derelict dock for traces of the cross-sea vessel. Xiao Cheng, along the edge of the dock, discovered the area he suspected most that it was relatively clean, suggesting recent visitation, and it was the only spot in the harbor where a vessel could dock and load cargo. As the water here remained relatively deep, that he squinted, straining his eyes to peer beneath the surface, hoping to discern any foreign objects, particularly the copper chain. Yet, the murky water revealed nothing but a few large fish swimming about. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Cheng lifted his gaze to the horizon. The azure sea shimmered, yet still concealed its secrets that if, as Shang Sibai suggested, the ship lay submerged, with only the slightest portion visible, it would indeed be impossible to detect. After their search concluded, the group reconvened, and Xiao Cheng inquired, "Did anyone find anything?" Disappointment echoed through the group as they shook their heads. Xiao Cheng continued, "We cannot uncover anything from the surface. It appears we must venture beneath the waves. We need to investigate whether any suspicious objects lie below, or perhaps even locate that copper chain, or ideally, the ship itself." Shang Dihai volunteered, "Allow me. I am a proficient swimmer that I inquired earlier, and the super warrior when Hong cannot swim." Xiao Cheng cautioned, but the Lord of Yinsun City mentioned that this harbor was abandoned due to large fish attacks. "Look at the several ships that have been rendered useless, that if you encounter them in the water, your life will be in grave peril." Jiang Shaoling, filled with anxiety, implored, "What shall we do then?" Xiao Cheng reassured her, "Do not fret. We have come this far. After such a lengthy journey, what is a little more time? We must first ascertain whether those large fish are present, that we can try tying some meat from the carriage to a rope and casting it into the sea, observing whether any large fish are drawn to it. If none appear, that would be splendid, that if they do, we shall devise another plan." Chapter 69. "Where are you?" Xiao Cheng added, "However, I have a strong premonition that logically, such a perfectly shaped harbor should not harbor any excessively large fish." Zhao Qingcang queried, "Why is that?" Xiao Cheng replied, "Have you considered the size of fish capable of attacking ships? Such large creatures would find it cumbersome to navigate within this harbor's confines." Zhao Qingcang nodded in understanding. Xiao Cheng elaborated, "If Ding Yuanhao can navigate the cross-sea vessel here without peril, then this place ought to be safe." The group scrambled to gather ropes and retrieved meat and fish jerky from the carriage. They affixed floating wooden planks to the ropes, securing various food items beneath them. When Hong evenly scattered the ropes into the harbor, time passed slowly. All the wooden planks shifted slightly, but the movements were feeble. The largest plank failed to submerge, exhibiting no significant pulling force. Xiao Cheng smiled at Jiang Shaoling, saying, "It seems my suspicions were correct, that at least for now, there are no large fish present." Shang Dihai approached. May I now dive into the sea to investigate? Xiao Qing nodded. That would be greatly appreciated. I shall ensure when Hong ties a rope around you, should the bait on the water surface exhibit vigorous movement. I will instruct Wen Hong to pull you back promptly. Shang Dihai nodded, swiftly shedding his clothing to reveal his darkened skin, leaving only his undergarment. After receiving the rope from Wen Hong, he expertly secured it around his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply and plunged into the frigid waters. Shang Dihai disappeared beneath the surface like a fish, the water swiftly swallowing his form, leaving only the sound of the rope slipping into the depths. After a while, the rope lay still, and Shang Dihai resurfaced not far away, wiping his face and taking a breath before diving back in. With each of Shang Dihai's ascents, as he wiped his face and gasped for air, the mood of the group began to sour. Shang Dihai, lacking breathing apparatus, could only dive repeatedly, searching the seabed for the vessel, yet he found no trace. Each time he held his breath, straining to scrutinize the depths. He felt compelled to touch any suspicious areas, hoping to uncover even the slightest clue. However, despite his meticulous efforts, he could not locate the copper chain nor the ship, which left him feeling utterly disheartened. As time wore on, his strength waned, yet he remained resolute, continuing his search. His figure gradually drifted toward the harbor's edge. Xiao Cheng instructed Wen Hong, "Reel Shang Dihai back in." Wen Hong pulled Shang Dihai onto the shore. And without pausing to don his clothes, he addressed Xiao Cheng, "Xiao Shanju, I am fine. I can still search that my visibility underwater is limited, and I believe I may have overlooked something, that I can search the harbor again, or even venture outside its bounds." Xiao Cheng regarded the group, stating, Ding Yuanhao would not be so foolish as to hide the ship nearby, that if he concealed it, it would not be docked outside the harbor, for fishing boats or nets would inevitably encounter it. You have already scoured the harbor. A vessel of that size would be impossible to overlook. Given your current state, it would be unwise to continue that if you wish to search further, I will not stop you. But you must rest. You are here to assist in rescuing others, and I cannot allow you to exhaust yourself. Before Shang Dihai could respond, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, growing ever closer. The group looked up to see war horses kicking up clouds of dust, their forms becoming indistinct. Yet two figures riding formidable steeds soon emerged in the blink of an eye. They reached the group. As the horses came to a halt, the dust settled, revealing the identities of the two riders. One was Shang Delin, whom Xiao Cheng recognized, while the other was undoubtedly Shang Jin, the president of the Inheritors Guild. As expected, Shang Sibai shouted, "Father," and rushed forward. Shang Jin extended his hand to embrace Shang Sibai, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is miraculous. My daughter has regained her strength, but ha-ha." Shang Sibai stood before his father, declaring, "Father, look at me. I am well now. My arms have regained their strength." He then pointed at Xiao Cheng. "This is my savior, Xiao Shanju of Guangming Mountain." Shang Jin hastily approached Xiao Cheng, bowing in gratitude. "Xiao Shanju, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved my daughter's life, which is tantamount to saving mine. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We shall be like family from now on." Shang Sibai quickly interjected, "Father, what nonsense is this? How can we be family?" Shang Jin paused. Yes, I am merely overwhelmed with emotion and speaking without thought. Please forgive me, Xiao Shanju." Shang Sibai continued, "Xiao Shanju, we are in urgent need of finding the cross-sea vessel. Please do not create further confusion. Think of a solution quickly." Shang Jin, with a hint of regret, asked, "It seems we have still not found it." Xiao Cheng replied, "No, we have not." Shang Jin continued, "Is it possible that Ding Yuanhao has hidden the ship elsewhere?" Xiao Cheng responded with a sense of helplessness. "I have analyzed everything, and this location is the most suspicious. The conditions elsewhere are simply not permissible. Yet, curiously, we cannot find anything." Shang Jin whispered, "Xiao Shanju, what do you think about this? You all have traveled quite a distance without proper rest. The most suspicious area has already been searched, and being anxious will not yield results. Now, let us return to Yunsan City, where you can rest and recuperate your spirits, and then we can strategize. Upon my return, I will mobilize everyone. Even if it means turning everything upside down, we will locate that ship. This matter concerns not just you, but the entire Jui continent. Moreover, I have already informed the president of the Warriors Guild, Li Yunji, to handle matters on his end, that he will come here and take the cross-sea boat to Fenghan Continent to retrieve the information you need." Xiao Cheng glanced at the weary yet dispirited group. All right, let us return. I apologize for troubling the president, but he then reached for Jiang Shaoling and boarded the carriage. Everyone hurriedly climbed onto Xiao Qing's carriage. Shang Jin handed the horses over to Shang Delin. You ride back quickly. I will chat with Xiao Shanju a little longer on the way, that we are like old friends. With that, he also hopped into Xiao Qing's carriage. As the carriage began to move slowly, Xiao Cheng, filled with confusion and reluctance, lifted the carriage curtain and cast a lingering glance at the abandoned dock. Suddenly, he froze. He saw the stone tower glowing with a white light. Chapter 70. I don't believe it. Xiao Qing pointed at the white stone tower and urgently inquired of Shang Jin. President Shang, what is the purpose of this tower? Shang Jin glanced over. Ah, that tower serves to prevent ships from accidentally colliding with the port. It's a marker. Xiao Qing. But why does this tower appear so new? Shang Jin. This tower has collapsed once before. It has been rebuilt, hence its new appearance. Xiao Qing. When was this tower rebuilt? I mean, was it repaired before or after Ding Yuanhao's arrival? Shang Jin pondered for a moment. It should have been built after Ding Yuanhao's arrival. But it was constructed by the Lord of Yunsun City, so it shouldn't be related to Ding Yuanhao, right? Whether it is related or not is secondary. Xiao Cheng continued, President Shang, what are those black patches on the tower? Shang Jin, those are fallen stones that have formed holes. Xiao Cheng pressed on. Do you think these holes are normal? Shang Jin nodded. Indeed, it is somewhat irregular. Normally, fallen stones should not drop from the middle. Xiao Qing urged, President Shang, take a closer look. What distinguishes this marker tower from the others? Shang Jin scrutinized. There is nothing particularly different, except that this tower has a slightly larger base. That is not unusual. If there are materials, one can always build a bit more. Xiao Cheng turned to the outside and shouted. Lao Lan, stop the carriage. Return to the dock. Shang Jin, puzzled, asked, Xiao Shanju, do you believe there is an issue with this stone tower? Xiao Cheng replied. Indeed, if there is a problem with this marker tower, even minor issues might not be significant when taken individually. However, if all these small problems converge on this one tower, it indicates a serious issue. Shang Jin remained unconvinced. If this marker tower truly has a problem, it cannot conceal a ship. Xiao Cheng smiled at Shang Jin. President Shang, do you know, when I was young, I played a game called hide and seek. The objective is to hide within a designated area so that others cannot find you. If they do, you lose. The group chimed in, recalling their experiences with the game. Xiao Cheng continued. Do you know how to hide well so that others cannot find you? Jiang Shaoling replied. I know. You must hide in what you believe to be the most concealed place. Xiao Qing shook his head. No, you must hide in a location that the seeker believes you would not choose. Shang Jin interjected. Xiao Shanju, I still think. Xiao Cheng interrupted. Let us search. I feel there is still hope. The group approached the tower. Xiao Cheng circled around the marker tower. This tower was indeed substantial, conical in shape, standing at least 20 to 30 meters high, with a base diameter exceeding 10 meters. It was constructed from various sizes of stone blocks, and in the tower's midsection, 3 or 4 stones had fallen, revealing dark holes. Xiao Qing asked Shang Jin, President Shang, do all the marker towers here lack doors? Shang Jin confirmed. Yes, the newly built marker towers do not have doors. The previous towers had doors, but once, fishermen sought shelter from the storm inside a marker tower, which collapsed and killed them all. Thus, the towers constructed thereafter, like this one, have no doors. Xiao Qing nodded, contemplating the tall marker tower before turning to Wenhong. I would like you to examine the area where the stones have fallen. Can you reach it? Wenhong replied. Xiao Shanju, I cannot reach it as there are no handholds or footholds. Xiao Qing suggested. How about this, run from a distance, gain some speed, and run up along the curve. I believe your momentum should suffice. Wenhong nodded. All right, I will give it a try. Xiao Qing cautioned. Be careful. The group dispersed as Wenhong retreated several meters before accelerating, with a whoosh. A figure sped towards the marker tower. The slightly curved tower provided no obstruction, and in the blink of an eye, Wenhong reached the opening of the fallen stones. Wenhong reached into the hole, gripping the stone wall, and turned to Xiao Cheng, shouting, Xiao Shanju, this method truly works. Look, I made it up easily. Xiao Qing urged, quickly look inside. What do you see? The opening was sizable. Wenhong easily maneuvered his body inside. Moments later, he emerged, excitedly shouting, a ship, below, there is a yellow ship. And the copper chain has also been found. It extends from here all the way down to the ship. Xiao Cheng sighed in relief. They had finally found it, and he noticed the exhilaration on Jiang Xiaoling's face that he called to Wenhong. Come down. We need to discuss our next steps. Everyone was elated, yet Shang Jin muttered to himself. How is this possible? How did Ding Yuanhao manage to place a ship inside a sealed tower? And how did he retrieve it? This marker tower was built by Jia Yitao, the lord of Yun Sun City. Damn it, you deceitful Jia Yitao. How could I have trusted you so much? Only to find you colluding with Ding Yuanhao behind my back. Shang Sibai pinched Shang Jin harshly. Stop talking, father. Shang Jin looked up, awkwardly smiling at the crowd. Xiao Cheng instructed Wenhong. Please describe in detail what you observed inside. Wenhong explained, the opening leads to that copper chain which extends down to the ship, presumably for climbing up and down. The lighting inside is quite good due to the numerous holes in the marker tower, allowing sunlight to shine directly onto the ship. The entire vessel is bronze-colored, with most of it above the water's surface, giving it a peculiar appearance. Shang Jin inquired, does this ship like a hull? No sails, no oars, and there are no visible cabins. Wenhong nodded. Shang Jin confidently asserted to Xiao Cheng, this is it. This must be Ding Yuanhao's cross-sea vessel. Xiao Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Since we have confirmed it is that ship, we must begin our research immediately. That it is possible that Jiang Xiaoling's brother, Jiang Xiaocheng, is inside. Xiao Cheng continued. My plan is as follows. Wenhong will secure a rope and lower it from the opening. Jiang Xiaoling, you and I will enter the marker tower to assess the situation. If there is danger aboard the ship, Wenhong should be able to handle it. That I am bringing Jiang Xiaoling because her brother may be inside, and only she can earn his trust. The rest of you will wait outside with President Shang. Chapter 71. Submarine Wenhong secured a rope at the broken opening and lowered it. Jiang Xiaoling went first, followed by Xiao Cheng as they climbed up the rope. Wenhong had already reached the ship via the copper chain. Xiao Cheng and Jiang Xiaoling peered down through the opening. That it turned out that beneath this marker tower was a body of seawater. The cross-sea vessel floated upon the water, taking on a semi-arc shape, its exterior gleaming bronze, with a pronounced bulge in the middle towards the rear. Sunlight streamed through the broken hole, casting an eerie and mysterious aura over the entire ship. Xiao Cheng was stunned. Isn't this a submarine? Jiang Xiaoling asked. What is a submarine? Xiao Cheng explained. It is a type of vessel that can navigate underwater. Such a ship is discreet and can evade storms. Look, the completely sealed structure of this ship is designed for submersion. Jiang Xiaoling replied. If it is completely sealed, won't the people inside suffocate? Xiao Cheng assured. There must be a solution for that. Come on, let us go below and take a look. With Wenhong observing, the two slid down the copper chain to the cross-sea vessel. The three of them stepped onto the cross-sea vessel. It began to sway slightly. Xiao Cheng guided Jiang Xiaoling to the raised area and began to examine it. This position distinctly resembled a hatch, featuring a handle alongside, but the hatch would not open. Beside the hatch, there stood a small upright tube. Xiao Cheng knocked on the hatch, producing a muffled sound, and then shouted loudly, Is anyone down there? There was no echo in response. Xiao Cheng tried once more, but still no reply. Observing Jiang Xiaoling's anxious expression, he casually suggested, How about you give it a try? Jiang Xiaoling emulated Xiao Cheng, first tapping the hatch, then taking a deep breath and calling out, Brother, are you down there? To Xiao Cheng's astonishment, a voice emerged from within the vessel. Yes, I am. The muffled reply continued, Is that you, Jiang Xiaoling? Yes, it's me, brother. Jiang Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly, her hands flailing in joy as she shouted to Xiao Cheng. It's my brother, it's my brother. Xiao Cheng patted the nervous Jiang Xiaoling and quickly called out to the interior, Jiang Xiaocheng, we are here to rescue you. How can you get out? From within the boat came Jiang Xiaocheng's muffled voice. I am locked in here by Ding Yuanhao. There's no way out. There's a lock beneath the hatch, and knowing the password will allow you to open it. Without delay, Xiao Cheng and Jiang Xiaoling examined the area below the hatch closely. Is this it? Jiang Xiaoling asked, pointing. Xiao Cheng shifted closer and noticed beneath the round hatch, for rotating numerical dials embedded in the hull, that he turned one of the dials and saw the number was 09. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Cheng shouted down, Jiang Xiaocheng, Ding Yuanhao accidentally got us killed, and we don't know the password. Fortunately, this password is only 4 digits long. We can try 10,000 combinations to unlock it. Though it may take some time. How long can you hold out down there? Jiang Xiaocheng's muffled voice replied, Ding Yuanhao left plenty of food last time, so I'm fine to don't rush. Take your time solving it. Xiaocheng turned to Jiang Xiaoling, saying, Let us start cracking the code. To prevent fatigue-induced errors. We'll each try 1,000 numbers before switching. I'll handle the numbers starting with 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, while you take 2, 4, 6, 8, and 0. Jiang Xiaoling protested. Shouldn't I start from 0? Xiaocheng smiled. Typically, for 4-digit locks, people set their code starting from 5 upwards. If the first digit were set to 0, the 4-digit code would effectively become a 3-digit code, significantly lowering its security, which they would find unacceptable. Thus, it must start from 1. After saying this, Xiaocheng turned to Wenhong and said, There's no danger here. Go outside and inform everyone that we are solving the code on the ship, and it will take a while. Tell them not to worry and to rest if needed. Then find a safe and comfortable spot near the entrance to watch over us. I fear that if you sway the boat while we're solving the code, it might distract us. Wenhong nodded and climbed out along the copper chain. Xiaocheng settled into a comfortable position, lying on the hatch, beginning to dial the numbers from 1001 onward as time passed. Xiaocheng and Jiang Xiaoling switched roles 5 or 6 times. Now it was Xiaocheng's turn, starting from 7. With each turn, the number reached 7386. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed, and both froze in astonishment as a copper bar, thick as a finger, sprang out from beneath the hatch's handle. Overjoyed, Xiaocheng slowly pulled out the copper bar, which measured 20 centimeters and had a notch at the base. Hastily, he grasped the handle on the hatch and lifted it. With a creaking sound, the hatch swung open. That moment, a head suddenly emerged from inside, climbing up while exclaiming, Who would have thought Ding Yuanhao, that super warrior, could actually die? Even more surprising is that my sister found someone to rescue me. Xiaocheng looked at Jiang Xiaocheng, who hurriedly crawled out of the hatch. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair a tangled mess, his clothes wrinkled as if he hadn't changed in days. Stubble adorned his face, making him look quite haggard, and there was a peculiar odor about him. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes sparkled brightly, radiating a light of knowledge in Xiaocheng's eyes. As Jiang Xiaocheng approached, he first addressed Jiang Xiaoling. Xiaoling, I missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. That damned Ding Yuanhao said he would send me to the wind-cold continent to make me do research for him, claiming the conditions there would be much better than here. When I refused, he locked me in here. You have no idea. There wasn't even anyone to talk to in there. I was utterly miserable. Xiaocheng suddenly recalled a type of punishment on Earth known as solitary confinement, where a person is locked in a small, dark room, provided with food and water, but no interaction, leading to a mental breakdown after a few days. Yet, looking at Jiang Xiaocheng, who had seemingly been locked away for years by Earth's standards, he appeared completely unfazed. What a remarkable psychological resilience. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Xiaocheng. And you are? Oh, you must be my sister's husband. Chapter 72. The plan upon finishing, Jiang Xiaocheng grasped Xiaocheng's hand with gratitude. Thank you so much for taking care of my sister and coming to rescue me. I am overjoyed. Standing nearby, a blushing Jiang Xiaoling tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's clothes, trying to pull him back, but she dared not exert too much force on the boat. Brother, she said, flustered, what nonsense are you talking? This is Xiaocheng from Guangming Mountain, the master of Xiao Mountain. Jiang Xiaocheng paused, then laughed heartily. I don't know Master Xiao. He is here to rescue me. Isn't it all because of you? Are you too embarrassed to admit it? Jiang Xiaoling, growing anxious, retorted, Brother, it's not what you think. I even took him hostage. Jiang Xiaocheng released Xiaocheng's hand, looking at Jiang Xiaoling in confusion. You really held him hostage? Indeed. He wouldn't listen, so I even tied your incendiary bottle to him. Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Xiaocheng, who could only nod helplessly. Jiang Xiaocheng seized Xiaocheng's hand once more. My sister has treated you this way, so I acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Watching Jiang Xiaocheng's excited demeanor, Xiaocheng and Jiang Xiaoling exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Wenhong, seeing that the person had been found, conveyed the news to those outside. Everyone, brimming with curiosity, after consulting Xiaocheng, slid down the copper chain to explore the mysterious cross-sea vessel. Only Shang Delin remained outside, tasked by his father Shang Jin to guard the entrance. Xiaocheng invited Jiang Xiaocheng to join them in exploring below. I'll catch my breath outside first, Jiang Xiaocheng replied. Those of you eager to see inside the boat must be cautious that you not touch anything inside. A careless move could sink the boat. Then he whispered to Xiao Cheng, "Follow my lead when I go in. I've seen Ding Yuanhao operate this vessel. I can manage it without much trouble. I'll go in shortly and explain how it works." Excited by Jiang Xiaocheng's words, the group eagerly entered the cross-sea vessel to explore. Only Xiao Cheng, Jiang Xiaoling, and Jiang Xiaocheng remained outside. Jiang Xiaocheng greedily gasped for air and said to Jiang Xiaoling, "Sister, you have no idea. This ship is truly advanced. It has 2 large engines that provide power." Jiang Xiaoling casually inquired, "Are the engines made from breathing trees?" Jiang Xiaocheng paused in surprise. "Oh, how do you know that?" Jiang Xiaoling beamed with pride. "Master Xiao asked me about this." Xiao Qing quickly added, "I heard it from Li Yunji, the president of the Warriors Guild, who inquired because he had ridden on this ship." Jiang Xiaocheng looked between them before addressing Jiang Xiaoling. "Do you know what powers this engine?" Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoling replied, "It relies on water pressure to push the impeller." Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback once more. "You understand this too?" Jiang Xiaoling smiled. "Master Xiao taught me mechanical drawing, and we discussed plant engines." Seeing Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze shift to him, Xiao Cheng could only affirm, "Yes, we discussed it." Jiang Xiaocheng scrutinized them for a moment before continuing. "When this ship sails, most of its hull is submerged, with only a small part above water. Yet," Jiang Xiaoling interjected, "it can navigate underwater without suffocating anyone." Jiang Xiaocheng was once again astonished. "You know that too?" Pointing at Xiao Cheng, Jiang Xiaoling said, "Master Xiao told me about this." Xiao Cheng could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng appeared very annoyed. "All right, I'm well rested. Let us go. I'll explain this ship to you." With that, he stood and entered the cross-sea vessel. "Huh." Jiang Xiaoling laughed heartily. Xiao Cheng looked at her perplexed laughter. "What has got you so amused?" Jiang Xiaoling struggled to contain her smile. "You have no idea. My brother has always called me foolish. He knows more than I do, and I've never won an argument against him. But today, Xiao Cheng urged. "All right, enough laughter. Let us go experience the cross-sea vessel. Your brother has spent a long time up there. He surely knows more than you." Xiao Cheng, stooping under the weight of his burdens, guided Jiang Xiaoling into the cross-sea vessel. Upon entering the cabin, an unpleasant odor assailed their senses. Enduring this strange scent, Xiao Cheng was immediately struck by a remarkable sight. The cabin was illuminated. The materials that comprised the interior were no longer golden, but appeared to be iron. It stood over 4 meters high and more than 3 meters wide, taking on an elliptical shape. Inside, iron rods crossed each other in a lattice formation, evoking the sensation of living within a grid. Despite the spaciousness, the 6 individuals, Shang Jin, Shang Dihai, Jiang Xiaocheng, Jiang Xiaoling, Xiao Cheng, and Lao Lan, found themselves comfortably accommodated within the vessel, without feeling cramped. The 4 of the ship, on either side, stood 2 breathing trees. The light emanated from the tops of these trees. This was Xiao Cheng's first encounter with such trees, which boasted trunks the thickness of a person's arm. Their branches extended upward in a funnel-like manner, adorned with sparse leaves reminiscent of succulent plant foliage. Beneath the leaves, numerous copper pipes emerged, connecting to the interior. In the center of the cabin was a chair, flanked by 3 control levers, an unmistakable cockpit for the cross-sea vessel. Towards the rear, a narrow passage led further back, bordered by shelves laden with various provisions and water. Observing Xiao Cheng and Jiang Xiaoling's arrival, Jiang Xiaocheng began his explanation, pointing towards the breathing trees on either side. Jiang Xiaocheng proclaimed, "These are the 2 plant engines. Water pressure flows through these copper pipes, transmitting force. Each engine has a valve at the front. When opened, both engines spring to life." He gestured to 2 sealed circular plates on the vessel's hull, explaining behind the valves are the impellers, which transmit power to the gearbox, driving the external twin propellers that propel the vessel forward. Each engine corresponds to a set of propellers. Continuing, Jiang Xiaocheng stated, "With these left and right propellers, operating the cross-sea vessel becomes quite manageable. Turn left. Simply close the left propeller and activate the right one. 4 right turns. The opposite applies. Advance. Both propellers must rotate together, while stopping or reversing requires both to turn and reverse." At this, Jiang Xiaocheng cast a proud glance at Jiang Xiaoling. He then approached the central chair, declaring, "This is the command seat for the cross-sea vessel. The levers correspond to their respective engines. Pushing both levers forward propels us ahead, while pulling them back initiates retreat. Turn. Halt one lever while the other continues to operate. Centering the levers stops the vessel. Chapter 73. Untried. Jiang Xiaochong indicated the central lever. This lever controls the vessel's vertical movement in the sea. Pushing it forward causes the cross-sea vessel to descend, while pulling back makes it rise. Jiang Xiaoling whispered to Xiao Cheng, Master Xiao, what principle do you think governs the vessel's vertical movement? Wary of interrupting Jiang Xiaochong, Xiao Cheng quietly replied to Jiang Xiaoling, I believe it relies on seawater for its ascension and descent. The floor beneath us resonates with a hollow sound, suggesting it may be an empty chamber. Below should lie a large water tank. As seawater fills it, the vessel gradually sinks, and when water is expelled, it rises. Jiang Xiaoling nodded in understanding. Observing the two in hushed conversation, Jiang Xiaochong continued at the rear. There are compartments for various items. The innermost area contains a toilet. Once used, a simple turn of a switch disposes of waste into the ocean that he then retrieved an object from beneath the cockpit. Roughly the size of a basin, consisting of two interlocking halves with a gap of about 10 centimeters in between. Pointing to this object, Jiang Xiaochong explained, this is the breathing apparatus for the cross-sea vessel. Essential for survival underwater. The upper section delivers air into the cabin, preventing seawater from flooding in, while the lower part ensures the apparatus remains afloat. The IT features a flexible hose that connects to the intake pipe beside the cabin cover, supplying oxygen to the interior. Jiang Xiaochong tugged at the hose, effortlessly pulling it free, only for it to retract swiftly upon release, but he then moved to indicate a circular disc hanging in the cabin, which featured a needle and markings. Inside is a bundle of rope connected to the needle. When we deploy the breathing apparatus outside, we must attach the hose and secure the external rope to it. As the vessel descends, the rope will be drawn out, moving the needle, allowing us to gauge the depth of our descent. Xiao Cheng promptly inquired of Jiang Xiaochong, how deep can this vessel navigate underwater? Jiang Xiaochong replied, I am uncertain, but I have pulled the hose beneath the breathing apparatus and found it to be less than 30 meters long, suggesting we can operate at depths of approximately 30 meters. Shangjin, intrigued, asked, I am curious about how this vessel arrived here. Jiang Xiaochong responded, the stern faces the ocean, with an underground connecting tunnel. Now, we will close the copper intake pipe, allowing the vessel to sink to about 15 meters. We will then reverse. After timing 2 full rotations, which approximately equals 200 meters of travel, we will begin to ascend, surfacing in the open sea beyond the harbor. Jiang Xiaoling queried, why must we close the intake pipe? Jiang Xiaochong explained, for such a short descent, the air is sufficient for those aboard. Moreover, there are obstructions on the surface that render the breathing apparatus ineffectual when submerged. Jiang Xiaoling countered, but without the breathing apparatus, how can you ascertain how deep we've sunk? Jiang Xiaochong pointed to a circular disc at the front of the vessel, stating, there is a pressure gauge there, indicating the pressure exerted by seawater on the hull, which correlates to depth. The greater the pressure, the deeper we descend. Jiang Xiaoling asked, what do you mean by first speed? Jiang Xiaochong chuckled, this vessel has 2 speeds. The first speed operates with slow propeller rotation, resulting in slower travel but greater power. The second speed allows for rapid movement, but only in wide-open waters, free of obstacles. Jiang Xiaoling remarked, I am familiar with timers. Master Xiao has constructed one. Xiao Qing interjected. But they are not the same. Mine is a water droplet timer, while this is a mechanical timer, far more precise and portable. Jiang Xiaoling lifted her gaze, but brother, if you can operate this vessel, why not navigate it out for help? Jiang Xiaochong pointed to the illuminated area atop the breathing tree, saying the breathing trees require sunlight to function optimally. Therefore, unless we are submerged, the front hatch must remain open for sunlight. However, the switch for this hatch is located outside, and I am trapped within the cabin by Ding Yuanhao. Xiao Qing remarked, if the hatch is closed, the cabin would be plunged into darkness. How would you illuminate it? Jiang Xiaochong gestured towards the 2 breathing trees. The grass beneath them is luminescent. You cannot perceive its glow now, but once the hatch is sealed and we enter dive mode, it will emit a faint light sufficient for navigation. Jiang Xiaoling proposed, if we were to exit now and close the hatch, would you not be able to pilot the vessel out? Jiang Xiaochong shook his head. That would still be impossible. If you opened the valve now, the breathing trees would respond, but the pressure generated would be minimal and short-lived. Only with a continuous supply of purple crystal can they function normally. Jiang Xiaoling inquired, what exactly is this purple crystal? Zhao Qingsong replied, I know of it. Purple crystal is absent only on the continent of J, that I am the ancient continent. It is commonly used as currency, that I possess a piece. You may examine it. With that, Zhao Qingsong produced a purple crystal, roughly the size of a source crystal. Jiang Shaoling scrutinized it for a moment, but discerned nothing distinctive, casually handing it to Xiao Cheng. Upon receiving it, Xiao Cheng felt it was heavier than the source crystal, but could not identify its properties. Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed, "That's it! How did you come by this?" Zhao Qingsong explained, "I hail from the ancient continent, hence my possession of this crystal." Jiang Xiaocheng appeared perplexed. "Isn't it from the wind-cold continent? What is this ancient continent?" Xiao Qing interjected, "Let's not delve into that now. We will clarify later. What matters is the purple crystal, as we still require this vessel, that I wish to know how abundant purple crystal is and what Ding Yuanhao used to transport it away." Jiang Xiaocheng replied he utilized a box approximately this size that he gestured with his hands, indicating a size comparable to that of a source crystal box. Xiaocheng turned to Shang Jin, President Shang, when Ding Yuanhao returned to the Inheritors Guild. "Did he carry such a box?" Chapter 74. At the tower's summit, Shang Jin shook his head. "No, Ding Yuanhao used the guild's shared carriage. However, I suspect he is in collusion with the Lord of Yun Sun City. It is evident that this landmark tower was constructed at the behest of the Lord of Yun Sun City, as per Ding Yuanhao's intentions. Otherwise, how could such a large vessel be docked? Ding Yuanhao does not know anyone here. Could it be that he entrusted the purple crystal to Jia Yitao, the Lord of Yun Sun City?" Xiao Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "No, you have been following Ding Yuanhao for such a long time, yet you have not discovered any connection between him and Jia Yitao. This indicates that their meetings are both infrequent and discreet. If Ding Yuanhao were to retrieve the purple crystal every time he boarded the ship, it would be far too frequent. Moreover, in my opinion, Ding Yuanhao would never entrust such a crucial item to another for safekeeping. If someone were to uncover the purpose of the purple crystal, it would be tantamount to seizing Ding Yuanhao's lifeline. The destruction of the purple crystal would forever bind Ding Yuanhao to the Jui continent." Shang Jin nodded in agreement. Xiao Cheng continued, "Since this is the case, it signifies that Ding Yuanhao did not bring the purple crystal onto the carriage, that he must have concealed it nearby." Xiao Cheng turned to the formidable warrior Wen Hong and inquired, "Which location in the vicinity do you believe you could access that others cannot?" Wen Hong began to contemplate, and at that moment, Shang Jin pointed towards the sky and exclaimed, "The tower's apex. I cannot ascend there, but he can." Xiao Cheng acknowledged Wen Hong with a nod. Wen Hong then turned and climbed the iron chain to venture outside. Before long, he returned, carrying a copper box, which he opened to reveal half a chest of purple crystals. Xiao Cheng expressed his satisfaction to everyone, saying, "We have found the items, located the individuals, and discovered the ship. Now we shall return to Yun Sun City to rest and await the arrival of President Li to initiate the next phase of our plan. If anyone wishes to remain here to guard the vessel, the rest may return." Shang Dihai volunteered, saying, "I will stay, Master Xiao." Shang Jin smiled and remarked, "Let him stay, Master Xiao. This child has always had a fondness for ships, especially upon encountering such a unique one." Lao Lan chimed in, "Master Xiao, I shall accompany him as well, to keep him company." Xiao Cheng consented, "Very well. We shall bring down some of the items from the carriage for you. Additionally, I will leave you a carrier pigeon. Exercise caution aboard the ship at this moment." Jiang Xiaocheng provided further instructions to the two, ultimately expressing his lingering concern. "Let me demonstrate to you both how to use the restroom." The group, including Wen Hong driving the carriage, Shang Jin, Shang Delin, Shang Sibai, Jiang Xiaocheng, Jiang Shaoling, Zhao Qingsong, and Xiao Cheng, settled into the carriage as they returned to Yun Sun City, their spirits noticeably lifted. Disheveled, Jiang Xiaocheng, upon taking a seat in the carriage, proudly addressed Jiang Shaoling, "Sister, after the detailed explanation I provided, do you now have a deeper understanding of this advanced vessel?" Jiang Shaoling replied, "Indeed. I have encountered many things previously unseen." Observing Jiang Xiaocheng's satisfaction, Jiang Shaoling inquired, "Brother, do you know what a magnifying glass is?" Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. "A magnifying glass? I have not heard of it. What is it used for?" Jiang Shaoling explained, "A magnifying glass enlarges objects in front of you several times, allowing you to see minute details that are nearly invisible." Jiang Xiaocheng instinctively glanced at Xiao Cheng, who nodded. "It has another function. It concentrates sunlight into a point, generating intense heat." Jiang Shaoling continued, There is also an instrument called a telescope. Are you familiar with it, brother? Jiang Xiaocheng was puzzled once more. A telescope. What purpose does it serve? Jiang Shaoling laughed. It is a child's toy that magnifies distant objects, enabling you to see them clearly. Jiang Xiaocheng questioned a child's toy. How far can it see? Jiang Shaoling confidently replied, as far as you wish, it can see. Jiang Xiaocheng, skeptical, asked, so I could observe the stars in the night sky. Jiang Shaoling affirmed, yes, I am currently preparing to construct the telescope you mentioned. Jiang Xiaocheng looked at Xiaocheng with doubt. Xiaocheng responded, if the stars are relatively close to us, they can be seen clearly. If they are too distant, we simply need to create a larger observation device. Jiang Shaoling then added, I have been quite busy lately, as I also need to research biological engines. Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes sparkled. What is a biological engine? Please tell me more. Jiang Shaoling explained, it involves manipulating iron beetles to produce movement through their contractions and extensions. When I have time, I will draw a blueprint for you to see. Jiang Xiaocheng eagerly responded, all right. Jiang Shaoling glanced at Xiaocheng and continued, brother, do you know that both Zhong Tong are illnesses that can be treated? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily stunned. You must be joking. That is impossible. Jiang Shaoling pointed at Xiaocheng. Ask him. Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Xiaocheng, who quickly replied, I have established a hospital specifically for treating various ailments that we are still in the early stages, but in the future, we will be able to treat an increasing number of illnesses. Zhong Tong and Tian are not particularly severe conditions. At that moment, Jiang Shaoling leaned closer to Jiang Xiaocheng, whispering, brother, I must confide in you. Master Xiao can even create super warriors. The one hung outside is one he has transformed. Instantly, Jiang Xiaocheng felt overwhelmed. The things his sister spoke of seemed incomprehensible, as if he had been disconnected from the Jui continent during his captivity. Noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's troubled expression, Xiaocheng hastily reassured him, I have long heard your sister speak of you. Every time, she is filled with admiration that I am aware of some of your research achievements, which I find both extraordinary and astonishing. Your ingenious insect designs and the steel you have refined through various methods are beyond anything I have ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng displayed a humble smile. Jiang Shaoling then added, by the way, brother, the thermometer you developed is a failed product. Do not use it anymore. Xiaocheng replied, the fact that you can extract mercury is impressive. Mercury expands significantly, making it an excellent material for thermometers. However, it has a characteristic that causes it to evaporate when exposed to air, producing toxic fumes that can lead to weakness, numbness, rapid breathing, and shortness of breath. Moreover, it should never be handled directly as long as we keep the mercury in a sealed container for temperature measurement. We can avoid evaporation and poisoning. Jiang Xiaocheng instantly felt overwhelmed once more. Chapter 75. Yun Sun City. Xiaocheng, with a resigned glance at the self-satisfied Jiang Shaoling, inquired, Jiang Xiaocheng, may I ask how you were captured by Ding Yuanhao aboard the ship? Jiang Xiaocheng took a moment to steady his emotions before recounting. That day, I returned to the inn with my sister's weaving machine blueprints after the exchange conference. As soon as I entered my room, two individuals burst in. Point one was Ding Yuanhao, while the other was a man he referred to as Cheng Yi. Jiang Shaoling interjected, Cheng Yi, is he related to the warrior Cheng Gang who sought my weaving machine blueprints? Xiaocheng replied, there must be some connection. Few people are privy to the details of this matter, and their names are quite similar. Shang Jin affirmed, indeed, Cheng Yi and Cheng Gang are brothers, both brought into the Inheritors Association by Ding Yuanhao. They have consistently followed his orders, and Cheng Yi has been missing for some time. Xiaocheng remarked to Jiang Shaoling, I suspected this individual was problematic. Jiang Xiaocheng continued, initially, I believed the intruders were two warriors. Fearing they might harm me for my possessions, I poured tea over the blueprints and crumpled them. To my surprise, the two simply watched me destroy the plans in silence. Then Ding Yuanhao arrogantly informed me that he had no interest in the trivial invention I had created. He merely intended to destroy it. Unexpectedly, I had done the job for him, which suited him perfectly. I was infuriated and asked if he had ever seen such an advanced weaving machine, that he brazenly claimed that there was nothing he hadn't seen on the Jui continent, and that he had encountered weaving machines 10 times more advanced than mine. Hearing him belittle my sister's research, I, in a fit of rage, produced my own stainless steel knife and asked if he had ever seen one. Ding Yuanhao, with a smug smile, examined the stainless steel knife repeatedly, and then told me, I am quite satisfied. You need not die, before knocking me unconscious and taking me away. Later, I learned he was a super warrior, an entity unlike anything on the Jui continent that I could neither provoke nor escape him. He claimed to be from the wind-cold continent and intended to take me there, asserting that superior resources and technologies awaited to assist my research, that I did not wish to leave the Jui continent. So he threatened my family, stating he would bring my sister and my wife over. You all know what transpired thereafter. Jiang Xiaoling's voice grew heavy as she continued. After your disappearance, assassins came to our home, killed our parents, and destroyed the prototype of the weaving machine. Jiang Xiaochong grasped Jiang Xiaoling tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Our parents. Jiang Xiaoling nodded. Jiang Xiaochong inquired, what about my sister-in-law? When I departed, she was in good health. Jiang Xiaoling replied. However, news circulated that you had died, and the assailants fled with the weaving machine blueprints. Later, a warrior named Cheng Gang approached me, claiming he knew the whereabouts of the killers, but I did not believe him. He offered to take me to find them, so I accompanied him all the way to Heishui City. Upon my arrival in Heishui City, the murderer had already been incarcerated within the city's dungeon. I stealthily infiltrated the prison, and, utilizing the incendiary devices you crafted, I set him ablaze. The inferno engulfed the prison cells, prompting the city lord to order a thorough search throughout the city, leaving me with no avenue for escape. At that moment, Master Xiao was attending to the city lord's ailments, and I took him hostage, compelling him to escort me out of Heishui City on our return journey. The Inheritor Guild issued a high-level manhunt for us. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Mercenary Guild, Master Xiao and I managed to return to Bright Mountain. Observing the sorrowful siblings, Xiao Cheng addressed Jiang Xiaochong, saying, from now on, let us conduct our research at Bright Mountain. You may focus solely on your studies while I shall attend to your daily needs. Jiang Xiaochong nodded in agreement, extending his grimy hand to pat Xiao Cheng, exclaiming, very well, brother-in-law, we shall move in with you. Do remember to bring sister along as well. Xiao Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Jiang Xiaoling furiously twisted Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, leaving the onlookers puzzled as they gazed at the trio. Xiao Cheng casually acquiesced and turned to Shangjin, saying, President Shang, do you also suspect that City Lord Jia Tao of Yinsun City is involved in something nefarious? What are your plans for dealing with him upon your return? Shangjin, unfazed, replied, Jia Tao is merely a formidable warrior. Apprehending him will be a trivial matter. Upon my return, I shall storm the City Lord's manor and interrogate him regarding his collusion with Ding Yuanhao. Furthermore, I shall demand he reveal any other unsavory dealings he may have with Ding Wenhao. Should he be implicated in any heinous acts, he should not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Qing nodded, then solemnly addressed Shangjin. I have a matter of utmost importance to disclose to you and everyone present, yet it must remain confidential. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xiao Cheng continued. I have devised a transformation technique that can elevate ordinary individuals into super warriors through surgical procedures that you have witnessed. The super warrior Wenhong was created through this very method. Thus far, there appear to be no adverse effects from the transformation, though I cannot predict the future. At this point, Xiao Qing noticed that the only ones remaining in the carriage were Zhao Qingcong and Shang Delin, both looking astonished. Jiang Xiaochong remained unfazed, having been secretly informed by Jiang Xiaoling. But why were Shang Jin and Shang Sibai also unperturbed? Xiao Cheng regarded Shang Sibai thoughtfully, upon meeting Xiao Qing's gaze. Shang Sibai hastily explained, in truth, Master Xiao, I realized that Hai Dongsheng had become a super warrior right after you performed the surgery on him. After all, a high-level warrior would not be able to obliterate a crystal door without a trace. I relayed this information to my father, and I apologize for proceeding without your consent. Xiao Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, it matters not. What I intended to convey is that President Li Yunji is about to embark on a journey across the sea to the two-color continent in search of information regarding a mysterious weapon. He himself has mentioned that there exists weaponry on the two-color continent capable of harming warriors that to ensure the mission's success. I propose transforming President Li into a super warrior as well. This way, even if he encounters failure, he will possess the means to protect himself. Shang Jin responded, that is an excellent decision, Master Xiao, that I am grateful for your willingness to share your transformation technique to assist us. The denizens of Jui Continent. After a moment of contemplation, he shyly added, Master Xiao, I have a rather unrefined suggestion. Would you be open to it? Xiao Cheng replied, President Shang, please share your thoughts, Shang Jian continued. How many individuals do you believe are necessary to accomplish this task? Xiaoqing pondered meticulously. This endeavor indeed requires several individuals. Essentially, our mission is to counter the divine envoy and the various assaults against us. Based on our gathered intelligence, it appears the divine envoy possesses a device akin to a telescope, capable of scrutinizing the continent's myriad situations, including your whereabouts and activities, even discerning what you hold in your hand. Consequently, having President Li procure the schematics for the mysterious weapon has become an exceedingly covert operation. Should the divine envoy observe President Li traversing the two-color continent aboard the cross-sea vessel, they would undoubtedly suspect exposure and likely issue an order for his assassination. Even if they fail, they may resort to utilizing that laser weaponry. Fortunately, the cross-sea vessel can remain submerged, evading detection that if the vessel remains unseen. The divine envoy may assume President Li has drifted to the two-color continent, especially since he is originally from there. However, the two-color continent lacks a concealed docking harbor like the beacon tower. Hence, we must discreetly transport President Li to the two-color continent via the cross-sea vessel and subsequently navigate to the open sea to conceal ourselves that I believe the divine envoy will not waste their time scrutinizing an empty ocean. Therefore, we require at least one individual to remain aboard the cross-sea vessel, awaiting news, necessitating the presence of two individuals. However, enduring the protracted wait aboard the cross-sea vessel would be unbearable for one person alone. Zhang Xiaochong interjected. Indeed, Master Xiao speaks truth. I can empathize with this sentiment. During my days on the cross-sea vessel, I often felt the urge to give up on life. You cannot fathom the sensation of being trapped in such an environment. It felt as though I had been abandoned. Initially, I was intrigued by the various elements aboard the vessel, eagerly engaged in research and analysis. Gradually, however, I could no longer endure it. Even my beloved research became insufferable. In the end, I resorted to conversing with the various items within, and reflecting upon it now, I realize I appeared quite foolish. Thus, I affirm that Master Xiao is correct. There should be at least two individuals aboard the vessel. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. In other words, this task requires a minimum of 3 participants. Shang Jun also nodded and inquired of Xiaoqing, do you presently have any candidates in mind? Xiaoqing shook his head. Not at this moment. Shang Jun calmly stated, I have 2 candidates in mind. What do you think? Xiaoqing's interest was piqued. Please, President Shang, enlighten me. Shang Jun replied, consider my 2 sons, Shang Dihai and Shang Delin. Shang Dihai has harbored a passion for various vessels since childhood and has piloted numerous types, whether they be rowed, sailed, or paddled. He learned swiftly that if he studies under Zhang Xiaochong's tutelage, he should quickly master the operation of the cross-sea vessel. Shang Delin, though not as gifted as his brother, is still capable, and they share a strong bond that I trust them to embark on this mission together. Xiaoqing expressed concern. President Shang, you are aware of the dangers inherent in this task. There is a significant possibility they may not return. Shang Jin interrupted. Master Xiao, let us hold our tongue for the moment and seek Shang Delin's opinion. Xiaoqing cast a glance at Shang Delin, who exuberantly exclaimed, Master Xiao, allow me to join. You cannot fathom the tedium of my existence here on Jui continent. Were it not for my father's restrictions, my brother and I would have set sail on adventures long ago. This opportunity is too splendid to pass up. I must partake. Xiaoqing turned to Shangjin. Since President Shang is in agreement, I too consent. However, I must caution you, Master Shang, the journey ahead is fraught with peril. Shangjin chuckled. Before becoming aware of the divine envoy's threat, I consider Jui continent relatively safe. Now that I comprehend our precarious situation, it is clear that our children must be equipped to face impending crises. We cannot shield them for eternity. Let them hone their skills. Now that our maritime plans have been settled, may I propose a small request? Xiaoqing, feeling a surge of excitement at Shang Jun's words, replied eagerly, please do not hesitate to express it. Shang Jin requested, Master Xiao, would you be able to transform all those undertaking the mission into super warriors? Xiaoqing nodded, certainly. This will enhance the likelihood of our success. I carry all the necessary surgical tools with me and can proceed with the operations upon our return, starting with Shang Delin. Instantly, Shang Jin's triumphant laughter filled the carriage, resonating throughout the distance. Yunsun Mountain, piercing the clouds, loomed majestically, while the city of Yunsun nestled at its base appeared diminutive, a testament to its status as the tallest peak in Jui continent. After the Inheritor Guild had completed their ablutions, they finally had a moment to rest, while Shang Jin hurried to the city lord's manor. Surprisingly, the busiest among them was Jiang Xiaochong, that he had enlisted Jiang Xiaoling to draft the schematics for a biological engine, diligently studying the designs, while requesting Zhao Qingsong to recount tales of the ancient continent. Xiao Cheng marveled at how he managed to listen to stories while simultaneously analyzing the blueprints that Xiao Cheng lifted his gaze. He spotted Shang Jian approaching with a stately, square-faced man clad in opulent attire. None other than Jiao Yitao, the lord of Yunsun City. Jiao Yitao earnestly addressed Xiao Cheng. Master Xiao, allow me to explain. Every word I utter is the truth. Ding Yuanhao has engaged with me on 3 separate occasions. The first time, he sought me out proclaiming that he had demolished both the harbor and the beacon tower. He instructed me to issue a decree to abandon the harbor and demanded a contingent of men to aid him in reconstructing the beacon tower at that moment. He showcased his might and asserted that he was the only super warrior on Jui continent. Rendering any opposition futile, I had no choice but to comply with his demands and provided him with 20 craftsmen. For the second time, it was he who sought me, requesting 2 members of the Yu clan to be handed over to him, and I had no choice but to comply. The third time, I approached him at the Inheritors Guild, and it was also the final encounter that a considerable amount of time had passed without any sign of those 22 individuals. I came to inquire about their whereabouts to my dismay. Ding Yuanhao informed me that the individuals were missing, and I would need to find a solution myself. He warned me that if this matter were to leak, my life would be forfeit. Thus, I could only claim publicly that those 22 individuals had been swept away by the sea while constructing the beacon tower, and that I had compensated their families with a substantial sum of source crystals. Subsequently, I felt a sense of unjust mystery surrounding their inexplicable disappearance, which left me unsettled. Stealthily, I dispatched individuals to shadow Ding Yuanhao's subordinates, Cheng Yi and Chen Gang. Xiao Cheng inquired, "Why did you not directly keep an eye on Ding Yuanhao?" Zhao Yitao replied with a hint of frustration. "How could I dare? The warriors under my command had difficulty tailing Cheng Yi and Chen Gang without being detected. Following Ding Yuanhao would be utterly impossible. Moreover, I suspected that such trivial matters would not warrant Ding Yuanhao's personal involvement. He would delegate the task to his subordinates." Xiao Cheng pressed on. "Did you uncover anything later?" Zhao Yitao responded, "Indeed. I discovered something, but it seemed unrelated to the 22 missing individuals." Xiao Cheng queried, "What did you find?" Zhao Yitao continued, "I observed that Cheng Gang would regularly take provisions to a small hill near the abandoned port, and upon his return, the food would be gone. Based on the quantity of food he took and the frequency of his visits, it seemed sufficient for one person." Xiao Cheng posited, "Are you suggesting that Ding Yuanhao has imprisoned someone on that hill? Did you not venture inside to investigate?" Zhao Yitao explained, "That appears to be the case, that we dared not approach too closely, but after Cheng Gang departed, we did search the mountain and found nothing. I believe this matter is indeed connected to the 2 missing members of the Yu clan." Xiao Cheng interjected, "The Yu clan members?" Zhao Yitao elaborated, "The Yu clan traditionally resides in caves and possesses remarkable skills in excavation. They are also adept at crafting various traps." Xiao Cheng mused. Given Ding Yuanhao's character, he would not simply imprison 2 of his Yu clan members. Any captives he takes must possess extraordinary talents, or at the very least, be useful to him at that moment. Xiao Cheng seemed to have an epiphany and quickly addressed Shang Huizhan. "President Shang, do you have surveillance on Cheng Gang?" Shang Huizhan awkwardly shook his head. "We believed monitoring Ding Yuanhao was sufficient." Xiao Cheng pressed, "Now that Ding Yuanhao is deceased, if Cheng Gang learns of this, he will undoubtedly flee, though we must apprehend him swiftly to rescue that individual." Shang Huizhan replied, "Very well, I shall personally attend to this." He turned and departed. Xiao Cheng reassured Zhao Yitao, "Do not concern yourself, Lord Jia. If this matter unfolds as you describe, we shall not trouble you." Zhao Yitao expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xiao. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist to the best of my ability." Xiao Cheng concluded, "If the need arises, we shall indeed seek your assistance, Lord Jia. Please return and rest now." As when Hong appeared before Zhao Yitao, the latter was instantly taken aback. "A super warrior, you hail from the wind-cold continent." Xiao Cheng smiled. Lord Jia did not heed Ding Yuanhao's nonsensical ramblings. We also have super warriors in the Gathering Leaf continent. As you can see, moreover, it was not this individual who slew Ding Yuanhao. Jia Yitao responded with a sound of understanding, seemingly relieved. Before long, Shang Huizhan returned with Cheng Gang in tow. Jiang Shaoling gasped. It's him, Cheng Gang. He is indeed from the Inheritors Guild. Cheng Gang, however, appeared unfazed as he addressed the assembly. President Shang and esteemed guests, I shall not answer any inquiries regarding Vice President Ding Yuanhao. You are yet unaware of his true terror. I do not intend to put you in a difficult position, but if you were to summon Ding Yuanhao here, I would answer any question you pose truthfully. Xiao Qing chuckled. Cheng Gang, you have indeed placed us in a quandary. Ding Yuanhao has unfortunately met his end at the hands of my subordinate. Thus I am unable to produce him. Cheng Gang regarded Xiao Cheng with a knowing smile. I have encountered many boastful individuals, yet none as grandiloquent as yourself. You must be blissfully ignorant of Ding Yuanhao's rank as a warrior. Allow me to enlighten you. He is a super warrior, the pinnacle of our strength here, the only one capable of wreaking havoc across the Gathering Leaf continent. Xiao Qing countered. You may not believe my words, but Ding Yuanhao can no longer roam the Gathering Leaf continent, that I am a healer, dedicated to saving lives. However, individuals like Ding Yuanhao, whose heads have been crushed, are beyond my aid. That if one can still traverse the continent after such a fate, it would indeed be terrifying. With that, Xiao Qing pointed at Wenhong. If you doubt me, you may inquire with him. Wenhong stepped forward to Cheng Gang. Cheng Gang scrutinized Wenhong closely, his expression shifting dramatically. You are also, Xiao Cheng remarked. Good Idea too is a super warrior. Cheng Gang, now addressing Xiao Cheng, asked, May I inquire who you are? Xiao Cheng replied, I am the master of Guangming Mountain. Xiao Cheng. Cheng Gang gasped. You are Master Xiao. Ding Yuanhao mentioned he intended to capture you. I did not expect you to be here in scathe. That it seems your words bear truth. After a brief pause, Cheng Gang continued. Since Ding Yuanhao is dead, I shall reveal that I too harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Ask whatever you wish. I shall divulge all. Xiao Qing queried. I wish to know the identity of the individual to whom you delivered provisions. The one captured by Ding Yuanhao. Cheng Gang hesitated. You already know of this. However, I do not know who he is. That he is a man bound in a secret cave by iron chains, and his face is masked. On one occasion, when Ding Yuanhao returned to interrogate him, I was not permitted to accompany him. Xiao Qing pressed, but he did not cry out. Cheng Gang explained. The Yu clan has set traps within the cave. Any loud noise would trigger a mechanism causing stones to fall from above, and a quiet voice would not carry beyond the confines. Xiao Qing inquired, Can you lead us to rescue this individual? Cheng Gang affirmed. Yes. Jiang Shaoling quickly interjected. Then why did you take me to Blackwater City to confront your brother? Cheng Gang sighed. I do not hold you accountable for my brother's predicament. It was Ding Yuanhao's scheme. Upon learning of the loom, he immediately instructed my brother to dispatch individuals to wreak havoc and commit murder at Jiang Xiaocheng's residence. That my brother's attendants, pressed for time, merely vandalized the loom and killed the elderly couple. At that moment, Ding Yuanhao altered his plan and abducted Jiang Xiaocheng, publicly claiming he had been murdered. Later, upon discovering that Jiang Shaoling had survived, Ding Yuanhao devised another plot, instructing my brother to feign possession of blueprints and negotiate with the Lord of Blackwater City, while I was to take Jiang Shaoling for revenge. Xiao Qing pondered. Why would Ding Yuanhao go to such lengths? Choosing the distant Blackwater City, Cheng Gang explained. Ding Yuanhao stated that he sought to create trouble for the Lord of Blackwater City, as there was something he desired there. Xiao Qing countered. Ding Yuanhao is a super warrior. If he desires something, he could simply seize it. After all, the Lord of Blackwater City could not possibly oppose him. Cheng Gang clarified. The Lord of Blackwater City. Gu Niansheng is unlike other lords. While most are burdened with families, Gu is solitary, that if pushed to the brink, he would undoubtedly fight back fiercely. Xiao Qing comprehended. I see now. Ding Yuanhao intended for Cheng Yi to masquerade as a negotiator with the Lord, only to be imprisoned, thereby allowing Ding Yuanhao to trouble Gu Niansheng and extract concessions from him. That'd be why sending you with Jiang Shaoling, a vulnerable young woman, he ensured she would likely be captured or killed, thus eliminating another complication. Xiao Qing glanced at Jiang Shaoling. What perplexes me is what Ding Yuanhao could possibly want from Blackwater City, for anything he desires must hold great significance. Jiang Shaolin queried. Have you heard of any specialties from Blackwater City? Xiao Cheng replied. Yu Qingmei, who grew up in Blackwater City, once informed me of its two major specialties. The first is the Wuwen tree, and the second is the Blackwater fish that I cannot fathom that Ding Yuanhao would go to such lengths for mere sustenance. It must pertain to the Wuwen tree. Jiang Shaoling asked. What makes the Wuwen tree so special? Xiao Cheng explained. The Wuwen tree is unique in that its bark bears no markings. Its most remarkable feature is its fruit, which can adhere to the human body, forming a hard shield while also possessing the ability to numb nerves. Jiang Shaoling pondered. I cannot envision its usefulness. I shall inquire with my brother shortly. Xiao Cheng inquired. What shall you do now? Jiang Shaoling resolutely declared. I will accompany you to rescue that person. Xiao Cheng contemplated. I shall refrain from joining that I must prioritize performing surgery on Shang Delin. You, along with Wen Hong and Cheng Gang, should proceed. With Wen Hong's presence, I believe rescuing this individual should pose no significant challenges. Reluctantly, Jiang Shaoling cast a final glance at Xiao Cheng before departing hastily with Wen Hong and Cheng Gang. Xiao Cheng requested a well-lit room from Shang Huizhan, who seemed even more anxious about the impending surgery than Shang Delin himself. Shang Delin remained tense, prompting Xiao Cheng to reassure him. This is the anesthetic. Once you consume it, you will feel nothing. When you awaken, you shall become a super warrior. Shang Delin nodded slightly, downing the anesthetic in one gulp. The surgery for Xiao Cheng proceeded smoothly, completed in an exceedingly brief span of time. Upon pushing open the door, Xiao Cheng was met with the anxious gaze of Shang Jin outside. Such scenes were familiar to Xiao Cheng, who quickly reassured, Chairman Shang, there's no need to be nervous. The operation has been successfully completed, that I believe it went exceptionally well. Shang Delin is currently in a state of unconsciousness, but he will awaken soon. Shang Jin, filled with excitement, inquired, Master Xiao, will he awaken as a super warrior? Xiao Cheng smiled and nodded. Shang Jin, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, Master Xiao, please take some rest. I will send someone shortly to bring Shang Dihai back. Xiao Cheng replied, all right, do you know when President Li of the Warrior Guild will arrive? Shang Jin responded, it should be within the next couple of days. Xiao Cheng then advised Shang Jin, once Shang Delin awakens, do not allow him to move about recklessly, that he must recover fully to become a normal super warrior. And he should not absorb any source crystals. Shang Jin joyfully nodded in agreement. Initially, during his time on the Gathering Leaf Continent, Xiao Cheng found it quite unsettling to sleep during the day. He would awaken after just a few hours. However, as he spent more time there, he gradually adapted, now able to sleep soundly for 7 to 8 hours. After a restorative slumber, Xiao Cheng felt invigorated. He lifted his gaze to see Jiang Shaoling rushing towards him with great urgency. Do you know who the person that was captured is? Xiao Cheng's expression darkened. Since he went, how could I possibly know? Jiang Shaoling replied with a smile, that person is Milalai. Xiao Cheng asked, Milalai, as in the Milalai who crashed into a tree. Jiang Shaoling excitedly confirmed, yes, that's him, the one who ran into a tree till we rescued him. But aside from telling us his name, he refuses to divulge anything else that it seems you'll have to interrogate him personally. Xiao Cheng responded, very well, I shall go and inquire. Jiang Shaoling stopped him. No need to rush. Mr. Milalai is currently washing up and having a meal that in the meantime, let me share another matter with you. Xiao Cheng replied, all right, go ahead. Jiang Shaoling shyly confessed, I sent Cheng Gang home. He told me all about his situation with Ding Yuanhao. Xiao Cheng replied, that's fine. You can take charge of this matter. Jiang Shaoling continued, Cheng Gang informed me that Ding Yuanhao was saved by him and his brother by the seaside to AT that time. They were not warriors, merely fishermen. The situation was that Ding Yuanhao's boat ran aground, that an ordinary person. He pleaded with the brothers to help him stabilize the boat using branches, which they did. They then took Ding Yuanhao back home. For a long time, he resided with Cheng Yi and Cheng Gang until one day he inadvertently encountered a source crystal and discovered he could absorb it without limits. But how many source crystals could an ordinary fisherman possess? Ding Yuanhao then revealed to the brothers that he was not from this continent and promised them great rewards if they assisted him. He even presented them with purple crystals, a substance unknown on the Gathering Leaf Continent. Consequently, the brothers sold their home and boat to provide him with funds, just as they were nearing despair. Ding Yuanhao astonishingly bypassed the ranks of warriors, great warriors and advanced warriors, directly becoming a super warrior that he later joined the Legacy Alliance as vice president, amassing a considerable amount of source crystals, elevating Cheng Yi and Cheng Gang to warriors, and assigning them tasks under his command. Subsequently, the boat that had been obscured by leaves by the river mysteriously vanished. After contemplating this information, Xiao Cheng remarked, "Something doesn't add up." Zhang Xiaoling asked, "What seems off?" Xiao Cheng explained, "The timeline is inconsistent. Ding Yuanhao claimed he received orders from a divine envoy to gather purple crystals and constructed several boats to cross the sea. Only his boat reached the gathering leaf continent, while the others sank. Upon his arrival, he became vice president and amassed a vast fortune of source crystals that he then targeted me, yet he concealed the fact that he was rescued by Cheng Yi and Cheng Gang and the details of his rise to super warrior status." According to the timeline, when Ding Yuanhao first arrived at the gathering leaf continent, I had not yet appeared there. Therefore, how could he have received orders from the divine envoy to hunt me? Zhang Xiaoling concluded, "So it seems Ding Yuanhao has lied." Xiao Cheng pondered, "But why would he lie?" Zhang Xiaoling speculated, "Perhaps he feels ashamed of his past as an ordinary person." Xiao Cheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that seems quite plausible." Chapter 79. Meeting Milalai in Yunshun City. When Xiao Cheng first encountered Milalai, he was left with a favorable impression. Most men on the gathering leaf continent sported short hair, typically reaching just above the ears. However, Milalai had recently trimmed his hair to an almost pitiable length, leaving only a mere tuft. His face was obscured by a black cloth that covered everything below his eyes. Nonetheless, despite this, a small portion of his skin was visible, its pallor contrasting sharply with the generally sallow complexions of the men on the gathering leaf continent. Milalai was not particularly tall and appeared quite slender. Yet he exuded a sense of solidity. Xiao Cheng took the initiative to sit in front of Milalai, sensing that this man undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Otherwise, he would not have been captured by Ding Yuanhao. And even in the face of death, he remained silent, suggesting that he was unlikely to divulge anything willingly. Xiao Cheng addressed Milalai. "My name is Xiao Cheng, the master of Guangming Mountain and a physician. Shortly, I will provide you with a detailed introduction to my profession, as it may be of assistance to you. You must be the owner of the Milalai mentioned in the literature, correct? I mean no offense. I merely wish to ascertain the condition of your injuries." Milalai lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Cheng's, remaining silent. Unperturbed, Xiao Cheng continued, "The essence of a physician's vocation is to save lives and heal the wounded. As for your face, I possess the medical expertise to restore it to its former state, that I can repair facial bone injuries and perform skin grafts for severe skin damage. Such procedures are trivial for me, and I have conducted many similar surgeries." That a look of surprise crossed Milalai's face, yet he remained reticent. Xiao Cheng then slowly added, "Not long ago, I had a meeting with the branch president of the Warrior Guild, Guo Yongwang, that he informed me that the former Ming City, now known as the First National Lord City, is governed by Saint Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao has a sister named Lin Guogua, who remains unmarried to this day." Observing Milalai's evident unease, Xiao Cheng continued, "I believe Lin Guogua is waiting for you, that if you still wish to seek her out, I can assist you in restoring your face without charge, that if you require source crystals, I can provide them as well. However, my primary inquiry is, why did Ding Yuanhao capture you?" Milalai calmly replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Master Xiao, that I owe Lin Guogua an apology, but I have my reasons for not being able to see her. If you wish to assist me, I would advise Lin Guogua to marry a good man." After uttering these words, Milalai lowered his head and continued, "I am grateful to Chairman Shang and Master Xiao for their rescue. My situation may bring trouble to the gathering leaf continent, and should the opportunity arise, I will certainly repay the favor." With that, he turned to leave. Watching Milalai's resolute figure, Xiao Cheng remarked, "You may not have the chance to repay that favor." Milalai halted, and Xiao Cheng added, "Ding Yuanhao came to Guangming Mountain with the intent to kill me, but I captured him and unintentionally killed him, that I had no prior acquaintance with Ding Yuanhao. During his capture, he explicitly stated that he received orders from a divine envoy to kill me." Milalai slowly turned around, scrutinizing Xiao Cheng once more, and suddenly smiled. "It's quite miraculous that you survived the divine envoy's pursuit. It appears Ding Yuanhao has indeed been dealt with by you, that I believe we should have a conversation." Xiao Cheng smiled in return. "Certainly, I think you'll enjoy having me as a friend. Come, let us retreat indoors for a more leisurely discussion." Milalai, Xiao Cheng, Shang Jin, Zhao Qingcang, and Jiang Shaoling gathered together. Xiaoqing introduced Milalai. This is Chairman Xiang of the Legacy Alliance, whom you have met. These two are from Guangming Mountain. This one is Zhao Qingsong. And this one is Jiang Shaoling. Both are trustworthy individuals. After surveying those present, Milalai spoke, "In truth, my name is not Milalai. Since everyone calls me that, I shall adopt it that I am indeed from the Milalai continent. But when I was rescued by the people of the Gathering Leaf continent, I only remembered that I was from the Milalai continent, forgetting everything else that as you are aware. I fell in love with Lin Guogua and elevated my strength to that of a great warrior. In my eagerness to see her, I ran into a tree, becoming the subject of ridicule. All of this is true. The people of the Gathering Leaf continent claim I am too ashamed to see Lin Guogua due to my disfigurement, which is false. After that incident, I suddenly recalled why I had come to the Gathering Leaf continent, that if I were to meet Lin Guogua again, it would surely bring her trouble, and I would have to hide to avoid detection. In truth, I belong to the Nightwalker organization. The Nightwalker organization was established on the mysterious continent to clandestinely oppose the Divine Envoy organization, Zhao Qingsong. So it was you who sent the message to my brother." Mealy, with a puzzled expression, "Your brother is aware of the Nightwalker organization?" Zhao Qingsong. "I hail from the ancient continent, and my brothers are Zhao Qingqian and Zhao Qingkuan. During their research, they received warnings from the Stealth organization to be cautious of the Divine Envoy organization." Mealy, "I cannot speak to that, as our Nightwalker organization is quite extensive that I am merely a group leader, and my task is to infiltrate the Gathering Leaf continent to gather intelligence." Xiaoqing, "Can you enlighten us on the nature of the Nightwalker organization?" Mealy, "Certainly. The headquarters of the Nightwalker organization is located on the mysterious continent. The individuals at our headquarters informed me that the founders of the Nightwalker organization are descendants of those who were harmed by the Divine Envoy's orders. The Divine Envoy organization is formidable. Not only can they observe every movement across the continents, but they also possess a lethal weapon capable of striking us at any moment, compelling us to comply with their commands. The minister at our Nightwalker headquarters has sought to discreetly connect with other continents to unite against the Divine Envoy organization. Initially, we believed that only the mysterious continent, the two-color continent, the wind-chill continent, and the ancient continent existed. However, we secretly developed a detector, which is the very type that was destroyed by the Divine Envoy." Xiaoqing, astonished. "You managed to recreate it, Mealy." "Indeed. This time we learned from our previous lesson and refrained from using the detector indiscriminately. We suspect that the Divine Envoy's position may be in the sky. Moreover, if we utilize the instrument to probe, they will become aware of it." Xiaoqing, "Do you still possess the earliest data collected from probing the sky?" Mealy, "I believe we do, as the people of the mysterious continent have a keen interest in technology. Whenever a new discovery arises, it quickly becomes known to many. However, this matter involves the Divine Envoy, and even those who are aware do not dare to speak of it." Xiaoqing nodded. Chapter 80. Yunsan City 6. Mealy continued. "We utilized the detector at night to probe the sea and detected a storm's center in the ocean, along with a landmass at that moment. We were startled, thinking it might be the Divine Envoy's domain, that we worried for some time, yet the Divine Envoy did not issue any commands after several attempts at probing. We confirmed that it was not the Divine Envoy's territory, but such a vast land must harbor some secrets that I was sent to explore the Gathering Leaf continent." Xiaoqing, "To my knowledge, many individuals have drifted onto the Gathering Leaf continent by themselves that I it truly difficult to enter." Mealy smiled wryly. "There are 7 of us tasked with this mission, and I am the only one who successfully reached the Gathering Leaf continent. Moreover, I suffered from amnesia. If not for the incident with the tree, I might never have awakened." Xiaoqing, "How did you manage to enter the Gathering Leaf continent?" Mealy, "This endeavor required extensive preparation. The Gathering Leaf continent is naturally surrounded by a circle of storms, leaving no gaps. Since we could not enter from above, we had to approach from below. That we tested the waters and found that the undercurrents diminished significantly at a depth of 30 meters. However, the human body's tolerance to water pressure is limited to about 10 meters. After rigorous training, we could only reach around 15 meters. Eventually, our organization developed a diving suit for us. This suit consists of 2 layers, with compartments filled with air. When we submerged, we would breathe the air from the suit. With the suit's protection, we were able to dive to approximately 20 meters. That the team leader, I was the only one diving solo. Everything went smoothly until we approached the storm zone. Each of us carried a diving stone, which allows rapid descent. However, when we dove to 20 meters and began swimming towards the gathering leaf continent, we encountered a powerful undercurrent that was beyond human resistance. Those who came into contact with the undercurrent were swept away, some into whirlpools, others to the ocean floor that I swam desperately and inadvertently spotted a diving stone dropped by a teammate. I grabbed it, giving me 2 stones, and continued to plunge into the deep sea, feeling the pressure intensify. When I regained consciousness, I found myself on the gathering leaf continent, but at that time, I had lost my memory. Xiao Cheng, after you regained your memory, why did you keep your experiences to yourself? Why did Ding Yuanhao capture you? Meili, after investigating the continent, I discovered that there was no significant information on the gathering leaf continent. Not even the Divine Envoy's Palace. Xiao Cheng, what is the Divine Envoy's Palace? Meili, the Divine Envoy's Palace is where the Divine Envoy's orders are received. The palaces on each continent are not constructed by locals. They simply appear out of nowhere. Xiao Cheng chuckled. Have you seen the Divine Envoy's Palace? What does it look like? Meili, I have seen it. The Divine Envoy's Palace is not large, circular, about 3 meters in diameter, and slightly taller than a person. However, the materials used on the exterior are unlike anything we have encountered. Those who have entered say that the interior is exceedingly luxurious. Xiao Cheng, is it accessible to anyone? Meili, yes, as long as the door of the Divine Envoy's Palace is open, anyone can enter. Once inside, you will receive the Divine Envoy's orders, which you must then relay to those tasked with carrying them out. Xiao Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Meili continued. Upon realizing that there was no significant information on the continent, I sought to leave the gathering leaf continent and return to the mysterious continent that I heard that Ding Yuanhao could freely leave this continent. So I followed him to observe his methods. To my surprise, he is a formidable martial artist and immediately discovered and captured me. Xiao Cheng, why did he not kill you? Was it because you are from the mysterious continent? Meili, no, at that moment, I did not disclose my origin or name to Ding Yuanhao. However, I possessed a small detector composed of 3 crystals: blue crystal, purple crystal, and source crystal. This detector can sense obstacles within a 10-meter radius. It was the only piece of equipment I had left after arriving on the gathering leaf continent. Ding Yuanhao saw this item and instantly deduced that I was not from the gathering leaf continent. As the blue crystal is unique to the mysterious continent, he inquired about the function of the device, but I remained silent. Surprisingly, he was quite astute and managed to figure out how to use it. He then demanded that I hand over the blue crystal and reveal its origin. When I refused, he kept me imprisoned. The detector, Xiao Cheng, glanced at Shangjin and Jiang Shaoling. Shangjin, I have already searched Ding Yuanhao's residence and found no such device. Jiang Shaoling, I also inspected the cave and only discovered half a box of purple crystals. Half a box of purple crystals, Xiao Cheng exclaimed. Ding Yuanhao is indeed meticulous, and I understand now why he is so fixated on this detector. He intends to integrate it into the cross-sea vessel. While submerged, the cross-sea vessel cannot perceive its surroundings, relying solely on experience. With the detector, he could avoid underwater obstacles. Jiang Shaoling, is it still in Ding Yuanhao's possession? Xiao Cheng, after Ding Yuanhao's death, was there no search of his body? Jiang Shaoling, there likely was not. You saw how those 2 students reacted upon finding Ding Yuanhao's corpse, as if they had discovered a treasure. And they dragged it away. Xiao Cheng awkwardly remarked. I will inquire about it later. Turning to Meili, Xiao Cheng smiled and said, given this, might we become allies with your Nightwalker organization? Our goals are aligned, as we both seek to oppose the Divine Envoy organization. Meili nodded. Xiao Cheng, Meili, since we are now friends, could you reveal your face to me? Meili, are you still intent on aiding my recovery? Master Xiao? Xiao Cheng, regardless of your answer, I would assist you with your treatment. Meili removed the cloth covering her face, revealing a flat visage to Xiao Cheng that he examined her closely and then said, to be frank, your face is not in such dire condition. There is no damage to your skin. Only your nasal bridge is fractured, requiring a prosthesis that can be implanted with a minor surgical procedure. Chapter 81. Yunsun City, 7. Xiao Cheng pondered for a moment, then took out a piece of paper and began to sketch. Amidst the crowd's curiosity, he handed the paper to Shangjin. The optimal material for this prosthesis is the skin of the fruitless tree. Please send this drawing to Gu Nianxing, the lord of Heishui City, via carrier pigeon, and have him create the prosthesis according to the design, returning it to me by the same means. Additionally, President Shang, could you arrange accommodations for Meili? Shang Jin accepted the drawing with a smile and turned to leave. For the past 2 days, Jiang Xiaocheng and his sister had not appeared before Xiaocheng. But Shang Sibai came to measure Xiaocheng, claiming he needed to make him a garment. Although Xiaocheng had been single in his previous life, he was not naive, recognizing this as a potential expression of interest from a woman. After careful consideration, Xiaocheng decided to inform Shang Sibai that he was not yet prepared for a romantic relationship. As soon as he looked up, he discovered that the upper 4 whites, who had measured the dimensions, were no longer in the room. Xiaocheng pondered, could it be that I am overthinking? Just then, Jiang Xiaocheng, who had just returned from the cross-sea vessel after undergoing surgery, rushed in excitedly to find Xiaocheng, presenting him with a blueprint. Upon opening it, Xiaocheng was astonished to find it was a redesign of the cross-sea vessel. Did I end this innovative plan? Jiang Xiaocheng creatively proposed replacing the cover plate at the light inlet with a large pane of glass, and added 4 oversized observation windows at the front, back, left, and right of the vessel. Xiaocheng exclaimed with delight, "This modification is brilliant. Replacing the light inlet with a large glass pane will enhance the illumination within the cabin, undoubtedly benefiting the plant engine, while also allowing for fresh air to circulate. Furthermore, it significantly improves stealth. Especially when the vessel is anchored, there's no need to expose the entire hull to sunlight, thereby greatly reducing the likelihood of detection by the divine emissaries. These 4 observation windows are truly inspired. Although visibility underwater is limited, it is far superior to being blind and unable to see anything. And if a person remains in a confined environment for too long, it can drive them to madness, but with a few small windows to gaze outside, one's spirits are sure to lift." Xiaocheng excitedly patted Jiang Xiaocheng on the back, saying, "You've truly been a tremendous help with this mission." Jiang Xiaocheng, somewhat bashful, replied, "Haven't you saved me and my sister as well? I see you all need to utilize this cross-sea vessel for your mission, and with time pressing and tasks demanding, I thought it best to make these preliminary adjustments." Xiaocheng inquired, "Preliminary adjustments? Are you suggesting that you have an even better improvement in mind?" Jiang Xiaocheng, slightly embarrassed, produced another blueprint from behind him, saying, "I wouldn't exactly call it an improvement. Rather, I reimagined their concept." Upon opening the second blueprint, Xiaocheng was instantly mesmerized. The vessel depicted was labeled as a high-speed underwater submersible, measuring 20 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and featuring an elliptical shape. Its top bore a protrusion similar to the cross-sea vessel, allowing entry into the cabin. Numerous observation windows adorned the hull, each measuring 20 centimeters. There were 2 water tanks, one at the front and one at the back. Centrally located at the bottom was a large 1-meter hole that stretched from the front to the back of the vessel, giving it the appearance of a crescent moon. Within this large opening were several sets of propellers, each set consisting of 2, totaling 10 sets. Behind the large opening were 2 vertically positioned partitions that served as rudders. Xiaocheng, looking at Jiang Xiaocheng and pointing at the propellers, asked, "Why so many propellers?" Jiang Xiaocheng explained, "This is to enhance power. One propeller in each set rotates counterclockwise while the other rotates clockwise. This arrangement accelerates the flow of water and conserves energy. That I learned this method of compressing air from Zhao Qingcang. I believe the same principle applies to compressing water." Xiaocheng remarked, "But that seems excessive. Does it really require such large propellers?" Jiang Xiaocheng responded, "You mustn't judge by appearances. That I've heard from Li about the conditions of underwater currents. Even Ding Yuanhao, as cross-sea vessel, would struggle to traverse those dark waters. If it were easy, he wouldn't have taken so long to return to Fenghan continent. That I believe that a vessel designed to navigate through dark currents needs not only significant power, but also great speed. It must possess such large propellers to generate substantial water propulsion in order to contend with the currents." Xiaocheng queried, "Why are there 2 water tanks, positioned front and back?" Jiang Xiaocheng proudly explained, "The front and back water tanks ensure that the vessel remains in a balanced state while submerged. They also allow for various maneuvers underwater. For instance, if the front tank is filled with water while the back is emptied, the vessel will tilt nose down. Conversely, if the rear tank is filled and the front is emptied, it will tilt nose up." Xiaocheng, perplexed, asked, "I understand the need for 2 tanks to maintain balance, but why would you want the vessel to stand upright underwater? Are you trying to compete with fish in height?" Jiang Xiaocheng paused, then chuckled awkwardly. "That's merely an additional feature. If we can have it, why not?" If we don't use it, it's still beneficial. Xiao Cheng continued, "What kind of power will you use to drive so many propellers?" Jiang Xiaocheng replied, "The biological engines you developed." Xiao Cheng scrutinized the blueprint closely, exclaiming, "You've incorporated 3 engines." Jiang Xiaocheng confirmed. "Indeed, one engine powers the front 5 sets of propellers, another powers the back 5, and the third manages the water tank's filling and draining." Xiaoqing chuckled. "The biological engine is still in the theoretical phase. You should opt for the more mature plant engine." Jiang Xiaocheng pondered. "Firstly, the plant engine is too large and would occupy excessive space in the vessel. Secondly, it's not something we've developed ourselves. There are many principles we do not fully understand, and if it breaks down, we wouldn't know how to repair it. That I fear that if we disassemble the 2 breathing trees for study, we might not be able to reassemble them. After much consideration, I still believe it's better to rely on our own research. Besides, Zhang Shaoling has been tirelessly working on developing the biological engine." "Didn't you know?" Xiao Cheng, taken aback, said. "I had no idea. Where could she possibly manufacture it?" Jiang Xiaocheng replied, "Yunsun City has an ironworks and processing plant. Jiang Shaoling went to seek out the city lord." Xiao Qing asked, "What materials do you plan to use for the vessel's hull?" Jiang Xiaocheng stated, "For the moment, iron will suffice. I've already guided them in producing the steel that my sister desires. In the next phase, I intend to construct the vessel from stainless steel that I've also arranged for the city lord of Yunshui City to oversee the establishment of a concealed port where I plan to build the ship." Xiao Cheng hurriedly asked, "Has the city lord of Yunsun City agreed?" Chapter 82. Yunsun City 8. That Jiang Xiaocheng vigorously nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and said, "Of course, the city lord of Yunsun City has already found a suitable location and has begun preparations for construction. He mentioned that there is a massive fissure near the seaside at the base of Yunsun Mountain, that by sealing off the area above this fissure, a hidden and perfect shipyard will be formed below. With some grass planted for camouflage, no one would suspect a shipyard lies beneath. The only challenge is that there are no roads leading there, making the transport of construction materials somewhat cumbersome, which has slowed the progress of construction." Xiao Cheng, bewildered, asked, "With all that you've accomplished, who is providing the source crystals?" Jiang Xiaocheng replied, "As for the source crystals, I'm not sure." Xiao Cheng contemplated further. "During this time, have you all been engaged in anything else?" Jiang Xiaocheng responded, "I haven't done much. It's just that Jiang Shaoling sent a message via carrier pigeon to Gongming Mountain, asking Su Rina and the others to search through Ding Yuanhao's remains for that elusive detector from Mi Li, that if they find it, they are to send it over. Additionally, she has requested some stones from Guangming Mountain to establish a glass factory here for producing the glass needed for the ship." Xiao Qing anxiously exclaimed, "That's not acceptable. If she transports stones from Guangming Mountain to us, the divine emissaries will surely see it." Jiang Xiaocheng reassured him, "Xiao Mountain Master, there's no need to panic. We using the Merchant Guild's convoy and a squad from the Mercenary Guild for protection, and no one would suspect that the merchants are transporting stones. But how many source crystals will that require?" Xiao Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating going out to find Shang Jun to inquire about the situation. Just then, he looked up to see Jiang Shaoling rushing toward him in a flurry. Jiang Shaoling seized Xiao Qing's hand and hurried outside, exclaiming, "Quickly, we've succeeded in developing the biological engine. I'll take you to see it." Xiao Cheng gasped, "What? The biological engine has been successfully developed? What have you all been doing these past few days?" "I've merely made some modifications while you've built an engine." Xiao Cheng was acutely aware of how challenging it was to construct an engine in such a vast and backward realm as Jieda. The 3 of them boarded Wen Hong's carriage and left the city. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated large house, surrounded by numerous soldiers on guard. City Lord Zhao Yitao, Guild President Shang Jun, Zhao Qingcong, and Shang Sibai gathered around a loud, whirring machine, deep in discussion. Xiao Qing quickly located Zhao Yitao, urging him to withdraw the soldiers guarding outside, as a large assembly could easily arouse the suspicions of the divine emissaries. Then he joined the others to carefully examine the roaring contraption before them. This biological engine was rectangular, measuring 1.5 meters in length and 70 to 80 centimeters wide. To the left of the engine was a large flywheel, and to the right was a transmission shaft. Zhang Shaoling proudly approached the engine, explaining to Xiao Cheng, "This here is the rotating cover. It's the main switch for the engine. Opening this will halt its operation." The engine consists of 12 beetle-driven units, arranged in sets of 6, this means that one set of 6 units can operate while the other set rests. The advantages of my design are threefold. First, it conserves source crystals. When the engine does not require substantial power output, only one set needs to work. Second, it reduces the likelihood of failure. If one set of beetles encounters a malfunction, the other set can take over. Third, it allows for work rotation. Continuous operation of one set of beetles can lead to fatigue, so we can switch to the other set. The timely alternation allows the armored beetle to enjoy ample rest, thereby fostering a stable and enduring source of power. Xiao Cheng inquired, "Have you calculated how many source crystals this biological engine requires in an hour?" Jiang Shaoling replied, "I measured it with a timer. When both units are fully operational for an hour, it consumes approximately 10 source crystals, while operating just one unit requires 5. Xiao Cheng remarked, "This contraption, after a day's work, astonishingly demands 6,000 source crystals. With a box containing 600 crystals, we would need 10 boxes. The consumption is indeed substantial." Jiang Shaoling hurried to explain, "Our biological engine is compact, and we can utilize the extra space on the ship to accommodate more source crystals. Furthermore, vessels equipped with the biological engine can remain submerged for extended periods without exposure to sunlight." Noticing Jiang Shaoling's urgency, Xiao Cheng quickly clarified, "I do not believe the biological engine is inadequate. Rather, I merely feel that having 3 engines on one ship is somewhat excessive." Jiang Shaoling turned and glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaocheng, who hastily interjected, "Master Xiao, my design can indeed operate with just one engine. The engine responsible for water intake and discharge has a minimal workload. The 2 engines designated for navigation can function adequately with just the rear engine, while the front one can serve as a backup." Zhao Qingsong, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Master Xiao, this biological engine is truly remarkable. It has truly broadened my horizons. This engine delivers power output that is significantly smoother than that of the one manufactured by my brother. It could easily be utilized to drive carriages or enhance the efficiency of processing equipment, resulting in a dramatic increase in productivity." After making this statement, Zhao Qingsong gestured toward the equipment in the corner. Xiao Cheng followed Zhao Qingsong's finger and observed that the equipment resembled that which Al Liang used for cutting luminous stones, albeit with the cutting tool replaced by a chuck and an added workstation. This is indeed a manual lathe. If we were to convert everything to be powered by biological engines, the quality and precision would surely be elevated. Xiao Cheng nodded enthusiastically. "Elder Zhao, you and Jiang Shaoling should proceed with manufacturing without hesitation. I will seek a discussion with the president and the city lord of Jia." Shang Jin and Jia Yitao, upon hearing Xiao Cheng's words, hurried to his side. Shang Jin addressed Xiao Cheng, "Master Xiao, feel free to ask any questions you may have." Xiao Cheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "You are providing support in terms of resources, manpower, and source crystals. I feel quite ashamed." Shang Jin quickly reassured, "Master Xiao, you need not feel this way. We are all one family and do not speak as separate entities. This matter is inherently our responsibility as denizens of the Gathering Leaf Continent, and your assistance is indeed a timely boon. Furthermore, you have not only aided us in resolving health issues, but have also been tirelessly seeking methods to counter the divine envoy organization. Therefore, in the future, regardless of your needs, as long as it is within our capacity, we will offer our utmost support without reservation." Jia Yitao chimed in, "I share the same sentiment." Chapter 83, Yinshun City and the Blue Eyes. Li Yunji was brought by Shangjin. Li Yunji, of medium stature, donned a sleek black martial artist attire, exuding an air of competence. His hair fell just to his shoulders, slightly more abundant than that of the average denizen of the Gathering Leaf Continent, giving him a rather ethereal appearance when in motion. His visage emanated a friendly aura, yet retained an air of authority. Most striking were his blue eyes, reminiscent of the profound ocean. These azure eyes immediately distinguished Li Yunji from the various races inhabiting the Gathering Leaf Continent. Xiao Cheng swiftly comprehended why Li Yunji's daughter, Li Qian, chose to venture to the two-color continent despite her father's numerous admonitions. It was undoubtedly due to her own pair of blue eyes, which rendered her unable to find a sense of belonging on the Gathering Leaf Continent. Upon encountering Xiao Cheng, Shang Jin promptly introduced, "This is Xiao Cheng, the master of Guangming Mountain." Xiao Cheng hurriedly approached. "You are Li Yunji, the president of the Martial Artist Guild, correct?" Li Yunji smiled and replied, "I was once, but I no longer hold that title, given the prolonged nature of this mission and the myriad uncertainties involved. I have entrusted the presidency to Guo Jingming. Xiao Cheng remarked, "It seems that you, President Li, are acutely aware of the challenges this mission entails." That Li Yunji nodded. The letter from the president detailed some aspects. And during my journey here, President Xiang elaborated further, so I am largely informed. The task at hand involves stealthily traversing to the two-color continent aboard a cross-sea vessel to acquire information or data regarding the weapons that were destroyed by the divine envoy. Xiao Cheng acknowledged, "Such weapons may very well be our sole means to combat the divine envoy. To enhance the safety of this mission, I have resolved to employ transformation techniques on you." Li Yunji responded with a smile. "I am honored to contribute to the gathering leaf continent and equally privileged to receive this opportunity for transformation. However, I must share something with you," Xiao Cheng encouraged. "President Li, please feel free to speak candidly." That Li Yunji looked at Xiao Cheng earnestly and inquired, "Are you familiar with the organization known as the Lord of Darkness?" Xiao Cheng replied, "I have heard of it. It seems to be an evil organization." Li Yunji elaborated, "It is far more than that. They deceive, coerce, and engage in human trafficking, extortion, and arson." Xiao Cheng, perplexed, questioned, "Such a nefarious organization. Why have you not eradicated it?" Li Yunji explained, "In truth, organizations like the Lord of Darkness could be dismantled by us at the Martial Artist Guild. That I once dispatched a trusted individual to infiltrate the Lord of Darkness and ascertain their location. When we arrived, however, we found nothing. During a second attempt, we met the same fate, leading us to suspect that our informant had betrayed us. Eventually, the Inheritor Guild and the Mercenary Guild also sent operatives to investigate the Lord of Darkness. And it became apparent that they were consistently aware of our ambushes, that we began to suspect that our own ranks had been infiltrated by the Lord of Darkness. Consequently, the three guild leaders devised a strategy. We did not inform our subordinates of our intentions, but surrounded the headquarters of the Lord of Darkness directly. Yet again, they managed to escape. Frustrated, we executed this plan 3 times in total, each time with increased caution and secrecy, but the results remained unchanged. There was only one high-ranking martial artist within the Lord of Darkness who had been bribed by Tianzi. Later, we dispatched 3 high-ranking martial artists to apprehend the leader of the Lord of Darkness. Yet the outcome was the same. They were nowhere to be found. Xiao Cheng inquired, "How many members does the Lord of Darkness have?" Li Yunji glanced at Shang Jin and responded, "Based on our incomplete statistics, there are likely around 200,000 to 300,000, predominantly ordinary people." Xiao Cheng furrowed his brow. "Such a large number. How does the Lord of Darkness gain the trust and loyalty of so many ordinary individuals?" Li Yunji explained, "They possess their own doctrine. Endure suffering in this life to enjoy blessings in the next. Essentially, the more one suffers in this life, the greater the rewards in the next. Moreover, they wield a seemingly mystical ability. There was once a follower whose wife absconded with all his source crystals. Despite his best efforts, he could not locate her. Eventually, he turned to the Lord of Darkness, who promptly informed him of her whereabouts. And indeed, she was found there. Even our infiltrators within the Lord of Darkness reported that it was utterly astonishing." Xiao Cheng pondered, "With so many individuals, how does the Lord of Darkness sustain them?" Li Yunji replied, "In truth, the majority still maintain their own jobs. Only a small fraction engage in various illegal activities, such as theft, assassination, and underground dealings. The largest enterprise of the Lord of Darkness involves the proliferation of illicit establishments across the gathering leaf continent. All such establishments belong to the Lord of Darkness." Xiao Cheng asked, "Is this not something that can be eradicated?" Li Yunji responded, "It is surprisingly difficult to eliminate. If you shutter one obvious establishment, they will simply create a hidden one. Furthermore, they regularly pay a substantial deposit to the local city lord. There are many city lords and holy lords on the gathering leaf continent, and many of them perceive these small establishments merely as a source of continuous source crystals, believing they pose little trouble." Xiao Cheng inquired, "How does the Lord of Darkness procure so many workers for these establishments?" Li Yunji explained, "A small number come voluntarily, but the majority are deceived through various means. For instance, they might be led to believe their family owes a debt of source crystals, and when they cannot repay it, they are coerced into this line of work.